think so. Just damn shit, we got that many clips, you know. That's no offense. But and it's a rerun. Oh wait, never mind. Look at that list. She's got a decent amount. It's pretty. That's decent. Oh yeah, I think Big Velasco's watched this one.
Josh Peck says so. This is what ASMR is. Rick says unlimited TTS messages for followers during desktop streams. Josh Peck says, but is that thing?
It's a microphone. And it has two microphones. It's a stereo mic. But it looks like a set of ears. Rerun. This is probably rerun too. She probably never interacts with chat. It's probably a rerun. Never interacts with chat. So that's why she isn't. It sucks.
051 million says something to Allah Allah Hafra Allah Kamara Oscar Della Koyala Ola Allah Akbar Isha Nadala Raskalala Amaris Nalala Pupupupram Allah Guaglish Moran.
Real talk. It's like muted.
Wait, see? With the dollar doesn't. Wait, what does it say on there? Sorry.
Josh Peck says, don't you ever lick your own asshole?
No, that's this girl. She does lesbian stuff now.
See, when you pick here's my other tip. Tip link. Make sure you know that's one. It'll be longer on the screen. Push it after this right.
051 million says Mass Tolman, Jura Hala Blakara Mujalaraka, Likas Halishwara.
What the hell? Warzone looking like Fortnite. What the fuck is this? Fortnite.
Let's go. Is it not going to say it? Can't wait for the BBL stream. Oh, it's $2 to activate the TTS. It's $2 to activate the TTS. Sorry, I forgot about that. $2 for TTS. Spam.
Where's my gamers? Yeah, where's my gamer?
That's true. It's a little more category.
Touch this is $2. He said can't wait. Keys are fed.
The barrel stream, okay. What does that mean? mean? Thank you for the donation. What does that mean? Oh, they call Judy Boys on Superman? Is that it?
What's up, Geezer fan? Shout out to Geezer fan. What's up, brother?
$051 says if you'd like to stay and chat a while about our very favorite little sound and learn more about some of my favorite evidence-based non-prep materials, then pull up a chair and
special cash today. It's big news and big money. To cash out your Upside Cash, just transfer to your bank account, PayPal, or gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's code LISTEN. Use code LISTEN for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill up.
Also, we are in the ZTs, stop the language racing in our galaxy.
Yeah, I think it's like that's a little bit away because the two should take it now, which is a little bit. And the other thing is transportation, which is a kind of similar to transportation to travel, but there is huge space. There's a different way to like huge space. So if this is like the atmosphere, then there's space kind of like being explored. So this is why they travel a few times with them to the point. This is huge space first. And then there's transportation, and then travel again after a few times faster and still like the destination. Very hard.
Interesting take. Let's take some calls for you here. They're lining up. Let's start with Joe in Monterey, California. Welcome to the program. Hey, Joe, sir.
Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Joe. How you doing?
Okay, good. And the solar effect in this case. So, anyway, that's a fine way. We close the galaxy to the Milky Way is a drive at 2 million light years away. I asked a few questions. I think it's just a question of life. When I was at a party when you were only 20 years ago, this was on my way to shower to little paper reading. And he read a lot of that book, and he did some landing on how dangerous some of the say. But it's a new age book, and it's really not healthy to read. And he said something, you get something, can you understand that there are people that are wrong in life, yet they would promote rebellion if they over read from the dictators? You can't absolutely look at what I'm talking about the world. Which is violent, to say the least. This would be the type of Holocaust that will go down in the last 60 years. The person who built this book was probably one of the sometime. It's insane. Thank you for taking my call. By the way, there's a lot of people that do travel and go to that direction, and they truly believe they're getting the inside scoop on reality.
Interesting take. What do you think about some of that, Senor?
Well, I've been with one point that they was more about in resistance to work against the government on that planet. There's not the earth was not unhealed. It was the whole organizing itself and not like a resistance. I think it's how to have a reasonable solution. But now that just like what's happening in the media and what's happening in the cartoons coming up. Now that is never helped. Now put in Titan, you can have some kind of other character, as we said now. Get that helpful out. Give them World War II finales to try to take over another country. If we still need to look. The violence is never a feeling that can work online. The key is the combination of the mind. Horizontally and compassion, roughly compassion, and look at the online. Consider it to message.
Let's go next to Lisa in California. Welcome to the program. Hi, Lisa.
Hi. I have a question. I was watching the TikTok the other night,
Can you Samuel?
But I know I want to give it focus that in the book we have a focus on the book planning. They talk about the time machine. The real capital try to do the time machine. If you like it involved, and then you ask them how long to experiment. And when they try to project putting baseline energy onto the ship, so to make the ship disappear from the radar. And then they didn't realize what they call the distortion of time and space. The ship appeared from a different location. And they even say that in order to develop a time machine successfully, you should focus on the vibrational frequency. Because part of every planet, this is why it's so interesting, because it's so specific. Every planet, there's the atom called the psychosphere that rotates at a speed subsequent to the speed of light. We put everything that happens on Earth. So the two missions of the light level is two psychosphere on Earth is having a certain organization where the company that we're living at tries to the ocean overnight. The lunar continues that have a very successful civilization and overnight device surface into the ocean and because of this enough technology from people so that they can keep their advantage. So that's why there's a kind of reset of civilization and technology back then. And they say that the first one that if you're trying to develop a time machine, you should match the vibrational frequency of the psychosphere, meaning that you can tune the vibrational frequency into 7 times the speed of light. Then you can go back in time. And remember, the time is fixed, but the future is changeable depending on psychic action. So even though things are fixed, but we can change the time of the future for the future risk. So that's the thing.
Interesting too. Located in Plant City, Florida. Hey, Bernie, go ahead.
Interesting take. Thanks, Gray. I appreciate it. Let's go to Linda in New York. Go for it. Hi, Linda. We can't answer that for me. He's not a scientist. You want to? Joe, we're in New York. Hey, Joseph, go ahead.
I love the song.
Exclusive stem cell stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Rabbi.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, blood and hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, you can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal the cell. Stem cell is a cell waiting to be told. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, eating disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver, are chronic signs of inflammation. And we aid by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that's the purpose of InterStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be as
Dr. White, for taking the AdaptoStem and InterStem.
the InterStems really have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put it down, just go along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at happyLiving.com. The stem cell works like productive layer protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell one is paired with AdaptoStem and InterStem, and your free gift relax is only available at happyLiving.com or toll free at 800-563-3999. That's 800-563-3999. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's stem cell one is at happyLiving.com. That's happyLiving.com.
I was just checking with my grandmother. She was reading about that. Dr. Rocky had instructed with allergies and shedding, and she started adding dynamite to his food. He now has the softest coating, isn't it? A
trust Dynamite because they've been around for more than 20 years. And those are really good products. We're so confident in our product that they would let you try it for free. Just go to dynamite.com/radio. It's DINOVITE.com/radio.
Angie's List is now Angie. We've heard a lot of theories about Rabbi. Not that it was new.
Few words, newspaper. It was so you could see it faster. No, it's the more
It's the internet. That is improvement. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, get the service instantly, and even get your project covered from start to finish. Sounds easy. It is. And it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Run it down with the app today. Real people, real stories.
So now the public was a public information that people find and do, and that was absolutely horrendous. I came home after a long time ago, and I called and canceled my surgery, and she told me to go someplace else. I said, well, I'm taking care of it myself. She said, okay. And my problem on my skin went away. We were so happy. That's our approach. And so 3 weeks after I was on the kind of war, I always try to look at my arms. I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms. I have these little bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, it don't have to be a kind of war.
866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Use coupon code DORS at 15% off your order.
Your board in that process.
They have a Facebook that puts the tackle with that policy to get the money, or if they're going on a very accountable, or they can just get out of it and get the person that because everybody has the big shot. We don't have the title. They're on the first floor running, and they have to get it.
Touch your license, stay safe, and watch out for those ETs. For some people, it's an experience for big time in the spiritual world. Building it stuck with the basic possession and a busy world for big connection.
Spiritual
And this would be both a spiritual transit for you. I would also recommend that you be rebaptized as well. And start a chapter or reach people in peace, freedom, and victory. I want you to travel and live in that. You can get a hold of me through his website on Rabbi.net. That's it. And God bless you. And I have to give any assistance in any way. Please, what you expect me to give you the website for everything. So I have it in Bethel, Texas. And welcome to the program. You're on the path to freedom. When I was 9 years old, my mother was pregnant about a week before the Bible. She thought it was a game, right? Well, my brother, my dad, 4 years old, he died 25 years old and died. So, everybody, then it's something about it. We don't kill his dad. So very sorry for that. Do you think a lot of them respond to that region? I thought everybody responded to it. Anything happen that you could recollect for us when you were playing it? And how many times did you and your mother used to play it? Every day. It's a pro, isn't it? Will be on the come. But then those things that are then Nigel, they surround much more than child districts. Smoke was exposed to the home. George Knapp and Richard said, I'm George Knapp. The summer out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition for this week.
When you wake up well rested, great mattress, everything feels good. You make Coach has a totally new life. Things you must when you're tired finally reveal themselves. Those really muscles are hoping to get you. Our mattress firm, we know a great mattress matters. While supplies last, save up to 50% on select Tempur-Lock floor models. All with free and fast delivery. A great mattress matters. Your firm works. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
As the number one year ago, I help media gives you access to all everybody has great conversations, trusted influencers, the insights and data you need to grow. Media is your access to culture. You're 100% smart from Georgia.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Just click right here, like it's somewhere with your variety. Here's the thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Preview. year, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV. But maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetected, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured without tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Waiting on a tax return? Hopefully it ends up in your hands. Fraudulent tax returns could likely increase by 30% in 2020. With your environmental taxes, your our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping software identity practitioners and qualify clients $25 million tax returns. So when you approach the alternatives of the plan to respond to your identity theft, help protect your information this tax season with Save 23% first year from the code news.
Attention parents. Watch your child go from innocence to confident readers in just 30 days with the gun lines. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skills in your future. Reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with almost instant catches honest and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your number. Right now, you get free access to Hooked on Math and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
This summer season, get all of your self-care with new Banana Boat 360 with enhanced controlness. It's a new way to spread and all means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Control whatever you can count on, particularly to cover target areas or pull for long, continuous spread. Ensures long-lasting Banana Boat protection mask. It's your colors, resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Try Banana Boat 360 Mist. Walmart Target or Amazon.
Discover Prolong, the groundbreaking 5-day program that helps you lose weight while supporting body aging and cellular rejuvenation. With decades of research and by leading U.S. medical centers, Prolong helps promote healthy blood sugar, support cardiovascular health, and reduce abdominal fat. In fact, the average Prolong user loses 5 pounds in just 5 days. And right now, streaming listeners will receive 10% off when you go to ProlongLife.com/music. All the way till April 30th. Again, that's ProlongLife.com/music.
JCPenney's Halloween Days, starting Wednesday with the huge deals on expressions featuring about $10 fresh layers of teas and eggs, women's styles start at $9, and kids' bare bones teas start at $7. Plus, very
CZ, VA, dollar, 3, equals, degree, 9, FST, 2, 3. Introduction to the Alien Races book. Part. Introduction to the Alien Races book. The Alien Races book. Asterisk the Alien Races. Asterisk the Council of Five. Asterisk Alien Files. Asterisk Alien Ships. Asterisk Alien Dixon. Asterisk the Notes and Updates. Asterisk Chief. Asterisk Final Thoughts. Equals. Part. DS. In 2004 I became friends with an Ukrainian guy called Pedro. That I met completely randomly at a bar by the beach. I was. On holidays and he was there with some friends having some drinks. Anyway, we started talking with each other. Our friendship started like that. He became regular at my house where our families would get together. In 2008 he called me and asked me if I wanted to go on a road trip. I said sure. We had in mind to go to the south of Spain and visit his brother. His brother was there in jail at the time, near Huelva, and also to visit his father in Portugal. His father was a former diplomat of Ukraine years before, and when he retired he decided to move to Portugal and live there. And so we went to visit his brother and then went to Portugal to visit his father. When we were at his house he asked us a favor. He's old. We could empty boxes from one of the rooms, as he wanted to make it into a bedroom for guests. We said okay and went to the room, expecting to see some old newspapers. Instead we found about 58 boxes full of old documents and books from the time when he was a diplomat. Some papers, documents, were in Russian, some were even from the USSR times. Our DS. Pedro started reading / translating some of them and we realized that there was a lot of interesting, intriguing and even top secret, at least at one time, documents. So we asked his father if we could keep the boxes for ourselves. He agreed and we had to rent a van to take everything back to home with us. Week after week, in our houses but mainly on the weekends, we went through all of the documents, translating them, cataloging them by subject matter, or dates and places, etc. As due to work, we worked hard quite often. We also did a lot of work online. That's when we found the book that lead to the videos I published. This one book that we had is undated and looks modern, but we did find the cover only the cover for. The same book dating back to 1951. We called his father later that year and asked him about the book, and he filled in the missing information. He said that amongst high-ranking political officials there had always been a rumor of alien contact, but nothing concrete. He said that he had received the book years before from one of his lifelong diplomat friends and had been updating the book until recently with information that friends of his sent him, or when they would get together to talk about old times. That information, regular updates, was sent to him by mail. Photo or online. He still gets regular updates that transmits to me. P.S. The book has hundreds of side notes on the pages, updates, small papers with related miscellaneous info attached to pages, photos equal to them, etc. That is how we found out about relatively recent visits from aliens, their numbers, where it happened, etc. They had been updating the information they could get regularly. But he also said that there were only a handful of people that were in the know back then. USSR days, the leader of the Communist Party had a couple of advisors, 5 or 6 British agents, maybe more, up to 12, the commander of the armed forces and the commanders of the 3 armed forces branches, Army, Air Force, and Navy, and maybe a couple of scientists. He said that most likely there were more people in the know, especially in the military, but he could not confirm that. Him and his friends did not recognize some of the names mentioned on the book. People have asked me about some of the illustrations of certain alien races on the book. This because some of them were literally copied off movies and / or video games, not all. Me and Pedro asked ourselves the same thing, as we recognized some of them, and we did contact his father in order to get an answer. He told us that over the years the people that were adding / updating / rating the book had been using alien images from the media when they did not have a real photo or the drawing from the witnesses. So sometimes they used images from movies and video games that better describe the alien race in question. This according P.S. to the witnesses' testimonies, description of their encounters. However, he did say something else, something extremely interesting. He told us that amongst high-ranking diplomats there has been much solid discussion and debate about the plan involving certain media, from online to paper to Hollywood to the video game industry, and certain security departments, especially from Japan, China, Canada, USA, and Europe, in order to use the right to the images to describe the appearance of aliens. All the media involved was, in the end, either directly or because they owned them, other companies owned for no more than 5 people, and that this was a concerted effort in order to get people, humankind, used to the appearance and presence of aliens common amongst us. He, Pedro's father, also told us that some of the alien races, images used in video games and other media, were used in the book prior to the release of the games and / or movies. Him and some of his friends had knowledge that some of those security departments had actually created some of the images and then released them to the proper channels in order for those images to be known to the general public. This, obviously, we could not confirm, except for one of the images on the book, the aliens used in the movie Independence. They were known before the making, not even close, of the movie, by at least 8 years. Also, some of the photos on the arm had been tampered with DS. And so, there you have it, the story behind the alien race's Russian secret book. At least some of it. But you enjoy the book and all the revelations contained in it. This book is dedicated to the memory of Pedro_J. The art has been re-edited, information always being updated. In all aspects, from new alien races to new reports and photos, or illustrations, at least 12 times. Then we know the first edition was printed in 1946 or early 1947. Then new editions were printed 1951. I have the cover, just the cover of that one. 1959, 1968, 1971, 1980, all the way to, we believe, 2011. TLE. Why did I? The lost copy. In the 1980s, a copy of edition of this book was found on a field in Asia, East Siberia. A copy ended up in the hands of a KGB agent with friends in the media. After the collapse of the USSR, some of the information and images in the book were leaked, sold. Years later, the information and some of the images started appearing in TV series and video games. Mass Effect being the most well-known. This information was handwritten on the book. DS. In 1924, near Yekaterinburg, Ukraine, now the Emperor. The 3 daughters of a certain Captain Andrich simply vanished. Captain Andrich was of Russian descent and very little is known about him, except that he traveled a lot. A farmer that lived near Captain Andrich's house said that he saw the captain's daughters walking towards the woods maybe 2 hours before sunrise. Intrigued, he followed them at a distance. After walking for 30 minutes, he described seeing purple and red lights and mist through the trees. He got closer and saw the 3 girls entering what he called a floating bright windmill-like plane. He also reported seeing 5 creatures as small as the children, but with a much older face. According to him, the windmill then flew very slowly into the stars until he could not tell them apart. According to the farmer, he ran to Captain Andrich's house to warn him about the event. This photo supposedly shows the farmer's house. On arriving, he knocked on the door, but nobody answered. He then entered the house and found the captain and his wife dead on their bed. Their faces were peaceful, as if they had died during their sleep. All their animals, 3 dogs, 1 horse, and 2 goats, were dead as well. On the kitchen table there was a letter or note, not signed, with the handwriting that matched Sophia, one of the daughters. TT said, "We are going to the school in the moon with our friends. Supposed photo of Sophia, not confirmed. R2. Search Agents Department 481/12. It is your duty to thoroughly investigate all events regarding any reports of visitations or incidents concerning creatures from other planets as well as with non-terrestrial creatures that dwell on our planet at the present or future time. TT is your duty to immediately present to your superior in charge. KL44. Any material evidence gathered during your investigations. It is your duty to keep absolute secrecy and concealment regarding your findings and conclusions during your investigations, except from your superior in charge. KL44. TT is your duty to immediately destroy this book in case your physical being or personal safety is threatened. The loss of this book while in your possession will result in serious consequences for your 2 search companion agents as well as for your immediate relatives. Make use of your extensive training and love for our great union. Chief Marshal Konstantin Aversheim, 1947. As for scan equals. This book of alien races is both an instructions manual and a source of information to be used now and in the future until the day it will be needed no more. Learn from it and add to it. When with humans. 1. Investigate events. 2. Interrogate witnesses. 3. Gather physical evidence. When with aliens. 1. Engage with them. 2. Follow them. 3. Learn from them. You are hooked in love. Showing this book to anyone. Talking about them. Book to anyone. Talking about or revealing your investigative activities to anyone. Drinking. Alcohol on and off duty. Consuming drugs on net. Off duty. Helping alien races no matter the situation or request. Choosing sides when. Physically amongst different alien races or during investigations and of engaging in sexual activities with any members of any alien race. The alien races are all revolve, aka the builders. They come from constellation sculptor. They derive from an ancient race of reptilians that has gone extinct. They are specialists at building ships and other devices needed for deep space traveling. They are also space travelers themselves, searching for new raw materials. They can live up to 230 years. Last seen near Tokyo, Japan, in 2005. R.P.S. Gila Tiger. They come from constellation Gila, near the star Suialao. Bullet. They grow up to 2 meters high, 6, and live up to 200 years. They can shapeshift and are very hard to detect. When they shapeshift, the only thing they cannot change is the size and color of their eyes. They are one of the oldest known races. They do affect humans. Last seen on Earth in July of 2008. Are Pleiades. They come from solar systems surrounding the Pleiades. Stars, more precisely from the planet near the star. Tangent. They are associated with spiritual growth. They can grow up to 2.5 meters. They practice sex cultivation, the distinct difference between their sexual expressions and their sensual emotions. Their ships are known as being ships. Although regularly visiting Earth, they have remained mostly silent since 10,000 BC. They are one of the oldest known races. They continue to develop the necessary mental skills to eventually reach their goal, and even higher spiritual state. R.P.S. Kalabura. They come from constellation Bolas. The sightings of this race on Earth are rare and they are considered as a mystery race. It is said that they were forbidden to visit Earth around the year 1.000 BC, but they did not stop visiting Earth completely. This because of their allies, the race major. Last seen on Earth, December of 1989. R.K.U.R.S. aka Gods of Lands. Believed to be related to the race of Nike. They come from the planet Dillimans. They are the race behind the story of Enlil and Enlil. They were directly involved on the development of the human race during our early stages. After centuries away from Earth, they have recently returned. Their own leader is amongst the most recent visitors. They will now stay on Earth permanently. They will have an important role in the years to come. They spend time immersed in the precious gold like liquid that presumably extends their lifespan. H.A.V. Omnicondrous. They come from galaxy Sextans or SDH. First visited Earth in 934 AD in the area that we now know as Romania. They often abduct and kill humans. They also drain and drink the blood of humans as well as the blood of animals. They are responsible for the myth of vampires. Several human governments know and accept their actions. The human bodies that they use are never returned. Last sighting, Scotland, in 1996. Mazur. They come from constellation Camelopardalis. From the 1300s to the early 1900s, our calendar, they were not allowed to leave their planet by other alien races. They are a very violent and predatory race. They are known to be allies of the race major. They grow up to 1.6 meters. 5. Last seen on Earth, August of 2001. R.P.S. Albriulus. They come from constellation Cetus, near the Neptygos. Genoi. Although they are often confused with reptilian races, they do not share anything with them except their appearance. Their height is around 2 meters, 6, and they can live up to 350 years. This is one of 21 races that are known to have more than 2 genders, sexes. This race has 8 different genders and all of them can reproduce with each other. The purpose for their visit to Earth is unknown. Last sighting was near Lima, Peru, in December of 2004. No image provided. Probably the most enigmatic of all alien races. Not much is known about them. They visit Earth around every 300 years. Their next visit is supposed to happen any time now. They do not reveal themselves. They do not make direct contact with humans. They leave carvings, drawings, and writings on rocks as well as symbols in historical monuments. Their ships have the shape of a teardrop and are silver in color. Raymond. They come from Capella, constellation Orion. Known to be a very peaceful race. They try to coexist with humans. They created the Mayan civilization, culture, by placing humans from different places on Earth in South America. They were a race of scientists. They taught the Mayans about astronomy and time. They left Earth when the Mayans were at their highest splendor. After that, the Mayans started the well-known blood sacrifices in their honor. This race has been on Earth many times after that. Last sighting, born in 2001. R.X. Mubiatham Haven. aka Shiny Ones. They come from constellation Vulcan. They have met with at least 2 USA presidents as well as with USSR and now Russian leaders and some high-ranking officials. They supply limited amounts of their technology to humans in exchange for the freedom to conduct abductions. They do not involve other alien races in this process. They had a big role in Siberian and Tibetan culture. They still have bases in those areas hidden in the north face of mountains. They have colonized over 40 planets outside our solar system. So far, of the 58 races described here, this is the race that least visited Earth that we know of so far, only 5 times. They visited the area we know as the Middle East and that created the belief in the jinn, or genies, in Islamic mythology. According to some Muslim scholars, they inhabit an unseen world, in a dimension beyond the existing dimensions of our universe. According to reports from other alien races, they stopped visiting Earth because their immune system could not cope with Earth's fauna and flora. Last recorded visit, 712 AD. R.D.S. The Invisibles. No image. This race is known to have been seen near high security areas. They are almost completely invisible to the naked eye. Both the USA and Russian military have developed technology that allows them to track them down on radar, just the ships. 3 things are known about this race. 1, they leave a sour smell when they are near. 2, when they are near windows you can see their reflection is a smudge light figure, have been caught on CCTV footage. 3, when many dogs, or only one, start barking with no apparent reason. It is possible that they are nearby, or reportoid/reptiles. They come from constellation Mensa. Purpose of presence, unknown. R.D.S. All model extract 163. They were forced to leave Earth after losing a battle against reportoids in ancient India, date unknown, which they had been visiting for around 200 years. They have resumed their visits to Earth in 1948. Technologically, this is a very advanced race. Their ships are often invisible to radar and the human eye, and they wear some sort of clothing that makes them invisible as well. Supposedly they come from Jupiter or from one of its moons. Last sighting, Portugal, May 2005. R.D.S. No image. The members of this race are the cause why humans go into turn Martians. They come from constellation Gemini. They have had permanent bases on Mars for thousands of years, where they mine some sort of gold-like material. First recorded visit to Earth, 1235 BC in Japan. Last sighting, Madagascar, 2003. R.D.S. Indica, aka Tall White. This race has several bases on it in the moon, where they mine unknown material. They use slaves to do most of their work. These slaves are extremely well taken care of, and the Indica see them as indispensable. Their operations on it in the moon are very secretive. They are in almost permanent contact with high-ranking officials from the USA, China, and Russia governments. They have the ability to shapeshift into an almost perfect human form. They are also known as men in black, as they use special dark suits to protect their skin when in human shape while conducting special operations on Earth. R.D.S. Kilomet ARR, aka ARR. They come from constellation Crux, near Cape Crux. It is a very hard race to track down or spot. the USA and the Russian military have developed this special camera and radar system that allows to spot them when they are on Earth. But even then, they have only been sighted 8 times. The purpose of their presence is unknown. When they are sighted, it is usually in the area known as the Bermuda Triangle. RDS. 2017. No image. They have only contacted humans one time, in the USSR in 1935. According to reports, they spoke some kind of Slavic dialect. They left a written message with about 10 sentences. They come from galaxy of 3954624. Estimated distance from Earth, our standard, is 13.2 billion light years. They travel by using what other alien races call wormhole, which allows them to bend space. Note from myself and Pedro. On the original art, our copy/edition, 9 of the sentences left by this race are blacked out. The only one that is not is this one. 2017 to 2022. According to reports, they were tall, had blonde long hair and smelled like flowers. RDS. Helmet. They come from Constellation Grus, near the star Altair. They are one of the most peaceful races. They co-created the Alliance of the Five Races, Council of the Five, but are not part of it. The Council of the Five are a group of 5 alien races that protect humans against less peaceful races. They coined the sentence, 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The Council is supposed to meet on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013, the reason being the fact that Earth has been receiving too many visits from new races in the past 500 years. Last sighting on Earth, near the Sea of Cortez, September 2002. RDS. Giant. Maintains sporadic contacts with 3 Earth governments, but not the most powerful ones, not USA, Russia, or China. Considered to have a violent nature by other races. They have been visiting Earth for 3.000 years. They come from constellation Horology and are known to have as allies the race major. Last sighting, near Houston, USA, February 1st of 2003. RDS. They come from constellation Indus. They are known by other races as peacemakers. They are very advanced technologically. Their first sighting on Earth dates back to 1500 BC. They met with JFK 3 weeks before he was killed. They have also, around the same time, met with other human world leaders. They have not been seen on Earth since JFK's death. In 1965, they gave a message to the human leaders that read, countries with nuclear capability, content unknown. RDS. Dorset. They grow to a maximum height of 0.5 meters, 1.6. They have visited Earth at least 250 times. They come from Cassiopeia, where they have 2 home planets. They eat other alien races as well as humans. Their race is at least 4 billion years old and they have been in a constant state of war with another alien species for 2 billion years. Last sighting on Earth, November 2001, Italian Alps. RDS. Magic. Known to be a very peaceful race. They have 2 permanent bases somewhere in South America. They are 100% nocturnal, do not interact with humans and are described by other alien races as shy. They harvest insects and rodents by the many thousands on a monthly basis. Reason, unknown. At least 3 of them have been under Brazilian military custody for the past 12 years. Last sighting, near Oaxaca, Mexico, in 2003. They are visited by their own kind, race, every 20 years. Good. Next visit should be around 2016. Picard. They come from constellation Sextans. One of their ships crashed outside of Argentina, Brazil, in 1996. 2 of its occupants are under USA custody, after having paid billions of dollars to the Brazilian government. They have the fastest ships of any known alien race. Last sighting, February 2002, near Argentina, Brazil, again. RDS. RDS. Major. They have 2 home planets in constellation Metopia. They have the same average height as humans and are considered by many alien races as parasites. Visited Earth for the first time during the prehistoric period. Date unknown. Abduction of humans is carried out openly. They have the goal of colonizing Earth. That has not happened. Because of protection from other alien races, such as the ones in the Council of the Five. They are hermaphrodites and their lifespan is 120 years. They have colonized at least 26 planets. They have abducted at least 5.000 humans, males. They have visited Earth at least 200 times. Last sighting, September 2006 near Nome, Alaska, USA. RDS. Cross. Their height is around 2.5 meters. They have a very complex structure of their skull. Visited Earth at least 20 times. They carry out human abductions which they use for human reproduction. They have abducted at least 520 humans, males and females. They come from the 3rd star in constellation Cetus. They have 2 home planets and have colonized at least 40 planets with the help of slaves. 10 of those planets were taken with the use of force. They work together with 3 other races. They mostly eat animal protein-derived products. According to alien reports, they are not mentally/spiritually prepared to interact with most other races. Their 2 home planets' chemical composition is similar to Earth. They are supposed to reveal themselves to humans in an open manner in 2022. RDS. Leg. Small species growing only up to 70 centimeters. 2. They come from the 6th star in constellation called Berenices. They have 3 home planets, maybe 4, and have colonized at least 10. They were one of the first races to visit Earth. They were the race that started the stories about fairies. 2 alien races claim that they have abducted over 10 million humans throughout history. That number is highly disputed by 2 other races. They state that the number is much lower, and 1 race even made a statement to a Russian president saying that the race line has never abducted any human. Last sighting, New Zealand, in 2006, a group of 20 members. RDS. SES. SMAD. No image. They come from planet Spock, constellation Bacteria. Their ships have a conical shape. They resemble humans in appearance. According to one alien race, they only have 6 ships left. They colonized 20 planets, 18 of them were inhabited. They first visited Earth 2.500 years ago and are very interested in our religious beliefs. They are a race in decline, weakening, according to other alien races. RDS. Tenri Tenri. They come from planet Tenri, galactic sector 56, star system, at 1342. They live underground and have a population of 10 million. First visit to Earth 10.000 years ago. They do not need an atmosphere or water to survive. They have 1 ship that can accommodate 5 million of their time. They have had contact with human governments throughout history. Last known sighting, near Minas Aires, Argentina, in 2003. RDS. Bracelet. Their height average is the same as that of humans and they are covered in a soft silky hair. They have 2 home planets in the Virgo star system. They have visited Earth at least 12 times. Their first visit happened during the era dynasties of Egypt. Pharaohs, around 3.000 years ago. They spent 10 uninterrupted years there during that time. The Djoser pyramid was built in their honor. They have been keeping a close look at humans' development for the past 200 years, knowing that some powerful humans can and are being asleep by some alien races, disguised as humans. Only 6 of them travel each time in their ships. Last sightings, July 2002 and February 2004. DS. They come from planet Nabaru, aka Nabaru. Their planet is part of the same solar system as Earth, but with a much longer orbit. It comes closer to the Sun every 4.000 years, and not every 3.500 years is commonly accepted. They resemble humans but are higher, 2.5 meters/8 and more. Muscular. When they first visited Earth, there were already other races established here, some malevolent and with supernatural powers. The Anunnaki defeated them and became the most powerful race on Earth. They genetically engineered the most intelligent non-alien beings on Earth, us, at the time not much more than smart primates, in order to have a race of slaves at their disposal. At the time, some LAMD Lilith were the Anunnaki king and queen. They were not aware of the presence of reptilians on Earth. They only cooperate with one other race, because they were too left, not to be confused with the Soul Tzurah, aka Greys. Eventually they left Earth, unknown reasons, but before they left, they created a subspecies of the Zeta. This species eventually became rulers of Egypt, pharaohs, until reptilians infiltrated them as temple priests and ended their reign. They gave birth to the legends about giants. DS, aka Nike. They will return one day as promised by themselves. However, the date of their return is still a mystery. They do know all that is happening on Earth as well as in other planets where they had influence and / still have. The proximity of planet Nibiru, aka Nibiru, does cause cosmic instability and weather-related repercussions in all planets of our solar system, but does not cause the amount of destruction that is usually accepted and believed. How far they are is still a mystery. DS, AFIM. They come from constellation Lyra. They call themselves Spianzi because of a war that they fought against a race called Spianzi. The Spianzi race had 12 times more members and 35 times more ships and resources than the Fim won in the end. So they added the Spianzi name to their own race name, as in, according to other races, they are smaller than humans in stature and their skin is covered with blue spots, darker for males and lighter in females. Their planet is called Primea Adri. Technologically, they are extremely developed, they can travel from their planet to Earth in 20 Earth minutes. They do not need oxygen. They do have an atmosphere, but it is composed mainly of a hydrogen-mixed environment. They have colonized 10 planets in a non-violent way. When they are close to humans, they can become invisible, but humans when around them will feel a certain amount of unexplained anxiety. Their ships are small and spherical in shape. One of the reasons they visit us is to study what they call human deviation in order to determine the development of a human race. DS, Soul Tzurah, peaceful and harmonious race. They one main leader and his name is Imar. Their civilization is 2 billion years old, common not once they were at the same level of development as ourselves. They have no colonies, common not they are completely focused on the development of other planets and races. They come from constellation Cygnus. They do have one powerful weapon that keeps some neighboring violent races away, and others that may try to invade them. At one time, race nature lost 5 ships because of it. They said that the human race, in the next few thousands of years, still has 645 options left to save ourselves, our planet, and to guarantee a future for our race, but it will all depend on our ability to travel through space. They are Soul Tzurah, but we call them Greys. Toxic. No image. This race was very influential in some South and Central American cultures. At one time, they had over 2.000 members living amongst humans in those regions, until one day when most of them left, leaving behind only 25 of their own. Humans then killed them. They have not returned to Earth since that incident. They were known to be very tall. Some reports from one alien say that some of them were as tall as 4 meters high. 13. The reasons why the local humans killed the 25 Oxides is unknown. DS. XS Dima. This race was created by the race matron in order to be used as slaves common, and that is still what they serve for. They are often sent by the matron to security-sensitive regions, working as messengers and also to conduct abductions. They can live forever as they are not organic. However, the raw materials that the matron needs to build one are very rare. So, there are not many of them. Estimation, less than 300. They are able to use rational thinking as well as flying ships and many other tasks. Last seen on Earth in July 1997, near Brisbane, Australia. DS. Tanzania. They come from constellation Perseus, near the Star Meridian. Secunda. They have caused thousands, maybe millions, of deaths on Earth and other planets as one of their interests or area of study is how other races react to tragedies and cataclysms. Technologically, they are extremely advanced. One alien race reported that the Tanzania caused both the crashing of the Hindenburg as well as the sinking of the Titanic. They can live up to 500 years and are around 1.7 meters tall, but they are avoided by other alien races. Last sighting, January 1999 in New York State. DS. AIRK. They come from constellation Ophiuchus, near Empire, considered by other races as peaceful. The purpose of their visits is unknown. They never stay long on Earth and do not interact with humans or other aliens here. They mostly use Earth as a stop to quickly gather something they may need before they leave to their real destination. They are mostly nocturnal. Their ships even run orange light and are, most of them, not all, octagonal in shape. Last spotted near London, England, in May 2003. DS. Benigner. They come from constellation Pavo. They are very respected and peaceful race, presumably with mystical powers. They have been coming to Earth at least since 1.000 AD. They do not carry out abductions and do not interact with humans. They can live up to 2,000 years. Their height is similar to that of a normal human. They are vegetarians. Last sighting, near Odessa, Ukraine in July of 1995. DS. Strong. They come from constellation Ursa Minor. Strongs are invertebrates and coelenterans. Their average height is 2 meters, 6.5. Vegetation is of great importance to their culture, and the main reason for their visits to Earth. They have been on Earth at least 200 times. They act with extreme caution and are rarely seen by humans. First visited Earth at the end of the last big ice age. They have 20 colonies in the Black galaxy. Their ships have the shape of an octagon. Last sighting, October 1976 in Oregon, USA. DS. Caliban. They come from constellation Aquila, Star Terrace. They have colonized 3 planets and have a lifespan of 150 years. They are often sighted in northern Africa and the Sahara region. First visited Earth around 300 BC. They do not conduct abductions. Main interest about Earth, minerals. Last sighted in 2003 near a volcano in Iceland. DS. Italy. Once related to the reptoid species, they are not, however, reptilians. They come from constellation Serpens, Star Alien. First visit to Earth was only in June 13, 1965. They do not represent any threat to humans. Often seen around Antarctica. The reason for their visit is unknown. Last sighting, Antarctica, May 1st, 1997. The 9 are reptilians. The most known and feared of the reptoid species, there are at least 3. They have been permanently on Earth for over 15.000 years. Confirmed, but the belief is that they may have been here permanently or on and off for millions of years. They come from constellation Draco. They have presence in thousands of planets and have at least colonized 500 by means of infiltration within the leadership of each planet. Some, not all, of their members have the power to shape shift, as well as telepathic abilities. On Earth, they did not need to infiltrate human leadership hall. The time is they often lived side by side with humans, most of them unaware, and live for evolution, all aspects of it. Equals 9 R. DS. UE. Reptilians. They are considered one of the most technologically advanced species, but they prefer to work in the shadows, using that as an advantage for their progress or plan/agenda. They can travel interdimensionally, most races can, and some of their high-ranking members also have the power to become invisible. To have that power, a reptilian must first be accepted in what they call the Trigo, an elite group of reptilians. The reptilians from the Trigo are infiltrated, or even were co-founders of the Illuminati. They have 3 main bases on Earth, near the Bermuda Triangle, somewhere off the coast of Denmark and off the coast of New Zealand. Some say that they will never leave, at least on their own. R. DS. Alco Patent. Presumably they have over 5.000 ships and have colonized over 100 planets on their own. Considered by other aliens as one of the parasite races. Abduction of humans are frequent and ongoing. Purpose of human abductions, unknown. They do not like to interact with other alien races. They come from constellation Perseus and are extremely aggressive. Suspected to have been involved in several airplane crashes, such as Flight 007 over the USSR in 1983. The USSR leadership took the blame for that crash. Last seen, September 2001 in Canada. R. DS. Nicomat. aka Nomapa. First known visit to Earth happened only in 1989. They abduct humans and exercise control over the minds of their captives, which they use for their own benefit after the captives' release. Reason, unknown. This race was an inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro enemy. The art states the same thing about another race. They are one of the oldest races. They are one of the races that most human governments fear when considering the future of humans. R. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champala. Often confused, because of their appearance, with the races. Matron and Solzerine, the Greys. They come from constellation Nets. They are allies of the Anunnaki and cooperate with them in different planets. They are the representatives of the Anunnaki on Earth and send them information about humans in this planet at least 25 times per year. The Anunnaki created a subspecies of the Zeta with the purpose of making them look more human-like, but leaving enough physical differences for humans to distinguish them. They became some of the pharaohs of Egypt. R. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champala. The most well-known was Akhenaten, who was removed from power by reptilians. They infiltrated themselves in the court as temple priests. First reports of Zetas on Earth go back to 4.000 AD, but that number is most likely much higher. They were the first hybrids to be engineered by the Anunnaki. The Zeta subspecies still exists on Earth and still, at least 30%, present the same physical differences created in them. The sexual organs of the subspecies are in every aspect the same as that of humans. R. DS. Zeta Reticuli, aka Champala. The Zeta still exists on Earth in both forms, the original and the hybrid subspecies. Their location on Earth is unknown. Zeta hybrid subspecies. Zeta Reticuli. R. DS. Terrace. No image. Their origin is unknown. They are often seen near, or flying by, volcanoes. Identified due to the exquisite nature of their ships. They have never contacted humans and there are no reports of violence or abductions, even though their discreet presence on Earth is frequent. And they do not try to hide from view. There are several contradictory reports about their appearance. Last sighted, off the coast of Norway, in 2000. R. DS. Irritophilogo, aka Nazu 7. Their origin is unknown. They are often sighted in the northwest of the USA, especially in the Oregon area. They have a special interest about Earth's oceans and are known to have underwater ships, aka USOs. In the 1980s and the 1990s they almost crashed a few times against US Navy ships while the Americans were testing new sonar and radar systems. They are peaceful and mostly nocturnal. Last sighted in the year 2000 near San Francisco, USA. R. DS. X20, aka X. No image. Only sighted 2 times on Earth. According to reports from other races, they are able to shape shift as many as 4 times in 10 seconds. Their origin is unknown. They conduct human abductions and perform medical experiments on the subjects. They have been visiting Earth since the mid-1500s. The only 2 confirmed sightings happened near Lazy, Turkey. R. Parabellum. Known to be, at times, extremely dangerous to humans as well as to other alien races. They come from constellation Camellia. They have been permanently involved in conflicts with a few other races for over 500 Earth years. They are rarely seen on Earth. They live up to 150 years old. Reportedly, they are 3 meters tall, 9, and have 4 arms. Last sighting was near New Orleans, USA, in 1976. Alpha. They come from constellation Bodes, near Celis Primus. They also resemble the Greys but are not related. This race has 4 different genders and they are known to be benevolent. The purpose of their visit is unknown, but they seem to have a special interest on raw materials/minerals, as they have been often sighted near old mines. Last sighting, San Isidro de El General, Costa Rica, in 2005. R. DS. R. DS. Despite their appearance, installs fear in humans when sighted. This race is not known to be aggressive. They can live up to 400 years. They come from constellation Delphinus, near Sulocin. They have been visiting Earth for at least 4.000 years, but were sighted quite often during the 19th century. They served as inspiration for the alien race in the movie Independence Day. Note of Petro enemy. This is the other second mention about it. Race being used as inspiration for that same movie. Last sighting happened near Marseille, France, in 1996. DS. Disagree. Their origin is unknown, but there are reports stating that it takes them near 2 Earth years to get to this planet. They are the survivors of an extinct reptoid race and do not possess the same level of technology or knowledge as other races visiting Earth. They do have some human characteristics, such as skin. In 1977 or 1978, near Siena, Italy, 2 of their species were captured. After landing behind the church in ruins, 3 days later they were transferred to a USA airbase still in Italy and finally taken to an undisclosed location where, supposedly, they still remain contacts. I've mentioned somewhere in the South Pacific or in another USA, base near Japan. The USSR English/Free was able to get a hold of 1 video recording of this species. Last sighting, January 3rd, 2001, near Victoria, Canada. R. DS. Helena. aka Elves. Supposedly this is the race that started the myth of Elves. Now, they are sighted often in the Germanic countries, deep in the forests. They are not known to be lethal to humans, however they are known as being pranksters. It seems that they enjoy scaring humans when these get too close. It has been reported that they have lured humans away from their cars in order to steal their possessions. Once the humans are far away from their vehicles, and they already have stolen what they wanted, they frighten them, which makes the humans leave the location. Last sighting, near Munich, Germany in December 2004. Council of 5. R. DS. as long as there are alien records of it. Some say that they have been protecting the planet even before humans existed, for millions of years. An alien race reported that the Council of Five last met on Earth in 1944. Note of Petro and myself, we found a handwritten note on them. Our dated July 2005 stating that the Council of Five is going to be on Earth during the last 10 days of August of 2013. The same note also mentioned the fact that the presence and arrival of those five races could cause cosmic events that can affect Earth's atmosphere. And it also said that humans would be seeing an increase of alien ships activity during that period. P.S. Continuation of note. The note also states that the meaning of the Council is to discuss possible threats to Earth and humans as well as the fact that so many new alien races have been visiting Earth lately. Finally, the note states that that means to the five for the past 500 years. According to several alien races, the Council of Five, at the time, Council of Nine, has monitored human evolution since primordial times, since humans were only a one-cell marine organism and, throughout all natural evolution, when humans became primate-like creatures and beyond, after the anemone, aka Nike interference. According to those same alien races, all evolutionary sequences in all planets have a beginning and an end, with the exception of minor details due mostly to radical weather changes. After the anemone tampered with the DNA of primates and created humans, the Council of Five decided to not only monitor but also to protect us, as they realized that one day humans would be able to join other alien races in development and enlightenment. P.S. The Council of Five is composed of the following races. P.S. A. Latwa. B. D.B.G.N.A.S. The Council of Five is composed of the following races. Igro. P.S. The Council of Five is composed of the following races. Jinbo. P.S. The Council of Five is composed of the following races. P.S. The Council of Five is composed of the following races. P.S. It is generally agreed that the Emether is the most important race not only of the Council but also amongst all known races. They are related to the Solitari, but much older and advanced in all levels. They were one of the founder races of the Council. They met with USA President D. Eisenhower in 3 different occasions. They also met with 2 high-ranking USSR leaders in 3 different occasions, and they do not force anything upon humans to meet with USA President Nixon, but he refused, claiming that it would be too dangerous as they could maybe read his mind and find out about delicate national security secrets concerning relations with the USSR. Alien files. P.S. P.S. In 2003, the China National Space Administration, CNSA, received a reply from the Pioneer plane sent in 1972 and 1973 for the Pioneer 10 and 11. Despite many requests and offers from the USA, the EU, Australia, and Russia for China to share the information on the reply, the Chinese have not done that yet. In 1985, 3 alien races delivered documents and video to the UN Secretary General Javier Bárcena showing evidence of several planets within Earth's solar system that had a daily average temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, 89.6 Fahrenheit, and oceans. P.S. K737, Libya, Nigeria. In August 21-1957, a Caucasoid woman was found near Libya. She was not dressed matching the area nor the time period. She was taken to a local Dutch landowner and interrogated. Reports say that she claimed to be Captain Benjamin Briggs's wife, Sarah. Captain Benjamin Briggs was the captain of the Mary Celeste, a British-American merchant ship that was discovered on December 4-1872 in the Atlantic Ocean on that day. Apparently abandoned. She committed suicide that same night. Reptilian shape-shifting in progress. P.S. Report and shape-shifting in progress. 2. Document. The major have been involved in several tragedies throughout human history. Some of the worst plagues were inflicted by the Wiccan knowledge and agreement of the reptilians who want the human population to never go over 8 billion. The reptilians have abducted female humans for thousands of years. Most of their migrant offspring are sent away to other planets that they have colonized. Some stay on Earth where they become powerful members, infiltrated into society. P.S. Mars and the Moon have been overmined and explored for the past 33.000 years. The races that do, they are going deeper and deeper inside the planet to reach the raw materials they want. Abandoned surface structures can be seen everywhere. All human religions have been created by alien races that want to keep humans divided in the truth about creation in secret. They roam the corridors of religious power as members of pseudo-religious spiritual human organizations such as the Masons. Most members of the Masons are clueless about the true intentions of the few. P.S. TTSE at 80. Jess SE Conste. 3024.2s. Note FS. TUSM. LN. Since the formation of the USSR, its leaders were extremely interested about all the information they could get on aliens. They knew of their existence and visits and wanted to gain their knowledge, little knowing that the death of Russia's Tsar Nicholas II had been planned by aliens and that their own circles of power had already been infiltrated. Several secret missions were deployed by Stalin to South and Central America after 2 generals found a book that belonged to Tsar Nicholas II's wife, Tsarina Alexandra, and Grigory Rasputin, that had a map showing the location of alien bases. That map was later used in the school system, minus the bases locations. 26. P.S. The Philadelphia experiment of 1943 did happen and it was successful after the 3rd attempt. Further, attempts failed. Contrary to belief, the experiment resulted from Albert Einstein's discovery of a manuscript, along with one metallic object found in a cave system and brought to Spain by Columbus on his last voyage. The manuscript found by Columbus contained extremely technologically advanced schematic drawings and information that was used to develop the unified field theory by Einstein, where he described mathematically and physically the interrelated nature of the forces that comprise electromagnetic radiation and gravity. Einstein had Illuminati connections. In 1933, near Virginia, Italy, an alien ship belonging to the race Italian crashed, killing all its occupants. Inside many ancient Italian artifacts were found, and alien ones. Benito Mussolini created a secret group to look at that incident and any other future ones related to alien races. That group still exists, and it's called Joe 1. All the artifacts found on the rig were put in a museum and passed as if found at an archaeological excavation. In 1950, another ship crashed at the same location. P.S. During the early 1950s, USA President D. Eisenhower and British PM Winston Churchill met several several times to discuss the best ways to keep the alien presence on Earth away from the general public and from prying eyes. Together they created a top-secret task force called SIL. This task force was so secret that its leader was an Air Force general from English descent that belonged to the military of Uruguay. Side by side with this general worked 2 USA and 2 English secret services agents. They were not allowed to write anything they investigated. All events and investigative progress were only recorded. Face-to-face to both Churchill and / Eisenhower. R.D.S. From 780 to the 19th century AD, over 50 battles between alien races were fought on Earth's skies and witnessed by thousands of people. Many artists painted and carved these events, but the Catholic Church surged, fell, and destroyed most of them. In the 20th century, only less than 10 are available. As long as there are stars, there will be war. Race Major. R.D.S. August 1608, from Marseille and Nice, France, all the way to Genoa, Italy. Alien ships stopped by the sea. Shore and crew members work on the vehicles openly for everyone to see. This painting shows 3 alien ships in Nice. Note, this is the original illustration. In the 1970s, a magazine purposely improved its quality in order to make it look contemporary and be able to defund the event. Real witness of the event wrote the next day. The inhabitants saw 3 strange luminous vessels, which evolved at high speed above the city. The 3 machines stopped near the fortress and went down above the waters where they caused the water to boil and emit red-orange vapor. To the great stupor of the numerous witnesses, 2 humanoid beings with large heads and large luminous eyes, dressed in a red suit with silver scales, connected to the flying machine by tubes, engaged themselves in several hours of strange work. D.S. O.N. Discovers. A.B. Rated 0. Plus E.T. Geomodules. 50s at Parkinson Supplementary. John. O. Comments and Dumois D.L. W. Go seal it reaches Duvet. K. Prompting the seal, and place it. Coffin Nice, and Blue Fighters End. Royd Still Cross. And Pebble at Ryan Beatles Logs and Sir. A. O. C. Sends Martin's E.A. Arf the Fight.
The newest edition of Secret CC's Highway Vessels B2 with the Secret Side bag is the ultimate companion and emergency radio. It fits in the palm of your hand, weighs up to 8 ounces, and reception is excellent, tiny, sharp, and clear from small sounds. The CC's Highway Vessels B2 radio gives you access to important communication.
I ain't got no Wi-Fi, I can't afford that shit, but I'm gonna get The shitty thing is, that's just facts. Shorty's name is Ryan, but she's got that snap thing. Being a foot running, we listen to gang, and you don't know what to say. That's a
certainly a number of diseases are people live on with but yeah, cancer is highly relevant. Have you ever seen a patient pull out of the completely broken everybody thought that it was really bad that they were going to die? Still kept going? I feel I think that oftentimes there was a misdiagnosis, but there are certainly kind of unexplainable changes in the trajectory of people that, yeah. Explain that situation within depressions. How does it I think a couple of things are important. One is they describe these experiences as virtual lives. They're not really happening. So it has this feel into it. And with that, because of the feeling they're reconnecting with people they love, they feel a sense of restore or feeling lost at the returns to them, being put back together. And that's is there anything about Rothschild? Well, it's pretty impressive that others have reported saying, we don't see a lot of religion, but certainly with its faith. So those are the family members that were so we've done two studies involving about 753 families. And the best way to say that what's good for the patient is also good for the left.
It's like the Mario Scooby. Choco on the night, Scooby. Just going through the traffic. Yeah, I speak with them. Oh, man, you speak with them? Come on, buddy. What you say? Good boy.
Stop, you make it boy. Yeah. Huh? Now what? You do it. What? Okay, bye-bye. How much? How much? Yeah, okay, how much? What I give you for? No fighting is finished. No fight there. No fight. Come, I'll show you. Hey, no, it's not fighting. It's finished. No fighting there. This is a dead trouble right here. Yeah, no fighting. Hey, how are you? Yeah, bro, I'm fine. No fight, no fight. Yeah, yeah. You know my sister? No, no, no. Bye-bye. No, this is a dead trouble. I'm back. Yeah. Not because of the because of our song. The color is not gonna no, do that. Because of the skin color of our skin. I have an infection after that. Yeah, I show you photo. Yeah, very big infection. I follow. Yeah, I follow. Yeah, I follow. Bro, do you have any photo? Yeah. Yeah. No, no, fight police coming. Yeah, police. Yeah.
Platinum, you're amazing.
They're throwing up everything. Why? Bro, that's finished. No fighting, no fighting, nothing there.
That bitch. Oh, slut. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. What a bitch. What is this shit? Yo, bitch, you know who I am? Yo, bitch. Damn. Damn, this girl got a nice figure.
And Pebble around Phoenix Log Sensor 8. We'll see Sense Martin's EAR with my sensors never. Plus about that boom grande apparition. During English hours, for long beer goose. EFB Bob for Lamer, Single Second. Max Sutton. Mercy. In Green Fasher 1. PAR. LS Line L. UWP. SRPBTGSORPs hashtag B9. This is the original report from the alien event of August 1608. In Marseille, Nice and Genoa. During your investigations in our territories or Robbie will often find misleading and slash repulsified information concerning sightings and slash or alien contact. This misleading and slash repulsified information will concern daily dates, places, witnesses, time, and weather conditions at the time of the event. This pattern of deception is common and has been practiced for centuries either by religious organizations, secret sects, privately owned media, and infiltrated human governments. Images 1, 2, and 3 show commemorative points. No transaction. Value from 3 different families. Data 3 ships from 2. Alien races. A Western European magazine tried to debunk these by stating that they simply represented each family's shields. Further research proved that 1, the images did not match any of the family's shields. 2, 2 different families would never use the same pattern. 3, these images do not match any shield of the Earth. 4, the images match well-known and reported alien ships. Prehistoric cave paintings in the south of France. Same ships can be found on wall cave paintings in Spain. R. DS. E. U. Delia Asia. Arabia Peninsula 1479. Ukraine 4.000 BC. DS. Recovered alien ships in the base of Kapush in York. Astrakhan, Volgograd. 3 scenes abandoned. 2 the result of crashes. Alien ships monitoring the activity in the Blazix Missile Center. Jan 5-1992. R. DS. The following are prints that were stolen in Sweden from Ignis USSR, Alien Presence Intelligence Services, by Ignis USA, in conjunction with another foreign special service. 6 months later, these prints were, unknown reason, attributed to an American civilian as an invention, and later, as a fake. These prints were, 1 year later, copyrighted by unknown person. All the most technologically important prints were never found nor released / revealed. The scientific data on these prints was changed. Also, many fake illustrations were added to the original documents. The original, stolen, had only 3 pages, and the fake copyrighted one had over 20 pages. These are the original prints. DS. 1. Anuide. Bergnana. 2/4. R. DS. R. DS. Equals. Photo. Top of the card. Ship that crashed in Glycera, Bulgaria in 1971. Left and bottom down. USSR's failed attempt. Or not at recreating an alien ship. R. DS. We know that there are at least 2,500 alien races. That number is likely to be much higher. One race, a crew member of the Mazarek ship that crashed near Yekaterinburg, Nuspertlovsky, said that there are a few races that do not come to Earth because they know that the reptilians and the Matra are here. Some of those races that avoid Earth are as violent, if not more, as the Matra. Others are peaceful. So, having the reptilians and the Matra on The balance is found by having the Council of Five protecting us. The Master crew member said the following. There are many more races that would like to protect humans, but they are not willing to start a war against reptilians or nature over you. DS. In the area known as the Bermuda Triangle, there have been 2 permanent underwater bases for thousands of years. The first one was established by the Metrax around 3,000 years ago, while the second one has been there for over 6.000 years. Race unknown. Several other races have had bases there, or near, but have abandoned them. Because USA used their influence in the media to propagate the rumor that it was a sank submarine. Later, Because USA created a CGI video about it. Remember, we cooperate with other agents, but we do not trust them or share information that is deemed confidential or top secret. We still have a very limited knowledge of the activities occurring in the Bermuda Triangle area. From alien reports, we do know this. 1. Abductions do occur in the area. 2. Experimentations with humans do occur in those bases. 3. There is a multi-dimensional space portal that goes to and from the triangle, not exactly inside the area known as the triangle. 4. There is a race that is planning on building/creating a new base of the triangle in the year 2021. Rumors say it's the giant thing. 5. It is not the most important underwater region on Earth. 2. Those alien races are DS. These are some of the ships that were taken with the sole purpose, confirmed by third-party alien race, of abducting humans. Pickering 1,890 people, WASP 1,814, 140, Rabbi 1,843, 48, Atlanta 1,880, 290, Rigomaru 1924, 2, Stavanger 1931, 43, DS. The crash of a Soviet ship in Roswell, USA, in July 7, 1947, has been one of the most secretive USA case. Despite our best efforts, we were never able to recover any evidence except for the top secret photos on ADS 3352B. Pion and CTI and CTRO. Hernan B. Roswell. Binat Hector BRULLAALIRMF BRCMCR. Denise IP. Tenali GP. 7219.02 PTIP. 150. PRTAFS. 93R. 17-inch old view of real KCD low air for majors beer. Any of the pop UIT and name Donado LYSA. YY's rated take 2 patio EO anchors. CA. B1947 roar. INECCERPYAIC. Chug. 6 test WTPAEMTT. FAN. R. DS. Our agent's estimate that near 65% of all aliens and UFO related websites on the internet, worldwide, or government linked, owned and ran. In the case of USA only websites, that number jumps to 83%, and in Europe to 70%. In the USA, 35% of those websites are ran by the NSA, 30% by the CIA, 15% by the military, 10% by USA, 5% by the FBI, and the rest by unknown government agencies. In Russia, that number is around 33%. In China, that number is around 95%. In Japan, that number is around 70%. In Australia, that number is around 25%. In India, that number is around 55%. In Brazil, that number is around 80%. Asterisk n equals. Note from myself and Pedro, the information of the book was added and written to the book in 2007. DS. In the so-called Area 51, there are members, number unknown, of 4 different races forcibly cooperating with humans and reptilians. As far as we know, none of those members are either high ranking or have a significant importance in their fields of expertise. The major and humans conduct security services and support to the base 24/7. R. DS. There's more than one race conducting operations on the moon. The main race in the moon are the Intugat, aka Tall White. The Mitali also have at least one base service on what we call the dark side of Earth satellite. Many of the Intugat human abductees are there. They end up either as slaves for mining underground or as what they call John's Head varies, but their official name is Student Zen. The Student Zen are abductees that reveal a higher level of intelligence and or willing participants, or become that in their agenda and plans. It is estimated that 4 in each 10 abductees become Student Zen. The rest, 60%, become slaves. Some of those slaves go on to work on other planets. The Student Zen, after training and whatever else, return to Earth to assume leadership roles in human society. How most alien bases on the moon are built. R. DS. R. 1B confirmed abductions confirmed sightings 2001 to 2003. South Spain, Netherlands, Canada, Sweden, Australia, United France, Germany, Italy, Japan. Korea, Lands, Kingdom States. In Russia, same period. Sightings 425. Abductions 156. LA. Alien implants in Apis, Russia, Asia. R. DS. The day humans killed reptilians. In 856 BC, in the region of Russia, there was confrontation between humans and reptilians. Reports state that a colony of reptilians were building an underground base in the area. The humans that lived in the area were thundered by day, lightning, and
What's that? It's a free app that gives you back real money for every dollar. So it gives it back. I just earned 25 cents back. So the website is free. You get cash markets. Use it. No strings attached. It's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign. It's not just watching your dollars go into your tank. Start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the basic cash today, it's good news and big money. So cash out your Upside cash. Just transfer to your bank account, PayPal, or gift card. Upside users are it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill. That's code ADIL. Use code ADIL. Extra 25 cents per gallon back.
You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me. The fact that you're kind of stuck to make you. You're gonna hate me so much.
Let's go to Blair, Phoenix, Arizona. Take it away. My dad had told me my national insurance number. My mother in 1965 gets pregnant next year. I guess it's 30 years. My sister up there and I woke up mornings for 3 months before having a physical today. And when we visited her at the age in Berkeley, California, and we're starting to look like she grew up in the apartment without their happy story. Apparently, she was old. This was interrupted with great preparation for understanding about what was from death. She had breast cancer, Alzheimer's, removals, stillborn twins, you name it, and she was emotionally damaged for carrying my dad was awarded my sister each night. My sister was her 50th wedding anniversary for help. I was the other son who was for sharing pain with me for the last 7 years. I heard hugging me and sharing me. I was still thinking. But at the same time, I learned something about that from
The humans that lived in the area wrote, thunder by day, lightning at night, the earth shakes like it. The days of old begin, the snakes are everywhere, flying low, and causing all creatures to die. The fish are gone and the rivers dry. We must fight or we will die. Remember, when asked by a human leader in the 20th century if the humans would ever have a fighting chance at defeating reptilians, said, your ancestors from ancient Slavia using not much more than stones and sticks defeated them once already, since then you have learned much and done much, but you have lost your courage. P.S. The Tinri did say that there's a rumor that the humans did not act alone against the reptilians, that they had an alien race helping them behind the curtains. However, they also said that in the moment of battle, supposedly there were only humans fighting, not aliens. Either way, it shows what humans can do and that nothing is lost. For posterity, those humans made those works of art, and reminder of a great day for their culture. One thing though, the story goes that 200 years later that culture simply vanished. P.S. Day of shame. The Guinness explosion. The Guinness incident was a powerful explosion that occurred in a desolate area near the Guinness River in Russia on June 30th, 1908. It is commonly believed to have been caused by the explosion of a large meteoroid in Earth's atmosphere about 5 to 10 kilometers, 3 to 6 miles. The blast planet an estimated 60 million trees over 2,150 square kilometers. But the Guinness explosion did not have a cosmic birth and death. Here's the version of events that lead to the explosion, as told by a member of the Tinri. P.S. For 5 days and 4 nights, near what you call Guinness, the Major had been fighting Midorse. Other races were starting to choose sides and were going to get involved. Even the Council of Five was worried with the escalation and seriousness of the event. On the day of that great explosion, an element which came to Earth in order to try and end the conflict. The element of are respected wherever we may go. They are wise and impartial. With them came the ship, one of their biggest. The Major were warned by the reptilians of the coming presence of the element in the Pleiadians. Earlier that day, the Major had just shot down the last of the Dorsey ships. When the Pleiadians entered Earth's atmosphere, they were attacked by 3 major ships and destroyed. One element ship was also destroyed in space that day. And that is what happened in Dugas. P.S. Also, according to the Tinri, the Pleiadian ship that was destroyed that day near Dugas was not supposed to come to Earth that day. We're going to a different destination, carrying the things that do their holy rocks and other materials. The element book asked them to help them in solving the conflict, and they paid the price with the ending of this life of theirs. In 2003, crystals with strange symbols, inscriptions, and holes were found in the Dugas region. Further lab analysis showed that their composition is made of certain earth minerals as well as some elements that are not found on Earth. Noted by Self and Petro, in late 2008, the crystals were presented to the media by Russian scientists. After much discussion about the origin of the crystals, the matter lost interest, and it is supposed that the crystals now rest in a private collection. The Chilkai, as aliens call them, are not an alien race as commonly accepted for many years by different thinkers. Aliens do not know how they evolved or where they came from. The only things we know about them are they exist in all continents, they lie underground and are mostly nocturnal. They have a structure, society, leaders, and social classes. They have a cultural identity, and supposedly they can live up to 250 years. None was ever captured alive on DS. DS. Case 34-8NB. Ilizhevsk, Odessa, Ukraine. In October 2-1947, a confirmed major landing happened. 2 days later, 12 sailors on a fishing boat disappeared. In 1982, one of the missing sailors, a Mr. Carlo, in 1947, only 16 years old, showed up in Mardu, Estonia. He reported that he had been to the moon. He died in 1983 from a self-inflicted wound. On his chest, he carved, with a knife, the following SS word: they are still waiting. PS. HMS Signal was a submarine of the Royal Navy. In June 12, 1944, it went missing while on patrol in the Northern Aegean. One member of the crew was found in 1971 near Denver. In 1984, he became an advisor to USA President Ronald Reagan, and he was often seen in the company of Minnesota Governor Harold Stassen. As far as we have been informed, he is still alive. List of American politicians with connections to the reptilians. Confirmed. Former U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rothschild. Former Vice President Dick Cheney. Former President George H.W. Bush. Former President George W. Bush. Former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Former President Bill Clinton. R. DS. Alien ships. DS. R. DS. R. DS. Hewlett Packard. R. DS. R. DS. R. DS. R. DS. R. DS. SIR. DS. R. DS. R. DS. ACM. Palladium. R. DS. R. DS. R. DS. Giant. DS. GD. R. DS. R. DS. Hewlett Packard. R. DS. DS. R. DS. Alien Dixon. The following are quotes, personal messages, face-to-face, and /were transmissions from several alien races obtained voluntarily and /were under custody and distress. They were obtained by several different navies. Alien presence intelligence services from around the world, but mainly from the USSR, Russia, USA, China, and Japan. These statements do not express the opinion of all alien races on any of the mentioned issues. In fact, they differ substantially on some issues, especially when dealing with the future of the human race. Are 5 universes, 2,500 species, 1 race. The violence and hatred that humans have inside themselves, when compared to the violence and hatred that the race matron has inside themselves, is like comparing a flower to a volcano. In 2017 you will see the beginning. In 2022 you will see the beginning of the end. Unless you all change. Illuminati Vestas. We have given you so much and you have given yourself so little. Space and time are nothing. We are nothing. She is everything. There are 834 known species at the same level that you humans were 3,000 years ago, and they are not very far away from you. We have shown you to some of them, like we have shown some of the others to you, now and then. And they are afraid of you, of what you may become. The signs are all around you, and above you, and inside of you in the fields, the sky, and the stars, and in the eyes of your children and your old ones. Of all species we have found in 3 universes, you are the one with most suicidal thoughts. R. P.S. Your planet only has less than 1% of what many races that visit you want or need, but your planet is in the right place to all of them. The importance that 1,000 races give to you is the same that you give to 1 grain of sand in the desert. Your planet just happens to be in the right place. Sometimes the wrong place. You humans have been misled and you grew up too fast. Just like you learned to love a stranger after you meet him. Some of us have learned to love you. We will always protect you until the day you say no. Or we cannot protect you every day. There are 5 known universes in 5 different dimensions to protect. Your world is full of lines. Follow them. The Council of 5 will become the Council of None. And then your planet will face the Council of Death. No other race ridicules other races and each other like yours do. Soon 1 year will feel like 1 million to you. And in Greece you will find years that are past. R. P.S. We, the Major, will be the Nishi. You believe in many things that you do not see. Except for the only thing you do not see but should believe in, and it has always been all around. You just chose to forget it. There is much worse than race maker. We know it. We have seen them and we have seen what they have done, and they know about you humans. There are so many of ours in you. There are many of us that you adore in places that you adore, and in places that you hate. We could stop your sun from rising tomorrow. 500 years and you are still lying to each other. Soon this stream of yours will end. You have lost 1,000 years in the past 50 years. If you go to Mars, Mars will come to you. That is what they do. Your children that now live inside the moon do not miss you anymore. Thousands of your children go missing every year, never to be found again, and yet you still expect your television to save them when inside of you. Already know the answer. R. D.S. Reptilians in nature killed him with your help. Innocent secret sex and malevolent secret sex. And you adore them both. GIS not inside of you anymore. We have died for you and still you fear US. Why threatening US if we came to you offering you long life? You kill each other every day in the name of saving each other, and you have been doing that since before. We talked to you. The Nike created you once. They will not create you again. We will destroy you in the night. And the time is near. 8 years in 1 day. 8 years in 1 day. 8 years in 1 day. Almost all races went to war, but not with themselves. Your modern gods are confused. Your ancient gods are forgotten. Look at the stars and you will see US every day looking at you. If you look too far, you will see something you do not want to. Notes. Updates. R. DS. R. DS. The Kurds showed up again. Washington, D.C. The Kurds are not supposed to be here. What is going on? Palladiums in Barbara. 8 is Russian and USA ignored them again. Why did the Major accept the deal for 2,000? More planes are being ready for 2017. Bush will do what Bush is told, like the ones before him. 3 more economies destroyed. Why don't people see it? In August 2013, USA, trial Falcon Market Road in Oregon. Want to see? Watch. 54.7371 degrees north. 55,9667 degree. August 27. JFK had DNA from the first race. All young and pretty hot. Why did they choose Putin to start the avalanche? The black will be white and the yellow will be red. R. DS. Note from myself and Pedro. These are some of the handwritten notes and updates found on the alien races book pages. There are literally hundreds of them, about 3 or 4 in each page. We chose the ones that we deemed more relevant. Otherwise, this publication would have thousands of pages. We may one day publish all notes. R. DS. As Napoleon, Alexander, and Hitler did, so will the rest. How blind are people that they cannot see what's in the Grand Canyon? Connect London, Berlin, and Cairo. 2 km south from the Vatican. Small pink house, always. Or red, never rented. They keep it there. Rolandos Templarios. Why do Australian humans do not see September 23rd? Caravaggio is it? The Pope and Castro met again last week with Major. The states are losing ground now. Funny, Putin using Medvedev in front of everybody. H.A. Ha. All. R. D.S. Ever since humans and aliens started cohabiting Earth, the main question humans wanted answered was, who created the universe and all of us? That question has been answered the same exactly by all the alien races that have spoken about it. The answer to that question has been said several times, but 2 different races, to all human religious leaders throughout the centuries. The answer to that question has been said several times, but 2 different races, to some human political leaders throughout the centuries. As far as we know, the last of those leaders to get the message was USA President JFK in October 3rd, 1963. The message was sent by these 2 races. Ray Benjamin. The message is both simple and complex, informative but raising questions, but also a warning. R. DS. R. DS. Brain injury. And this is the message. This is a message of disambiguation to all of you men of God. Humankind. This is a message of redirection to all of you men of God. Humankind. This is a message to enliven the minds of you men of God. Humankind. This is a message that has been delivered from race to race. Since the beginning, just like it was delivered to us, it is. Now pass to you. Where there were no men of humankind, there were others of other kinds. R. DS. Equals asterisk underscore equals. This is a message to you as well, women of humankind. Only the first race has her purity. All other races must live the grievous, patient, and laborious process of spiritual inner discovery and progression. Your, our, collective history and memory has suffered much in the past. It has been erased, manipulated, suffocated, shifted, changed, and molded according to the interests of a few. On your planet as well as on ours and the ones of other kinds in the past. To the leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, look at your religious leaders. To the religious leaders, look at yourselves and the ones like you. Leaders of other religions, all over your planet. Why do you wear your long robes and skirts, and all manners of symbols that you do not understand? Why do you, religious leaders, men of humankind, wear your long robes and skirts not knowing what? Who, men of humankind, are you trying to be? Who, men of humankind, are you trying to represent? Equals and equals. R. DS. This page and images is not original to the book. It was added by myself and Pedro to serve as an illustration. R. DS. SSS. You, religious men of humankind, and you, leaders of kingdoms and countries and regions, men of humankind, have slowed your spiritual progress in half because you have divided your kind in half. No man of humankind should destroy what the women of humankind have created. You have for many of your years relegated the women of humankind to the role of slaves. And before your kind, many other kinds have done that. And before your kind, men of humankind, many other kinds, we have born. For you to achieve what is yours, for you, men and women of humankind, to be closer to her, you must first become one kind. R. DS. Like many kinds before you, men and women of humankind, you have a journey of restraint and constriction ahead of you, and journey of difficulty and resistance. But unlike many kinds before yours, you are on a path of spiritual self-destruction never experienced or self-provoked by the other kinds before. And yet, you are so young. The iniquity created you, but many kinds can destroy you. You have 2.000 more of your years to change. After that, men of humankind, it will be too late. Not too late for your survival, but too late for your salvation. Your spiritual salvation. The Council of Five can only keep you safe from other kinds, not from yourselves. R. DS. And we know that you have been betrayed, misled, and mistreated. And we know that after thousands of your years, by means of infiltration, disguisement, and deceit, you, men of humankind, have been fooled to believe the unacceptable by races that do not wish you well. But before you, many other kinds suffered the same, and they to overcome what seemed impossible to overcome. Your strength is inside of you and all around you, even now. Your strength is in her, and she is inside you, men and women of humankind, even now. And the answer is in the place that you, humankind, call race. And the answer is she, Artemis, Diana. And the answer have always been her. And the answer, men and women of humankind, has been the same to all kinds, in all places. R. DS. Some accept it, others don't, but the answer is only one, she. It has been this way from the beginning, and it will be this way. Men and women from humankind, until the end. It has been this way here and in all four universes and dimensions. She has many names, and many faces, and lives in many places. She is the creator, not the destroyer. In your planet she was and is called Diana, or goddess Diana. In our planet she was called Elixir. She was also called, on other planets, Lexi, Lizzie, Dizzy, and Tizzy. To you, of humankind, she will always be goddess Diana. Search for her, learn of and from her. She is the truth, the light, the beginning, and but never the end, the creator and never the destroyer, the one all of us came from. And learn from your legendary Greek gods of old, as they all did exist, as you exist and we exist. And we are one, and she is the one. She is the one that you, religious men from humankind, lost in your robes and memory, want to be and try to replicate. Men of humankind, learn from her, the creator. Backslash, equals, list of folks to whom the message has been transmitted to. Asterisk n, equals. Cornelius, 3rd century. Calixtus II, 12th century. Pius VII, John the 7th, 8th century, 19th century. John Paul I, 20th century. R. DS. R. DS. List of Islamic leaders to whom the message has been transmitted to. Al-Imam Ajlasi-Sani, 1690. Ibrahim al-Fayoumi, in 1725. Mustafa al-Razi, 1864. Mustafa al-Rahi, 1935. Gad al-Haq, 1982. R. DS. The future of the human race is not in our hands at this point in time. One day it might be. All that we, real humans, can do right now is to gather all the information we can about these alien races and their habits, to find out about their weaknesses and strengths, so that, when our future becomes our responsibility, we can be prepared to fight for it if needed. Today we are just mere spectators watching a theater play. Some of us are watching the play completely unaware that what we are watching is real. The actors, aliens, are real. Comic play, storyline, is real. The stage and the props, alien worlds, alien ships, and non-cosmic events are real. Others know that what they are watching is real, but there's nothing that they can do about it. They cannot change the play, and certainly they cannot go to another theater, where the play is more of their liking. The only thing they can do is watch. Others, like you, me, your companion agents, and a few more, worldwide, are spectators taking notes about what is in front of them, about the play, about the actors, and about the setting and props. We are learning about and writing about everything we see, so that one day when we have an opportunity to change the storyline, we are prepared to do so. But beware, amongst the spectators there are many that are not paying attention to the play. They are only watching the other spectators around them, especially the ones taking notes, and those spectators look just like you and me. They can be seated right beside you. Sometimes they even are the ones that gave you the ticket for the play, and sometimes they're your own parents. R. DS. Latest update to the book. Added by myself. One of stages used by Pope Francis during his visit to Brazil, July 2013. See other formats. Full text of reptilians. Fortunately, Scott Roberts boldly goes where human have surfaced from, providing a well-balanced, innovative, and insightful approach to the topic. Bob Coppins, author of The Ancient Alien Question. Scott Allen Roberts, author of Who, Rise, and et al. Forward by Bill. PH/LFM. The Secret History of the Reptilians. The Secret History of the Reptilians. The pervasive presence of the serpent in human history, religion, and alien mythos. Scott Allen Roberts. New Page Books. The division of the Career Press. Pompton Plains, New Jersey. Copyright 2013 by Scott Allen Roberts. All rights reserved under the Pan American and International Copyright Conventions. This book may not be reproduced, in whole or in part, in any form or by any means electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system now known or hereafter invented, without written permission from the publisher, the Career Press. The Secret History of the Reptilians. Edited by Jody Brandon. Typeset by Eileen Munson. Cover designed by Scott Allen Roberts. Printed in the USA. To order this title, please call toll-free 1-800-Career-1, New Jersey and Canada, 201-848-0310 to order, using Visa or MasterCard, or for further information on books from Career Press. Book Career. E-Press. The Career Press Incorporated. 220 West Parkway, Unit 12. Pompton Plains, New Jersey, 07444. www.careerpress.com. www.newpackybooks.com. The Library of Conference has cataloged the printed edition as follows. Roberts, Scott Allen. The Secret History of the Reptilians. The pervasive presence of the serpent in human history, religion, and alien mythos / by Scott Allen Roberts. CM. Includes bibliographical references and index. ISBN 978-1-60163-251-7. ISBN 978-1-60163-542-6. Ebook. 1 Serpent's Folklore. 2 Serpents Mythology. 3 Serpents Religious Aspects. 4 Civilization. Ancient Extraterrestrial Influences. By title. GR 740.R65 2013. 398.24527960 DC23. 201-203-9161. Dedication. For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in faith, in cognitive dissonance, when writing, when facing writer's block. Although these were not the vows of our nuptial bliss, my wife, Rainey, has been the experience heralded, and throughout, having all of these things as they bled here and built from me, although not all, occurred during the particular writing of this particular book. For all the months of time I spent researching, reading, writing, rewriting, lying in bed with my laptop casting blue-gray luminescence about our room in the middle of the night, for all the times. Excitedly distracted her from her tasks, or even worse, her slumber to read new translations of ancient Sumerian cuneiforms, or newly stumbled upon historical information that prodded me from my intellectual biases, for all the time she was overburdened with being a single parent or widow of our two wonderful little children, Flynn and Robin Claire, and my 11-year-old son, Samuel, while I was off campaigning through ancient texts and pop cultural fantasies, all while remaining grounded and supportive despite her frustrations with my brooding creativity, and uplifting during her motherly gifts, for providing an atmosphere where I could work and think and create, while taking on the heavier burden of wrangling the preteen, the toddler, and the babe, doing her best to keep the extraneous daily affairs of the household off my plate so I could write, or bringing me coffee and sitting on. Left to hear me read things that I am sure either moved her to tears, or during which she could have been engaging in something much more aligned to her own schedule, like set agenda for those times. I love and dedicate this book to my wonderful, caring, supportive wife, Rainey Roberts. This book is as much a product of her stalwart love and affection for me as it is the work of my own hand. This book is also dedicated to the memory of Philip Coppins, whose life and research has been an inspiring, integral part of my go rest high on that mountain. My dear friend, the knowledge man's. When there are so many books available on the shelves, it must seem a small thing to the common reader that an author of just one small book could spend any amount of significant time or space acknowledging the people who helped along the way, but it truly is not any small task, nor is it anything even close to insignificant. Without these people I am about to mention, this book would not be a reality. First, I want to thank everyone at New Page Books who has had a hand in publishing this work. Michael Pye, Lauren Pye, and Kirsten Daly have been overtly supportive and unflinching for plans of my writing, and for that I cannot say enough how thankful I am. To Kirsten, especially, I want to say thank you for putting up with my main schedule, and for tolerating my making you me for permissions and other details toward the end of this process. Thank you all for letting me pop of what you are at New Page Books. To my wife, Rainey Roberts, I want to say thank you for putting up with my distractedness and downright surliness while I, sometimes literally, paced the floors and remained in an agitated, unruly state while contemplating what I hope translates into the struggle of dealing with some of the issue. This isn't all just folly to me, but highly representative of fundamental, foundational changes in my beliefs and intellectual approaches to things I once thought so substantial. Thank you, Rainey. To my dearest of friends, my brother, my cohort in Intrepid Magazine and Paradigm Symposium, my ally and fellow explorer, Micah Hanks, I cannot express how thankful I am to have you in my life. Your help in constructing elements of this book are astronomically off the scale, and were it not ever your consistent uplifting nature and your research and work on my behalf, this book would most certainly not exist in the form it is in today. I love you with all my heart, my dear friend and mom. God place your essence in the heavens for your pure and selfless nature. Thank you for making it. So, science officer. Once again, I must thank my old friend and Professor Dr. Charles Alley, for it was he who originally sparked in me a love of history and archaeology. Although he and I may reside on different sides of the geohistorical fence in some regards, he remains an inspiration whose influence has been rooted in what I have become. Perhaps we can sit over coffee and you can take me to task for some of my ideas and interpretations, and push me to continually do better, as you have always done. Father Jack Ashraf, thank you for listening. Thank you for inspiring and prodding me today. You have been a good friend, indeed, and without your valuable influence in my life, I would be a sadder man. You have heard my caterwauls, misgivings, frustrations, dismissive pangs, and struggles of faith. Thank you for being not just an ear, but a dear friend through the process of WR. This book. Anthony F. Sanchez, you are someone who has established yourself as a dear friend, and your writing and conversations and ever-present encouragements are things of beauty to me. Thank you. Dr. John Ward, thank you for your historical and archaeological input. Your invaluable information on the Thule and the 19th century influences, though not all used in this book, established an incredible foundation from which the structure will appear in these pages. As with Kathleen, we don't always see eye to eye on all these issues of interpretable history, but we do share a common love of the knowledge that comes from research. I thank you for always being there for my questions and conversations. Your help in structuring parts of this book have immeasurable value. Thanks for the smokes and coffee by the Nile during our many video chats. Thank you, Philip Coppins, for your wonderful forward and for your support in so many of my endeavors. And for all those of you who let me rant and bounce ideas off your brains and hearts, I thank you. Unabashedly, Dave Potter, James Cole, Joe Fitzsimmons, Barry Fitzgerald, Cassidy O'Connor, Nicholas, April Slaughter, Jane Scott, Mom, and many others far too numerous to list here. And, of course, only last on the list due to your utter importance and influence, my dear friend Mom, whom I cannot heap enough accolades and heartfelt praise and thanks to the inimitable, incomparable, amazing Marie D. Jones. You have been a dear friend, supporter, sounding board, and inspiration. Without your influence and prodding, this book and the one before it would not even exist. Thank you, my friend. Contents. Forward by Philip Coppins. Preface. Introduction. Bertie. The Empire of the Serpent. Chapter 1. The Anunnaki and their Sumerians. Chapter 2. That's not what I learned in Sunday school. Chapter 3. Boiled around many cultures. Part 2. The Serpent and Alien Subculture. Chapter 4. The Reportoids. Not Reptilians, no. Wait. Not Reptilian Humanoids. Part IIP. The Serpent's Bloodline. Chapter 5. The Remnant of the Nephilim. Chapter 6. The Merovingian Connection. Chapter 7. The New Age and the Serpent. Conclusion. The continued presence of the serpent. Afterward. Notes. Index. About the author. Forward. I remember ordering and reading Renee Andrew Willay's Flying Serpents and Dragons from it. Alternative Science Mail Order Catalog in 1991. Willay continued the work of American author Zacharias Sitchin, who had proposed that in our distant past, we were visited by beings from as well. Planet allegedly named the Brood, the crossing in our solar system, who were the founders of most civilizations, but specifically that of ancient Sumer. Whereas Sitchin had left the nature of these beings blank, Willay claimed that these beings were reptilian. Willay argued that there were numerous references in ancient accounts, including the Bible, that showed that some of our ancestors, including Noah, still showed physical marks of their reptilian origins, as we were genetic manipulation of earthly humanoids and divine reptilians. The early 1990s was also the time when thousands of mostly Americans were reporting UFO abductions. Some of these abductors were described as reptilian entities. These two ingredients were mixed by British conspiracy author David Icke, who proclaimed that the British Queen Elizabeth II was actually a reptilian in disguise, a gimmick that guaranteed his claims would make headline news, including the British tabloids who loved that a former BBC sports presenter had made such outrageous claims. In fact, his claim was very much on par with what could be seen in the 1980s popular science fiction television series V, which portrayed reptilian alien species that colonized Earth. The theme that there are reptilian overlords overseeing the fate of humanity is a strong presence in modern conspiracy literature. As I appear on the popular television show Ancient Aliens and People, as a consequence of my editorial input, one of the most frequently asked questions is whether there is going to be a special on the Anunnaki, the name the conspiracy-minded Sitchin have given to our assumed reptilian overlords. Of course, our current mindset didn't begin with David Icke. He merely played with an archetype that is far older and perpetually remained popular. The source of all evil in the Bible has become commonly identified as a reptilian being a serpent. Though the crime the serpent seems to commit in, the Bible is quite minor, providing information to Adam and Eve as Christianity grew in popularity and power. It sought to personalize evil in the form of Lucifer and the devil, who became identified with that speaking serpent of the Garden of Eden. If the devil is one of your most prominent identifiers, it is not surprising that serpents face a new struggle in popularity contests, though this is a cultural phenomenon. In the New World, the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl was seen as a culture bringer, while the vision serpent helped the Mayan king in receiving information from the underworld. Though it shows that serpents were not always seen as evil, it does show, even in the biblical account, that intelligent serpents have provided our ancestors with knowledge, including otherworldly knowledge. With a topic that has been identified by the church for almost 2 millennia as the root of all evil, wading through the material is not a simple task. St. John of 2 of a long list of researchers who have stranded in the murky waters of the reptilian archetype. Scott Roberts fortunately boldly goes where few men have surfaced from, providing a well-balanced, innovative, and insightful approach to the topic. It is time to become reacquainted with our reptilian neighbor, who seems to have a consistent, cross-cultural reputation of bringing us knowledge. It is high time we learn. Philip Hopkins, August 8, 2012. Preface. Mankind is poised midway between the gods and the beasts. Lucky news. Writing a book about the ever-enigmatic race of extraterrestrial reptilians is as simplistic a task as writing a book about the divinity of the historical Jesus, fluxing in and out between myth and science, history, and religion, all tempered with a healthy dose of showy fact skepticism. The very notion could drive one to the hard conclusion that establishing fact beyond a shadow of a doubt is nearly impossible in its efforts. The implications of the comparative historical and religious touchpoints are so far-reaching that the meanderings of myth one must follow to see efficacious tendrils of fact could most certainly drive one mad in its contemplation. What is it that religion and science are telling me about where I come from and why I am here? And why is the serpent, of being both feared and revered, so inextricably linked to the mystic imaginations and fortified spiritualities of man? When I was a kid, I was deadly afraid of the dark. Back then, I had a newspaper delivery route that encompassed several city blocks around my neighborhood in the farthest reaches of northern Minneapolis, slipping over into the closest residential areas along the busy middle-class suburb on the west bank of the Mississippi River. As a paperboy, it was my after-school responsibility to ensure that the people on my route received their copy of the Minneapolis Star every afternoon before the dinner hour. That was the easy part of my job, which earned me about $80 per week. In 1970, that was big money for a school kid. The hard part of my job was the Sunday morning route. The Sunday paper was 3 times as thick as the daily paper and required me to rise at about 3 a.m., head to a paper shack, the pickup location in our district, located about 6 blocks from my house, and collect the several sections. The paper for my route. I would then load those papers into my large, metal, bright yellow, two-wheel cart, as they were far too thick and cumbersome to carry in my canvas sack. Our house sat on a corner lot, and, despite the yellowish street lamp at the apex of the two bordering streets, our yard was always completely engulfed in the black shadows of night when I rise to walk to the paper shack. I remember standing there on the back cement steps of the house, jumping down into the dark yard and grabbing for the yellow handle of my paper cart. I yanked it out of its spot and run, headlong through the yard to the dimly lit street. While standing beneath the incandescent glow, which created a 12-foot circle of safety around me, I would stare down the vacant dip of night street to the next lap, contemplating my sprint through the darkness between. Sucking up all my courage, gripping my yellow, two-wheel anchor behind me, I began to close my eyes tightly and run with all my might toward the next street lamp, squinting only momentarily to map. Sure I hadn't deviated off my course and into the shadows that lined the street. I would repeat this blind beat at every corner until I finally reached the safety of the corrugated shack, which was usually already bustling with other kids loading their paper carts. I don't know what it was that created such a fear of the dark for me. Perhaps it was many hours, watching dark shadows, a show filled with vampires, werewolves, and ghosts that scared the BGBs out of me. Or maybe it was the thought of aliens and monsters that would spring from the bushes and devour my guts while I was still alive, kicking and screaming. Then again, it may have been all of those things simply combined with my innate fear of the unknown that sense we all have. That makes you think when you enter a dark room or pass a shadowy alcove that you absolutely know. Beyond the shadow of doubt is inhabited by some otherworldly, carnivorous entity. The unknown has always been the primordial slime of the imagination, the place where we birth and foster our most terrifying nightmares. My boyhood friend and fellow paper Doug Beeman and I would, on many Sunday mornings, let atop the newspapers stacked in our respective carts, and philosophize as only fifth graders can do. Beneath the corner street lamp, waiting for the earliest sliver of silvery blue on the eastern horizon. There was one pre-dawn morning when we watched a cat slowly cross the road about 50 feet away from us, and we used whether or not God had taken the form of that cat to come and watch over us. We took that reasoning and used even further, reflecting on all the different things that had happened to us in our sphere of existence that might have conjured such a theophany, although we didn't use those particular words, as they were far outside our 10-year-old lexicon. As we sat there talking, looked at each other and were astonished to see we were both shedding tears not of sadness or any sort of uncontrollable weeping, but from something that hit very close to home in our psyches, on a very deep, subconscious level. And it was from that point we determined that God or his angels truly existed and could manifest before us in any shape or form they desired. And the cat, from that day forward, became the object of our peak and private little religion. I imagine, now, some 40 years later, that this could be very much like the experiences of the ancients, when they sat philosophizing beneath flickering nocturnal torchlight, gazing up at the sky, only to be interrupted by some astronomical phenomenon or the unexplained, unrecognized rustling of something out there in the dark, prompting the same sort of musings my friend and I experienced several thousand years in their future. What was their religious cat, I wonder? Or what became the object that, for them, could so capture their worship in the midst of their contemplative brooding? What was it that caused them to conceive deities and imagine giants from the dark to such a degree that they would soon end up etched for all time on the local cliff face, painted with dye concocted from the roots of the plants that grew around their village? Or perhaps their ancient encounters were far more tangible, men from faraway tribes appearing in their village for the very first time, beings from the desert, hills, skies, and possibly even the ice. And from these encounters were birthed their oral stories that were generations growing into legends and myths. On the heels of the rise and fall of the Nephilim, which examined and explored evidences and theological, anthropological, and comparative cultural accounts that the human race was visited in ancient times by non-human intelligences that interrupted and influenced the development of humanity. These pages will take the case another step further. There is a lot of mythos out there to suggest the have been visited by extraterrestrial intelligences, so much so that it has permeated our popular culture, our intellectual dialogues, and even our religions and spiritualities. In fact, there exists evidence to support the existence of UFOs than there is to support the existence of God, and seeing as God never really seems too overtly interested in proving himself beyond the heartfelt acceptance of the faithful, that is a fairly concise statement. Notions of beings from outside this world impregnating humans are as old as humanity itself, up to this current day, and those histories and accounts have comprised the bulk of human mythology, religion, and superstition. But what if those ancient visitations and encounters with non-human intelligences were far less than the stuff of first contact? What if those races manipulated the deed of Homo sapiens, creating a slave race to do the bidding and work of reptilian hominid overlords? The theory of ancient alien interruption and the possibility of extraterrestrial reptilian races is a new one, and its purveyors have been writing and theorizing on the topic for decades. Ever since early humans first gazed up in wonder at the star-blanketed night sky, we were intrigued by the seemingly unanswered questions of a mysterious, unattainable universe, intrigued by its unexplained mysteries. Early mythologies and legends give us circumstantial evidences of mysterious objects roaring across the heavens. Shards of ancient tablets and shreds of ancient documents describe phenomenal, unexplained manifestations in the skies, and virtually every culture and religion relate visitations from angels, demons, devils, and gods who visited mankind in ancient times. And humanity, in its infancy, described these visitations from the sky in the only terms they could understand. Of course, they were deities. Despite this decades-old, if not centuries-old debate, there is still a lot of misinformation and misinformation out there that begins with an atheistic point of view that undisproven religion and spiritual elements of creation and otherworldly interaction, as well as the opposite, which while seek to disprove or naysay anything that smacks of anything outside the box of established tradition. Theology, despite being a secular society, focused on the tangibles of day-to-day material safety nets and less severe adherence to entrenched generational religious denominations, people have underlying broad-old spiritualities and covered superstitions. Though outwardly displaying a dismissive attitude toward anything that smacks of a deeper connection with traditional beliefs and spiritual roots, usually accompanied by an almost apologetic acquiescence to having grown up in a faithful religion, the overt facade belies a deeper, inextricably and unrequited broad view. Philosophical questions, mixed with the fascination of God, UFOs, ghosts, angels, demons, and everything in between. As for scientific dogma, most people dismiss the sciences as mathematical. Things that are either too heady or too emotionally dissociated to matter, and far less things to incorporate into any sort of daily life, and they tend to ignore them altogether. In less morbid, frequent narratives show about the universe or genetics, science has become a thing that has been relegated to the realm of geeks, nerds, and academia. What? You'd never find a scientist drinking beer, eating hot dogs, changing diapers, and belching out his new theory on the Higgs boson. Not right. When you strip away all the externals and live near the hearts of most people, at the core is there. Need to know who they are, where they came from, why they exist, and what the hell else is out there. Regardless of how much they try to make the rest of the world believe they view these things as unimportant. Myth, legend, theology, and metascience comprise the underlying faiths and beliefs of most Americans, who would otherwise give no outward indication that they hold to such values, even on a level of simple curiosity. This book represents a never-ending book, contained in 220 or so pages. You will find yourself, at times, deeply entrenched in facts and details, sorting through historical and linguistic material, being presented in such a way that is, hopefully, exciting and enlightening while riddled with good pieces of humor and my own anecdotal rants. In other places, you will incur my pedagogic, philosophizing mixed with my middle-of-the-road positioning while attempting to bring a clear connection between myth and anthropology. In these pages we will discuss and hopefully provoke thought, addressing the innate need we all have to know the answers to these age-old questions by a very focused examination of a race of beings who visited Earth, millennium past, for the sole purpose, not simply cohabiting, but creating and manipulating a race of underlings. Utilizing a scholarly approach, blended with a bit of lighthearted tongue-in-cheek intellectualism, I will engage, on a deeper level, the examination of familiar accounts in the Old Testament book of Genesis, combined with similar, corresponding accounts in various other cultures, religions, and spiritualities, cracking wide open the theories of extraterrestrial interruption and intercourse with early humanity, thus challenging and bringing new light to what we have discarded as mere mythology and ufological urban myth. What if not human intelligence is completed a race of mixed black humans? This book explores the cross-cultural theological accounts as well as the current New Age movements that capitalize on fear-mongering, the Illuminati, and the behind the scenes of the behind the scenes of what is taking place in humanity. We will explore the Merovingian bloodlines, the bloodlines of the Nephilim, and the presence of reptilian and other alien races working to destroy, aid, and / bolster humankind, all has been precariously balanced against ancient religious mythology. The presence of the serpent in and throughout ancient history and religions. The rise and fall of the Nephilim established that something huge happened to the human race in our ancient past, supported by the comparative religions, cultures, and archaeology of the world. Utilizing archaeological rigor, anthropological studies, and comparative religious examinations, we dig even deeper to establish what is already so evident yet hidden and encoded in the world today. It's a grossly huge topic that deserves an equally huge scholarly look and treatment. That does not mean we will, in these pages, be able to exhaustively cover all the angles and bring conclusive answers to every issue. But these pages will establish a great place to start looking at the question from a new vantage. I am told that people want to know precisely where you stand on an issue when you present it in a book such as this. What people find from me is someone who straddles the fence between science and faith, mythology and archaeology, legend and history. They all work together to bring us a clear understanding of what exists out there. You simply cannot have one without the other, and this is the fallacy of discarding one for the other, because, as I have contended time and time again, there are veils that simply cannot be pierced, and eschewing the unquantifiable, although scientifically acceptable, is philosophically irresponsible. There is nothing truer than myth. History, in its attempt to realize myth, distorts it. Stops halfway when history claims to have succeeded. This is nothing but humbug and mystification. Everything we dream is realizable. Reality does not have to be. It is simply what it is. Eugene Ionesco. Introduction. Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? Indiana Jones. Every night a snake-like man would visit me in my house. I don't know how he got it or where he came from. He was just there, standing more than 6 feet tall, with smooth, delicately scaled, greenish brown skin, almost silky to the touch, giving me the sense of a cobra or some other sort of sleek reptile. His eyes were large and glossy black with vertical iris slits that blended iridescent yellow. When he spoke, his voice was as deep and hollow as a bottomless canyon, rapacious and seductive all at once. His breath held a faint scent of cinnamon. He said he was from another part of the galaxy, somewhere in Orion S-Bell, and that I had been someone they had been watching for a long, long time. That is the beginning of a story told to me several years ago by a woman whose name I have long since forgotten. She went on to describe a fearsome yet benevolent creature who described himself to her as being part of a hostile race set on the destruction of humanity, a force that was determined long ago in humanity's primordial past. This woman even sent me drawings she had done of this being, as well as much more descriptive, and at times quite sexual, narrative. They, too, have sin. Vanished along the way, more a result of my own ramshackle filing system than any sort of weird conspiracy theory. Her story, along with many other similar accounts of such beings I have heard throughout the years, was relegated to the back of my brain, file under, interesting but not. There it sat in a metaphoric mental stew pot, slowly simmering reptilian stuff soup growing in richness and flavor as I subconsciously added the bits of ingredients delivered by all sorts of characters and sources along the way. Every so often a lid of the pot would rattle, releasing a steamy, fragrant aroma of hearty broth, bringing me back to the awareness that I had something cooking over there in the kitchen of my mind. And what was cooking was a splendid, blended concoction of theology, archaeology, ufology, psychology, cosmology, anthropology, and every other mythology in between. Having recently completed my work on the rise and fall of the Nephilim, I found myself in a highly agitated state of spiritual and emotional unrest. I had either just opened up, at least for an exponentially expanded view of who God is, or I had, in essence, eliminated his existence altogether. Either the God of the Hebrew and Christian scriptures existed as I had been taught in cloistered fundamentalist academia, or I had effectively fundamentally stripped away his divinity by lowering him a few rungs. On the ladder to the level of non-human entity with some power over the human race to create, procreate, and destroy. To me, this represented a crisis of faith, and I entered the grieving process. The loss of innocence, as embodied in the theology I once adhered to so strictly and believed in as intimately. When my theology was forced to stand against the onslaught of history, comparative, religion, cumulative cultural mythologies, and archaeological record, everything about my religious practice seemed to be ripped open and laid bare, as if by a great whirlwind. And all that was left of you, a naked faith, shivering in the harsh cold of a veritable nuclear winter of pragmatic thinking and common sense, or the protective cloak of religious insulation. The serpent in the Garden of Eden took on a completely different role of historical influence. Once I was able to view the story without the filter of religion or denominational interpretation. I was able to see that this creature, as described in the Hebrew Bible's book of Genesis, was similar to, if not synonymous with, many other cultural tales of trickster beings who brought knowledge and illumination to early humans. I saw a much bigger picture encoded within those pages of biblical scripture. When people step outside the box of religion and denominational spirituality, they find themselves in a unique vantage point of being able to see fairy tales that have intrinsic common threads woven throughout. It's rather like walking into one of those glorious old theaters that dominated the cultural avenue of upper crust society at the turn of the last century. As you enter the theater and walk down the main aisle, the gilded proscenium and glittering chandeliers sparkled the magnificence of the festive palace, built as a showcase for the art of the show. And there, lining the aisles were row after row, plush velvet seats, all identical and all capable of holding the weight of patron every night. Yet, despite their identical construct and appearance, each chair held a different perspective of the show being performed on the stage. Depending on which seat you settled into, your viewpoint of what was being performed up front varied. Some seats were side by side, so their vantage was nearly identical. Other seats delivered views from the far sides, back, or distant last row of the balcony. Some seats even had partially obstructed views. But in a literal, mathematical sense, not a single seat held th. Same exact vantage point or view of the show being played out on stage. But one thing was also sure. No matter where you sat in the theater, and no matter which vantage point from which you viewed the show, the performance was unaltered. Perception does not alter reality, it merely alters practice. The show on stage doesn't change, dependent on where I am sitting or from what vantage point I am viewing. Only my perception of it alters. So the trick is to not be part of the audience, but rather a part of the play member of th. Cast. A participant, as opposed to an observer. The Hebrew story of the race interrupted is an encoded one. Adam and Eve, the serpent, their offspring, the fallen state of humanity, and the proclamation of an angry deity. These are all elements of an encoded cover story, as I spoke about extensively in both The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, and in Lost Civilizations and Secrets of the Past. There is a much bigger message than the ridiculously varied messages of the biblical tales that is similar in tone and thread to hundreds of other cultural religious mythologies of spectacular non-human beings interacting with the human race of ancient times. Common to nearly all of these cultural stories is the common thread of residual bloodlines that run through the course of all of human history. Call it religious mumbo jumbo or theological manipulation. Look at it as the establishment of the messianic bloodlines and the mixed race meant to forth the coming of the kinsman redeemer. But no matter how you view it, the story of the ongoing bloodlines remain a concurrent theme from the very first utterance of an entity that will exist between the seed of the serpent and the seed of th. Woman, all the way down to historical biblical genealogies that are there within Old Testament passages to exhort the ever-present, vigilant eye to be ever watchful of the pure human line versus oppositional mixed blood lineage. Humanity was visited by non-human entities that from the very beginning introduced an alternate bloodline that has carried all the way down the historical record to current day the bloodline of th. Serpent. But we only see fragmentary bits and pieces, rather like a checkerboard where half the spaces are occupied, but the other half remain completely void and empty. I am not one who quickly sidles up alongside great awakenings, new spiritual movements, or hyper-fastidious conspiracy theories. They all generally tend, to me, to be the stuff of manufacture. Emotional reactions to hypotheses that are either not well researched historically, spiritually, anthropologically, and many times are not well articulated, despite their complex yet imaginative constructs. Most of these types of theoretical movements rely far too heavily on fanciful whimsy, bolstered by a desire to find something new and exciting, built with elements unwittingly designed, suspend reality, or move the mind away from the mundane, not to mention the targeting of political opponents. Far too many times throughout human history we have seen the devastatingly work result of revolutionary new movements that explode onto the scene, skewing theoretical spiritualities, politics, conspiracies, or vox populi, vox dei, but in the long run end up being little more than mere flashes. The pen, lacking substance and longevity, resulting in the martyrdom, whether literal or metaphoric, self-proclaimed messiahs and the murder, suicide, or disbanding of disciples. Yet those movements that could gain a foothold and garner mass followings trend to the darker elements of racial bigotry, genocide, political genocide, and Holocaust, building gravitas and momentum by catering to the fears of potential devotees and zealous followers alike. People are always looking for something that is different than what they already have, or more exciting than what they're told they should be satisfied with. Spiritually, politically, and conspirator. These movements generally thrive within, around, and despite the well-established religions, spiritualities, sciences, and governments that are deeply entrenched in our societies and cultural histories. On the flip side of the coin, deep within well-established philosophies, religions, and political mindsets, there are embedded messages and encoded languages that tend to shift the paradigm away from the established way of thinking. Once this new information is articulated and disseminated, established systems of spiritual belief and practice are enhanced, are expanded, and in many cases, rewrite the history of a well-established, firmly entrenched philosophy. The end result is that the twist can sometimes appear to be a new awakening or new conspiracy theory, when it is in reality an illumination of something that already exists in expansion based on a fresher understanding of what was already there. The serpent in the Garden of Eden, though allegorical in nature and very possibly the stuff of Hebrew religious mythology, is a figure that represents a very real source of what has become an emerging understanding of a very real bloodline running through the veins of human descendants. Throughout all of human history, there is, indeed, a reptilian factor to humanity, and it shines through our religious and cultural icons. The serpent is one of the oldest and most widespread mythological symbols. Snakes have been associated with some of the oldest religious rituals known to humankind and have carried the dual expression of both good and evil. From the Hebrew serpent in the garden to the Mayans. In Saltwater, the goddess Nagi to the rattlesnake on the early colonial American flags, the African, the Hopi and Native Wiggo to Orphan founder of the Nordic mythologies, and Ouroboros, the ancient, Near Eastern serpent devouring its own tail representing the great cycle of life. Then there exists everything from sea serpents to ST, George and the dragon, and even the medical enthusiast. If symbolism, however, was all there was to the traceable bloodlines of the serpent, the flesh and blood of the story would be a short, sweet, picturesque history lesson. Demystifying the cover story of the serpent in the garden is only the beginning. Identifying the source point of its encounters. Other mythological and cultural counterparts is what will allow us to see the tangible evidence of ancient human encounters with non-human entities, revealing what that lies beneath the surface of both mythologies as they melt into current day accounts. The human race has not yet experienced a full-fledged first contact with any alien race, at least none that has been disclosed. Those who have made experiential disclosures are generally moved by the skeptical, scientific, religious, and even hopeful believing camps. We do have, however, countless numbers of ancient documents and texts that record interactions with what can only be described as non-human intelligences. Most of these ancient documents categorize these intelligences as their version of gods, angels, demons, and spirit beings of biblical stories of Th. Sons of God, the Watchers, and their offspring, the Nephilim being prime examples. One of the criticisms thrown at most religious documents is that they cannot be trusted as quantifiable historical sources because they are books of faith. The Bible falls under this dismissal all the time. However, most ancient historical documents were synonymous with religious texts, as ancient peoples did not separate those two driving forces of civilization the way we do in modern affairs. Even as recently as the reigns of Henry VIII and Elizabeth I of England, many royal proclamations were linked to the religious views of the monarchs, and in that period of history in England, the conflict between Catholicism and Protestantism was a driving force, keeping this separation of powers squarely in mind. Note that reptilian creatures have built the texts of ancient documents. To cite just a small handful, Diamond-Su the serpent Nakash interacted with and impregnated Eve in the Garden of Eden story. Diamond-Su Goins, the half-fish/half-man, and his people rose up out of the Persian Gulf to teach civilization to the ancient Mesopotamians. Diamond-Su the Canaanite goddess Hage interacted with serpent beings. Diamond-Su in Sumerian literature, Gilgamesh loses his powers of immortality to a serpent. Diamond-Su the Sumerian fertility god, Ningat-Sida, is depicted as a serpent. Diamond-Su the ancient Jewish, Hebrew, tribe of Levi is said to have conquered Europe under a surge, driven by reptilian Illuminati-like overlords. Diamond-Su Hotiai, of the House of Sui, also known as the Serpent Emperor of China, 618 at Fountain, wounded serpent then nursed it to hell, after which it returned to him with a reward of recompense. And there is much more, as we will discover throughout these pages. The serpent has been a pervasive presence indeed throughout human history, filling our religious scriptures, historical tomes, and mythological tales, and appearing on the basis of thousands of archaeological relics. And, yes, our theories of UFO visitations and extraterrestrial encounters HEV. Decisive reptilian influence in and throughout the ancient alien subculture. Simply enter the word reptilian in an internet search engine and you will find millions of entries, ranging from the proof of inane and undocumented to highly politicized pseudo-religious movements, to loosely documented claims by highly credible people. The opening lines of this book begin by recounting an experiencer's tale of interaction with a single member of an alien reptoid race. We will now move forward to explore the veracity of these experiential claims, as well as the serpent as a religious symbol, a political force, a mythological influence, and a race of both interterrestrial and extraterrestrial races bent on the mutual destruction and salvation of our species. Part The Empire of the Serpent. Chapter 1. The Anunnaki and their Sumerians. The realm of myth and magic is a dangerous field. Fairies abound, good fairies, and bad fairies, dragons and dragon slayers, gods and goddesses, truth and untruth, history and legend, science and fiction, inextricably mixed and fused. But what has archaeology to do with it, you will say? Archaeology is concerned with bones and flints, with pots and pans and post bowls, with stone and metal, in short, with the material remains and space to dig them up with. Ethnology, with magic and archaeology. Going back to the very beginning is generally the best place to travel when looking for the roots of any mythology. It's in the fertile soil of creation that we find the seeds that sprouted and grew in massive, towering beanstalk that has led us to the realm of the giants and the golden goose in the clouds. And whether allegorical, mythological, legendary, or the stuff of fable, there is generally always an incontrovertible fact at the core of the thing that started the whole story. And let's make a mistake about it. Once you start delving into the depths of comparative ancient stories, they're in similarities and subsequent decipherment, you enter a muddled world of interpretation that will rise. Both dust and iron. Clearing the air is the monumental task with which you are left. There are mindsets that are at complete odds here, like two trains running at high speed toward each other on the same set of tracks. There is bound to be an eventual collision of catastrophic proportion in this case, a repeating scenario of science colliding with belief and archaeology, running headlong into myth, and vice versa. But there has to be an accounting on both parts. Faith. Belief open themselves to upholding the sometimes nonsensical, mystical, unprovable, capricious, and many times ambiguous, spiritual soul of religion and mythology, whereas science and archaeology will eschew many times with great disdain the unquantifiable as folly, rooting up what they define as fact from fiction, no matter how grounded in their own sense of objectivity and importance, rather like when the science of the day upheld that the earth was the center of the universe and the sun rotated around it. Those were simply the facts based on the available knowledge and interpretation, and they were religiously adhered to by the academia of the day until, that is, science developed the capability to move beyond its limits and recalculate its positions, determined that the earth, indeed, rotated around the sun. Now, bear with me as I work through laying a little background that will serve as the platform from which we will engage in an examination of the secret history of reptilians. The naked truth. When I completed my work on the rise and fall of the Nephilim, I recall sitting back in my office here and staring at the ceiling for a long, silent time. In those minutes I was contemplating. It was that I had just written. In all research I did into the book of Genesis, from both Christ and rabbinic standpoints, I found myself drawing further and further away from the God of my youth. It was not deliberate distancing, but after stepping outside the box and looking back in, I found the God I had discovered in my youth was not the same God that seemed to materialize after taking a closer look at more than dogmatic systematic theology. The God I grew up knowing was one of holiness, of benevolence, and ultimately of eternal, sacrificial, propitiating, atoning love. His WA. Love that transcended everything and embraced me where I was, saving me from myself, and the horrors of an eternal existence void of his loving presence. Perhaps this was simply a byproduct of my need to step outside the box in order to see things from as objective a point of view as possible. This seems to be the problem with a purely academic or secular examination of these things. When you distance yourself from the possibility of the weird, spiritual, and mythological, you deliberately set yourself up to look beyond the wonder and the possibilities, to funnel all research through a sterile filter. What is even more profound is to observe the distillation of research by secular scholarship and that the scientific and skeptical approach to biblically themed topics, such as the Nephilim, seems operate under a preconceived notion that the Bible cannot be taken literally in any form, including historicity. One critic of the rise and fall of the Nephilim stated that I heard simply by placing a veracity at all in the biblical record. However, it has been quantified time and time again that the Bible is quite irrefutably strong in its historical presentations, albeit at times vague, limited, and deliberately not forthcoming in detailed information, as the contextual themes inclusive of some historical data were meant to present a faith principle, rather than historical documentation. There, the historical information was sometimes sketchy, at best. Skeptical researchers, honest to their scholarship, are finding it increasingly more difficult to dispute the overwhelming archaeological evidence for the historical accuracy of the biblical accounts. Any corroboration of biblical history. Facts, however, does not by any means emphatically state that the fake story wrapped around these events is true, but it does lend to the veracity of the Bible as a historically accurate document. Aside from the religious and spiritual aspects of Judaism and Christianity, biblical accounts that include such things as listings of nations, historic personages, customary rituals, and colloquial practices have been verified by archaeological evidence and anthropological research. Secular academicians who have cornerstone careers on criticism of biblical history have many times found themselves humiliated by new discoveries that validate the biblical accounts they had previously deemed to be myth, academic embarrassment. Among these are such discoveries as the existence of the obscure Hittites, King David of Israel, the life of Gad, and Pontius Pilate, the prefect of Judah, During the lifetime of Jesus of Nazareth, Nelson Goulet, noted 20th century Jewish archaeologist, whose work in biblical archaeology led to the discovery of more than 1,500 ancient sites, put it it may be stated categorically that no archaeological discovery has ever contract over a single biblical reference. Scores of archaeological findings have been made which confirm in clear outline of, in exact detail, historical statements in the Bible. 1. Not surprisingly, as something of the biblical record as being inaccurate and ripe with faith. Stories alone, when stacked up against non-biblical accounts of historical events, the scriptural narratives reveal unflinching veracity. In his 1919 collection of essays and other journal work, Scientific Investigation of the Old Testament, R.D. Wilson, who was fluent in 45 ancient languages and dialects, inclusive of all the biblical languages of common etymological origin, such as Hebrew, Aramaic, Assyrian, Phoenician, Sumerian, Babylonian dialects, Ethiopic, as well as several Egyptian and Persian dialects, engaged in a meticulous analysis of 29 different monarchs from 10 different nations mentioned in Masoretic texts, the Old Testament. By way of comparative analysis, every one of these monarchs had corresponding archaeological artifacts documented by secular historians, containing their names, syllable by syllable, consonant by consonant. Wilson demonstrated that the monarchical names as recorded in the biblical record matched the findings of secular historians and archaeological artifacts, accurate in minute detail to the chronological order of the kings. Converse. Wilson also demonstrated that many secular historical accounts were often filled with gross inaccuracies and were eventually deemed quite unreliable. Ptolemy, the famed librarian of Alexandria, and even Herodotus were horrendously inaccurate in their documentation of royal names, and in many instances even misspelled the names in the library of Alexandria, to the point of nearly being unable to be recognized when compared to their respective archaeological artifacts or ancient monuments. Their research simply required more evidentiary research to establish any sort of accurate corroboration. Even the well-known 19th century archaeologist and historian Sir William Ramsay, a noted scholarly skeptic of biblical history, converted to Christianity after his travels to Asia Minor to conduct meticulous research and archaeological excavations into the New Testament's gospel. According to Luke and Luke's follow-up historical record, the Acts of the Apostles, the evidence, Ramsay uncovered continually and incontrovertibly supported the historical record of the biblical writings of Luke, at a time when many secular historians and scholars dismissed the existence of most of Luke's record of governmental officials and geographical name places. Ramsay's archaeological digs actually flipped the naysayers' claims on their heads. Without error, Ramsay established through his excavations that Luke was accurate in naming countries, cities, islands, Roman officials, and many other salient details of historical record contained in the New Testament writings. As a result of his discoveries, Ramsay wrote, I began with a mind unfavorable to it, but more recently I found myself brought into contact with the Book of Acts as an authority for the topography, antiquities, and society of Asia Minor. It was gradually borne upon me that in various details of biblical narrative showed marvelous truth. 2. Ramsay also wrote, Luke is a historian of the first rank, not merely are his statements of fact trustworthy. This author should be placed along with the very greatest historians. 3. Although the previous paragraphs may have seemed a bit of a rabbit trail for which I have become very well known, as there is so much information that could be incorporated to illuminate any tidbit of information out there, I included them for the purpose of establishing the fact that the religious literature is merely faith-based alone, despite many secular, skeptical opponents in their own particular biases, wishing it were so. When you step outside the box of a particular faith, and look to find corroboration between historical data and scriptural teaching, using the faith writing guide, not a builder, you will find that biblical history, in particular, stands the test of historical scrutiny. However, because the historical data may be reliable, this does not always necessitate good spiritual information is housed within its universal truth. Though I can insist that the Constitution, the United States is a historical document and uphold it as closely as possible to its original INT, there will be others who interpret its words through different filters, thereby causing decades of debate on its veracity versus its interpretability. The same is true with religious writings. On a spiritual level, my personal universe was very small back in the days of my youth, and God was a God, I was told, who waited for me with open arms, to take my troubled life and make it something beautiful through his saving, undeserved grace. Yet the older I got, and the more I dug in the topic of the biblical nephilim, the more I found a God emerging from the murkiness that was in nature and human like emotional volatility, ultimately detached from humanity. God did give, and pardon my plain vernacular here, two shits about humanity. This is mythological interpretation as opposed to historical veracity, but it is the result of my spiritual studies and understanding of the spiritual content of these ancient documents. Despite all the teaching about God and all the systematic theology in my Bible school and seminary days, the Elohim of the Old Testament seemed more concerned and focused on the stuff going on in the realm of the heavens than he did with human beings. There are many instances in the Bible stories of God's dealings with mankind where human life was as dispensable as yesterday's news, and several occasions where God insisted on their extermination and even followed through with it by divine judgment or mandates passed on to his followers. And once I discovered that the Elohim were a plurality of pantheon, you will dominated by a superior member of their cast of gods, the one, singular, omniscient, omnipresent God of life, bringing to be decidedly received in the family man. Although there were plenty of scriptures that were interpreted as God's presence, love, and interaction with people, good, or even more that spoke to his ability to be as human and unjust as any earthly monarch, establishing his jealous reign over his subjects, enacting the wiping out of non-believers and the genocide of whole peoples in his justified wrath. There was even an account in the Old Testament book of Exodus where God was going to destroy his promised people, and it took the intervention of Moses to hold back God's wrath, reminding him of his promise to Abraham and caused God to repent of the evil he was going to do. Exodus 32:14. The Jewish Midrash teaches, Ecclesiastes 5:4, that three things in unequal degrees: 1. Prayer; 2. Charity, righteousness; 3. Repentance, Shubadah. In striking contrast, however, in Rabbi 23:8, cf. Exodus 32:14, we read that Moses came forward and made God repent. Authors. Emphasis. In this case, it was the intervention. Let me alone now. Considering them. But I'll make a great nation out of you instead. Author's emphasis. 11-13 Moses tried to calm his God down. He said, what, God, would you lose your temper with your people? What, you brought them out of Egypt in a tremendous demonstration of power and strength. Why let the Egyptians say he had it in for them? He brought them out so he could kill them in the mountains, let them run off the face of the earth. Stop your anger. Think twice about bringing evil against your people. Think of Abraham, Isaac, and Israel, your servants to whom you gave your word, telling them I will give you many children, as many as the stars in the sky, and I'll give this land to your children as their land forever. 14 And God did think twice. He decided not to do the evil, author's emphasis, he had threatened against his people. In short, there are several biblical instances in which God looked more and more like Zeus, Neptune, Lilith, and the was so presented throughout my life. God began to look no different than all th. Other false gods we learned about in comparative religion sources. He started to take on the trait and attributes of the God created by man for the purpose of rallying the troops or controlling the erstwhile and simple forces of comic book who needed to be reined in and controlled. Further, as I began research into ancient religions for the purpose of this book, I found much of what I had believed by faith to be the only one true religion to be simply the stuffs of revitalized, rewritten, reworked, possibly even plagiarized religions of thousands of years prior to the writing of the compiled books we refer to today as the Bible. When Moses penned the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Hebrew Bible and the Christian Old Testament, in and around 1400 BC, I believe, there is absolutely no reason to doubt that these books were, at least originally, authored by Moses, and that he indeed was a real, historical person, as established in the dating system set forth in Ed. Previous work for, it is very clear that Moses borrowed information from the earlier Sumerian and Akkadian religions, recorded in cuneiform 1500 to 2000 years earlier, sometime between 2500 and 2800 BC. Authors note, in the rise and fall of the Nephilim, when stating that the date of the Sumerian civilization flourished around 4500 BC, I meant to say 2500 to 2800 BC, but inadvertently stated the number of years from today, backward, rather than correct date. But then, that can get missed even in your most meticulous editing. The evolution and migration of humans, from the Fertile Crescent region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers south and west into the Canaanite region propagated. Also, the evolution and transformation of ancient religion. The Hebrews picked up on the name El and incorporated it into their religion, their own homespun version of a superior god in the pantheon of the Sumerians. Elul became Elohim, Elohim, El. Shaddai of the Hebrew religion, Yah, the base word for YHWH, became Yahweh, or Jehovah. However, when discussing this very issue of etymology of ancient god names, my friend Ed, Byzantine Catholic priest Father Jack Ashcraft said to me in personal conversation, the word Allah can be found in use in Assyrian churches. The etymology isn't the issue. Muhammad merely used the common word in his tribe for deity. The issue is the character, will, and salvific history of deity concerned. If they do not match, they cannot be the same deity. When considering this anthropological migration of religion and its adaptation of cultural words and names, it is interesting to note that the name Allah was one of the pagan deities of the Quran. As a youth, Muhammad, who later founded the Islamic religion, participated in the worship of the 360 pagan gods of the Kaaba in Mecca, overseen by the Quraysh tribe to which Muhammad belonged. As Muhammad grew up, he was influenced by Jewish and Christian monotheists who condemned the polytheism of the Kaaba. At some point in Muhammad's life, he became convinced that polytheism was completely incompatible for a nationalistic-based religion and sought to reject the 360 pagan gods with which he had been raised. Muhammad was converted to the concept of monotheism through the influence and teachings of Judaism and Christianity. Since, however, being a proud nationalistic hero, he sought not to change his people's beliefs completely, but turned reformer and sought to reboot his native pagan religion rather than adopt a completely different belief system altogether, such as Christianity. As a result, Muhammad took the chief pagan god of the Kaaba in Mecca, Allah 7, and chose him to be his new monotheistic god. This god was already considered the chief god among the other gods of the Kaaba. Muhammad's strategy was simple. Rather than converting all the Arab people to the monotheism of Christianity, he merely banished the other 359 pagan gods and chose Allah to be the one and only god, thus giving Islam Allah. In a very real sense, Muhammad created Islam out of whole cloth for the purpose of solidifying Arabic nationalism under one god and one religion, much the same as Constantine with Christianity in the early 300s. The last thing I wish to do is dissuade anyone from their personal faith or traditional beliefs. However, in saying that, it also must be recognized that even the most sacredly held names in our most holy beliefs have come from earlier sources. Civilization developed and migrated across the globe, and with that came the migration and evolution of religious thought. Just as the early Christ church dislocated pagan tribes and usurped their places of high worship, burning down their sacred groves only to erect chapels and cathedrals in their place, so did ancient humanity as they grew and transformed religion into newer modes of practice and objects of worship. This train of thought, of course, represents what religious scholars would call a secular view. It eliminates Christian faith, as well as Islam and other dogmatic faiths, would view this migration more than a secularized explanation, something they accept by faith. At best, they would accept by faith that the secular view can be with religious mythology, insisting that the so-called secular left despises them, evangelical. Christians maintain that postmodernism has moved the secularists to abandon absolutism for the more comfortable, objective, relative definition of truth. Evangelical Christians believe their absolute truth which applies to all people, in all cultures, for all times. Evangelicals recognize this objective and absolute truth is found ultimately in the one true God, God and in his revelation to us personally in Jesus Christ and in the Bible. In a conversation in July 2012, during the writing of these paragraphs, Micah Hanks, prominent futurist and author, said to me, I think when one begins to look at the anthro side of things, our inherent humanity is put in new perspective for us. It becomes easy to dismiss any kind of divinity at that point. But divinity is faith in what? Faith cannot exist without the hope for something greater. It is merely that glue which binds us to the divine. Whether or not God exists, many have faith. God and many who choose not to believe lack that faith, even if he is still there nonetheless. Or is our faith merely another human construct, much like thought, sight, and other things? And then, rather tongue-in-cheek, he added, I would like to know if the Tarzania Plugis 17 with their cold stony would have an equivalent word to our English faith. We'll cover this in more detail later, but suffice it to say that at this point in our study ahead, the Bible starts to look more and more as if it is simply the Hebrew version of greater and much older worldly events. Could the Old Testament be nothing more than mere religious myth as opposed to the absolute non-spiritual truth of the universe, as Judeo-Christianity teaches? The more we investigate our religious origins through the many myths, legends, and dogmatic theologies out there, the more we find that the similarities are staggering. Is there a one true religion, where God is the man, ruler of all that exists, or are all these collective mythologies simply different versions of events, with common threads running throughout them all? Was there some proto-religion from which all ancient religions drew their basic information, or did there exist some magnificent story from which all religions built their versions of origins? And what of this pervasive presence of the serpent that emerges not only in the Sumerian and Hebrew religions, but in many prevalent religious mythologies the world over? What of this supposed mysterious race of reptilian beings that seems to run through the undercurrent of humanity's mythos? Are these creatures the mere stuffs of man's creation? The devils in the dark of the conspiratorial minded, or a bit of diaphanous stuff of either? Archaeology and myth. ARCHEOLOGY, no. The recovery and study of material objects, such as graves, buildings, tools, artworks, and human remains for the purpose of investigating the structure and behavior of past cultures. Archaeologists rely on physical remains exclusive to the emergence and development of human societies and civilizations. Anthropologists, by contrast, interact with living people to study their cultures. The American Heritage Dictionary of Cultural Literacy. Myth, no. The fictitious thing or person. An unproved or false collective belief that is used to justify a social institution. Collins. English Dictionary. Complete unabridged. 10th edition. I was recently part of a live debate where an archaeological PhD made the emphatic statement that myth was merely mankind's fantasies and nothing more. Though it's true that a myth can at times be a mere story, removing itself far from the status of reliable historical resource that the increasing scientifically minded discipline of archaeoanthropological disciplines would utilize. Myths are not always as rooted in the realms of fantasy as the esteemed halls of academia might consider them to be. Of necessity to a richer understanding of our past and interdisciplinary dialogue efficacious to future development of both mythological and archaeological disciplines should exist. Perhaps, somewhere along the way, you will come to find that the union of archaeology and mythology is far from being grounded in the realm of fairy tale. In context to the subject matter of this book, I am hailing back to the creation story as written in the Old Testament of the Bible. Although the story of creation is told in the book of Genesis is not the first of humanity's creation stories, it is one that tends to be most familiar in a broader sense. It contains the roots of this discussion, so it is there that I will begin the search for fact, buried within religious machinations and mythologies of faith. Also note that, though we may be able to identify facts within the linguistics and stories of the ancient texts, there is still no real way to those facts as being hard evidence as to how things actually happen. But the multiplicity of accounts spread across a multiplicity of cultures and religions does give us a visible common thread that, when viewed from outside the box of any particular religion or culture, presents a picture comprised of commonalities that and cultural. Does this merely underscore the notion that humanity's civilizations, cultures, and religions have all evolved in equal fashion as one another? Or does it establish that there is a common thread throughout all cultures, beginning with a singular, common event lost in primordial antiquity? Each subsequent culture then ascribes its own version of events, character names, and twists on the origin story, manufacturing it to adapt to their own values and politics, not to mention the unpierceable veils the individual accounts of encounters and experiences that cannot be substantiated, pathetic, wholly important to any consideration of these spiritualistic, therefore hyper-speculative things. Adam, Eve, and the prince. The book of Genesis tells us that Adam and Eve were the first couple. Whether you believe they were real people evolved from lower species, metaphoric figures, mythological characters, or actual, living human beings spiritually set against the deeply encoded message, the Hebrew religion tells us that they were created by God and given dominion over a garden paradise, and commanded to not eat of certain fruit growing on certain trees, lest they die. Period. Enter. Stage left. The trickster character Nakash, 1C1, the serpent. Although never identified. The text as Lucifer, Satan, or the devil, those names being attributed to him much later in the globe. Scriptures, this character has become religiously synonymous with the devilish figure who led humanity away from God, thereby ushering in original sin and the resulting fall of mankind from it. State of grace before a holy God, placing humanity in need of a spiritual savior redeemer. This serpent character is also established from that point forward as the evil force, ever present and working to thwart the work of a gracious and loving God in the affairs of humanity. Nakash is the Hebrew word that, when translated into English, means serpent, trickster, crafty magician, bringer, knowledge, illuminator, bright shining one. According to Psalm 82, God, appearing in the singular version of the word Elohim, refers to the other gods of heaven, the divine council as the Elohim DRFTX, using the very same Hebrew word in its plural version, also calling them the bright shining princes of heaven. In this instance, you have the God of the Hebrew Bible declaring the existence of a caste of gods or minor gods over which he has authority, but whom he calls by the same name. Note that he never refers to them as angels. The Hebrew word for angels, Malah, which means messenger, never appears in the passage. Note in Hebrew and ancient Semitic language scholar Michael S. Heiser put it this way. I in light of the serpentine appearance of divine beings in Yahweh's presence. What we have in Genesis chapter 3 is wordplay. That is, he was not talking to a snake. She was speaking to a bright, shining upright being who was serpentine in appearance and was trying to bewitch her with lies. Heiser's emphasis, not. In other words, he was in the presence of one of the sons of God. These beings were not angelic in nature, but were beings that possessed free will and were more powerful than the angels, the messengers of God. When Psalm 8:4-5 speaks of the creation of human beings, utilizing the phrasing, little lower than the angels, the Hebrew text actually renders this as a little lower than the yellow. He was actually interacting with a member of the divine council who did not share God/Yahweh's enthusiasm for his new creation, human beings. I am convinced, by ancient linguistic use of the same word, that the serpent in the Garden of Eden story is one of these bright shining princes of heaven who is none other than the bright shining on, who appears in the Genesis account of Adam and Eve as Nakash, the serpent character, who seduces and impregnates Eve after she sits at his feet to learn the knowledge he bestows. Believe what you will, as your faith might dictate regarding the connection to Lucifer, the star of the morning, the bright shining presence of the glory of God. But the big question to ask is whether or not this teaching in the Hebrew scripture is a factual accounting or an elaborate cover story for much deeper events involving much more detail. We will, most probably, never know if Adam and Eve or Nakash ever existed outside the realm of a fake story. But historical evidence does exist. Links all these characters to other personages in different creation mythologies throughout many ancient religious cultures, establishing a common thread or undercurrent, as we will see later in the chapter. Let me say again, at this still early point in this study, that it is not my intent to offend anyone, religious or spiritual beliefs or sensibilities, nor is it my desire to drown scientific research. Input. My personal background is one that has its foundations in the Christian faith and academia. T is where I received all of my formal yet incomplete biblical training and seminary education, and I must state again, for emphasis, that I do not by any means wish to dissuade anyone from believing what they trust by faith in their own heart to be true. I would like to present some questions, throughout the entirety of this book that may challenge those beliefs. When making comparative work into religious teachings that span many different cultures, one is left to decipher the message's head, determining in his own heart that which he believes to be true and that which he must discard as false. Not to mention what one can or cannot accept as fact on the basis of archaeological and anthropological research to schools of study that must completely separate themselves from faith issues in order to retain integrity and fact-finding. As with my previous work on the Nephilim, I am sure that there will be some who will fear for the eternal salvation of my soul, if not the backsliding state of my position with the Christian God. Suffice it to say that our personal faiths and religions appear to play harsh taskmasters in our lives and with what we understand to be our eternal souls. Add to that faith mix the necessity, stepping back to examine other theologies outside its reach, then blend them all together with mythology, and you will find that there may exist something else completely different lying beneath the surface. There just may be things in the anthro-archaeo-mythological report that challenges you. Look beyond the limits of your religious affiliations and think outside the box. Slaves and freedom fighters, while the Anunnaki are sitting before you. Not let the womb goddess is prison. Let the womb goddess create offspring. And let man bear the load of the gods. Not create primeval man that he may bear the yoke. Let him bear the yoke, the work of the will. Let man bear the yoke of the gods. Atrahasis, tablet 110. Cuneiform tablet containing the Atrahasis epic, housed in the British Museum. Image made. Available through Wikimedia Commons. Let's go back a little further than the writing of Genesis to the ancient Mesopotamian civilization of Sumer. According to their ancient cuneiforms, they were ruled by the Anunnaki/Anunnaki, their god, caste of beings who came to the earth from the heavens. As the story goes, these gods, weary of performing their own manual labor, bred into or genetically engineered and manipulated the DNA of humans of the Mesopotamian region roamed as wild beasts. They did this to create slave castes to do their work for them. As the story continues to unfold, the humans began to feel weight of their enslavement. Theirs was an unwilling servitude. Accordingly, as time went on, the cruel hand of the slave masters became unbearable to the humans, and so of the Anunnaki. Overlords went rogue, launching a conspiracy to free the humans and teach them the knowledge of science and spirituality, and the art of civilization, thus elevating them to the same godlike status. The Anunnaki, the leader of the rebel freedom fighters, was none other than Lil's brother god. Anunnaki named Enki, also known as Ea in the neighboring Akkadian culture. When seeking to understand any ancient text, it is important to recognize a few things up front. One, the language in which it was written, as most ancient languages have a logic all their own that does not translate as well into modern English. 2. The people for whom the stories were being written. Their understanding of the stories and the way in which they were presented could have been vastly different than what we understand in a modern reading. 3. The context of the text in relation to the people for whom it was being written. Again, our current day understanding being completely different as to what ancient peoples would be. The poetic, picturesque language of these ancient Sumerian texts, though beautiful in their presentation as ancient religious accounts, offer no source to quantify their veracity, their value, themselves to stand only as religious history and myth. The importance of sources and verifiable information matter only when deciphering ancient texts, but 5,000 to 7,000 years ago, there was little need for this. If there existed even the slightest concept that far in the future, historians and anthropologists would be far greater certain that the ancients included in texts and bibliographies along with their cuneiform tablets. These accounts were written as religious history, their context, and presented to the people of that time and place. The writers were establishing spiritual stories and a history of the origins of their people, but they were not presenting that information for the ages. Zechariah Sitchin, image made available through Wikimedia Commons. In modern day, their stories have certainly been over-romanticized in the works of the late Zechariah Sitchin, who, while perhaps being onto something, pushed his theories too far inward to make things fit. But despite his mistranslations and abused usages of ancient text, he did create intriguing fictional account of the descent of extraterrestrial beings to the earth, housing the sun, mythology, and updated vernacular narrative. Prime example is when Sitchin forced the word Nephilim to mean people of the fiery rockets. 11. Sitchin, at best, simply mistranslated the word, ignoring or misunderstanding the Aramaic usage blended with biblical Hebrew. The Nephilim were not the ones who came down from anywhere. They were the descendants, the offspring of those who actually did come down, namely, the Watchers, the sons of God, the Beni Elohim. Tia, KN_0F Genesis chapter 6. At worst, Sitchin deliberately ignored linguistics and fabricated meanings in order to substantiate his personal theories. But it is easy to understand how. May have extrapolated word definition from the combination of language and pictographs, as many of the carvings and reliefs from ancient Sumer depict their gods as descending in winged light. Crab. T. First millennium seal showing descending Anunnaki. Pictured is a worshipper and a fish farmer. Sage before stylized tree with a crescent moon and a descending winged disc set in the sky. Above it, behind this group is another platform with a radiant star and a star cluster. Leave these clustered above. In the background is the dragon of Marduk with Marduk's spear and W standard upon its back. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. The bigger issue is that Sitchin, in desiring to update the mythology and bring it into a more relevant understanding of ancient astronaut theory, simply did not do his homework. He, rather, like many of the theoretical metaphysicists of our age, stated that things were so, based solely on his misinterpretation of language and his continual forcing of the square peg into the round hole. He, like grasping to the farthest possible meaning of a word, the broadest associative definition and utilizing that obscure definition as the rock-solid basis for your hypothesis, that can only end in disastrous interpretation and ultimately faulty conclusions. When Sitchin refers to the Nephilim as the people of the fiery rockets, he has gone far out of his way and deep into a misunderstanding of the Sumerian language in order to establish his hypothesis. His argument for ancient rockets and fiery spaceflight is constructed completely on two ancient Sumerian words, mu and me, 12, which are the same words as the Akkadian Shemu and the Hebrew Shem. Continuing in his argument to establish the ancient spacecraft theory, Sitchin goes on to contend that the Tower of Babel account in Genesis, in which the people wanted to make for themselves a Shem, is in reality describing the construction of a flying craft or rocket of some SOR. His book, The 12th Planet, Sitchin defines the Sumerian word mu as meaning an oval shape, conical object, as well as that which rises straight. 13. The problem is that Mr. Sitchin merely defines the word, but offers up no linguistic etymology to define it within the framework of Sumerian language. He simply states the meaning and continues on building his hypothesis. However, it is interesting to note that the ancient Sumerians created their dictionary, 14, and it contains the word mu. The entry in the ancient Sumerian dictionary has the word mu being simultaneous with the Akkadian word Shemu, meaning heaven, part of the sky, sometimes rain. This is what the word means according to ancient scribes, who make no mention of flying craft or fiery rocket ships. It is a simple descriptive noun for the sky. The Sumerian word is used for the same meaning as part of the heavens, and that's just the linguistics. Zechariah Sitchin represents, to me, a man who had a deep set interest in discovering who we are and where we came from. His research into ancient Mesopotamian culture to look for ancient answers is admirable, while all at once woefully incomplete and academically insincere. Peter James, co-author of the controversial book Centuries of Darkness, has leveled his own criticisms against Sitchin's scholarship, pointing out that he not only deliberately had to disregard the rest of the known world outside Sumer and Mesopotamian civilization, but also for his seemingly innate misunderstanding of Babylonian literature. Sitchin uses the epic of creation Enoch as the foundation for his cosmogony, identifying the young god Marduk, who overthrows the older regime of gods and creates the earth as the unknown 12th planet. In order to do so, he interprets the Babylonian theogony as a factual account of the birth of the other 11 planets. The Babylonian names where the planets are established beyond the shadow of the down Ishtar was the deity of Venus, Nergal of Mars, and Marduk of Jupiter, and confirmed by hundreds of astronomical/astrological tables and treatises on clay tablets and papyri from the Hellenistic period. Sitchin barely ignores all this and assigns unwarranted planetary identities to the gods mentioned in the theogony. For example, Apsu, the Hesperus god of the primeval waters, becomes, of all things, the sun. Yea, as it suits Sitchin, is sometimes planet Neptune and sometimes a spaceman. And the identity of Ishtar as the planet Venus, the central feature of Mesopotamian religion, is nowhere mentioned in the book instead. Sitchin arbitrarily assigns to Venus another deity from Enum Elish, and reserves Ishtar for a role as a female astronaut. 15. William Irving Thompson, well-known social philosopher and cultural critic, ergo, a man who made his living criticizing and booking tongue-in-cheek gems, writer and publisher of poetry. Throughout his career, and recipient of the Oslo International Poetry Festival Award in 1986, describes his personal writing and speaking style as light jazz on ancient texts. Thompson had this to say about what he calls Sitchin's literalism. What Sitchin sees is what he needs for his hypothesis. So figure 15 on page 40 is radiation therapy, and figure 71 on page 136 is a god inside a rocket-shaped chamber. If these are gods, why are they stuck with our cheap movie technology of rockets, microphones, spacesuits, and radiation therapy? If they're gods, then why can't they have some really divine technology such as interdimensional wormhole travel? Anti-gravity, starlight propulsion, or black hole boundary materializations. Sitchin has constructed what appears to be a convincing argument, but when he gets close to single images on ancient tablets, he falls back into the literalism of here is an image of the gods and rockets. Suddenly, ancient Sumer is made to look like the movie set for Destination Moon. Eric /BN Datakin's popular chariots of the gods. As the same problem. The plane of Nazca in Peru is turned into a World War II landing strip. The gods can cross galactic distances, but by the time they get to Peru, their spaceships are. Imagine this World War II prop jobs that need an enormous landing strip. This literalization of the imagination doesn't make any sense, but every time it doesn't, you hear Sitchin say there can be no doubt. But 16. This is what disturbs me most about Zechariah Sitchin. As someone who is invested in wanting to know more about our origins, and who is thoroughly intrigued with the ancient astronaut theory, I have to admit that such small words as you and me can redefine the entire theory as put forward by Sitchin, who I still contend has some good ideas for it, but has relied too heavily and foolhardily on his own translations and, perhaps even deliberate, squeezing of a definition to fit his overall theory. Folks, language is important. It is so important that even the Bible refers to itself as a book that, so God breathed, that it is infallible and cannot be changed by one jot or tittle, Matthew 5:1. The tiniest of Hebrew punctuation marks. Simply put, the writers of Hebrew scripture were using language as a gauge of authenticity. That is an ultimately strong point on which theories can rise or fall, and we have archaeologists to thank for the deciphering of ancient mythological texts. Okay, a 5,000-year-old dictionary would come in so handy. I wish Sitchin had referred to it, STH, would, for me, not cast such broad aspersions on his interpretations and subsequent theories. Does this worship delegitimize Sitchin's theories and his dozen plus books on the topic? Okay. Most definitive yes on my part. If you were going to present theory based on scholarship, would it not be important to first ensure that the scholarship is sound? Indeed, from a 9th century BCE Babylonian alabaster wall panel relief copyright trustees of the British Museum. Image used by permission of the British Museum. In turn, should this, then, delegitimize ancient alien theory that appears to similar yet different hypothesis is Sitchin's? Not necessarily. Better scholarship on the topic needs to be established. And, in the end, we may not come from the same conclusions that were the object of our original hypothesis. In Sumerian mythology, indeed, Ea, the neighboring Akkadian religion, is the god of craft, mischief, intelligence, and knowledge. He is also known as the god over the waters and creation, and, although the exact meaning of his name is uncertain, the common translation is Lord of the Earth. When you compare him to Nakash in the book of Genesis, you find similar definitions as the trickster and bringer of mischief. When you keep in mind the etymology of making mischief, you will find that its origins have little to do with what we consider to be mischief by modern standards. Mischief was in its earliest forms equated with chaos, havoc, and the committing of rebellious acts. There is such overt similarity between the acts of Enki/Ea and the serpent in the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis that it cannot be overlooked. The traditional story tells us that the serpent is, other than Satan, the devil, Lucifer. However, the serpent is never called by any of those names in text. Those are names attributed to the serpent thousands of years later in other scriptural writing. The Hebrew Bible. What is clear is that Nakash, the serpent character in the Eden story, is a mephic of the divine council, the Elohim. As I covered extensively in the Rise and Fall of Nephilim, Psalm 82 presents a cast of minor gods referred to as the Elohim, the bright, shining princes of heaven. 17. This plural form of the word Elohim was uttered in the text by the singular Elohim, who equates them to himself. For most evangelicals, there is a problem in that the Old Testament here affirms the existence of multiplicity of Elohim. Though simple, the solution requires us to think like an ancient Semitic Israelite, and not as a product of the Reformation or the modern evangelicalism that exists today. Biblical theology did not begin with modern evangelicalism, the Calvins, the Luthers, the Aquinas, or even the Augustines. It began with the ancient text as it stands, understood within a historic, cultural, and religious context that produced it. The first occurrence of LUETPNIS correctly translated God and is obviously to be taken as a singular form of the word for reasons of grammatical subject verb agreement. The second use of the word Elohim in this passage is to be equally understood as being in the plural form because is the object of the sentence's preposition. The grammar and syntax are crystal clear in this psalm. That a singularity cannot reside from within a singularity. It is clear by the language of the text. Elohim, the singular, is presiding over the Elohim, the plural, and it is repeated a second time long. In the short psalm, both God and the gods are represented by the identical word Elohim. 18. It must be Satan. By definition, Nakash, the bright shining one, later, he becomes known as Lucifer, who in his Greek fallen state is the bright shining presence and defender of the glory of God, the bright and morning star, which is also a reference to the Messiah/Jesus, much later. More on this in the next chapter. He is also known as the bringer of knowledge and intelligence, the illuminator. When Nakash seduced Eve by the offering of forbidden fruit and forbidden information that would make humans just as Elohim, gods, Genesis 3:22, he became the bringer of knowledge and the emancipator of the intellect. For after the forbidden fruit was accepted and eaten, the humans knew that they were naked. They knew that there was more to their existence than simply caring for the garden for the superior being bread. Then the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. 23. So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work the ground from which he had been taken. Genesis 3:22-23. The Sumerian tablets tell us that the rebel god named Enki/Ea was the extraterrestrial, not this earth, not human, being appointed by the chief god of the Anunnaki, Hillel, to create Homo sapiens. After his involvement with the original genetic experiment that depleted the slave race of humans, bred to do the work for the Anunnaki, as paralleled in the keepers of the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis, his compassion for the plight of the slave race shifted his role as a genetic engineer of a veritable rebel leader. His actions flew in the face of the rest of his time. Now there was one Atrahasis, whose ear was open to his god Enki. He would speak to his god, and his god would speak with him. Atrahasis made his voice heard, and spoke to his Lord. How long will the gods make us suffer? Will they make us suffer illness forever? Enki made his voice heard, and spoke to his servant. All the elders, the senior men, start an uprising in your own house. Let heralds proclaim. Let them make a loud noise in the land. Do not revere your gods. Do not pray to your goddesses. From Atrahasis 1:719. It is also related in the Sumerian text that Ea's headquarters of operation were in the swampy backwater region called the Snake Marsh, also referred to as a den to many reptiles and serpents. In other words, the first fight for freedom of the human race took place in an area known as Ea. Enki/Ea was originally the god of the ancient Sumerian city, Eridu, known for being the first and oldest city mentioned throughout Sumerian literature. It is closely associated with Uruk, first CIT, as built in biblical tradition by Cain, the Nephilim son of Eve and Nakash. 20. Closely associated with the city of Eridu is the mythical region below the Earth's surface, known as the Uptu. 21, which is often interpreted as an underground sweetwater ocean in Mesopotamia. Mythology. 22. The ancient city of Eridu is envisioned by archaeological artist Melech Bela. Used by permission from the artist, www.archaeologyillustrated.com. The geographical characteristics and features of the ancient site of the city of Eridu must have had great impact both physically and spiritually with the original concept of the Uptu. exactly made the place sacred to the ancient Sumerians, mostly due to the fact that there are no direct references or depictions of the original landscape and terrain. However, where there was water in these desert regions, there was life, and it was in these geographical places civilizations were established and flourished. Erica was situated in a marshy and continuously flooded area in the backwaters of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where it can be easily deduced by geographical patterns that some natural phenomenon of flooding and receding marsh waters took place, and was perceived by the ancient inhabitants of Erica to be sacred nature and were. The concept of the Yazu was derived from the waterways and clear lagoons that encompassed the city of Erica. The surrounding river backwaters were also referred to as a marshy den that physically created a sanctuary setting, enclosing the sacred city, where eventually a cult arose, dedicated to the god and / goddess of sweet water. 23. The earliest form of the god Enki could have been Abzu, who was later seen as being conquered or vanquished by Enki. 24. Who then stepped into the place of Abzu, which in turn became known as his domain. 25. This sort of alteration of concepts, where an ancient deity becomes a mere attribute of a more contemporary, evolved, divine figure, was a common attributable alteration when the god took on the function or act of a certain deed or natural phenomena, such as took place in the rising and falling of the waters surrounding Eridu. And make no mistake, the changing of the names of deities was common practice among the ancients, this being clearly illustrated in the many names for God in the Old Testament: Jehovah, Elohim, El Shaddai, Adonai, the angel of the Lord, and many others, as well as the biblical record of the divine changing of names of some of the early patriarchs: Abram before becoming Abraham, Jacob becoming Israel, Joseph being renamed by the Egyptians as Sadat, Anya, Saul of Tarsus renamed Paul the Apostle, and even the Messiah had evolutionary progressive name changes and additions as the function of the Messiah, ruined virgin, kinsman, redeemer, the Lion of Judah, the Lamb of God, the rod of Jesse, of the royal house of King David, which did not exist until thousands of years after the earliest form of Messiah was used, and so on. The meanings of names was all important in ancient religion, and the order of the name change generally followed the rule of changing place, function, designation, or purpose. In antiquity, one deity might have had several names used for him simultaneously as mentioned previously with the several names for God and Messiah in the Hebrew Bible. During the course of time, as older names disappeared or developed into newer forms with greater contemporary meaning, the older name incorporated as an attribute of his newer function. However, it should be taken into consideration that an original meaning of the name of the deity might mean nothing at all to a community of people using that name many centuries after the name was first uttered. Look to the Tetragrammaton, the Paleo Hebrew name of the god Yahweh, Jehovah. It must have had a translatable meaning very early on, prior to the writing of the Hebrew scriptures, when the Hebrew religion was in an early state of development, and still in its infancy. Yet, much later, WAG, Moses composed the Hebrew scriptures around 1400 BCE, which also contained the law for the Hebrew people, establishing the foundations of the Jewish religion, demonstrates signs that the name Yahweh was still rather ambiguous and had no direct translation, and it is highly possible that the original meaning of Yahweh had no importance whatsoever for the Hebrews who lived much later, where in the 5th century BCE they used several divine names for God, all more than likely referring to older deities and older layers of Israelite religion. The form and pronunciation of Yahweh, although considered as sacred, as was the deity behind the name itself, was never altered. It was simply retained as part of the growing list of attributable names for the Hebrew God. All of this is highly important to understanding the name of Enki/Ea, the evolution of his name, being much similar. Even if Enki/Ea once had a clearly translatable meaning that was understandable to ancient Sumerian people, that original meaning was not necessarily understood by the Mesopotamian people living in the third millennium city-states of Sumer and neighboring Akkad. But the name Enki, specifically the Akkadian version, Ea, did migrate into the Canaanite region from the Mesopotamian region throughout the course of the following millennia and a half. The name Ea became the base of the Canaanite word Yahweh, pronounced Yahweh, the Hebrew name, Jehovah. This is all important in understanding how the idea of the serpent became the basis for the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden's serpent character, Nakash. The direct translation of the Sumerian name, Enki, recorded as a divine Sumerian name in written sources, since the composition of the text literally translated as Lord Earth, or Lord of the Year, extending to the meaning of he who ruled beneath the earth, the Abzu, and had dominion over it. 26. Sounds like Satan, doesn't it? The problem is that, although Enki/Ea has incredible mythological linkage to the serpent in the Bible, the name Ea is the early form of the name Yahweh Jehovah. There is some sort of twisted meaning that has taken place along the millennia, and there is some theoretical, yet highly heretical, surmising that the two characters are, perhaps, one and the same, Lucifer and Jehovah, at least etymologically, if not theologically. Or they both of the pantheon of the Elohim. The connectivity between Enki/Ea, who brought forbidden knowledges of the gods to early humans from a place known as the state dead, Ea's dead, is undeniably connected to the character of Nakash, who was the illuminator and bringer of forbidden knowledge to Adam and Eve. In the Genesis story of the Garden of Eden, yet he is etymologically linked to Jehovah, the savior of humanity. Chapter 2. That's not what I learned in Sunday school. If you grew up anything like me, you attended Sunday school as a kid. Maybe you even attended as an adult, and perhaps you still attend today. I only talk about religious education in the framework of Sunday school, as it gives a quick reference in our minds to all the things we were taught in our religious training as kids. It's there that we learned in rudimentary form all the basic stories of Bible and the embryonic systematic theology that form our particular denomination's dogmas and doctrines. If you were Catholic, you went to catechism. If Lutheran, you attended confirmation classes. If Jewish, you attended synagogue and both pre- and post-bar and bat mitzvah education, and maybe even went on into martyrdom in your teens. Perhaps you are of a different faith altogether or experienced no form of biblical training at all. Most of us have some notion as to what the early stories of the Bible had to say regarding the creation of mankind, the Garden of Eden, Noah, and the Ark, and other great stories that were religious in their origins, but that have transcended into dialogue through the countless retellings and spread into pop culture, children's books, toys, games, and all sorts of other ancillary forms throughout the years. For the purposes of this examination, as I have stated, I hail back to the roots of leprosy, education, as they are the foremost familiar tales stemming from much older, not so familiar, historical religious accounts and mythologies. If I were to approach an absolute stranger on the STR, and ask him or her about the Garden of Eden or the serpent in the garden or Noah's Ark, the great flood, or even Moses and the Ten Commandments, he or she would, as with most people, have some idea of what it is I was asking. These are common stories woven into the fabric of our religious heritage. That is not to say your particular heritage, but the heritage and religious mythology of humanity. In many cases, the old adage rings true that familiarity breeds contempt, and many of us, though perhaps adhering to what we were taught as children, have drifted far from those original teachings, relegating them to the realm of fantasy and religious fairytale. As I grew older, I began to question many of the things I had been taught. I knew that I accepted those old stories as the absolute truth of God's word as I was taught to do as a youngster, and they became ingrained in my mind as some sort of probable universal truth. But because I extended my biblical education into my teens and young adult years, I found that my logical mind contended with the fake stories that made so much sense so many years earlier. I questioned who God really was, what his names meant, and why there were so many things in the pages of scripture that seemed to play like Lord of the Rings movie, only with angels on crack. So I started asking questions. Why does the name Elohim have a plural connotation? What beings came down from heaven and impregnated humans? Who were they? Why did Moses never name he had his encounters. Isn't that important too? The narrative. Was Goliath actually a real giant? What the hell are sea monsters and Leviathans? What is the go with an angle contraction in Ezekiel? Why is it Leviticus placed a legal mandate against eating Alaskan king crab? What? I can't have sex with a menstruating woman. And so on, and so on, and so on. Those were only the tip of the iceberg when it came to my questions. Many more dealt with textual criticisms, historical references, the mention of constellations that played important roles in paganism, religions that figured prominently in biblical passages, homosexuality, Old Testament patriarchal, polygamy, the genocide of infidels, the drinking of alcoholic beverages, and the mandate for women to stay silent in the church while allowing them to teach classes and say. The questions listed here are not just examples I pulled out of the air, but all actual questions asked, among many others, while attending Bible school and seminary and working in youth ministry. In my teens and 20s, ultimately, I was labeled a troublemaker. This moniker was delivered in one of two forms. You are a troublemaker, Mr. Roberts. That kind of thinking will get you nowhere fast. Around here, and you are a troublemaker, Mr. Roberts, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, accompanied by the nonverbal, and you are onto something by asking, but we can't talk about that here, in this setting. We've ended up in private, out of the way chats over cups of coffee in dark corners of bar. Away cafes, as in most theological, dogma-driven circles, questioning the norm generally lands you in hot water. But the biggest question of them all, for me, was this: what? How do we know that what we believe in teaches the absolute order on the truth? Did God descend and tell us these things firsthand, or are we simply believing in something for which we have no proof and for which all the science and reason and logic out there seems to contradict? Is that the true nature of faith? I am bewildered, believing something that makes no sense for a greater purpose of which we have absolutely no proof. It's better than believing in nothing at all. I was admonished with some conclusive error. That is what has brought me to the place where I write about these things. I do not disbelieve in God, nor have I thrown out the baby with the bathwater, but I do have questions for which answers are hard to come by within the context of my religion. So I started looking outside the box, to the places that might lend me some better perspective or some answers that might give more solidity to the foundation that I was told was as solid as the rock of Christ. Amen and Lord. The serpent in the garden. Now the snake was the most clever of all the wild animals the Lord God had made. 1. Dave the snake said to a woman, did God really say that you must not eat fruit from any tree in the garden? 2. The woman answered the snake, we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden. 3. But God told us, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden. You must not even touch it, or you will die. 4. But the snake said to the woman, you will not die. 5. God knows that if you eat the fruit from that tree, you will learn about good and evil, and you will be like God. 6. The woman saw that the tree was beautiful, that its fruit was good to eat, and that it would make her wise. So she took some of its fruit and ate it. She also gave some of the fruit to her husband who was with her, and he ate it. 7. Then it was as if their eyes were open. They realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made something to cover themselves. 8. Then they heard the Lord God walking in the garden during the cool part of the day, and the man and his wife hid from the Lord God among the trees in the garden. 9. But the Lord God called to the man and said, where are you? 10. The man answered, I heard you walking in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid. And God asked, who told you that you were naked? Did you eat fruit from the tree, which I commanded you not to eat? 12. The man said, you gave this woman to me, and she gave me fruit from the tree, so I ate. 13. And the Lord God said to the woman, how could you have done such a thing? She answered, the snake tricked me, so I ate the fruit. 14. The Lord God said to the snake, because you did this, the curse will be put on you. You will be cursed as no other animal, tame or wild, will ever be. You will crawl on your stomach, and you will eat dust all the days of your life. 15. I will make you and the woman enemies to each other. Your descendants and her descendants will be enemies. One of her descendants will crush your head, and you will bite his heel. 16. Then God said to the woman, I will cause you to have much trouble when you are pregnant, and when you give birth to children, you will have great pain. You will greatly desire your husband, but he will rule over you. 17. Then God said to the man, you listened to what your wife said, and you ate fruit from the tree from which I commanded you not to eat. So I will put a curse on the ground, and you will have to work very hard for your food. In pain you will eat its food all the days of your life. 18. The ground will produce thorns and weeds for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. 19. You will sweat and work hard for your food. Later you will return to the ground, because you were taken from it. You are dust, and when you die, you will return to the dust. 20. The man named his wife Eve, because she was the mother of all the living. 21. The Lord God made clothes from animal skins for the man and his wife and dress. 22. Then the Lord God said, humans have become like one of us. They know good and evil. We must keep them from eating some of the fruit from the tree of life, or they will live forever. 23. So the Lord God forced Adam out of the garden of Eden to work the ground from which he was taken. 24. After God forced humans out of the garden, he placed angels and a sword of fire that flashed around in every direction on its eastern border. This kept people from getting to the tree of life. Genesis 3:1-24. Taking a biblical story and dissecting it to bear all the internal organs and skeletal structure is a meticulously important process necessary in an understanding of ancient culture. Simply said, the Bible, for all of its gloriously revered tales of Jehovah God and his interactions with his human creation, spawning three of the world's major religions, is a source point for understanding the ancient anthropology of humanity. Depending on your view of the veracity of biblical scripture, there is no shadow of doubt that its pages reveal stories, accounts, myths, legends, and fables that mirror or are mirrored by plethora of cultures in the ancient world. The importance of the Bible, if not for faith and practice, is to see it as a book that demonstrates another facet of events as experienced and recounted by ancient mankind, the version, if you will, of common events experienced by ancient humanity. Accordingly, if you are of Judeo-Christian or Muslim religious heritage, the pages of these religious texts and biblical scripture are true, according to certain Christian denominations, and phrase I heard over and over throughout my Bible education. The Bible is the only foundation and authority for faith and practice. Although this may or may not be true, it is clear that when one step back from the text of the Bible, removing the sometimes rose-colored glasses of dogma and systematic theology, you can start to read between the lines and see, as it were, the vastness of PH. World flittering between the slats as you walk along the perimeter fence of one of the world's most holiest of books. And there exist many other world cultures that have varying accounts of creation and the first family, some of which border on that fairy tale sort of scenario, such as gods were a great human warrior, casting beasts and animals into the skies to create the swath of heavenly constellations. African, Native American accounts of creation share such commonalities such as subterranean humans coming to the surface of the earth and gods from the heavens impregnating their beautiful daughters with quadruplets. For example, in Lakota, accounts of the first human family, Wazia, the old man, and his wife, Wakinga, emerged for the first time out into the world from underground. Wakinga gave birth to a daughter so beautiful that she captivated the attentions of Tate, the god of the wind, who married Age, and fathered quadruplets. In this account, we are told of a character, Ichabod the trickster, who tempted that first family with promises of great wealth, power, and beauty. Ichabod bears great resemblance to the Old Testament's account of the serpent, Nakash, who tempted Eve in the garden of Eden. of the gods of G of the forbidden tree, the garden center. As with the tale of Waziyah, Wakaka, and I, disobedience and treachery. Against God/the gods resulted in banishment from paradise for them all. Nakash and his Lakota. Counterpart, Ikamai, were cursed and exiled from the earth for all time, while the first families went to bear children and spread throughout the world. It is very interesting to note that although Waziyah and Wakaka came out from underground, according to Lakota oral tradition, in the Genesis account, 2:7, Adam was formed out of the clay, the ground. The similarities in cultural versions of creation can be clearly seen. All the varied cultural tales of creation have such a vast number of similarities and overlaps that the touch point create a tangled web of scientific methodology, established more by the crossovers in the midst of various cultures, rather than the veracity of the individual cultural tale. In the Hebrew account of creation's first family, in the Genesis text, Adam and Eve were the first human couple, created by God and placed in a beautiful paradise garden called Eden. Their mandate was to fill the ground and keep it, the garden, for God, the only prohibition being the eating of F.R. from the two forbidden trees, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil and the tree of life, located at the center of the garden. Along comes the serpent, out of nowhere, with no contextual limit to the passage, and tempts Eve to eat of the fruit of one of the forbidden trees. He looks at the F, and finds it beautiful and tasty in appearance, as well as something that would make her wise. She knows that the fruit will bring her wisdom is absent from the narrative. She plucks the fruit, and offers it to her husband, Adam, who, according to the text, just happened to be standing there with her, saying nothing or offering any protest to her actions or the temptations of the serpent. Result is an instantaneous opening of the floodgates of their minds, and they are suddenly really that they are naked. They run and hide, covering themselves with fig leaves they sew together, while the serpent seems to fall silent. The consequences are devastating to the human race, in that God blinds the couple, curses them for disobeying his decrees, and condemns forever all of humanity. He also curses the serpent, condemning them to crawl forever on his belly and be reviled above all other animals on the earth, and that his offspring and the offspring of the mother of humanity would forever be in enmity and conflict. That's about as mythological a tale as they come, right with all the earmarks of every other culture. Mythological tales. But in Judeo-Christianity, we are taught that this is the truth, read from G himself. So, either one of two things is true. One is a myth, not unlike the creation myths of many other cultures, or two, mythological tales are sometimes the absolute truth, despite resembling the mythological tales of all other cultures. Perhaps you could add a third option. Three is the truth, and all other mythological tales sourced in other cultures are simply those other cultures twist on the truth, and are the work of Satan performing acts of diabolical mimicry. There is more to the Eden tale than what you read on the surface. And whether you believe it, account to be fact, fiction, allegory, or myth, there is an encoded message within the subtext. The passage, the story of the Garden of Eden's occupants and their fall from grace is more than a simple tale of disobedience and the eating of forbidden fruit. It is a tale of grace interrupted and mirrors many of the events we find in the ancient Sumerian account of the Anu keep reading and enslavement of primeval mankind. In Eden, Eve's downfall came as a result of her encounter with the serpent. The encoded message in the Genesis passage implies that she had intercourse with the serpent character, thus rendering age. Recorded by out of piece of fruit, small potatoes. The serpent not only seduced Eve away from the arms of her husband Adam, but impregnated her, and she conceived her son Cain. Eve, in turn, brought his sexual knowledge to her husband Adam, and they also had sex, conceiving Abel, Cain's twin brother. But Nakash did much more. Very good. The encoded mythical tale, he also passed to the first couple of forbidden knowledge of the Elohim, the pantheon of gods ruled by Jehovah. Comparatively, similar events took place when Enki/Ea went to the humans and incited rebellion against the gods by passing on their forbidden knowledge to the humans from his place in the same marsh. He is dead. The ancient Sumerian cuneiforms also tell that this was done against the wishes of his superior and brother god, Enlil, and his punishment for this treasonous act. The progressive Enki/ and his followers were condemned in order to remain underground in the earth, as was their domain, within its vast cavernous system sweeping and intersecting throughout the substrate of the earth. Along with this punishment, it was ruled that Enki/Ea was to never interfere with humans' god, and that their generations would not only not ever know each other, but will learn to hate each other, and be in continual conflict, just as God pronounced the continual enmity that would exist between the offspring of the serpent and the offspring of the humans, in Genesis 3:14-15. In a rather tragic way for Western religious thought, that the story seems to suggest that God stands against our own moral maturity, against sexuality, and against the divinization of human nature through the acquisition of knowledge and sexual pleasure. It also insinuates, but it does not actually show, that we all died because our first parents knew each other within the intimate gnosis of sexual intercourse, because they thought we're screwed. Jeffrey J. Paul, The Serpent's Gift, Gnostic Reflections on the Study of Religion. Have you ever encountered a serpent that walked upright? Spoken in audible, understandable voice. According to Genesis, the snake that Eve encountered did both of these things. Though it is probably safe to say that he was not very experienced in the ways of the world, seeing as she was the very first woman, it is also probably very safe to say that she knew the difference between a SN and a man. According to the scripture, Genesis 3:1, this snake was neither. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, did God really say, you must not eat from any tree in the garden? As mentioned, the Hebrew word used in the book of Genesis for the word serpent is nakash, pronounced nakash, meaning magician or enchanter, a spellbinder, to illuminate, shine. Jewish rabbinic interpretation never saw this word as meaning the literal snake. It was to be understood as a shining being with power to enchant. This is a far cry from a snake in the grass. In many later interpretations, is identified as none other than Lucifer himself, although the passage never actually calls him by that name. It is attributed thousands of years later. It is this being influences and beguiled or seduced in a more accurate sense into eating the fruit of the forbidden tree in the midst of the Garden of Eden, which, as we have seen, had absolutely nothing to do with eating fruit from the tree. To the woman said to the serpent, we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden. Fruit but God did say, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die. Genesis 3:2-3. The following linguistic details of what transacted in the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden were presented in the rise and fall of the Nephilim, but well worth reconsidering here. The Hebrew word for that tree is ETSPJ, a word that is in very close association with the Hebrew word told $, both meaning generations. It is from these words that we draw the modern equivalent of family tree. Other variations of the word ETS is the wood of the tree is an opening and closing of a door. In an applicational stretch, the same word can apply to the term portal, opening of one's mind, enlightenment. It is highly suggested that the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, from which Eve is said to have eaten the forbidden fruit, was not a literal tree at all, but rather symbolic of the Briadami, races that lived in the region surrounding the Garden of Eden. These races are said to encompass TH, Atlantean civilization. The first few root of the tree is the Hebrew word very root, produce of the ground, offspring, children, progeny of the womb, or figuratively, fruit of actions. The phrase Edom, the Hebrew word Napal LBDK. This word has many uses, among which one use means to lay with a woman, sexual intercourse, and the word touches the Hebrew word naga, to touch, that is, to lay the hand upon for any purpose, euphemism for to touch, in a sexual manner. Or you will not certainly die, the serpent said to the woman. 5. Where God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. 6. When the woman saw that the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye, and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it. 7. Then the eyes of both of them were open, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Genesis 3:4-7. This was obviously no ordinary tree. In fact, it wasn't a literal tree at all. Many biblical scholars interpret this as Lucifer. The definitions of some of the Hebrew words used here are controversial to their application in this context. That is to say that there may be opinions that have already been drawn prior to extrapolating meanings and applying them to the context. Here are the words from this Hebrew passage. The phrase pleasant to the eyes is a Hebrew word to /love to desire, to covet, to take pleasure in, to delight in, to be desirable, to delight greatly, to desire greatly. Desirableness, preciousness. The word desired is the Hebrew word ta'av-lj-1 to yearn for. To lust after, use of bodily appetites, a longing, by implication, the delight, subjectively, satisfy. Objectively, the charm of desire, wish, longings of one's heart, lust, and appetite, covetousness. Bad sense, to covet, to wait longingly. To is the Hebrew word lekek.r-r-p-7 primitive root. Take, in the widest variety of applications, to take, to lay hold of, to receive, to marry, to take. To take to work for a person, to procure, to get, to take possession of, to select, to choose, to take. Marriage, to receive, to accept. Under these definitions, a very different picture of Eve's temptation in the Garden of Eden emerges. The first passage shows far more than a simple, disobedient appreciation of fruit. All the references we hear of Eve eating an apple, or depictions in religious art of Eden complete a big piece of fruit, are merely coded information and hiding of what the passage truly speaks of. What really happened in the scene in the Garden of Eve is that Eve, the mother of humanity, lost age, virginity to the serpent. As you can see that she encountered him sexually before ever having sex with her husband, Adam, and further down the passage, the text is implicit that he was impregnated by this encounter. She then drew her husband into the scenario, and he willingly pursued. And Eve also became impregnated by Adam. Eve was now bearing fraternal twins, Cain and Abel, one from the seed of Adam, and the other from the seed of the character who is known as the serpent in the garden. The grand sin that was committed in Eden was not mere disobedience in the eating of a forbidden piece of fruit from a forbidden tree in the midst of the garden. It was a sexual sin that created a bloodline, and the twins conceived in Eve's womb. According to the subsequent passages in Genesis, we learn that Abel was the blood seed of Adam, but that Cain was the blood seed of the serpent, and that the lineage would be in constant conflict with one another, starting with Cain murdering his TW brother. This begins the trail of the Nephilim, the bloodlines of the serpent. Blood is thicker than water. The Genesis record of the serpent's sexual encounter with Eve, the mother of all living, establishes that the biblical account recognizes a dual bloodline had been conceived in Eve. This fall is borne out not only in the condemnations in Eden, post-fall, and the pronunciation of what is understood in rabbinic and evangelical schools to be the first messianic prophecy, and you will crush your head, but you will by this Genesis 3:15, but also by the long list of genealogy that appear in the subsequent Old Testament books. And these genealogies were written down and placed there for one purpose alone, to establish a traceable, pure human bloodline from which the Messiah would come. Traceable to who? You might ask. Traceable back to the loins of Adam, the first human male. Here is how the genealogies began in the first 28 verses of 1 Chronicles chapter. Historical records from Adam to Abraham to Noah's sons. Herod, authors note, take note of the exclusion of the firstborn twin sons, Cain and Abel, Seth, Enosh, 2 Kenan, Mahalalel, Jared, 3 Enoch, Methuselah, Lamech, Noah. 4 the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the Japhethites. 5 the sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. 6 the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, Rephaim, and Togarmah. 7 the sons of Javan, Elishah, Tarshish, the Hittites and the Reubenites, the Hamites. 8 the sons of Ham, Cush, Egypt, Put, and Canaan. 9 the sons of Cush, Seba, Havilah, Zephath, Ramah, and Sabteka. The sons of Ramah, Sheba, and Dedan. 10 Cush was the father of Nimrod, who became a mighty warrior on earth, and Egypt was the father of the Lunatic, Anamites, Levites, Naphtalites, 12 Pathrusites, Gislevites, from whom the Philistines came, and Caphtorites. 13 Canaan was the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of the Hittites, 14 Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, 15 Hivites, Archites, Sinites, 16 Arvadites, Tamarites, and Hamathites, the Semites. 17 the sons of Shem, Elam, Ashur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The sons of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Meshech. 18 Arphaxad was the father of Shem, and Jelath father of Eber. 19 two sons were born to Eber. One was named Peleg, because in his time the earth was divided. His brother was named Joktan. 20 Joktan was the father of Almodad, Shelef, Hazarmaveth, Jared, 21 Ivram, Bosom, Thigla, 22 Obal, Abimael, Sheba, 23 Omer, Havilah, and Joktan. All these were sons of Joktan. 24 Shem, Arphaxad, Shem, 25 Eber, Peleg, Reu, 26 Ur, Neber, Karam, 27 and Abram, that is, Abraham, the family of Abraham, 28 the sons of Abraham, Isaac and Ishmael. And this listing of genealogies goes on for 8.5 more chapters. Why was there a need to trace the human bloodline back to Adam? Why such a meticulous biblical record of the flow of humanity from the first human man? It was to establish a traceable lineage of the coming Messiah, the kinsman redeemer prophesied during the pronouncement of the cursing head, judgment back in Genesis 3:15. These genealogical records exist for one purpose and one purpose only, to establish that there existed a dual bloodline in humanity, included in the Garden of Eden. The seed of Adam, being the pure human bloodline, and the seed of Nachash, the bloodline of mixed human and Elohim blood, as bred into Eve. And, as I noted above in the 1 Chronicles passage, the firstborn son, Cain, as well as the younger twin whom he murdered, are both omitted from the genealogy. Well, Cain is the firstborn and by Hebrew tradition should have appeared on the list immediately following Adam, but he is omitted from the genealogical record as listed in the Old Testament for the simple reason that he was not of pure human blood. Cain was of the mixed blood of Nachash and Eve. He was the first of the Nephilim. Abel wasn't listed in the record for the simple fact that he was murdered by Cain before he had completed any children. That is why we see the third-born son, Seth, listed in the genealogical record as the direct descendant of Adam. Again, if you recall, and this is extremely important to understand the entirety of the Old Testament, Cain, as the firstborn son of Eve, was fathered by Nachash, the serpent character in Eve, who was of the Elohim, the bright, shining prince of heaven. He represents the mixed bloodline, and if the Messiah was to be the kinsman redeemer, the savior of mankind, born of mankind, his lineage had to be established as being of the pure human bloodline, therefore, the descendant of Seth, not Ca, the kinsman redeemer. The ancient Hebrew sense of redemption was firmly fixed in the word go/v-j, the act of redeeming as a kinsman. The Hebrew sensibility understood the Messiah to be the kinsman redeemer, the one who would come to save, redeem, and rectify, but was also a near kinsman to the family. The concept of the kinsman redeemer was structured like this. The law of Moses made provision. For instance, instances when a person who was forced to sell part of his property or himself into slavery. Teaching. His nearest of kin could step in and come to his aid by buying back what his relative was forced to sell, whether goods or person. The kinsman redeemer became the benefactor, the person who treats the enslaved by paying the ransom price and eliminating his debt. If a fellow countryman of yours becomes so poor he has to sell part of his property, then his nearest kinsman is to come and buy back what his relative has sold. Leviticus 25:25. It was generally the nearest of kin who had the responsibility of redeeming his kinsman. If a person sold himself into slavery or was forced into such, his kinsman redeemer purchased his freedom. When death threatened to overwhelm a person, the kinsman redeemer stepped in to buy his homestead and let the family live. If a family member died without an heir, the kinsman redeemer gave his name by marrying the widow and rearing the existing son or a new son to carry on his dead relative's name. When death by murder came at the hands of another man, the kinsman redeemer acted as the avenger. A blood and pursued the murderer to enact the vengeance will bring to justice. Numbers 35:12. 34. Deuteronomy 19:1-3. So when you think of the Jewish Messiah, remember that the Hebrew concept of Messiah was the kinsman redeemer, the one who was from among us coming to save or redeem us. And although this is a high, mighty biblical concept of redemption and salvation, it is also the theology in which was very the encoded message of race interrupted and the dual human bloodline. Picking back on the prophecies of the coming Messiah, whose heritage was said over and over and over again throughout the Old Testament to be that of a kinsman who would be of pure human blood, was the story of man. Your blood race versus a mixed blood race. When the very first prophecy of the kinsman redeemer was uttered directly after the impregnation of Eve by both Adam and Nakash, dovetailing with the proclamation that there would forever be a state of conflict between the seed of Nakash and the seed of the woman, there was a necessity to provide a traceable heritage from which the future prophecy Messiah would be able to hail. In short, the Old Testament story of the Messiah and the corresponding genealogical records, substantiating a traceable, pure human bloodline, obviate the complete opposite, that there was an impure bloodline, that which was not completely human. That was the bloodline of Nakash, the serpent of the Garden of Eden, member of the divine council, one of the gods of the pantheon of gods, known as the sons of God, the Beni Elohim, the Watchers. I have to state emphatically that the story and prophecies of the Messiah woven throughout the entirety of the Old Testament were there for one reason, to provide an encoded, deeply subtextual message speaking to common events that every other ancient religion wrote about. The story of the coming Messiah seems more and more to simply be the Hebrew religion's collective mythology that needed to establish a pure human bloodline. And even the subtext of race interrupted has dubious origins, as there is simply no way to establish any sort of solid fact. The story of the Messiah age to come, and the genealogical record by which his human heritage was to be established, was the vehicle that was incorporated to establish a pure human bloodline, in opposition to the bloodline was somehow tainted. Is this a story of extraterrestrial interference? Or is it a story of the anthropological development of comparative religions? Or is it a story of the one, true God's creation and control of that which he created? Comparatively speaking, the symbolic tree of the knowledge of good and evil is depicted in the Genesis account of Eden. The object of the forbidden fruit consumed by the first couple inciting God's wrath and judgment is the Hebrew correspondent to the very same palm tree in the Eden, depicted as having a trunk around, which half man half snake is implied. It is from this tree that the Enki/Ea passed on knowledge and intelligence to humans, or, in the parallel Genesis scenario, Nakash taught the first human couple to partake of the forbidden knowledge. As the information was absorbed by Eve and passed onto Adam, their perceptions and awareness of reality quickly shifted, leaving the two in a severe state of shock and fear. Authors note, a person who is totally unaware of the reality in which she lives is said to reside in an ethnic state. The account goes on to explain that, soon thereafter, the couple ran and hid themselves from the voice of God, not because they had their first sexual experiences, nor that they were shy of their nakedness, even though Adam said they were hiding. Because they were naked, it was because they were suddenly, appallingly aware that there was a profound physical difference between the gods and themselves. They also were experiencing enlightenment or good world that they had not known prior to these events. It is clear that until time, the humans had no concept that they were in any way physically different from their reptilian/god counterparts. They had finally left from their childlike innocence and ignorance into the realization that they were intended, by design, to be tillers of the field and slaves to their overlords. There was also the fear, as is accounted in Genesis, that they had, as slaves who transgressed the law, brought down upon themselves the enormity of consequence. The symbolism of the forbidden tree in Eden is not limited to Judeo-Christianity. The Eastern Indian god Krishna sat atop a coiled serpent beneath the branches of a banyan tree, and from there bestowed spiritual knowledge to humanity. Further representation of the tree can be found in the man crucifixion accounts of great teachers and gods, such as that of Quetzalcoatl, the winged serpent god, of the great Toltec and Aztec civilization whose crucifixion on a tree is etched forever in stone. Deep wooden crucifixes upon which those that bestowed knowledge upon humankind the symbols of the supreme god called Egyptian Tao and Enki represent the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. It was the result of the teaching of the forbidden knowledge to humans that they were killed. The remarkable fact is that throughout all ancient and modern civilizations, the serpent, snake, or dragon bestowing knowledge upon the human race figures prominently in all religions and histories. The Judeo-Christian serpent is embodied in the fallen angel known as Lucifer, the Mayan serpent. God Quetzalcoatl, the enormous moon serpent of the Indians, the Holigan god, the mystical. Human-like reptilians known as Nagas of India, the Egyptian serpent god, Neth, the Venetians. And even the Hebrews Nakishtan, the brazen serpent that Moses raised on a pole for the people to be healed. These are but a few of the myriad accounts that exist in worldwide religion cultures describing early gods as having reptilian human physical features as well as having descended from the stars in the heavens. Where's the beauty? After reading to this point, you may be asking yourself, so what's the reptilian connection to ancient man? It is clear that, though our most familiar biblical stories have connectivity with ANC religions, it is also clear that there is symbolism that carries from one to the other. Not only is secularized contention that, anthropologically speaking, the Hebrew religion, aka Christianity, its roots in language and characters modified from more ancient religions, it also carries over symbolism and adapted meanings. The importance of drawing the comparisons between the ancient Sumerian culture and the ancient Hebrew scriptural accounts is superficial in this book, at best, and there are literal tome-built libraries speaking to these matters, but it speaks to the foundational concepts that flow throughout the religious mythologies that have given us the foundations of what we believe. The bigger question to ask is whether we are putting our faith in something that we hold to truth, when in fact it is nothing more than accumulated myth upon myth upon myth. Now, before you clutch your tongue and discuss this, I must again state emphatically that faith is completely other matter. Faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. So said the Apostle Paul, Hebrews 11:1. Faith is the adhesive that binds together the things that always make sense. If you are willing to step outside the box, if only for a bit, in order to look and ask some serious questions, you may just find that there are other things beyond the scope of religious dogma and systematic theology. You may even step back into the box with a stronger sense of what you believe, for it's repeated tearing down a muscle that builds its strength. Believe. Physicist Richard Feynman put it this way: if you expected science to give all the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are, where we are going, what the meaning of the universe is, I think you can easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. We're exploring. We're trying to find out as much as we can about the world. There's a simple ultimate law that explains everything. So be it. That'd be a very Nice discovery. If it turns out it's like an onion with millions of layers, then that's the way it is. W then we go to investigate. We shouldn't pre-decide what it is we are trying to do except to find out more about it. W, we should look to see what's true and what may not be true. Once you start doubting, which, to me, is a very fundamental part of my soul to doubt and to ask, God, it gets a little harder to believe. One can live with doubt, uncertainty, and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answers which might be wrong. I have approximate answers, possible beliefs, and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things, by being lost in a mysterious universe without having any purpose, which is the way it really is as far as I can tell. Too. So, with my decidedly middle-of-the-road approach to personal faith, let's look at some of the comparatives in religion that seem to paint a bigger picture, not only of humanity but of the influence of the secret history of reptilians, which you will soon find isn't really a secret at all. Forgotten and buried in the dust of time. Chapter 3. Boiled around many cultures. If the account given in Genesis is really true, ought we not, after all, to thank this serpent? He was the first schoolmaster, the first advocate of learning, the first enemy of ignorance, the first to whisper in human ears the sacred word, liberty. Robert Greene Ingersoll, American statesman, 1833 to 1899. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. William Shakespeare. There is a huge difference between approaching the issue of the multicultural serpent with a broad view that religion is most often a thing that cannot be quantified to the liking of the skeptical or scientific mind, versus the brand of angry atheism tantamount to hatred of any form of religion. 2. Most skeptical thinkers and the crusading scientific atheists of today. Faith is a list of pieties and practices that consist of superstitions built on the misty nothingness of ignorance and the danger of falsehoods of faith-based thinking. I had one scientist refer to me, in an open debate, as an ass. Plugging, penialist Nephi. With this sort of eliminatory thinking, there is no room for the wonder of the spiritual, at least not openly admitted, and very little grasp of the way the theology incorporates critical thinking, let alone the complex phenomenology of religious experience. Hardcore atheists are to religious believers when an office bound, short sleeve, ornament, spectacle wearing, white shirt, and tied accountedness to the freestyling, caution to the wind, dreadlock, barefooted, multicolored paint smear, lock-dwelling artist. Pardon my stereotypes. Religion is a construct of human beings. It is the attempt to place structure on the unstructured. Spiritual experience, and more often than not, the foundational religious constructs evolve into a systematic set of dogmas and theologies that produce, in nearly every case, a meticulous mode of control, which bears little resemblance to the origin of a systemized structure. Spiritual experience is rarely ever something that is corporate. It is individual. That individual, in turn, internalizes, personally pursues his particular religion more, as is evident throughout the history of humanity. He moves that personal experience to a place of revelation that of necessity should be shared with us, around him. But many times, the seeking of like-minded followers turns heinously into sycophancy, and the establishment of a controlled system is imposed that resembles nothing of the original experience or spirituality. Religion contains within its symbols and myths some of the most utterly profound truths of the human psyche, and even the body. But these are things that need to be properly interpreted and free from the illusion of faith and theology in order to function. Though faith is the thing that is necessary in most religious practices, it is also the thing that, in its simplicity, completely obliterate the open mind. Now, I've turned the entire argument on its head. Science and skepticism have closed off the possibilities under the lock and key of quantifiability within a theological approach to methodology and evidentiary research. On the other hand, faith ERS, in opening themselves to internalizing external spiritual experience and structuring it into theology of any sort, have adopted rigid, comes with legalizing their acceptance of that which is unquantifiable. It's a nasty catch-22 of thinking, so that the approach seems to be complete, but always lacking what the other brings to the table. Science needs faith and faith needs science, and both need skepticism. Both are incomplete without the other, and that is the great schism of the mind. The symbolism and presence of the serpent in the ancient world was highly significant, and somewhere back there, a person, a priest, or a collective of both determined that the serpent was a symbol that should be held in high esteem. Whether it was like the my friend and I experienced our Sunday morning philosophical excursions, or simply a recognition that the serpent bore physical qualities that superstitiously became spiritual ones, the deifying of this reptilian creature became widespread throughout human civilization and carried to all parts of the world. Ancient societies and religious scriptures from the cradle of civilization to the Far East and European cultures arrived with serpent figures, which were simultaneously attributed to highly symbolic roles. One role connected serpents to the heavens in their representation as deities, creative powers, and healing entities. The second role linked them with the underworld, associating them with darkness, evil, harm, and destructive influences. Nowadays, if one just stops and considers, there should be little difference. Recognizing this dual symbolism, as it persists, perhaps not to the same theological depths at once, but it is there nonetheless. Look simply to the symbol of the healing serpent as it appears on the positions caduceus, the two coiled serpents wrapped around the tree, while at the same time, we see the serpent as a thing to be feared and reviled, a representative of evil intent and even as a descriptor for wily, despicable character attributes that dudes a snake in the grass. No matter what your religious take may be on the serpent, it is clear that nearly every civilization either deified the serpent in one form or another, or looked upon the serpent as somehow sacred for, symbolic of the more esoteric values in life and nature. The serpent's dualism in the Hebrew religion is clearly seen when Moses, the giver of the law and traditional author of the Pentateuch, Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, writes of the serpent in the Garden of Eden as the seducer of Eden and the catalyst for the spiritual fall of humanity, yet upholds the serpent as the ass of divine healing when the people are smitten by venomous snakes. 5 of the people spake against God and against Moses, wherefore have ye brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, neither is there any water, and our soul loatheth this like bread. 6 And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and much people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses, and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord, and against thee. Pray unto the Lord, that he take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. 8 And the Lord said unto Moses, Make thee a fiery serpent, and set it upon a pole. And it shall come to pass, that every one that is bitten, when he looked upon it, shall live. 9 And Moses made a serpent of brass, and put it upon a pole. And it came to pass, that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he beheld the serpent of brass, he lived. Numbers 21:5-9. Moses casts a bronze, shining serpent, the negotiate 1W1, and raises it on a pole. And the people who were bitten were then instructed to look at it or touch the base of the pole to be healed. The terminal bites. Christianity, in turn, hailed to this miraculous healing event by equating the of the brazen serpent elevated on the pole to the lifting up, or crucifixion of Jesus Christ. 13 No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. 14 Just as Moses lifted up the serpent in the desert, so the Son of Man must be lifted up. 15 That everyone who believes in him may have eternal life. John 3:13-15. Although we have no idea of how this was supposed to have worked, other than the claim of divine power, we also have no idea how much time passed and how many people died between conception of the divine brassy serpent, its sculpting, design, and casting, to final elevation on the The story expounds on sacred symbolism over the sacred value of human life. The emphasis of the story demonstrating that the serpent was to be viewed as both the agent of harm and appealing the bringer of death and the giver of life, perhaps paying homage to the fall of humanity, while at the time revering the serpent as the deliverer of esoteric knowledge of the gods. The Hebrews sinned. Before their god and fiery serpents were sent to bite them as a divine punishment. In response, Moses crafted a bronze image of the venomous serpent, and the people were healed and ultimately spirit-led. Simply looking at it or touching the pole on which it had been erected. The intent of the biblical passage is to illustrate that it is none other than God Jehovah who is the power working behind the image of the serpent. It is a paradoxical Jehovah who is at once the instigator of both death and life. And as God would so often want to do in Hebrew scriptures, he allows for and in this case is the originator of the deadly calamity in order to establish both his magnificent terror and beneficent grace in being the God who opposes harsh judgment as well as the God who offers a way out, salvation, and healing. To some, this may smack of a sort of divine Munchausen by proxy syndrome, but for the Hebrews, it was their God at work. What is clear is that the Israelites were already quite familiar with images of deified serpents from their exposure to Egyptian mysticism and mythology during the 4 centuries they dwelt in Egypt, either as slaves or workers. And keep in mind that after 400 years, they were clearly Egyptianized. In a similar way as if you were a descendant of an Englishman who traveled to America on the Mayflower in 1620 and whose descendants remained here all those generations up until the current day, you would be considered English by ancestry alone, but you would in actuality be completely American. Same deal with the Hebrews in Egypt. The Hebrews were barely even Hebrews anymore. They had a vestige of their heritage kept alive in oral tradition and religious practice, but had completely forgotten who they were, as evidence be the machinations Moses had to go through to keep convincing them that Jehovah was their God. They were Egyptians, but Moses came to lead them back to their ancestral promised land, and in the harshness of judgment, the serpent symbol is now seen by the Hebrews in its true light, a valid head, important representation of their ancient God's ultimate power over life and death. Their life head, death. What is established to them in the symbol of the bronze serpent is that God was the divine force behind the serpent figure. Now put that in your evening pipe and smoke it. The snake march of Eridu, when we consider the Sumerian creator God, can be paralleled by the neighboring Akkadian God. Ea is being connected through both ancient and modern mythology to a place called the snake marsh, coupled with the fact that we have already established that Enki/Ea is a linguistic precursor. YWHW, Jehovah, the Middle East becomes the hotbed of early serpent mythology. The parallel being, of course, that Enki, the brother god to Lil, the chief god of the Anunnaki, was not only responsible for the creation of intelligent mankind as a slave race at the behest of Lil, but he saw the humans plan and led them into insurrection against the Anunnaki. As we saw earlier, Enki/Ea is the prototype for the Hebrew Jehovah, and they play very similar functions as both creators and saviors. And the serpent symbolism is connected to the book. In his fairly complex book, This/Irony from Evil, Mesopotamian Incantations, 2500 to 1500 BC. Oxford University researcher Graham Cunningham examined Sumerian tablets predating the time, known as the Sardonic period in ancient Mesopotamia, which extended from approximately the 22nd to the 23rd centuries BC. During this earlier period in Sumer, there are many cuneiform tablets containing magical incantations for both helpful and harmful divine ritual intervention. In the tablets we find there are 2 specific incantations associating Enki/Ea with various agents of illness. In other words, the summoning of infliction, harm, or illness on someone else. In these incantations, there is a reference to the snake of Enki, while the other mentions the place of the black snake, the middle of the Yangtze. Remember the term Yangtze? This is the great underworld sea on which the city of Eridu sits, and surrounding the city lies the swampy region known as the Snake Marsh, a place, according to the mythology, well known and loved by Enki/Ea. The incantations also mention a black dog, a horned snake, a serpent, and Enki himself. This association between Enki/Ea and harmful snakes continues well into the old Babylonian period, and there is even one incantation directed against various snakes referred to as the 2-tongued snake of Yangtze. Other incantations show that Enki/Ea could cure as well as cause illness. Remember Moses and the brazen serpent on the pole, and there is a particular repeating phrase of the incantation saying Ea did it, Ea undid it. In essence, God brought catastrophe, God brought healing. Enmerker and the Lord of Urtali is a mythical Sumerian epic in which a speech is delivered by Enmerker, the son of Beshki and Yashir, the founder of the first dynasty of Uruk and builder of the city of Uruk. In that speech he delivers a magical incantation for the purpose of confusing the varied languages of the people. Note the striking similarities to the Genesis account of the Tower of Babel. Once upon a time there was no snake, there was no scorpion, there was no hyena, there was no lion, there was no wild dog, no wolf, there was no fear, no terror. Man had no rival. In those days, the lands of Sumer and Amazon, Harmony found Sumer, the great land with the degrees of princeship. Herein, the land having all that is appropriate. The land marked to resting in security. The whole universe, the people in unison. To a million one tongue spoke. Then, Enki, the Lord of abundance, whose commands are trustworthy. The Lord of wisdom, who understands the land. The leader of the gods. Endowed with wisdom, the Lord of Eridu, changed the speech in their mouths, brought contention into it. Into the speech of man that, until then, had been one. Sumerian cylinder seal depicting Enki ended up in the March book. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. In the book of Genesis, God comes down to earth and confuses the languages of humanity, causing them to disperse. For some reason he did not want the humans working in a unified fashion as they were building their giant ziggurat to reach to the heavens. Genesis 11:14. Enki/Ea plays this for same language dispersing role in the Sumerian version of the tale. So, again, we see the correlation between Enki/Ea and Jehovah of the Old Testament. And the serpent slithers in and out through the narratives. On one of the many Akkadian green jasper cylinder seals, dating between 2000 and 2300 BC, there is an impression of the god Enki/Ea in a rebuilt marshland setting, standing in a shallow trap boat constructed out of the long reeds growing in the marsh, traditional to the inhabitants of Eridu. It is obvious that the central figure in the boat is none other than Enki, as evidenced by the present dual streams of water emerging from his shoulders and a fish leaping from those streams. The boat pictured on the cylinder is being guided through the heavily reed marsh by 2 serpents, both holding punting poles in their hands, while out of the water at the boat's horn and aft harvest, leaping into the air, presumably greeting their creator enjoys his worship. The entire setting on the cylinder is meant to evoke beauty and worshipful honor of Enki. One of the men standing in the boat with Enki is more than likely the man who never left his side, the Hippa, the first human created by Hippa became the god's personal servant, making daily fresh bread and fishing for his god's meals. Sumerian hymns it is said of Enki that his greatest pastime was to navigate the waters of the snake, marching his boat, known as the Ibex of the Yangtze. It was here in the snake marsh that Enki is sitting, lived in his mythical sea house, which metaphorically cast its shadow over the waters of the snake marsh. If you visit the site of Eridu today, snakes can still be seen gliding across the surface of the water, forever reminding us why, after thousands of passing years, the place was given its name. The harbor of ancient Eridu, with a boat carrying the statue of their patron god, Enki, as envisioned by archaeological artist Baelish Balak. Image used by permission from Baelish. Balak, www.archaeologyillustrated.com. Accordingly, in the ancient tablets, amplified to otherworldly proportions in the modern mythologies of the Anunnaki found in the works of Zechariah Sitchin and others, it is said that Enki led rebellion against his brother gods of the Anunnaki, becoming the first freedom fighter for the human race. His base of operations being the snake marshman den of serpents, known as EA's den. We'll expand on this in greater detail in the next chapter. Around the world in 80 serpents. Well, not quite 80, but when you consider all the civilizations, ancient, archaic, and modern, that revere or worship the serpent in some form, the list is staggering. World religion, cultural mythology, and archaic literature represent the serpent as having become synonymous with the act of fertility, force, and creative power. To the fertility and sexual linkage is partly due to snakes being seen as figuratively phallic in form and symbolically synonymous with the male sex organ, not to mention the linkage to the Garden of Eden story of impregnation and the seduction of the serpent character. Serpents also became associated with water and were due to the many species of snakes that live in the water or in holes in the ground, and agriculture, as their dwellings were in the ground and above roots and plants. The ancient Chinese linked the serpent with the gods of rain, a life-giving symbol of fertility and abundance in their agrarian culture. Australia, India, North America, and Africa have all linked snakes with rain and rainbows, bringing to mind the aptly titled 1985 book by Wade Davis Head. Subsequent motion picture, The Serpent and the Rainbow, exploring the voodoo, zombie, and reincarnating resurrection practices in the Caribbean, which, again, are connected with rain and ultimately agricultural fertility. Cultural symbolism of rebirth, resurrection, transformative power, immortality, and healing, as with the brazen serpent of Moses, became strong spiritual aspects of PH. Serpent. This is linked to the serpent's seasonal shedding of its outer skin, the orderous, uninsured, physical occurrence called slow. This became a demonstrable, natural symbolism for resurrection, eternity, and the perpetual renewal of life. In the two major world religions situ, sprouted from the loins of Abraham, Judaism, and Islam, the serpent was representative of sexual desire, re-establishing the sexual nature of the Garden of Eden story. Again, reaffirming this idea. Rabbinic tradition holds that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is illustrative of sexual passion and lustful desire. For I find it interesting that these symbols existed in Abrahamic religions despite PH. And most adherents to traditional Hebraic, Muslim, and Christian faiths are far removed from the notion that the interaction between the serpent and even the Garden of Eden was anything having to do with sexual encounter and transmission of forbidden knowledge. In Hinduism, the Kundalini is a coiled serpent that sits, metaphorically, at the base of the spine, symbol of the residual power of pure desire and sexual passion. The Hebrews and Sumerians have been touched on quite extensively thus far, but let's do recap, and move on to some other examples. Israelite. The Hebrews held the serpent high as an evil presence embodied in the serpent that tempted Eve. The Garden of Eden. There are several other passages in the Old Testament and New Testament that speak to this character in other forms, both inanimate and possessing of character. In Exodus 4, Moses is gifted with a magical staff that can turn to a serpent upon request. This was meant to be a sign of God's miraculous power when Moses went to confront the Pharaoh of Egypt. 2 And the Lord said unto him, What is that in thy hand? And he said, A rod. 3 And he said, Cast it on the ground. And he cast it on the ground, and it became a serpent. And Moses fled from before him. 4 And the Lord said unto Moses, Put forth thine hand, and take it by the tail. And he put forth his hand, and caught it, and it became a rod in his hand. 5 That they may believe that the Lord God of their fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, hath appeared unto thee. Exodus 4:2-5. This very same rod-turned serpent was a magical trick duplicated by the court magicians in Egypt. But as the story goes, Moses' rod snake devoured the snakes produced by the Pharaoh's magicians. Again, according to Hebrew religion, the demonstration of God's power and Moses' demonstration that his snake was bigger than the Pharaoh's. 8 And the Lord spake unto Moses and unto Aaron, saying, 9 When Pharaoh shall speak unto you, saying, Shew a miracle for you, then thou shalt say unto Aaron, Take thy rod, and cast it before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. 10 And Moses and Aaron went in unto Pharaoh, and they did so as the Lord had commanded. And Aaron cast down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his servants, and it became a serpent. And Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers, now the magicians of Egypt. They also did in like manner with their enchantments. 12 Where they cast down every man his rod, and they became serpents, but Aaron's rod swallowed up their rods. 13 And he hardened Pharaoh's heart, that he hearkened not unto them, as the Lord had said. Exodus 7:8-13. It is with little stories like these that cause me to ponder why an infinite God did things the way he did them. It seems that God could have simply manifested himself to the Egyptians, demonstrating that he was, indeed, a benevolent deity, resulting in the Egyptians falling on their faces and worshipping him instead. According to the story in Exodus, God marioned his followers through a series of devastatingly awesome events that equated to nothing more than the wreaking of destruction, mayhem, and suffering, when he could simply have gained the respect, worship, and reverence by manifesting himself to the Pharaoh and the people of Egypt. Is this a God of infinite wisdom, holiness, and omniscience, or is it the manufactured God of humans in a historically culturally derived tale? That is the big question whose theme resonates throughout the subtext of this book. But as the systematic Judeo-Christian theology dictates, who am I to question God's ways? It's an issue of faith in the supernatural that became law, theology, and dogma, as we will see repeated throughout many ancient religions. If some of what I write seems as if I have some sort of axe to grind with biblical theology, please do not misinterpret me. What you see here are the shards of traditional stories not being filtered through religious predisposition, but the tales as seen from outside the box of dogma. When you look at these stories in that light, they become less God-inspired accounts and more of the same sort of religious mythological transference of divinity-driven theology for the purpose of establishing a picture that the teller of tale wanted told. The symbolism used to denote divine power is demonstrated in mythical proportions in the following passages. Before the Hebrews traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom, but the people grew impatient on the way. 5 They spoke against God and against Moses, and said, Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the desert? There is no bread, there is no water, and we detest this miserable food. 6 Then the Lord said, Venomous snakes among them, they bit the people, and many Israelites died. 7 The people came to Moses and said, We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take the snakes away from us. So Moses prayed for the people. 8 The Lord said to Moses, Make a snake and put it upon a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live. 9 So Moses made a bronze snake and put it upon a pole. And when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, he lived. Number 21:4-9. 1 Beware that thou forget not the Lord thy God, in not keeping his commandments, and his judgments, and his statutes, which I command thee this day. 15 Who led thee through that great and terrible wilderness, wherein were fiery serpents, altars, emphasis, and scorpions, and drought, where there was no water, brought thee forth water out of the rock of flint. Deuteronomy 8:11-15. As we have already examined, the serpent that Moses cast in bronze, many years later, became an object of worship itself. The Nehushtan, as it was called, the derivative of the Nakash, had taken on the status of God, and a cult formed around its worship, so much so that King Hezekiah expurgated the cult and tore down the bronze serpent. Apparently, serpent worship in Jerusalem was not new in Israel, as there are no less than 7 such bronze serpents from pre-Israelite Palestinian cities. 2 of these serpents were uncovered during an archaeological dig at Megiddo, 5:1 at the ancient site of Gezer, 6:2 from the Holy of Holies at the ruins of Gezer, and another 2 at the remains Shechem. There are several other archaeological discoveries of the snake and serpent in the Canaanite region, but they mostly predate Israel's occupation of the territory. However, with what W. Understand with the spread of religion and the adaptations from culture to culture, it is clear that the Israelites simply appropriated the older Palestinian serpent worship, blending it with their own version of serpent worship as embodied in the bronze serpent of Moses. It is interesting to note that despite all the miraculous wonders experienced by the Hebrews under the leadership of Moses and during the great exodus from Egypt, the people still clung to a physical objects such as the golden calf and the serpent, and elevated them to the status worthy of their worship. Could this be some indicator as to what really happened in these biblical tales? Ask yourself, would you, if confronted with the sea splitting open to allow you to pass on dry ground, if you stood before the fiery mountain where Moses ascended to receive the tablets, or if you experienced all the other miraculous wonders of the Hebrews' 40 years sojourn in the desert, forget it. About what God performed and worship at night. Or, perhaps, the Hebrews never really experienced any of these things on the same level as they have been passed down to us in biblical religious myth. Perhaps the experiencer, Moses, constructed an elaborate religion from the bare bones of personal divine revelation, but the hard part for him was convincing the people to live by the dictates of God, individual encounter with God. And then, in a posthumous slap in the face to Moses, throughout the next few hundred years, the people took his brazen serpent on pole, incorporated it into Canaanite religion of Palestine, and began worshiping the snake as if it were the god of their deliverance. Now came to pass in the third year of Hoshea, son of the king of Israel, that Hezekiah, the son of Ahaz, king of Judah, began to reign. 220 and 5 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 20 and 9 years in Jerusalem. His mother's name also was Abi, the daughter of Zechariah. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that David his father did. For he removed the high places, and brake the images, and cut down the groves, and brake in pieces the brazen serpent. All their emphasis that Moses had made, for unto those days the children of Israel did burn incense to it, and he called it Nehushtan. 2 Kings 18:1-4. In magnificent poetic form, John 26, 6-14 presents a picture of God's handiwork. The serpent is mentioned near the end of the passage. 6 Death is naked before God. Destruction lies uncovered. 7 He spreads out the northern skies over empty space. He suspends the earth over nothing. 8 He wraps up the waters in his clouds. Yet the clouds do not burst under their weight. 9 He covers the face of the whole moon, spreading his clouds over it. 10 He marks out the horizon on the face of the waters for a boundary between light and darkness, and the pillars of the heavens split. The gas head is rebuked. 12 By his power he churned up the sea. By his wisdom he cut earth to pieces. 13 By his breath the skies became fair. His head pierced the crooked serpent. 14 And he broke the outer fringe of his works. How faint the whisper we hear of him. Men can understand the thunder of his power. But right is this crooked serpent spoken of in the passage. It appears again in Old Testament Scripture. One in that day the Lord with his heart, great and strong sword shall visit Leviathan, the serpent, and Leviathan, the crooked serpent, author's emphasis, and shall slay the whale. That is in the sea. 2 In that day there shall be singing to a vineyard of pure wine. 3 I am the Lord that keepeth. I will suddenly give it drink, lest any come to it. I keep it night and day. Isaiah 27:1-3. There are many interpretations of the crooked serpent, the Leviathan and dragon, ranging from the presence of the Holy Ghost to the constellation of Draco to a prophecy of the swastika of the Nazi regime. In all, the serpent is mentioned more than 40 times in biblical references. An exhaustive listing. Here would be simply that, a list. Rather than reference every passage, suffice it to say that all one need do is refer to a concordance of the Bible words and look under the heading for serpent or snake. You can also conduct an internet search for the word serpent plus Bible, then sit back, find the voluminous web pages and limitless amount of information and interpretation from the scholarly to completely whack range. Suffice it to say that the Bible establishes the serpent myth was at play in ancient Israel, most probably carried over in their origins from the Egyptian, Palestinian, and Sumerian cultures that influenced the early development of Hebrew religion. The Great Dragon, China. For 4 millennia, Chinese culture has existed and thrived in an unbroken line, dating back to the Xia Dynasty as early as 2000 BC. China's mythological roots, however, extend even farther back in time. 5,000 years ago in China, around the time the ancient Britons were building the first circular ditch and mound of Stonehenge, the dragon began its long-standing tradition as a mythological figure of the Chinese people. Unlike the serpent or snake in other cultures, the Chinese held the serpent/dragon as a symbol of happiness, immortality, sexual intercourse, and fertility, imbued with the ability to ward off evil spirits. The pervasive dragon decorates nearly every house monument and structure in China, as well as adorning the garments of ancient Chinese generals and high governmental officials. The emperor wore 9 dragons on his rocky robe. In ancient times, again illustrating the dual nature of the serpent, the dragon was regarded as not only the highest of sacred animals, but it also became the imperial emblem of all Chinese emperors. Unlike the depictions of evil dragons of Western cultures and the need for St. Patrick to drive the serpents from the land of Ireland, the Chinese dragon is beneficent and gracious among all other creatures, and was worshipped as the divine ruler of lakes, rivers, and seas. It is the powerful yet gentle serpent thumb that brings the fertile, healing rain to the earth, giving life to the crop's head, and quenching the thirst of the toiling husbandman. The dragon ultimately became synonymous with the Chinese, who proudly proclaim themselves Feng de Chuan Red, descendants of the dragon. The long line of emperors believed themselves to be, as did the Egyptians and other monarchical families in ancient times, the sons of heaven, the sons of God, the Elohim, brothers to the gods, and incarnate embodiments of the sacred dragons. All the empirical accoutrements became known as things that were of the dragon. The bed of the emperor was the dragon bed, the throne, the dragon seat, and the emperor's ceremonial robes, the dragon robes. The dragon was in and throughout every aspect of ceremonial worship and daily life. For half a millennium, the Xiao people and their dynasty dominated the northern regions of China. From about 2000 to 1500 BC, they were a people who collectively worshipped the sacred serpent, a creature found coiled around the most ancient of Chinese mythologies. Through the course of evolution, the serpent took on the form of the traditional Chinese dragon and became the most everlasting symbol of people and the most recognized emblem of Chinese culture, spirituality, and mythology. In 551 BC, the child named Confucius was born into a poor family of aristocratic lineage. His family's lineage allowed him the ability to become an educator and governmental official. Better known to the world as Confucius, his philosophy as an educator was that learning, in and of itself, was the path to greater self-knowledge and self-improvement. Working for and attaining these things would lead you to good conduct and clean living. His teachings took on legendary proportion through the centuries and millennia, but his underlying goal was to make wisdom the divine force that would result in the smooth operation of a stable and well-ordered state of being. Sounds very new age, doesn't it? As most of us know, his teachings became a legendary guide to living wisely. Many followers flocked to the teachings of Confucius, and they continued to perpetuate his ideas, even after his death in 479 BC. As is with most legendary figures, who attained legendary status ever. During their own lifetimes, legends were fostered and spread about Confucius, including one in which sacred dragons guarded his mother during her pregnancy and attended to her at his birth. Mesoamerican feathered serpent. According to Aztec, Mayan, and Toltec scriptures, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent god, was the primordial creator and giver of life to all that is. Along with his mirrored opposite god, Tezcatlipoca, he created the world, and he was sometimes referred to as the white Tezcatlipoca, contrasted to his Darker opposite, the god of the night. He was called the great sky god, the lord of these, being associated with the morning star, which also gave him the name Anticatli, lord of the star of the dawn. Quetzalcoatl was also a virgin bird, his mother being the goddess Coatlicue, and his twin brother god, Golodi, known as the evening star, associated with Venus. It was Quetzalcoatl who, after the death of the fourth son, fourth age, descended to Mitla, the land of dead, and by sprinkling blood drawn from his penis over the bones of the dead he had gathered from the previous era, created the fifth son and the dawning of the new age of mankind. The temple of the feathered serpent has fine stylized depictions of that deity in a style that includes the apparent influences of Teotihuacan and Maya art. Image made available through Wikimedia Commons. Comparatively speaking, the resemblance to titles used for Jesus, the bright morning star, and Lucifer the morning star, are striking. This makes the question as to whether the Jesus of early Christianity garnered his title from the same sort of evolution of pagan, earth-based religious god, as did Quetzalcoatl, only a few hundred years later. Although Christianity teaches that God, the creator, and Lucifer/Satan/devil, the created, are not precise opposites, despite the fact that they represent opposing forces of good and evil, and that which is holy versus that which is profane. The dual nature of the opposing forces is present in nearly all religious belief and mythology in every culture. In this sense, Quetzalcoatl becomes the very same archetype, and because we all know that the morning and evening stars are merely a planet in the solar system, attributing them to being the presence of divinity, even on a comparative level, is certainly nothing short of an archaic understanding on the part of both religious mythologies. As humans, we have always looked to the equinoxes and the traversing of the heavenly bodies to ascribe some sort of mystical substance to a gods. The dual, or twin, aspects of Quetzalcoatl and Golodi is not lost on the comparison between Jesus and Lucifer, who are not only the diametrically opposing elements in the Christian faith, but also hypothesized by some Wax to be twin brothers, both of the Elohim. As with other gods riddled throughout human history, it was Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who was attributed to Lucifer, Inki/Ea, Krishna, and others brought the knowledge of the gods to humanity. This act bestowed on him the additional title of wise legislator. And, as with the serpent, in the Garden of Eden, he was condemned by the other gods and crucified on a tree, like Jesus Christ, the Messiah of the Christian faith. Veneration of Quetzalcoatl as a god appears to have begun in the early classic Mesoamerican periods between 400 BCE and 600 AD, and spread throughout Mesoamerica by the late classic period, 600 to 900 AD. There is some credence to the academic notion that Quetzalcoatl was merely deified earthly king from an earlier Mesoamerican period, which would also fit the picture of most mythological gods who once had firm footing in the flesh and blood, but with the evolution of religion, became much more. In the Aztec culture, whose religious beliefs are among the best documented in historical sources, Quetzalcoatl was the god of the wind, the star of the dawn, emergence, arts, crafts, and knowledge. He was also, as the bringer of learning and knowledge, the patron god of the Aztec priesthood, another cross-cultural similarity to the illuminator and bringer of knowledge. In one version of the myth, Quetzalcoatl allowed himself to be seduced by his smoking mirror, opposite Tezcatlipoca, and in his resultant remorse, threw himself on a funeral pyre, killing him. By the other side, after his death, his heart became the morning star, creating his identification with the god Anticatli. Toltec religious dualism has at Tezcatlipoca, the opposing deity. Quetzalcoatl had reportedly driven the god into exile. According to yet another tradition, Quetzalcoatl traveled over the sea on a raft of snakes. Quetzalcoatl has been physically described as being light-skinned and bearded, and prophesies of his future return were connected to his mythology. When the Spanish conquistador and Cortez appeared in Mesoamerica in 1519, the Aztec king at the time, Montezuma II, lured by the higher technology, weaponry, and appearance of the conquistadors, was easily convinced that Cortez was in fact the reincarnated Quetzalcoatl, returning to rule his people. Quetzalcoatl became the dualistic serpentine symbol of death and resurrection. The god has a great affinity with the priest king Tocantins Quetzalcoatl, who ruled the Toltecs in Tula during the 10th century. The cult of Quetzalcoatl became widespread in Teotihuacan, an area about 30 miles north of what is now Mexico City, as well as Cochilco, Cholula, and Chichen Itza. In his book Fingerprints of the Gods, The Evidence of Earth Has Lost Civilization, British author Rabbi published a controversial theory that states Egyptian culture, as well as all the Mesoamerican culture inclusive of the Aztec, Mayan, and Olmec, all shared similar Quetzalcoatl mythologies. 10 of stories of bearded, light-skinned men bringing knowledge or alleged to be common, and sprouting from a central source or a master/proto-culture. As racist as that may sound, by today's standards of politically correct speak, keep in mind that the mythologies are much older than current 21st century politics. The caterwaul by the scientific community is that all these are based on some sort of tacit racism, when in fact, it is the cultures themselves that have given the stories, not later cultures attributing those stories to only the, as some of the scientific call them, brown peoples. Native American rattlesnake. The serpent is revered among Native American tribes in the form of a rattlesnake, who is known as grandfather and king of snakes. It is he who gives both fair winds and is the bringer of tempestuous weather, aligning with the myths of Quetzalcoatl and his connection to the wind and weather. In Native American Chippewa and Cherokee flood mythology, the horned serpent, Mazajinka, an evil underwater serpent/dragon, kills one of the god's cousins. In an act of divine revenge, the gods kill the horned serpent, who in dying unleashes a great flood. The people first flee to the mountains, and when they, too, become submerged, they float on a raft of serpents until the flood subsides. The evil spirits, once controlled by the serpent god, then go into hiding out of fear of punishment and repercussion. Again, the similarities to the Nephilim and the flood of Noah are undeniable, as the Hebrew scripture tells us that the Nephilim were on the earth in those days and also afterward, Genesis 6:4. This is not to establish the flood of Noah as the prototype or true story, but rather to compare the flood of Noah to the other cultural accounts, demonstrating the common theme amongst varying cultural tales. Anecdotally, in Ohio, the top plateau overlooking the Brush Creek Valley, Serpent Mound is the largest and finest serpent effigy in the United States. The mound builders associated some great mystical value to the serpent, as demonstrated by archaeological sites such as the Serpent Mound, though to date, no one has been able to decipher particular associations. The Canaanite Basilic, the early pre-Canaanite Phoenicians, the basis of the name Phoenix, the rising firebird/dragon, and a serpent god called the Basilisk, made popular in one of the Harry Potter books and movies. This serpent wasn't quite a serpent, but were some of the physical characteristics of an early Draco figure, again demonstrating the migrated physicalized presence of the earlier serpentine representations. The Basilisk was considered to be an early representation of a phallic god, common in ancient religions, obviously founded in male domination. According to the mythology, to look directly at a basilisk meant certain death in many of heinous forms, so it is impossible to picture accurately, as no one was able to look at them and create an accurate representation. This ability to kill with a glance is shared by the Gorgons of Greek mythology, mythical correspondents of the basilisk. In turn, the only way to kill a basilisk was blindfolded and by use of indirect visual, so by mirror or by use of a mirror-like object in which the serpent could view its own reflection, as was the case with the Grecian myth of Perseus and his fight with Medusa. First century Roman historian Pliny the Elder wrote of the basilisk. The basilisk serpent has the same power to kill with its gaze. It is a native of Cyrenaica, not more than 12 inches long. He wrote, Snakes with its hiss, and moves its body forward in manifold coils like other snakes. 11. During the Middle Ages, the basilisk became identified with the cockatrice, the two-legged dragon, with the head of a rooster, very similar to the phoenix, a serpent mentioned occasionally in the New Testament book of Isaiah and other Hebrew scriptures. And the sucking child shall play on the hole of the ASP, and the weaned child shall put his hand on the cockatrice head. Isaiah 11:8. Rejoice not thou, all Gales Hina, because the rod of him that smote thee is broken. 4. Out of the serpent's root shall come forth the cockatrice, and his fruit shall be a fiery flame. Serpent. Isaiah 14:29. They hatch cockatrice eggs, and weave the spider's web, he that eat of their eggs. Diet, and that which is crushed break out into a viper. Isaiah 59:5. 4. Behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices, among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, said the Lord. Jeremiah 8:17. When we enter the modern period, and Medusa becomes an innocuous decorative motif found on door knockers and brooches, the basilisk immigrates to the United States and becomes identified with different American snakes, most notably the rattlesnake. One of the first rattlesnakes encountered by European explorers, the tropical variety known as the Mexican West Coast rattlesnake, was given the scientific name Rhodolus basiliscus, or basilisk snake. On an interesting etymological note, the word basilisk is where we got the later word for temple of the phallic god, and eventually a type of church, the basilica. There is a reference to this ancient mythology found atop St. Peter's Basilica in Rome in the form of a phallic ball. Hindu mythology. The worship of snakes and serpents in Hindu culture and religion demonstrates high status of snakes or nagas in their mythology. Is a Sanskrit and Pali word for deity or class of entity or being, taking the form of a very large snake, found in Hinduism and Buddhism. The use of the term naga is often ambiguous, as the word may also refer, in similar contexts, to one of several human tribes known as or nicknamed the nagas. The term is still used to apply to ordinary snakes, particularly the king cobra and the Indian cobra, the latter of which is still called naga in Hindi. Other languages of India. The serpent primarily represents symbolic rebirth, death, and mortality, again as we've seen in other cultures, due to the casting of its skin and symbolic rebirth. Carved representations of Ka, or nagas can be found all across India, to which offerings of food and flowers are left, with lights, burned before the many and various shrines. Among some South Indians, the cobra is so revered that, if accidentally killed, it is burned like a human being on a funerary pyre. No one would kill one. Intentional. The serpent nagas form an important part of Hindu mythology and play prominent roles in various legends. The following is a list of serpents from Hindu mythology. 12. Anasesha, Shishnaga, or the 1,000-headed snake, upholds the world on his many heads head. Shesha is said to be used by Lord Vishnu to rest. Shesha also sheltered Lord Krishna from a thunderstorm during his birth. Vasu allowed himself to be boiled around Mount Mandara by the Devas and ensures he turned with the ocean, creating the ambrosia of immortality. Kali poisoned the Yamuna/Yamuna where he lived. Krishna subdued Kali by dancing on him and compelled him to leave the river. Manasa is the queen of the snakes. She is also referred to as Manesha or Mamanesha, with Ma being the universal mother. Ananta is the endless snake who circles the world. Apanapa, or Patmika, is the guardian snake of the south. The snake is half Brahmin and half Naga. Lord Shiva also wears a snake around his neck. An important Hindu festival bearing ancient association with snake worship is Nag Panchami. It is held on the 5th day of Shravan, and snake idols are offered gifts of milk and incense. It is said, the gaining of wisdom, wealth, and fame are sought after by the offering of milk and incense to the serpent idol. Once again, the serpent is associated with illumination and the gaining of knowledge. Egyptian. Apis, also known as Ipet, 13 dating back into the 1500s BC, was the great water serpent god, who slept in the mountains of Baku, rising with the morning star, daily attacks Arya on his journeys through the daytime sky and the underworld, and is subsequently destroyed Egypt by Soda, the god of the crocodiles. As we have seen in most other religions and cultures thus far, the serpent seems to always hold symbolic symbolism and underworld characterization as a giver of life, possessing the creator aspect that seems ever present wherever the serpent is worshipped. Nowhere is this so evident and pervasive than in the mysticism of ancient Egyptian religion and worship. In the mythology and symbolism of Egypt exists some of the most glaring dualistic contrasts between reverent worship of the serpent and fear-based repudiation. The Egyptians' reverence for the serpent's life-giving powers probably arose, in part, from once again observing them shedding their skins, continually exposing a new resurrected body in the process. The god of the ancient Egyptian primeval creator deity is represented in the form of the serpent who seasonally shed his outer skin, a symbol of the continual life, death, and new life CYCL. At one point, Adam prophesied to Osiris, the Egyptian god of the netherworld and final judgment, TH. He is going to destroy the entire world he had created and revert back to his serpentine form 14. Early 20th century Dutch-born archaeologist Henry Frankfurt, who spent his life reconstructing ancient Egyptian and Mesopotamian culture and mythology, said of the Egyptian serpent gods, the primeval snake survives when everything else is destroyed at the end of time. Thus the serpent was strongly and continually associated with creation and eternal existence in the ancient Egyptian. The Egyptians portrayed life itself by the image of the rearing serpent, and a serpent biting its tongue, the common Egyptian emblem for eternity. 15. During the Egyptian Middle Kingdom, 2030 to 1640 BC, post-11th dynasty, the god Amun came onto the scene as the patron god of the capital city of Thebes. Amun in one of his manifestations WN. That of the serpent god named Kumetep, he who has completed his time. 16. At Karnak, during the beginning of the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1090 BC, Amun was merged with the sun god Ra, when Pharaoh had uprooted the entire Egyptian system of religion and worship and decreed a new monotheistic society. Amun became the monotheistic, supreme state and force/endorsed god of Egypt during this period. Amun divine consort, the serpent god is Mut, or resplendent. Serpent gave birth to a son named Khonsu. Altogether, this holy triad, in the Egyptian worldview, symbolized the perfect union within the house of the gods as well as being representative of the supreme social structure of the royal family. And it was this family portrait that inextricably linked the house and family of the pharaoh to the mythological serpent of Egyptian mythology. But Amun monotheistic society lasted but one generation before it was overthrown and the implementation of reversion back to the polytheism took place. All periods of Egyptian history, from the earliest historical times all the way to the end of the end, kingdom, creation, fertility, birth, the goodness of the gods, rebirth, and resurrection were all embodied in the image of the serpent. Hermes was the serpent-headed goddess to whom were brought offerings at the time of harvest, thanking her for successful crops of both food and grain. But 18. The father of serpents, Geb, was the god of earth and the father of the gods. 19. The snake was linked to life after death and a recurring cycle of life due to Egyptian obsession with the quest, eternal life, and it became a symbol of survival after death and even resurrection among the ancient Egyptians. In the Egyptian Book of the Dead, sometimes referred to by its more precise title, the Book of Going Forth by Day, in chapter 87, we are told that transformation into a serpent upon death gives new life to the deceased. The serpent goddess in pre-dynastic Egypt set the stage for her veneration as an enduring symbol throughout the rest of dynastic Egyptian history. The most important serpent of Lower Egypt was Wajet, the green one, who eventually became the symbol of the unified Egypt and its royal house. It was this serpent goddess whose name became synonymous with the general Egyptian term for cobra, and the foundation for the creation of the symbol of the Urias, the standing figure of the cobra heaven. Most often as they had peace on the royal Egyptian crowns. The cobra/Urias became such an important piece of Egyptian iconography that the life of the pharaoh became known as the living year of the Urias. 21 Wajid not only became physically represented on the pharaoh's crown as his guardian and protector, but eventually was bestowed the title of the Ayabara, or green color. Significantly, became the color that represented resurrection in ancient Egypt, and Wajid, also referred to as the green one, embodied the forces of health and fertility. As with most gods of antiquity, you can quickly see how numerous titles continue to be added on as the power's head. Influence of the god involved in worship, Wajid, the green Urias of the pharaoh, the Ayabara, the protector and guardian of the life of the pharaoh, the power of fertility and good health. The crown of 18th dynasty Egypt, clearly showing the serpent figure. Copyright series project. Dr. John Ward and Dr. Maria Nelson, Luxor, Egypt. Used by Permisio of the series project. Representing the oppositional character of the Egyptian serpent was the serpent god of darkness. The winged, fire-spewing Apophis, what Wajid was to all that was good in ancient Egypt. Apophis was her counterpart, representing the demonic forces, evil gods, and powers of the bleak underworld. Apophis was the serpent of darkness, in complete opposition to the sun god Ra, who was the light of the world. But Apophis, albeit the antithesis to Ra, was never more powerful. He simply counterbalanced the serpent Behead, the coiled one, who was the protector of the sun god Ra, assisting him on his journey through the realm of that to be reborn every morning. 22 And as you thought, in many cultures and religions, the powers of darkness are thwarted by the power of good. As Satan is to God, so Apophis is to Ra, with minor alterations to the functionality. It has been said time and again that the ancient Egyptians were utterly preoccupied with death, at least the royal families, as far as can be seen. Their entire lives, especially when a seed of Pharaoh, were consumed with the afterlife and the resurrection. There is an interesting entry in the pyramid texts, the funerary papyri of ancient Egypt. In these documents is listed something for which there very little explanation. The snake game, 23 presumably a test of sorts, played out in the afterlife. The pharaoh died a game he has to win. How interesting a touch modern person idea would that be? The notion of an Egyptian judgment, test, or fisticuff in order to enter the beautiful wonders of afterlife seemed a colloquial version of a much greater religious pride. The Gadsden flag, don't tread on me. Image copyright of the author. Don't tread on me. Being an American and a citizen of the United States, I cannot overlook the serpent symbolism in some of my country's own iconography, continuing a long tradition of the snake making its appearance in the cultures of humanity. The Gadsden flag, commonly recognized as the yellow don't tread on me better, and emblazoned with the coiled rattlesnake, was named after Christopher Gadsden, a colonial general and statesman. Benjamin Franklin wrote of the rattlesnake as a symbol for American vigilance. I recollected that her eye excelled in brightness that of any other animal, and that she, as no other she may therefore be esteemed an emblem of vigilance. She never begins an attack, nor, when once engaged, ever surrenders. She is therefore an emblem of magnanimity and true courage, as if anxious to prevent all pretensions of quarreling with her. The weapons with which nature has furnished her, she conceals in the roof of her mouth, so that, to those who are unacquainted with her, she appears to be a most defenseless animal, and even when those weapons are shown and extended for her defense, they appear weak and contemptible, but their wounds, however small, are decisive and fatal. Conscious of this, she never wounds till she has generously given notice, even to her enemy, and cautioned him against the danger of stepping on her blows. I wrong, sir, in thinking this a strong picture of the temper and conduct of America. 24. The serpent has always been associated with strength and influence, despite its dualism as both a creature to be feared and revered. It can be asserted, however, that given such overwhelming evidence from texts and inscriptions, the ultimate duality in nature and perception of the serpent W, illustrated by the need to have the serpent demonstrably enact both supreme goodness as well as ultimate evil among the ancient Egyptians, and that serpent imagery was incontrovertibly associated with the afterlife, resurrection, and eternity, as with so many other serpents in so many other rhythms and cultures. Part E. The serpent in alien subculture. Chapter 4. The reportoids. Reptilians know. Reptilian humanoids. As you have seen, the key to understanding the connectivity of the serpent to reptilian/alien mythos, completely predicated on having an understanding of how the serpent's role became so important in human history, more specifically, to people themselves. Believe what you will about spirituality, religion, science, or anthropology, the serpent figure has played prominently in the lore of ancient theory, and has become the rock star of current alien conspiratorial thought, the theory itself, Echo. The mothership for all the very extraneously divergent sub-theories making rounds in the circles of the ecological faithful. Make no mistake, the secret history of reptilians is as much manufactured religion as are the snake and dragon cults from the depths of our anthropological thought. That does not mean they do not exist in some form. If that was the final conclusion, this book would end right here. The Basilica Reptilica. Gnosticism will tell you that the truest sense of theology is psychology. I would add anthropology to that mix, and that claims made about God or gods are in their truest sense actually only projections of humanity, the reflections of who we deem ourselves to be. After all, religion is humankind's attempt to fill the God-shaped vacuum that exists in the human mind and heart, creating and recreating God in the form that we need him to be. Religion, of course, being something completely different than spirituality, certainly on the same chart, just a different emphasis. We project and extrapolate our needs onto what we think God should be, and by all, we have religion. What is all this talk about religion doing in a section of the book that is supposed to be about reptilian/alien subculture? One might ask. Intrinsically, it is because they are the very same thing. Humans have some deep primordial, psychological, physiological wiring that makes us want to know more about who we are and where we come from and where we are supposed to go from there. Human beings have an innate need to know our roots and discover the reasons we are what we are and why we do what we do, but then we incorporate our innate creativity to construct the landscape around us. We can take the mechanism of causality and convert it into consequence, and in so doing, W, may find ourselves constructing a psychological fortress that will house and protect the way we conceive our universe and interact with our surroundings. So let's take a brief jaunt into the psychology of the need for God and aliens and everything else in between. Those base needs sprout from the human psyche. To get some grasp of why the mind works the way it does in regard to these matters of mythology, let's take a simple look to the fathers of modern psychology, Sigmund Freud and Alfred Adler. Freud, although a pioneer in his field, some of whose ideas have been left behind as we learn more and more about how the mind operates, focused his research on the unconscious/subconscious mind and how it juggles innate biological motives that are hardwired into human physiology, alongside the brain's ability to produce irrational thinking. Regressed, early memories were at the root of what Freud was looking for, and he referred to his methods as depth psychology, going back to our roots to see what we're made of and why we operate the way we do in the current. We hear so much about modes of operation and family systems when we are trying to root out the origins of behaviors, which ultimately was fleshed out for the first time with Freud's research. This brand of looking to the past psychology can be applied corporately to a group, but Freud was much more interested in how the individual formed these modes prior to cognitive awareness. On the other hand, common sense and conscious behavior were the focus of endless research, leading him to emphasize what he called surface or context psychology. He believed that cognitive, social motives and intimate social interactions were what drove behaviors in people, and he was aptly dubbed the father of ego and humanistic psychology. His work in cognitive and family therapy led him to the conclusion that it was the interactive social structure between people and especially family members that was the primary motivation for human behavior. The goal for endless form of therapy was to focus on a form of daily living experience that made social interaction the primary focus. Freud, generally speaking, filtered his view of human nature through a pessimistic view of the things that covered behavioral outcomes. He adhered to a Darwinian/Hobbesian philosophy, which basically states that man in a state of nature, according to Hobbes, has no idea of moral goodness, and therefore must be naturally wicked. He is vicious because he does not know virtue. Throw the survival of the fittest into the mix, and you have the rudimentary basics of Darwinian Hobbesian. Here, hold on, psychologists, I'm going somewhere with all of this. Adler had a much more optimistic approach to the foundations of cognitive behavior, following it. More or less Rousseauian/humanistic philosophy, which espoused that human nature is innately good, and that society, our surrounding, and environment are the corrupting force that transforms man into self-interested/self-actualizing people. The first man who, having fenced in a piece of land, said this is mine, and found people not even enough to believe him, that man was the true founder of civil society. From how many crimes, wars, and murders, from how many horrors and misfortunes might not anyone have saved mankind by pulling up the stakes, or filling up the ditch, and crying to his fellows, beware of listening to this impostor, you are undone if you once forget that. The fruits of the earth belong to us all, and the earth itself to nobody. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Discourse on Inequality, 1754. Sense of self, Freud contended, was determined by what was passed on to you from your parents, immediate family, and social externals, such as the environmental factors of familial relations, parenting, and social interactivity that took place when we were infants and small children as well. As decisive, like altering experiences as we grow older, we are not only influenced, but governed, manipulated by our past experiences, so in getting to the roots of who you really are and why you may see. In certain methods and modes of operation, you have to return to your foundations and the starting points that launch certain lifelong behaviors. Freud promoted retracing of your steps to see where you came from, the influences of the past, and how you've gotten to where you are in the current. Your personality and present modes of operation are, therefore, determined by your earlier environmental influences. And believe that people are absolute free agents with the will to determine their own personality by their own cognitive choices and reliance on their own innate creative selves. If you want to know who you truly are and why you are doing what you're doing in the now, look ahead and consciously move yourself forward toward what you have determined you want to be. When you focus on your future goals and ambitions, you align your personality with what it is you want to become and achieve. Freud, conversely, endorses something called division causality those experiences that push us forward from behind, making us what we are in the present. We do not have knowledge of a thing, reported Aristotle, until we have grasped its why, that is to say, its cost. 2. In stark contrast, Adler, much like Freud's early associate Carl Jung, advocated final causality, that which pulls us forward from that which we determine lies ahead. The difference in causalities, the source, either influence from the past, of which we have no control, or influence from the future, or that which we create and ultimately controlled by our cognitive actions. Adlerian philosophy observed that, on an innate level, human beings feel inferior and at ease. Feelings of inferiority or, better, a sense of feeling lost in an infinite world and universe are motivating force, the fire in the belly, the drive behind all personal striving for accomplishment and attainment of personal goals. In a sense, we start with absolutely nothing, perhaps even a deep insignificance in our own estimation, and we work our way up to what we choose to become, persistently building upon each successive failure and accomplishment. We strive for excellence, superiority, if you will, in order to compensate for the deeply innate feelings of inferiority. These are the things that push us to be better and to strive for being the very best we can be. This isn't seeking superiority over others. It is about expressing and actualizing the drive toward perfecting ourselves. Eventually, Edward expanded this idea of striving for the ideal self to striving to create superior or perfect society to go along with it, and that our creative self is free to make up any world it envisions and puts into implementation. This, however, was in contrast to German psychoanalyst Karen Morny, a contemporary of both Freud and Adler, pushed her idea that humans don't strive for superiority, they strive for a self-image built out of idealism. People don't believe their real self is acceptable, so out of necessity and psychological survival, we create ego-you, a whole plot vitalized self within we think we should be. 3. Do you see where this is going? The entire notion of a race of reptilians may be simply explained as a thing we've devised from our own imaginations. Just as we have devised religions built on spiritual experience and theory, we have done the very same thing with the notion of extraterrestrial races that live and operate behind scenes of humanity. Just as with religion, there are things we call evidences, yet no solid, emperor, facts, claims, with the exception of historical studies and research that reveals the past. History rife with nothing more than myth building within myth building within myth building. Simply, go to your computer and type in the word reptilians, as I just did, and you will find more than 1,630,000 entries, and in the top 10 sites that appear in the list, half of them take you to something written by or based on the work of Zechariah Sitchin and David Icke, a self-proclaimed messiah, and the rest start off with phrases such as the following. Reptilians, also called reportoids, reptiloids, or Draconians, are purported reptilian humanoids that play a prominent role in science fiction. For description, typically, reptilians are described as 6 to 8 feet tall, pivotal, having scaly green skin, have bad odor, have large eyes, usually yellow or gold with 5. The reptilian aliens, which are called reportoids, are proportional in size to modern humans. They have a snake-like or lizard appearance. 6. I'm not claiming these people were 100% human at one time. What I am saying is that they invited the control and bodily takeover of reptilians through blood. 7. The teachings of the reptilian EA, thereafter referred to as the esoteric mysticism of the snake, brotherhood, caused a major shift in the perceptions of reality. 4. 8. The reptilians are the creation of the Carians, their parent race. They evolved on the planet. 9. David Icke, the reptilians, the schism, Obama and the New World Order, reptilian. Experiencer and author Susan Reed found dead in the Bahamas. 10. Alex Collier, on reptilians, ETS and the global connection. Alex Collier, on cosmic explorers, different reptilian factions under Credo Maguila. 10. Reptilian influence comes by Satanism, which they created, and that controls Freemasonry. Phil Schneider found that the UN was run by tall gray aliens. 12. At this point, it may seem as if I am completely trashing and thrashing the reptilian theory. In fact, I am doing nothing of the sort. In order to find what can withstand scrutiny and the boiling off of pH dross, it is necessary to apply the small skepticism of questioning everything but not to point offhandedly dismissing all. That's the job of big skeptics such as Michael Shermer, who sustains his income in much the same way as the paranormalists, ufologists, and weirdologians he deprives. You can't trust the researcher of the paranormal because they make money off of books, events, and TV. You certainly can't trust those who do the same thing on the other side of the philosophical fence. The same reasons. I have found that there are small skeptics and big skeptics. I and many other like-minded philosophers are in the small camp. We approach things with an open, yet questioning mind. We want to know the answers, but we do not do what the big skeptics do, and that is to dismiss. Questioning and make empirical statements such as no it isn't, no it doesn't, you're completely wrong without application of research, even if it's a fringe element. Big skepticism has, as EJ, science, in many degrees, in proclaiming themselves better, more knowledgeable, or possessing of keener reason and more erudite insight, become the a surrogate for religion, faith, and any train of thought outside what they deem as acceptable science or mainstream thinking. In a very real sense, skepticism and science have established themselves as the new religion, especially when they spend so much time decrying and so little time researching the questions that fall outside of established academia. The new absolutism is that there are no absolutes. Bringing this back to the psychological, it is clear that the human psyche is comprised of both the Freudian and Adlerian modes of primary expressions of the psyche. We humans have both the need to look to our past to determine where we came from, and the need to allow our future aspirations to pull us forward. Out of both, we create our present realities and live within the frameworks we compose for ourselves. Does this, then, bring to utter discredit the theory of alien interaction with human beings? Does it dismiss completely the notion that there are races of extraterrestrial, e.g., interterrestrial, apes, and ultraterrestrial, bugs, dwelling among us and influencing activity on the planet? Not necessarily. Just as I cannot dismiss the existence of God or the veracity of ancient religions on the simple notion that they are not quantifiable by the scientific method, I cannot dismiss the possibility that we have been visited by beings outside the realm of our sciences or understanding. This is where intelligent discussions on these matters collide as opposing approaching trains on the age. Same track. What you say? Psychology, religion, God, mythology. When are you going to be busted? Aliens. Hang on, folks, they're gone. The proofs and evidences that exist to substantiate a factual claim that a reptilian race exists and operates on this planet are as evasive as the proofs and evidences required to prove the existence and work of God and humanity or the existence of the ghosts of dead people materializing at midnight on the third full moon of every year. In short, there is no solid proof beyond personal experience and anecdotal evidence. Has that lack of measurable quantifiability prevented humanity from its historical, perpetual worship of God, gods, and other forms of divinities? Not in the least. As with religion, reptilian/alien theory has its experiencers, such as the one mentioned in the opening of the introduction of this book, but they become the prolongators of personal, individual contact and intercourse, not limited to a sexual understanding, that have seen the unseen, spoken with the invisible, and learned the secret knowledges not known to others. These are the founders of religion, thought in the alien field. I don't say this to cast any sort of negative light on their claims. I make the comparison to the spread of ancient religion and the evolution of religious thought within alien culture. Just as Lil became Elohim, and Indy/EA became Jehovah, so the progression of reptilian esoteric has developed into its current state. The evangelists of the theory artists can be, in their perceptions and evidences, are the professors and theologians in different trains of thought, who many times are found to overlap the two fields. And why do they do that? Because the two fields are all one and same. They are outward expressions of inner desires, projections of what we want the world to be, that can be placed squarely on the shoulders of both religion and aliens. Trains of thinking, and that they both nail to the spiritual makeup of the human psyche, those parts. Spiritual composition of individuals that need something to answer the greater questions of what life beyond the explorable sciences. Insert caveat here. Just because science and psychology seem to indicate that these things might not be so, does not qualify as the final answer on the topic. Remember, there exists something else that we simply cannot pierce. Professing themselves to be wise, they became fools. Romans 1:22. Where is the wise man? Where is the scholar? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not God made foolish the wisdom of the world? 1 Corinthians 1:20. Everyone is senseless and without knowledge. Every goldsmith is shamed by his idols. His images are a fraud. They have no breath in them. Jeremiah 10:14. How can you say, we are wise, for we have the law of the Lord, but actually the lying pen of the scribes has handled it falsely? Jeremiah 8:8. My reptile can kick your lizard's ass. As we have seen, the archetypical serpent of ancient religion is certainly not the end of the story. The veneration of the snake in the ancient religious cultures of Sumer and Israel, China, Africa. The ancient Americas is not where the influence of the serpent figure comes to a screeching halt. Th. Presence of the serpent is not limited to the ancient religions of the world, though those religious/cultural mythologies are the philosophical foundations for ongoing reptilian mythologies. The psychology of needing or wanting something greater, built on human need for something to eliminate the foundational struggles of the past, has created some short coattails on which ride the current reptilian and alien mythologies. Author's rendition of the classic reptilian. Image copyright of the author. And perhaps this is a direct result of a humanity that wants something more than the traditional tales and entrenched religions. People are seeking for something more, so they create what they need and what they want to be. This, however, does not diminish the possibility that these notions have great efficacy, archaeologically, historically, cosmologically, and philosophically. Our historical folklore is filled with imagery of the serpent reptile, ranging from science fiction and fantasy to religious legends and modern conspiracy theories, ufology, and alien mythos to mysterious cryptozoological beings. The reptilians, as we have come to understand them in current day mythology, can be found firmly ensconced in alien, otherworldly, and all earth lore as well as the theories of a race of intelligent, supernatural, interdimensional, highly developed reptile humanoids. They have become the stuffs of cult fiction, pseudoscientific theories, and the topics of writings of New Age conspiracists. David Icke, Riley Martin, and John Rhodes stand out among the most recognizable claimants, promoting the reptilian existence in conspiracies, and though there are similarities to the diversity of these beings, they also represent vastly different theories as to their origins and interactions. The planet Earth and the human race. None of them is anything less than malevolent. Martin's book, The Coming of 10, is a memoir of his experiences as a sharecropper's kid who was taken on board an alien spacecraft. In his book, he claims to have personal knowledge of a race of reptilians known as the Transitions, an evil race of reptilians who managed to coexist with 600 types of aliens. A mothership near Saturn. On his Tumblr.com profile, Rhodes says of himself and his work, "My name is John Rhodes, and I am a researcher, explorer, and lecturer in the realms of ufology, occultic archaeology, and metaphysics. In this report, I will be providing you with compelling evidence, gathered over many years of research, as to our genealogical connections with the overlord reptilian alien race and the occultic historical archaeology that clearly demonstrates that these reptilian beings have coexisted this planet Earth with us for thousands of years prior to our current era." 13. David Icke speaks of good and bad reptilians fighting it out for domination of the Earth while cloaked in cloned human skin, mostly infiltrating the royal families of Europe. We will focus a bit. Begin chapter 7. Reportoids is a descriptive manufactured word defining reptilian humanoid beings. It is the most culturally popular name used to describe these extraterrestrial beings, although they are also referenced as dinosauroids, 14 or lizard folk or lizardmen, both Dungeons and Dragons terms for you gamers out there. Other names include Draconians, 15 which draw their name from the many proponents of the Draconian constellation as the point of origin for these otherworldly visitors, as well as Saurians and the hypothetical dinosauroids. 16. Although you may seek out other source points, they are generally found referenced by name in the plethora of internet sites that neither state to material nor point of origin, yet are found repeated over and over again into the countless hundreds, thousands. In these accountings, the reptilians are often described as having soft, scaly skin that green or golden brown in color. Yet, despite their similarity to reptilian archetypes throughout mythology, no one has produced even a modicum of proof of the existence of reptilian humanoids, and allegations of their existence can at best be referred to as cryptozoological or pseudoscientific, as opposed to a reported genus or species. Dale Russell, a Canadian-born geologist and paleontologist, was the first to report extraterrestrial extraterrestrial periods to the extinction of the dinosaurs in the form of an asteroid collision of supernova. 17 is also invented what became the highly controversial dinosauroid thought experiment, a process that incorporates the employing of imaginary situations to help us understand the way things really are, or in other words, a hypothetical imagining of what could be if certain criteria had happened. This thought experiment resulted in its highly controversial, previously mentioned dinosauroid. Reptilians and the claims to their existence are nothing new. They are not simply a product of the mid-20th century ecological explosion, nor are they a science fiction invention of Hollywood. However well capitalized they might be in that market, with movies such as The Alligator People, 1959, Enemy Mine, 1985, Conan the Barbarian, 1982, Crawl, 1983, Beagle miniseries, 1984. The Star Trek franchise, and the list goes on. Experiencers, contactees, and abductees have, for centuries, made claims that they have been in contact with reptilian peoples, yet there still exists substantive proof beyond the stuff of anecdotal evidences and personal experiences to just PH. Reptilians aren't where they actually come from, if indeed they exist as a race at all. Arguments have been made that reptilians are evolved beings that expanded out into the cosmos long ago, and others will conversely argue that they came here from the aptly named constellation of Draco, hence the Draconian fire. According to proponents of the reptilian theory, there has been enough information derived from the many contactee and experiencer reports and stories as to build a formidable trove of information about these beings. As a result, the reptilian conspiracy believers emphatically insist they are in position to deliver the truth behind the origins of the reptilian aliens, revealing precisely who PH beings are and exactly what is behind their hidden agenda. Those unwilling to listen and heed them warnings will be doomed to fall under the influence and enslavement of the reptilians. After researching copious amounts of information on the origins of these Draconian reptilians, I was able to boil down the varying stories, hypotheses, and myriad personal accounts into acceptable amalgam that bears all the elements of the following. The reptilians evolved on two separate planets, one being Earth and the other. Planet near Draconis, the brightest star in the aptly named serpentine shape. Constellation of Draco, planet near Dragon. Draco is circumpolar, that is, never sending for many observers in the northern hemisphere as night sky. It was one of the 48 constellations listed by 2nd century astronomer Ptolemy and remains one of the 88 modern constellations today. From these two vastly distant planets of origin, two distinctly different races of reptilian would evolve and help shape our planet and civilization as we know it today. As the two reptilian races evolved, it was known to the Draconian reptilians, evil-spirited, warrior species, manipulative and deceitful in nature, that the Earth reportoids were a peaceful, good-hearted race. The Draconians were so evolved that, like the Arcturians, they surpassed the physical limitations of their material bodies. Eschewing despite their evil nature, their carnivores need to eat and digest solid foods, developing the ability to ingest their nutrients through pure energy alone. The only problem was that the required energy food source was bad, evil energy. Accordingly, in order to survive, the Draconians must ingest pure evil energy, and it is this fact alone that turned simple self-preservation for the Draconians into an evil agenda. In order to survive, the Draconian reptilians are also rumored to have created the race that we have come to know as the alien race as their slave race clone as a source for nutrition. As the Draconian civilization continued to grow and expand, however, there was wrench in the gears, for as the reptilians grew in numbers, so did their slave race of Greys. Soon the Greys, weary of being drained of their negative energy by the evil race of overlords, revolted, resulting in their freedom from the consumptive bondage of their creators, the Draconian reptilians. They left their captors and, apparently, continued on with their own agenda. But now, bereft of their evil energy clone slave race, the Draconians desperately needed new sources of nutrition. So they set out in their mighty but evil fleet of starships, seeking other planets that had populations on which they could feed. But, of course, the energy of those populations had to be comprised of bad and evil energy, so the search for the right planet was painstaking and long. One can only assume that cannibalism that must have taken place during those long generations of space travel, furtively seeking a source of food. One day, the fleet was all abuzz, for a new source of energy consumption had been located. The Draconians had stumbled across the planet Earth. Their discovery of Earth is difficult to reconcile with the fact that they seem, by various accounts, to already know that the reportoids of Earth were benevolent and good-spirited, and that represents one of the many gaping cracks in the narrative. As the story goes, it was here they observed the highly advanced, yet peaceful race of reptilian-like aliens, known as reportoids, but far more important to the Draconians were the human beings, indigenous to Earth. They set a plan in motion to utilize the human population on Earth as a source for their evil energy nutrition. They first needed to eliminate and remove the Earth-evolved reportoids in order to launch their reptilian agenda and manipulate the race of evil-minded humans for their energy consumption. At this point, there were gaps in the storyline, but after successfully forcing most of the reportoids to leave the Earth, Draconian reptilians began to work their way into and influence the civilizations of Earth's ancient past. Rumored reports state that some Earth-evolved reportoids still exist beneath the streets and farms of our planet, and within the subterranean caverns of the Earth, secretly operating as freedom fighters for the human population of Earth, countering the Draconian reptilian alien agenda. Today, power struggles among the alien forces have thwarted an outright invasion of our planet. Reptilian aliens from the Draco constellation still have a fixed eye on our planet and have emissaries here on Earth performing the vital tasks to ensure that humans remain on the track of corruption, hatred, and egocentric goals. The more evil, the more food. Now, full this lady plays jingle bells. I honestly did not know, after reading several sources on the Draconian story, whether to laugh uncontrollably or simply shake my head slowly from side to side. And you thought the story of the Garden of Eden seemed implausible. After dissecting the various stories and myriad accounts of the so-called reptilian agenda, the preceding story was what emerged. Granted, some of the versions I encountered were meticulously well written, providing research notes, mostly citing Sid and others, and eloquent narrative. Others read like a great essay project, but for the most part, they all said, right, the same thing reading like the script too poorly conceived, made for television, be great science, fiction further with even worse CGI. If you want weekends worth of good entertainment, simply conduct an internet search on the reptilians, then start reading the various versions of where they came from, how they got here, and what they're up to. Then note, as you read, the absolute lack of source material and references, and you become as frustrated as I was attempting to locate any accounts that were even a modicum of presented fact beyond the individual author's feelings and ungrounded, unsubstantiated storytelling, and in most cases, not even good storytelling. In short, if these accounts were all we had to go on, I would think it would be pretty easy to chalk this all up to a rack of imaginations and versatile and sloppy interpretations of personal experience. Set against an even looser grasp of history and the anthropology of myth, hitting below Orion's belt. There are good reasons to assume the man does not experience his fellow man as a member of the same species, or of different language, customs, dress, and other criteria perceived by the mind rather than by instincts determined who is a co-specific and who is not, and any group which is slightly different is not supposed to share in the same humanity, precisely because it lacks instinctive equipment, also lacks the experience of the identity of his species and experiences a stranger as if he belonged to another species. In other words, it's man's humanity that makes him so inhuman. Eric Fromm, the fact that there are so many stories and theories attempting to establish the existence of extraterrestrial and interterrestrial reptilians on this planet speaks to one of two things. 1. extraterrestrial reptilians actually exist and interact with humanity based on the overabundance of stories and experience or accounts. 2. The overabundance of stories provides a distinct picture of how believers insert phenomena attempt to establish their case while presenting absolutely no quantifiable evidence, thus contributing to an ever-increasing cache of unsubstantiated stories and information. In other words, there's a lot of information out there that is the product of overwork. Imaginations based on the supposed scholarly presentations of a very small handful of researchers. It's like the existence of God and the hundreds of religions that have sprouted from that one particular idea. Everyone starts with the root concept and either mimics what has been taught or builds their own offshoot denomination or religion. In recent years, I have read more accounts of the reptilians on the internet that are precise, repetitive, word-for-word copies of theories presented. Zechariah Sitchin, David Icke, and others of like mine, whom I would refer to as founders of the contemporary thinking on reptilian theory, that I believe there are very few original thoughts of. Unique research out there. Most of these accounts are presented without any reference to their source material, nor any evidences or proofs establishing their cases, but contain the very same language, parroting the information presented by one or two major proponents. Despite believing that there is something that has interfered with and interrupted the bloodlines of humanity, I tend toward the latter above, in that there seems to be an awful lot of scrabbling to historically the preconceived notion, as opposed to empirical data to substantiate the claim, and exists a completely different take on the entire notion of extraterrestrial life making contact with human race. The astrobiologists and exobiologists who study life as it may or may not exist on our planets have a daunting task at their fingertips. Though we have not even mastered the intricacies of human life and other forms of life on this planet, the study of places billions of light years from we exist is theoretical at best, impossible at worst, yet we still engage in the study and research, because we want to have some idea of what is out there and speculate on whether or not what is out there may know anything about us. On top of that, to even suggest that there might be life out there is similar if not more advanced than life on Earth is still met with general ridicule and eye-rolling scoffs. To some who criticize, the notion flies in the face of reason and / religion. To others, it simply is irrelevancy that when stacked against the tumultuous intricacies of life on this planet, now, alone within local governments, politics, poverty, war, communities, and even families, is complete without meaning. If we can't figure things out here, then how are we supposed to try to connect with something that exists in a place beyond the stars, so out of context and out of reach to us humans? They exist. Why don't they just fly their little Starship space saucers over and say hi? Is the arrogant response. And if they had that technology, why would they want to come here? Is the answer for those who believe that our understanding of science is the unit by which we measure the dimensions of the greater galaxy and universe. Perhaps, for extraterrestrial life, contact with our species is as risky to them as Rome suggests in the quote here, defined by humanity's intolerance. His fellow man. I am as dichotomous on the subject of extraterrestrial contact as I am on the idea of God. To evangelicals, I am an arrogant and reprobate backslidden blasphemer who has abandoned the truth. Okay. To the atheist, I am a Bible-thumping, word of God preaching, Christian apologist. And then because I am decisively middle of the road and that I accept the unprovable possibility that there is God, but I have deeply rooted questions and doubts, and seek better answers than regurgitated pop offered up in most churches. I have the very same dichotomous approach when it comes to my stance on ancient alien theory and the existence of reptilians in grays. I want to see the evidence that doesn't force my hand to squeeze a square peg into the round hole. Yet, based on my multicultural religious studies, I have very little doubt that this planet has been visited by non-human intelligences. Call them gods, devils, angels, demons, or extraterrestrials. It's not even a stretch for me to believe that in the vastness, outward-moving, ever-expanding universe there are not races intelligent and advanced enough to have come to this place and possibly even still live here, as colloquial and local as that may seem after all. Ancient myth combined with historical documentation, film footage, experiencer, and abduction cases, leaked government information, and numerous other data speak loudly to their existence. The bigger questions for me, as with many who have come before me, are who are the main players? How do we fit into the scheme? After we know these things, where will that take us? The entire history of the alien mythos repeatedly asserts the existence of many different types of alien beings present on this planet today. Anecdotally speaking, even I am only one step removed from dear old friend who encountered and became intimately involved with a mysterious man who reported that he worked for a facility in New Mexico that sank dozens of stories under the ground, headquartering several dozens of alien species that live and interact on this planet. According to T. Shadowy character, these alien races have been restricted from any interference with human beings or their affairs, at least in the greater sense. But if this is true, why are we seeing an ever-increasing number of experiencers and abductees repeatedly describing only two distinct types of intelligently forms with whom they've interacted, the greys and the reptilians? And why is it that they seem to have exclusive rights of interference with humans? If interaction between these beings and our own species has been occurring throughout history, as legend and myth could seem to indicate, then where is the substantive evidence as to their existence? Where are they from, and what is their business with or interest in us? I am firmly convinced that the contact we have experienced with non-human entities is inextricably linked to the mythologies of the ancients, and that the contact we may be experiencing today is not only a metaphysical connection to the past, but a physical one as well. The legacy of the ancient serpent has become the modern history of reptilian connection. Is there any substantive reality to it, or is it all simply the extrapolation of ancient mythology into current age, all driven by the need to have something more? Part 3. The Serpent's Bloodline. Chapter 5. The Remnant of the Nephilim. 1. When mankind began to multiply on the earth and daughters were born to them. 2. The sons of God saw that the daughters of mankind were beautiful, and they took, and they chose as wives for themselves. 3. And the Lord said, My spirit will not remain with mankind forever, because they are corrupt. Their days will be 120 years. For the Nephilim were on the earth both in those days and afterward, when the sons of God came to the daughters of mankind, who were children to them. They were the powerful men of old, the famous men. Genesis 6:1-4. It's a very familiar story to you by now. The Elohim came to the earth, according to the Old Testament's book of Genesis and the apocryphal book of Enoch, and intermingled with humans. They chose women, cohabited with them, buried them, impregnated them, and produced offspring. The hybrid race of Nephilim, the children of those Elohim who had left their place and come down. Prior to those events, one of the Elohim, forever known as the serpent character, Nakash, had an intimate encounter with Eve in the Garden of Eden, revealing forbidden knowledge and impregnating her with his seed, producing the very first of the human Elohim crossbred Nephilim, Cain. According to the religions wrapped around the events of the book of Genesis, the consequence of this activity was the fall of humanity from the grace of God, spiritually ushering in the need for a system of blood, redemption, and a savior who would be their Messiah, kinsman redeemer. The God of the Hebrews cursed the Elohim, Nakash, prophesying perpetual conflict between his offspring and the offspring of the human woman, Eve, who was the mother of all humanity. What followed in the biblical record were lengthy catalogings of the descendants of Adam, which we have noted did not include Eve's firstborn twin son, Cain, as he was the child of Nakash of the Elohim. This genealogical record was set in place to establish the pure human bloodline from which the kinsman redeemer was to come. What is glaringly left out of the biblical accounting, though, is the line of Nakash. We read that Cain was banished from Eden after murdering his younger twin brother, Abel. Exiled from Eden, Cain left behind the only two other people mentioned in the Bible as being on the earth at that time, Adam and Eve. He went out into a world void of inhabitants and civilization, EAS, to the land of Nod. Once there, the passage tells us that he made love to his wife. Of course, what else would you do after being banished from the only place on earth? Whom he either brought with him from Eden, meaning she was one of his sisters not named in the account of the first family line. Woman he met in his wanderings. She, in turn, bore him a son, whom Cain named Enoch. And there in the land of Nod, Cain built a city, most likely with an enclosure around it US, in honor of his new son, and named the city after him, Enoch. Of the subsequent history of this city we know very little, but of the name of the city we know a very great deal. Without entering in too much detail regarding changes in pronunciation that occur in the course of the development of a language, it seems necessary to point out here that the sound represented by the letter N is often reproduced as an R. The CH sound that terminates the name Enoch may be replaced by a K or G, or a GH sound. These sorts of linguistic changes are very common in ancient tongues, and in relation to biblical city mounds, or towns, the people living around these sites kept the name places fairly in. Throughout the passage of millennia, this revealed a very important city in antiquity that appeared under the name Uruk, and a study of cuneiform soon revealed that this could equally well be pronounced Uruk, which was recognized as identical with the biblical word Enoch. 1. What is more interesting is that the name Uruk/Uruk became synonymous with the word city, and not simply a mere city, but a city of great historical importance. The word in its raw form actually means the first city. Nod is the Hebrew root of the verb to wander, MRT, and is obviously an etymological causation intended to explain the wandering, nomadic lifestyle of Cain and his future putative descendants, the Guinness. This sort of play on words is typical of rabbinic writings and suggests CH. This is a later scribal interpretation, which was more than likely inserted to suggest that Cain's descendants were without territory, in other words, nomadic. Additionally, the Hebrew language did not exist prior to the time of Abraham, who lived some 4,000 years after the time of Cain. The language Cain and his descendants would have spoken was probably an Alaudic/Cushitic language, closer to Old Arabic, Edomite. So, although Cain built the first city, his descendants were forever known as wanderers, those without home, territory, or place to exist. And these were the offspring of Nakash. It is interesting to note that, though the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis 6 are offspring of the sons of God, the Beni Elohim, they are not the children of the serpent. Nakash was not their father. The Nephilim of Genesis 6 are not the serpent seed, though it is quite possible that the descendant of Cain had grown large enough to be part of the hybrid race of Nephilim that had encompassed all of the known earth, corrupting the bloodlines of humanity up until the time of Noah. There is no direct information on this point of detail, though it can be extrapolated from the rest of the information. This is probably so. The serpent seed doctrine. So many times and in so many ways, current Christianity operates under presumptions that the text from which they pull their doctrine has been accurately translated, or presents a factual accounting what they think they are understanding. Never is this truer than when fundamental Christianity takes dogmatic stances on the person and character of Lucifer/Satan/the devil, as well as the passages used to substantiate his presence in the Bible and an important doctrine establishing passages of Scripture. The lack of careful examination of the biblical text about the serpent seed doctrine reveals a complete misunderstanding of the figure of Satan. The biblical passages that are forced to support the theory that Satan is a fallen angel is a tragic theological conundrum in the churches of modern Christianity, because the result is a complete misunderstanding of several applied biblical passages, the result of which has created a corrupt doctrine that perpetuates a complete error about the creed known as Satan. When Yahweh/Jehovah, the Mighty One, revealed himself to Moses and had Moses write the Hebrew Torah, also known as the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, there was not one single mention of an evil angel named Satan, or a plurality of evil angels, or, for that matter, anything that could tempt you in your mind to transgress the law of God. In fact, the main point of Torah is to proclaim that there is only one Mighty One, and that one Mighty One is Yahweh, Yahweh/Jehovah. In Exodus 20:2-3 we find these words: 2 I am Yahweh, Yahweh, your Mighty One, which has brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. 3 You shall have no other Mighty One before me. Deuteronomy 4:3-5-3 says, 35 Unto you it was shown, that you might know that Yahweh, Yahweh, 36 He is the Almighty, there is none else beside him. Know therefore this day, and consider it in your mind, that Yahweh, Yahweh/Jehovah, He is the Almighty in heaven above and on earth. Beni, there is none else. Author's emphasis. The first point to understanding the serpent seed doctrine is to understand that it is generally looked down upon as a heretical doctrine by those who claim to have the truth of God's word on their side. Before we say a single word about the doctrine itself, it is important to note that when looking at it from a religious-free zone from a point of view that sees such statements as, let's look at this from the perspective of one and only true word of God as being thickly entrenched in religion making and religion keeping, as opposed to fact finding. If you wonder what the serpent seed doctrine is, well, you actually already know if you have read this book up to this point. The serpent seed, dual seed, or two-seed line is a controversial doctrine according to which the serpent in the Garden of Eden mated with Eve, and the offspring of their sexual union was Cain, thereby completing the bloodline that threads throughout humanity. Bingo. There it is. The reaction in fundamentalist Christian circles is what? He mated with Satan and were the devil's child. And there is a line of descendancy. Impossible. Not in my Bible. But you have to disavow yourself of contemporary notions and fictions such as the idea behind Rosary SJD or such other works when attempting to understand these concepts. Nakash was not Satan. He was not the devil. He may not have even been Lucifer, despite the later works in the Bible attributing Lucifer/Satan/the devil to the serpent in the garden. And keep in the forefront of your mind, beyond. Biblical passages making this claim do not spell it out in precise detail, nor can they, generally, withstand the scrutiny of criticism on a linguistic level. Never is Nakash, the serpent in Genesis, directly said to be Lucifer, Satan, or the devil. Here are the few references in the Bible that some theologians use to establish that the serpent in the garden has anything to do with Lucifer, Satan, or the devil. See what you think. Ezekiel 28:11-19. Ezekiel 28:11-19 is considered to be the first extrapolated reference to Lucifer/Satan/the devil as being present in the Garden of Eden. It was written approximately 1,000 years after the writing of the book of Genesis. It is a lament written for the fallen king of Tyre, and the Christian church has rendered its meaning to stand as a metaphor for Lucifer/Satan/the devil. In actuality, it is not India, Lucifer/Satan/the devil at all. Here is how the authorized version of the biblical passage reads: Lamentation for the king of Tyre. Author's emphasis throughout. And moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, 12 son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, law of wisdom and perfect in beauty. 13 you were in Eden, the garden of God. Every precious stone was your covering. The sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created. 14:7 Now were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones. 15 You were perfect in your ways from the day you were created, till iniquity was found in you. 16 By the abundance of your trade, you became filled with violence within, and you said, Therefore I cast you as a profane thing, out of the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones. 17 Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings, that they might gaze at you. 18 You defiled your sanctuaries, by the multitude of your iniquities, by the iniquity of you traded. Therefore I brought fire from your midst. It devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth, in the sight of all who saw you. 19:11 Who you among the peoples are astonished at you. You have become a word, and shall be no more forever. However, there are many translation issues with the preceding verses, which render it to read the same. Figurative descriptive metaphor for Lucifer/Satan/the devil. On examination, it says nothing of the sword. Here is how the passage is rendered in the Hebrew language in which it was originally written. Compared to the rendering of the passage above, again, author's emphasis throughout. 11:12 And the word of Yahweh came to me saying, Son of man, raise a dirge over the king of Tyre. Say to him, the master Yahweh says this, you were once a seal ring exemplar of perfection, full of wisdom, perfect in beauty. 13 You came into luxury, a paradise from Elohim, gems of every kind were your covering, sardine, topaz, diamond, chrysolite, onyx, jasper, sapphire, carbuncle, emerald. Your gem-like beads were of gold, and the spangles you wore were made for you on the day of your birth. 14 I had provided you with a guardian cherub, you were in a set apart, mountain of Elohim, and you walked proudly among the stones that flashed with fire. 15 You were blameless in all your ways from the day of your birth until iniquity came to light. 16 Your busy trading has filled you with lawlessness and sin, so I thrust you down from the mountain of Elohim, and the guardian cherub vanished or destroyed you from among the stones that flashed like fire. 17 Your heart has made you arrogant because of your beauty. You have corrupted your wisdom because of your splendor. I have thrown you to the ground. I have made you a spectacle for other kings. 18 So great was your sin and your wicked trading, that you have desecrated your sanctuaries. So I kindled it. Fire within you, to consume you. I left you as ashes on the ground for all to see. 19 Of the nations, all who know you were a guest, you became waste, gone forever. The major textual problems with the previous passage require highly technical linguistic research, bringing in many intricate details from not only the Hebrew language, but also the LXX, TH, Septuagint, or Greek translation of the Old Testament. So rather than write 10 pages of textual criticism, linguistics, and translation issues, let me simply state that the comparatives made between the king of Tyre and Lucifer/Satan/the devil are insufficient translations, and one needs to go back. The Hebrew and Septuagint to understand the proper translation is rendered in the second version of the passage above. To commentary, Job 38:7. Job 38:7 is also used to speak of the serpent being Lucifer. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy, because Lucifer/Satan was a created being, and because Eden was guarded by cherubim after the fall. Some scholars say that Lucifer/Satan must have been in Eden between his creation and the fall. Humanity. Many scholars believe, based on Job 38:7, that all the angels, including Lucifer, were created on or before day 4 of creation week along with the sun, moon, and stars, only 2 days before the creation of Adam and Eve. But remember, Lucifer was a member of the divine council, one of the Elohim, the sons of God. But Lucifer may have been a serpent. This verse says absolutely nothing about him being so. This verse also establishes for me that the days of Genesis were more than likely not 24-hour solar days, but probably epochs of time. If they were literal 24-hour solar days, then Lucifer decided he would take over God's throne, rebel, and fell from grace in roughly 4 to 7 days from his moment of creation. That's another topic that we could trail off into for many pages. 2 Corinthians 11:3. 2 Corinthians 11:3 mentions the serpent in the garden, but made no connection to Lucifer/Satan. The following is a comparative statement, not an identifying one. But I fear, lest somehow, as the serpent deceived you by his craftiness, so your minds may be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ. Book of Revelation. The following 3 passages are taken from the writings of the Apostle John, who in his old age was imprisoned for the faith on the Isle of Patmos. While there, he had extraordinary prophetic visions that he recorded in what is known to be, chronologically, the last book written in the Bible. New Testament, the book of Revelation. Here are the 3 references he makes to Satan, whom he calls the great dragon. They are not presented in their full context here, but they are fairly STA, alone in their reference. They were written nearly 1,500 years after the book of Genesis. Revelation 12:9. So the great dragon was cast out, that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. He was cast to the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Author's emphasis. Revelation 12:13-17. 13 Now when the dragon, author's emphasis, saw that he had been cast to the earth, he persecuted the woman and gave birth to the male child. 14 But the woman was given to wings of the great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, where she is nourished for a time and times and half a time, from the presence of the serpent. 15 So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the blood. 16 But the earth held the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed up the blood which the dragon had spewed out of his mouth. 17 And the dragon was enraged with the woman, and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring, who keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus Christ. Revelation 20:2. He laid formed of the serpent, as found in Eden, the alert and of silver line. Your enemy the devil prowls around like a roaring lion. Author's emphasis, looking for someone to devour. So what was the purpose of this little foray into the serpent seed doctrine? It was to establish teaching. The doctrine is not original to church teachings, for it simply does not refer to Satan as the enemy. The Genesis passages. More than anything, it establishes that the serpent in the Garden of Eden was completely unique from the biblical references to Lucifer, Satan, or the devil and even ghosts. References are obscure in Hebrew, extrapolated and forced into meaning by the teachings of the Christian church. The serpent seed doctrine should rightfully have the word doctrine removed from the title, for it is nothing more than a statement of fact as substantiated within the textual passage where we find the interaction between the serpent, Nakash, and Eve, the wife of Adam. Moreover, the reptilian race that interacts with humanity is beginning to look more and more as if it is less a alien identity, but rather a linkage, both physically and metaphysically, to the bloodline of the serpent. The doctrinal belief of the serpent seed is still held by some adherents of Christian identity. Label applied to a wide variety of loosely affiliated believers in churches with a white supremacist theology. Most promote racist interpretation of Christianity, claiming that the Jews, as descended of Cain, are also descended from the serpent. This is a belief that has surfaced throughout history, was adhered to by none other than one Adolf Hitler. Chapter 6. The Merovingian Connection. If you believe there is a lot of mythology and mystery surrounding the serpent and the Elohim, prepare to pull up your iron shorts and pull on your thinking cap, because the Merovingian connection to the serpent and the Elohim will quite possibly blow your mind. If you have heard the term Merovingian as used, you may have heard the reference in connection to the Holy Grail and the search for that sacred cup in the Arthurian legends, and still have absolutely no idea who were WH. They are and that they have been tied into the mythology of the serpent. You will not find astonishing connection to all For roughly 300 years between the 5th and 8th centuries, the Merovingians, sometimes referred to by their contemporaries as the long-haired kings, as the, or their hair long in ostentatious comparison to the closer crop hairstyles of the rest of the Franks, were a salient Frankish dynasty that came into power, ruling the region known as Rothschild, largely synonymous with ancient Gaul, inclusive of modern-day France, as the regional name implies. From the 3rd century on, the salient Franks appear in the historical records as warlike Germanic, barbarians and pirates, bitter ancestral enemies of the Gaul themselves, and without allies of the Roman. Known as Lady, a word used by the Romans to denote the barbarian tribes, literally babblers of outland tongues, that is, foreigners, people from outside the empire, who gave them fealty, servant, as underlord serfs who swore allegiance and provided soldiers for the Roman armies, resulting in a ragtag alliance with Rome. This granted them the right to be the first Germanic tribe settled permanently on Roman land. In 358, they entered into political agreement with the Romans and moved into the region known as Toxandria, which comprises roughly the area of current-day Holland and Belgium 1. By the 7th century, the Salians fully adopted Frankish identity and gradually dropped their identification with Salian roots and heritage altogether. It's interesting to note that the Merovingian kings operated under a rather socialistic system of governance, as defined by current-day standards. The king redistributed conquered wealth and real estate among his followers, and this was not just given to the nobility, as it apparently extended to the indentured peasantry. Some scholars have attributed this to the Merovingians as lacking a manageable understanding of public affairs, but it's also the view that they knew precisely what they were doing, and this was an act meant to foster loyalty among their people. It was the son of Merovingian/Meroving, the ruler from whom the name Merovingian is derived, the leader of the Salian Franks, Child c. 457-481, who founded the Merovingian dynasty. His son, Clovis I, 481 to 511, however, was the man who united the Gallic tribes and territories under Merovingian rule. After his death, the Merovingian family seemed to be in a constant state of fighting and back and forth skirmishes for power, but when threatened by outsiders, the Merovingians always presented a unified front, standing together with unified purpose and intent. They were the ultimate power in the region. During the final century of Merovingian rule, the dynasty was increasingly pushed into a more or less ceremonial role. In 752, Pope Zachary formally deposed the last ruler of the Merovingian dynasty, Child III, bringing to an end the Merovingian era. To common three, Christianity eventually started to take a foothold with the Merovingians, at least in the sense of being Christianized. An Irish monk named Columbanus, who was eventually elevated to sainthood by the church, enjoyed great influence due to his sincere friendship with Queen Balkan, the wife of Clovis II. The Merovingians established numerous monasteries throughout their empire and awarded them to their loyal lords who funded the abbeys and monasteries, granting them bishoprics and titles. As happens, many of them, due to their financial support, were even granted sainthoods. Before we go further with the Merovingians, let's take an Jesus was a polygamist. There are also theories that Jesus turned, of all things, atheist, very, and went to Europe. If any genuine historical data do any of these claims existed, they have been lost to antiquity. What we have today are countless books on the subject, some rich in history, and others just as rich in conspiratorial magma and speculative Guinness. So, it is left to the interpretations of the readers of the many literary works like shelves both fiction and non-fiction to determine their veracity, in lieu of any solid proof. In the highly intriguing, yet equally controversial book Chains of Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, 1982, the Merovingians are presented as kings who established their power by claiming they were descended from the bloodline of Jesus Christ, who, if the claim were true, would have to have been married and producing offspring in order to leave a traceable bloodline. For this book, as one might imagine, caused an immense stir around the world, and the ideas contained in the book were deemed blasphemous and upward to be banned in some Roman Catholic-dominated countries. Response from the historical and academic fields was quite negative, and critics of the book tore it to shred, claiming that the bulk of the claims, ancient mysteries, and conspiracy theories presented as fact W, nothing short of pseudo-historical. Famed book critic Anthony Burgess wrote of the book, it is typical of my unregenerable soul that I can only see this as a marvelous theme for a novel. 5 Dead. Brown pitches that and utilized the theme for his international best-selling 2003 novel, The Debate. Good. Despite the criticisms, and even the authors of the book making statements that some elements had to be fictionalized in order to fill the untraceable gaps in an invisible lineage of Jesus, the book presented enough historical fact as to prompt many historians off the beaten path of convention and peer review to dig a little deeper, giving us the Jesus bloodline that linked into the Merovingians. As might be imagined, the Holy Blood and the Holy Grail spawned innumerable other books and documentaries explaining both the veracity of the claims and the criticisms made in the book. In his 1996 book, Bloodline of the Holy Grail, The Hidden Lineage of Jesus Revealed, Sir Lawrence Gardner picks up the gauntlet and presents what he said were actual pedigree charts of the lineage of Jesus of Nazareth and Mary Magdalene. Gardner maintained that these family trees proved beyond all doubt that the biblical couple were the ancestors of all royal European families, 6 claiming teaching. This, indeed, linked them to the contemporary reptilian conspiracy theories that state all modern European royal families are alien reptilians, operating under the influence of a hidden race of extraterrestrials bent on the destruction of humanity. In his 2000 sequel, Genesis of the Grail King, the explosive story of genetic cloning and the ancient bloodline of Jesus, Gardner makes extraordinary claims that there is physical evidence outside of biblical genealogies that the bloodline of Jesus of Nazareth could be traced back to Adam and Eve. If you are a Christian, this is already something that can be established in biblical texts, as the followers of Jesus set out to establish the blood tie between Jesus, Mary, and Joseph to the royal house of King David, then all came way back to Noah and Methuselah, the third son of Adam. Gardner goes on to relate that Adam and Eve were actually the first human couple, product of alien DNA experimental interbreeding with primates, conducted by the alien race who identify an ancient Sumerian text as the Anunnaki. 7. The 2000 book Here News, The True Mystery of Renelli Shadow and the Dynasty of Jesus, but Marilyn Hopkins, Graham Simmons, and Tim Wallace Murphy articulates another shadowy version of hidden blood ties and the theory that the bloodlines of Jesus and Mary were intricately linked to lineage of 24 high priests of the temple in Jerusalem. This bloodline was known as the Rex. Davis, the bloodline of the kings of God, and ties to all the fantastical stories of King Solomon, possessing a ring with which he could control demonic elements made in the building of the temple, as well as connections to the Masons. These few mentioned works represent only a small number of the host of fictional, non-fiction, and documentary books and films released on this topic since the 1980s. But they illustrate the fact, evidentiary material exists to establish a case for such claims, which are not at all far-fetched enough. Gymnastics of the imagination. Simply consider the biblical Jesus of Nazareth and his first recorded public miracle, launching his public ministry, the wedding at Cana. In the biblical account, Jesus is in attendance at a local wedding of some person left unnamed and unmentioned in the passage. In the account, recorded in the Gospel of John 2:1-11, Jesus' mother, named Mary, omitted from the passage, rushes up to Jesus in a fit of panic, telling Jesus that the pig is out of wine, to which Jesus says, in what seems a rather gross reply, "O woman, Do with you. My hour has not yet come. His mother then says to the servants to do whatever Jesus tells them. Jesus then orders them to take all the empty pitchers and fill them with water, and to eat. Not some and take it to the chief steward later. After tasting it, and not knowing where it came that far, the steward congratulated the bridegroom on departing from the custom of serving the best wine first. By serving it last, John 2:6-10. John adds, Jesus did this, the first of his signs, in Cana of Galilee, and it revealed his glory, and his disciples believed in him. 143 days later there was a wedding in a village of Cana in Galilee. Jesus' mother was there. Jesus and his disciples were guests also. When they started running low on wine at the wedding banquet, Jesus' mother told him, they're just about out of wine. For Jesus said, is that any of our business? Mother, yours or mine? This isn't my time. Don't push me. 5. She went ahead anyway, telling the servants, whatever he tells you, do it. 676 stoneware water pots were there, used by the Jews for ritual washings. Each held 20 to 30 gallons. Jesus ordered the servants, fill the pots with water. And they filled them to the brim. 8. Now fill your pitchers and take them to the host. Jesus said, and they did. 9. 10. When the host tasted the water that had become wine, he didn't know what had just happened, but the servants, of course, knew. He called out to the bridegroom, everybody I know begins with their finest wines, and after the guests have had their fill brings in the cheap stuff. But you save the best till now. And this act in Cana of Galilee was the first sign Jesus gave, the first glimpse of his glory, and his disciples believed in him. John 2:1-11. My speculative contention is that this wedding is the wedding of Jesus. There are a few things to note in this passage that would tend to establish this fact. First, in first century Judea, it was a tradition, tantamount to law, that a rabbi must be a married man in order to be worth his salt and effective in his ministry. This miracle represents the first miracle of Jesus' public ministry. Second, in first century Judea, as well as in modern times, it was Jewish custom and tradition for the groom family to provide the wine for the wedding. In this passage you see Jesus' mother approaching him, under some stress that the wedding has no wine. Why did she approach Jesus, and why did she seem to have some position of authority at the wedding? Was Jesus, perhaps, the groom? Finally we see Jesus, the groom, ordering the servants and presenting the wedding with wine. Perhaps the text of the passage, as with so many other passages in the Bible, is presenting certain facts and omitting others, or completely redirecting the actual events to point in a different direction. As we know, the early church fathers had specific views they needed to convey in order to establish church practice and governance, and repression of women in any position of authority seemed to govern the effort. For Jesus to have been married would have elevated a woman to a lofty role, so they deleted the wedding and reduced Mary Magdalene to the role of prostitute, which is never stated anywhere in the biblical text. Pope Gregory rates homily on Luke's Gospel dated September 14, 591, first suggested that Mary Magdalene was a prostitute, she whom Luke calls a sinful woman, whom John calls Mary, we believe to be the Mary from whom 7 devils were ejected according to Mark. And what did these 7 devils signify, if not all devices? It is clear, brothers, T. Women previously used the unguent to perfume her flesh and formed in Acts, homily XXXII. Speculative as my theory may be, it is clearly apparent that the church and many denominations overtly suppress the role of important women in the scriptures, with few exceptions, and just as overtly even vehemently resist the notion that Jesus could have been a married man and produced offspring. One old Bible school friend of mine reacted quite harshly at this notion when I presented, insisting that marriage and children would invalidate the divinity of Jesus Christ. When I asked him why, he fumbled for an intelligent answer but could provide none, reverting simply to stating that if words were heretical. And, in truth, if Jesus Christ is indeed divinity, God very God, does not the age. New Testament tell us that he experienced life and was tempted in all points, just as we are, yet without committing sin. Hebrews 4:15. The big question that remains unanswered is this: did Yeshua bar Joshua, Jesus of Nazareth, called the Christ, married and father a child? And if he did, was that child the beginning of blood that could be traced or discovered, and did it merge into the ruling class of the Merovingian kings? As the theory goes, Jesus married Mary of Magdala, a woman from whom he cast out 7 demons, thought to be 7 illnesses and infirmities, and became one of his most ardent disciples, even to the point where after Jesus' death, resurrection, and ascension, she was referred by the other disciples and followers of Jesus as Miriam, the great teacher. According to the non-canonical Gospel of Philip, a Gnostic Gospel of the New Testament apocrypha, dating to the 3rd century, Mary Magdalene was revered as the great teacher, establishing her as the heir apparent to the living philosophies of Jesus, her husband. There were 3 who always walked with the Lord: Mary, his mother, and her sister, and Magdalene, the one who was called his companion. His sister and his mother and his companion were each a Mary, the Gospel of Philip. There is another passage from the Gospel of Philip referring to Mary Magdalene, but as is common with millennial documents, it is incomplete due to damage to the original manuscript, and several words are missing. The best scholarly guesses as to what they were are shown here in brackets. Most notably and frustratingly, there is a hole in the manuscript after the phrase "and used to kiss her often on her." The passage appears to be telling of Jesus kissing Mary Magdalene, and Jesus goes on to use a parable to explain to the disciples why he loved her more than he loved them. As for the wisdom who is called the barren, she is the mother of the angels, and the companion of the Savior was Mary Magdalene. Christ loved Mary more than all the disciples, and used to kiss her softly on her hand. The rest of the disciples were offended by it and expressed disapproval. They said to him, "Why do you love her more than all of us?" The Savior answered and said to them, "Why do I not love you? Like her, when a blind man and one who sees are both together in darkness, they are no different from one another. When the light comes, then he who sees will see the light, and he who is blind will remain in darkness." However, the word hand is not necessarily the word after kiss her on her. It may have been cheek or lips or feet to simply show respect. 10. The holy bloodline of Jesus is nothing more than a theory, filled with speculative evidences and magnificent stories, but, as with other theories of this sort, it is filled with conjecture, filler, and unsustainable facts. The theory goes on to state that Jesus Christ had a natural child with Mary Magdalene, named Sarah, Hebrew for princess, who was then taken to France to keep her safe, either during Magdalene's pregnancy or as a young child. It is Sarah's blood descendants who in late centuries founded the Merovingian dynasty of the early kings of France. The theory goes on to state that a secret order protects these royal claimants because they may be the literal descendants of Jesus and his wife, Mary Magdalene, or, at the very least, of King David, and the high priest Aaron. This secret society known as the Priory of Zion has a long and illustrative history dating back to the First Crusade, starting with the creation of the Knights Templar as its military and financial front. The Priory is said to be led by Grand Master Rothschild, who steers through murky waters and is devoted to re-establishing the Merovingian dynasty on the hereditary thrones of Europe and Jerusalem. Historically speaking, the Roman Catholic Church is said to have attempted to exterminate all remnants of this dynasty as well as their guardians, the Cathars, and the Templars during the Inquisition. Their goal, according to Jesus' conspiratorialists, was to maintain power through the apostolic succession of Peter instead of the hereditary succession of Mary Magdalene, so the mythos goes. A variation on the bloodline theory is that Jesus didn't die on the cross but survived the torturous event, after which he fled to Kashmir, returning to Srinagar, where he had originally been influenced by Buddhist teachings. It was there that he died of old age, and the biblical accounts of his resurrection were advanced by his his followers. This theory is even verified by close comparisons of the teachings of Jesus in the Gnostic Gospel of St. Thomas paralleling classical Buddhist sutras. The theory also has parallels with other stories of Jesus' disciples fleeing to foreign lands, such as the journey of Joseph of Arimathea to England after the death of Jesus, taking with him a piece of thorn from Jesus' crown of thorns, which he planted on William Hill in Glastonbury, England. The tree that grows there, across the valley from Glastonbury to Tor, is said to be a direct descendant of the treaty, sprouted from the thorn planted by Joseph, and a flowering sprig is sent to the monarch of England. Every Christmas, the tradition started during the reign of James I, royal sponsor of the 1611 King James Bible in the early 1600s. The Peace from the Sea. Buried in obscure antiquity, there is a legend surrounding Merovingian, the founder of the Merovingian dynasty, in which he made claims to having been sired by two different fathers. Despite the more recent claims that the Merovingians descended from the bloodlines of Jesus Christ, predicated, of course, on the notion that Jesus was indeed married to Mary Magdalene and father named child with her carried on his lineage in ancient France. King Claudian, the human father of Merovingius, and a strange Peace of the Sea were the progenitors of the first Merovingian king. Merovingius' mother was already pregnant with her son by King Claudian when she went swimming in the surf and encountered the Peace of the Sea. Despite the carefully listed genealogies of his time, the heritage of Merovingius was strangely obscured in the monastic annals. Although the rightful son of Claudian, he was nonetheless said by the historian Priscus to have been sired by an arcane sea creature. The Viscinatus, the Sicabrian Franks, from whose female line of Merovingians emerged, were associated with Grecian Arcadia before migrating to the Rhineland. As we have seen, they called themselves the Moorish people of the New Covenant, just as the Essenes of Qumran had once been known. It was the Arcadian legacy that was responsible for the mysterious sea feast of the Viscinatus as symbolically defined in the Merovingian ancestry. The relevant sea lord was King Pallas, the god of old Arcadia. His predecessor was the great Oceanus. The immortal sea lord was said to be ever incarnate in a dynasty of ancient kings whose symbol was a fish, as was the traditional symbol of Jesus. Lawrence Gardner, bloodline of the Holy Grail. Author's emphasis throughout. THQ Viscinatus 11 was worshipped in classical antiquity as the Roman god Neptune and as Poseidon in Greek mythology. Neptune was the mythological god of the sea who was said to have founded Atlantis, which is the pagan version of the Antediluvian civilization that existed prior to the great flood of Noah, in which God wiped out all of humanity while purging the earth of the Nephilim, the offspring of the Elohim, in Genesis chapter 7. In the Apostle John's visions on the Isle of Patmos, he records an image of the Antichrist as a beast that rises out of the sea. This appearance of the Viscinatus in the book of Revelation is interesting linkages to the Merovingian legend, especially in light of the fact that the Merovingian monarchs are said to have demonic connections. One had I stood upon the sand of the sea, and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy. 2 and the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion, and the dragon gave him his power, and his seed, and great authority. Revelation 13:1-2. The name Merovingius is a name created from 2 conjoined French words, mer, meaning sea, and beer, meaning werewolf or dragon, hence, beast from the sea. The book of Revelation refers to the dragon in specific terms as being none other than Satan, the devil. And there was war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought and his angels. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Revelation 12:9. It is interesting to make note of this spot regarding 2 comparatives that stand out in this Merovingian mythology. The first is relation to the great beast who rises up out of the sea. In Sumerian mythology of the Nelt/Ea, it is said that he is the lord of the earth and the lord of the Utu, that great underworld sea, the top of which lay the snake marsh. It is a connectivity to the snake th. The second comparative comes into view, the dragon, which is simply an archaic derivative of the snake of the ancient serpent. Some of the books mentioned bloodline of the Holy Grail, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and the Vinci Code were popular books marketed for mass consumption and sold billions of copies. As such, conspiratorialists hold them up as being nothing less than propaganda tools that conceal the origins of the Merovingian race. This propaganda is obviously something masterminded from behind the mystical scenes in the midst of demonic and otherworldly ether, or their esoteric allusion to the Merovingians' legendary progenitor, King Merovingius, having been sired by a mysterious beast of the sea, is an overt claim that the bloodlines of the Merovingians were of literal satanic descent. The demonic origins and history of the Merovingian dynasty, also known as the Dragon Dynasty in honor of the Great Red Dragon, the Pendragon of Revelation 12:13, are revealed in less available insider sources such as Gardner's Realm of the Ring Lords and Kenneth Grant and the Merovingian mythos, published by Dragon Key Press. The Twelfth. In Irish mythology, it is said that a race of kings descended from the heavens to the ancient Celts, Ireland. These tall, bright, shining creatures were elegant and beautiful, and brought with them the secret knowledge of the gods. Although the Twelfth represent a cast of Irish elemental beings, there are also accounts of them being flesh and blood conquerors of the Furbolg, one of the more ancient races inhabiting Ireland, coming down and invading from the 4 northern cities of Belize, Glorious, Furious, and Phineas, where they acquired their occult skills and magical attributes. 12. Twelfth roughly, but imprecisely translates as people/children of the goddess Danu. In the Old Irish, Twelfth means people, tribe, nation. It is the genitive case of the meaning God. God is supernatural being, object of worship. 13 they are often referred to simply as the Twat, or the Twatida, which also was used in early Irish Christian texts as a name for the Israelite diaspora. 14 that, in and of itself, is an interesting historical reference, as Danu has also been rendered Anu. The reference, if not already obvious, reads an interesting link between Israel and ancient Sumerian mythology. According to Leopard Aaron, the Book of the Taking of Ireland, the Middle Irish title of it, loose collection of poems and prose narratives recounting the mythical origins and history of the IR. From the creation of the world down to the Middle Ages, it descended to Ireland in dark clouds, and landed on the mountains of Conmany raining Connaught, bringing darkness over the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. 15 in another version of the story, less deep than the mistiness about. The Twelfth landed in a fleet of sea vessels on the shores of what is modern-day Connemara, Ireland. As if to seal their resolve, they burned all their ships, so as to provide themselves no mode of RET. The rising smoke from the fires is said to be the basis for the myth that says they arrived in smoke from the skies. R. Poem of the Leopard Aaron says of their arrival, it is God who suffered them, though we restrained them. They landed with horror, with lofty deed, in their cloud of mighty combat of spectres, upon the mountain of Conmany of Connaught, without distinction to discerning Ireland, without ships, or ruthless horse. The truth was not known beneath the sky of stars, whether they were of heaven or of earth. 16. After a series of wars, it is said that the Twelfth and receded into the hollow Mill's head, eventually became known as the Elven Book of Bloody Lore. It is interesting to note that the Elven is a derivative of the ancient Sumerian Lil and the Hebrew Elohim. The connectivity between the mythological Twelfth and the Nephilim is well worth recognition, as they are perhaps etymological descendants in the same vein, again, as Lil and Ea are to Elohim and YWHW. On a literary note, the Twelfth are the basis for J.R.R. Tolkien's tall, elegant, bright, shining Elven people of Lothlorien. Tolkien had his finger on the pulse of shadowy history, and was obviously onto something. Twelfth anyway, the ancient people of the Twelfth were the supernatural tribe of the of Fiji and mother, goddess, Danu. But their true name rendered in its older form was Tupac-Idianu. As such, they were the people, or tribe, of Anu, the great sky god of the Anunnaki. Sir Lawrence Gardner, Realm of the Ring Lords. The myths and magic of the Grail Quest. The Canaanite territory of northern Israel is said to have once been occupied by the Israelite tribe of Dan, who, during the days of the Bible's great Exodus, around 1446 BC, is said to have separated from Moses and the rest of the Israelites, traveling to the north. There the Danites encountered Th. Worship of Baal/Pen and became involved in the pagan fertility rites practiced by the indigenous Canaanite peoples at Mount Hermon, the very place where, according to the book of Enoch, the sons of God descended to the earth and made a pact to go in among human women and have children with them, including the Nephilim. The people of the Israelite tribe of Dan intermingled with the Canaanite Anu, also known as the Dragon Lords of Anu, said to be the offspring of the ancient Sumerian Anunnaki. This is also one of the interpretations of the sons of God intermingling with the daughters of men, referenced in the Genesis chapter 6 story of the Nephilim. One of the human-based interpretations. The story is that the children of Israel, as represented by the tribe of Dan, broke the law of God and intermarried with the Canaanites in the region of Mount Hermon, where the Elohim were said to have descended. Cultural values of the day did not allow for the women of Israel to intermingle with the men of another culture, so only the men were said to have taken Canaanite brides from it. Hence, the basis of the story were the sons of God intermingling with the daughters of men. From there, the integrated tribe Dan and Dan/Nanu/Anu migrated to the north and west, settling along the way in the European and Scandinavian regions as a conquering nomadic people, replacing those they conquered with their own traditions blended with the Canaanite and Unagi serpent culture. 17. I again find the similarities and connectivity staggering. Danites, tribe of Dan, and their linkage to the Dragon Lords, the Anunnaki, and the serpent. Are these simply traits of word similarities, or are the coincidences far too great to overlook? Yet another version of the origins of the Dragon Lords of the Anu, before settling in Ireland around 800 BC, is that they were the descendants of the Black Sea princes of Scythia, 18 now known as the Ukraine. Like the original dynastic pharaohs, they trace their ancestry to the great Pendragons, no, Uther and Arthur Pendragon of the Arthurian legends of Mesopotamia, and from them sprang the kingly lines of the ancient Britons, the Irish Ruthnai, and the Peace, indigenous people of northern Scotland. In Wales, the father founded the royal house of Gwynedd, whereas in Cornwall in the southwest of England, they were the sacred gentry known as Picts, connected with the early Merlin, and Digil, the legendary Cornish birthplace of King Arthur. So, from a single cast of the original blood royal winner known as the Sangreal, the LP Gents or the Ring Lords, we discover many of the descriptive terms, which sit at the very heart of popular folklore. For here, in this one noble race, we have been elves, fairies, and pixies, not the island little folk, but distinguished king's head, queens of the dragon succession. Sir Lawrence Gardner, Realm of the Ring Lords. The Psalter of Cashel, the Lost Book of Munster, states T. and ruled in Ireland for about 2 centuries, and were highly skilled in architecture and other arts from their residence in Greece. 19. According to the Psalter of Cashel, the and were regarded as the descendants of Dinos, the son of Belus, who went with his 50 daughters to Argos, the home of his ancestral line. In Irish legends, the considered to be demigods, were said to have possessed a grail-like vessel. 20. They were teachers of ancient wisdom and the founders of the Druidic priesthood. As you can see, mythology melds with history. In the vaguely historical, mostly pseudo anthropological works of Sitchin, the Anunnaki are space travelers who descended in linguistically forced fiery rockets. In anthropological research, they are the deified kings of the ancient Sumer, whose descendants migrated north to Black Sea region and south to Palestine, encountering other ancient peoples and merging cultures and language. In American sense and in accordance with modern reptilian mythology, these are the ancestral heroes of Semitic people who forged the bloodlines of the royal families of the Franks, not to mention the royal houses of Europe's history. The Holy Grail. The Holy Grail has for centuries been linked to the legends of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table. It was a quest on which the mythical king sent his mighty men of valor. In more modern interpretations, this Grail quest has been seen as less a quest for an object, the cup of Jesus used Last Supper, but one of finding and identifying the bloodline of Jesus Christ, the Holy Son of God W, was the divine Savior of humanity. Taking into consideration the aforementioned migration of the and their purported establishment of the royal lines of Wales and Cornwall, both of which have connectivity to the Arthurian legends, and you will see the link between the legendary quest for the Grail and the quest for the blood heirs of Jesus. Yet the dynastic lines of who claimed to have descended from this hidden bloodline were not any part of the Christianity we recognize today. They were known as sorcerer kings and dragon lords, some of whom claimed to be not only descendants of the bloodline of Jesus Christ, but also the Luciferian bloodline, which seems an outright contradiction to the former. The Merovingian kings were said to have descended from the Atlantic diaspora, the remnant of inhabitants of Atlantis who had escaped the destruction of that mythological region, fleeing to the Pyrenees mountain region, bringing with them their abilities as occult adepts and practitioners of arcane sciences and the esoteric arts. The Merovingians, in fact, were often called sorcerer kings, thaumaturge king sorcerers, workers of miracles, and practitioners of the black arts. 21. These are the descendants of the Grail, the heirs of the bloodline of the Christ. These are the things that into the darker side of Judeo-Christian history and more the mysteries of God, if you will, and of painting God in a very different light than we were taught in Sunday school or synagogue, which is why they are deemed as heretical and blasphemous to the church. But what if they are true? How would this affect your faith or your adherence to what you believe you knew from the Bible? Or would it simply send you back into those pages to dig deeper for answers, perhaps even into prayer to ask if that only God is truly there in the form you once understood him? Digging into more rabbinic lore, there is another version of the story of Cain, the son of Eve, in which he was not the son of Adam, which we've already established several times over between this book and the rise and fall of the Nephilim, but of the fallen angel Samael, whose name loosely equates to Lucifer. We have already established, textually speaking, that the serpent in the garden was a character called Nagash, in accordance with the Hebrew of the Genesis text. But according to this obscure rabbinic version of this particular bit of Hebrew lore, it was Samael who appeared to Eve as the serpent, the Nagash, seducing her. Whoever it was who actually appeared as the serpent. Isn't this important? This is the fruit of that union, Eve's firstborn twin son, Cain. If the Merovingian knew of this rabbinic version of the story, which they no doubt did, it could have been the basis of their alleged assertion that they possessed, flowing in their bodies, the blood of both Christ and Lucifer. And the idea that Cain was the offspring of a superior intelligence was already well established teaching of the Cainite Gnostics, of which the Merovingians were also sure to have intimate knowledge. An alternate version of the Cain saga, equally Luciferian in its connotations, says that he was the son of Adam's first wife, Lilith, who was also a candidate for the serpent, Nagash, in the Garden of Eden. 22. According to rabbinic lore, she had been the consort of Elohim before her fall from grace and descent to the earth. It is interesting that, of the two alternate traditions concerning Cain's beard, both involve Luciferian Elohim bloodline connection. The Lilith Samael version of the story also bears great connectivity to the Grail saga insofar as, according to this account, the angelic/demonic parent produces a son of their own who seems to play a recurring role in the entire Grail mythos, Asmodeus. Not only is Asmodeus said to have played the central role in building the Temple of Solomon, the edifice from which the Knights Templar took their name, but he is also represented in the dominant statue at the entrance to Ron Eschato in Frank. which has enormous legendary connections to the Grail like thus. The recurrence of the character of Asmodean connection to Grail lore gives credence to the notion that both he and the descendants of Cain may in fact have shared kindred ancestry. In some traditions it has been said that it was Asmodeus, not God, who Moses called upon to part the Red Sea, though portrayed as an even more devil figure. The name Asmodeus reveals that he may not always have been viewed as such, for Asmodeus translates simply to Lord God, Ashman equals Lord, and Deus equals God. Asmodeus bears the same brand of duality found in the serpent deities of ancient Egypt, Sumer, and various other culture we have mentioned in this book, which happen to be only the tip of the iceberg. So, again, we have to ask ourselves what it is we think we really, truly know for sure. On an even more intriguing observance are the four French words positioned above the sculpture of Asmodeus at the entrance to Rothschild, Marcin Julie de Grasse. These four letters are an anagraphic code in Latin. Sella agni super enricus, lav secret, over enricus. Lav is a reference to Jesus Christ, and it is thought that this phrase over the sculpture of Asmodeus is under a series of encoded anagrams that speak to the location of the Holy Grail. To rabbit trail into the topic here would be lengthy and worthy of a book all its own. We're not considering fodder for thought and exploration. Another possible origin of the Lucid Rite bloodline theory is inextricably linked to the Elohim, the pantheon of gods in mythology who said in the book of Genesis, "Come, let us make man in our image." Elohim is the plural form for the name of God, God among many gods, the Beni Ha. Elohim, the sons of God known as the Watchers in the book of Enoch. We have already established that the word Elohim is an etymological descendant of the name Elul, chief god of the Anunnaki of the Sumerian culture, but it also has roots in the ancient Babylonian Elu, which means shining ones. This phrase has a distinctively Luciferian connotation, because th. Name Lucifer literally means light bearer. Additionally, if you see Lucifer as being the same person as Nakash in the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden, remember that Nakash, by definition, means crafty magician, illuminator, bright shining one. It is also to be noted that the descendant of Cain, who became the deified kings of Sumer, or the title of Ori, the term that also meant China, was. And as I have already contended, Cain being the son of Nakash and Eve, is the first of the Nephilim mentioned in the book of Genesis. The phrase shining ones would be a very easy description for the descendants of Enoch's Watchers, the sons of God of the Genesis account, who were said to have, according to the Enochian account, hair white as snow, pale eyes, and pale skin. That filled the room with light. Enoch 105:10. The Sumerian Ori are almost always depicted as wearing crowns bearing horns, and some of their descendants were said actually to have had horns. For instance, the most famous statue of Moses, carved by Michelangelo, depicts him with horns atop his word, not wholly inappropriate for someone who may be a blood relation of Asmodeus. But we also must consider the anti-Semitism of medieval Europe, the time of great bigotry against Jews and Hebrew culture. Many Christian artists in Europe, especially under the power of the Vatican papacy, were required to depict their biblical Jewish subjects as having horns, in accordance with the opinions of the powers that be. So, the presence of horns on the statuary heads of patriarchal Jews from the Bible had, some say, absolutely nothing to do with the mystical. They were a political contrivance. Theologians protest that they are not horns, merely rays of light. If they were rays of light, it could also suggest a Luciferian something to the bright shining element of Nakash and the Elohim. Tetragrammaton. The head of Alexander is featured wearing royal and divine symbols. The diadem and the horns of Zeus have. See 305 to 281b. Image made available through Wikipedia Commons. It's obvious, even to the casual observer, that they are indeed horns, which is not at all inconsistent with the normal medieval Western depiction of Moses and other biblical patriarchs. Based on the description of Moses' face as horn in the Latin Vulgate translation of Exodus. The New Range Bible translates the Vulgate as, and when Moses came down from the Mount Sinai, he held the two tables of the testimony, and he knew not that his face was horn. From the conversation of the Lord author's emphasis, this was, however, a mistranslation of the original Hebrew text, which uses a term equivalent to radiant, suggesting an effect like a halo. The Greek Septuagint translates the verse as, Moses knew not that the appearance of the skin of his face was glorified. Anecdotal historical fact, Alexander the Great declared himself the son of God, and he, too, was rumored to have horns. In fact, to this very day, if you talk to people on the streets of Iran who have a cultural remembrance of his invasion, as though it happened last week, they will tell you in all solemnity that it's a historical fact that Alexander had horns, which is why he wore his hair long to cover them up. There was an ancient Greek coin, the silver tetragrammaton, issued posthumously in the name of Alexander the Great around 242/241 BC, depicted Alexander with the horns of Abinara. Cain, the first of the twin-born sons of Eve, seems to have engendered his own traditional stories, as found in an obscure Gnostic sect bearing his name called the Cainites. Like the Carpathradians, th. Salvific doctrine of the Cainites espoused a theology that declared the believer must gain favor with God by making the journey through everything. 23 4th century Bishop of Saloni's St. Epiphanius describes the Gnostic Cainites as a group of believers possessed of obscure chaos of evil practices, 24 consecrated, not lustful or illegal acts to various heavenly beings, not arrogant so, adulterated with the dualism and licentious practices of Oriental heathenism, 25 as a sort of sacred prerequisite. Interestingly, many contemporary scholars compare them to Satanists, but that was a common thought already forming nearly 2,000 years ago. In alignment with our study of the Nephilim and the serpentine cultures, Cainites also taught that Eve's twin sons had different father, reporting that Cain was the offspring of Eve by superior power, and Abel was Eve's son by inferior power. The Cainites are also considered in the radical group as they possess the gospel of Judas, in which Judas is written as a disciple who studied the mysteries of God, and that his knowledge was so much more advanced than any of the other disciples of Jesus, that he, in adherence to the insistence of Jesus himself, betrayed Jesus to the Jewish Sanhedrin so that the prophecy might be fulfilled. 26 In disparity to the accepted gospels contained in the canonical Bible, Judas did th. A complete altruistic discipleship to his master, resulting in such a tumultuous grief that he committed suicide. And as a result of his loyalty to Jesus, his name has been dispersed in Christianity for a time. Coat of arms of Stephen. Image copyright of the author. The extent to which the Merovingians knew of these alternate traditions is uncertain. Whether or not they believed in them is more uncertain still, yet it remains likely that they both knew about the traditions and took them quite seriously. To this very day, the coat of arms of the capital of the Merovingian Empire, Stina, bears an image of the devil, and the original name of Stina was Satanicum. How the Merovingians influenced Hitler. In 1919, at the age of 30, Adolf Hitler joined the occultist Germanic Revivalist Duly Society, 27. Although there are no historical records indicating that he ever attended a single meeting. But the we conceived and organized this organization into the National Socialist German Workers' Party, better known as the Nazi Party. The Duly Society was founded a year earlier by the followers of two men, Gerd Lanz von Liebenfels, who later claimed that it was his occultist ideals that helped form Hitler's thinking, 29, and Guido von List, a Viennese Renaissance man of many varied interests and talents, gained his popular notoriety as an occultist and bookish ethnic book author. Through his writings and popular approach to reviving Germanic mysticism, List was one of the original new haters, establishing himself as an important contributor to what has been hailed as modern Germanic revivalism. He was a late 19th century pioneer in Roots revivalism and Renaissance, a specialized branch of archaic Germanic Germanic linguistics not only used as a means to establish Germanic foundations in ancient language transmission, but also steeped in a mysticism that recorded the proper usage of runes to divine, charm, prognosticate, curse, and even bring people back from the dead. List was pagan occultist to the heart, and by later standards was the poster child for the colloquial term love. Here. Perhaps his runic quarries worked well for him, for he was highly regarded by the people, who saw his particular brand of book writing as a solid foundation to the reemergence of Germany as a substantial power in the West. So much could be said on these matters that a veritable tome could be written on these topics alone. Suffice it for the purposes of this study to say that the Thule Society, though outwardly deemed a populist organization and led pride to the growing nationalist movement in Germany rather like a grown-up version of the American Boy Scouts, became the animus behind the organizing of what was known as CHU Partei, the German Workers' Party that met in local beer. Halsted was made up of members who wanted to see a rise in the worker class. //Party, D/PT, Rothschild, CNJLFRT, Political Part, FU/7RCXUYCJDQ.LFLMJJ, ended, CN, dead, FTR ton, NRSTS asterisk, CR editor, BTSL3LFAARNLFCTT underscore, Dead from 1 ton, 3, Adolf Hitler staff membership card, with the forged date and number, reduced from 555 to 55 to, make him appear as if he were an original founder and member, image by Myfield, www.myfield.net, made available through Wikimedia Commons. Hitler, who at that time was a corporal in the German army, was ordered to attend a meeting with them. Depp in order to spy on them for the purposes of establishing their political agenda. While he was at this meeting, he did what a good spy ought not do by getting into a rather violent political argument with a member of the group. In short, he was recognized for his oratory skills and later invited to become a member of a fairly unorganized party. Hitler agreed to join and began to organize the party from what was tantamount to a bunch of guys meeting at the pub to argue politics into a solid organization. Hitler renamed the organization the National Socialist German Workers' Party, and staff, the Nazi Party. According to Hitler biographer Ian Kershaw, the Thule's membership list reads like a who's who of early Nazi sympathizers and leading figures in Munich, 30 with a small membership list inclusive of such historical German figures as Rudolf Hess, Gottfried Vetter, Alfred Rosenberg, Hans Frank, Julius Lehmann, Karl Harder, and Dietrich Eckart. 31. By today's standards, the Thule Society's underlying philosophy would be considered heinous in concept and societally scorned in intent. At the core of the Thule was their occultist belief in the origins of a superior man, the Aryan race. In 1917, this underlying theme of superiority extended to membership qualifications. If you wanted to join the society, you were required to sign a special blood declaration of faith establishing lineage. The signer hereby swears to the best of his knowledge and belief that no Jewish or colored blood flows in either his or in his wife's veins. That among their ancestors are no members of the colored races. 32. The organizational intent of the Thule was originally an outwardly innocuous German study group, headed by Berliner Walter Malraus, a wounded World War I veteran turned art student. In 1918, Malraus came into contact with the occultist named Rudolf von Sippener, the newly elected head of the Bavarian German Morton Welfare of the Holy Grail. 33. An offshoot organization formed after a schism with the Thule Society. Malraus and Sippener became associates while recruiting for their particular branches, and eventually they merged their branches under the Thule name, using it as a cover name for Sippener's Munich lodge of the German Morton Welfare. Not only are we starting to see all the occultist roots of the Thule and its varied offshoots and chapters, but ALS, growing sugar of political power. What started in occultist book nationalistic revitalization with turned populist and aggressively political in intent and heinously evil in philosophy. 1 to the power of 9419. Present to asterisk 9MC TF that 1. The Thule Society seal. Image from rosewesttiger.org/L07_I//custom/legal/LSC@_emblem.jpg. The occultist origins of Nazi Aryanism, specifically as influenced by the Thule's philosophical foundation, is deeply broken. Kevin Abrams and Scott Lively's The Pink Swastika. Abram 10. Lively document how the Thule Society relied on ancient occultist supernaturalism to imbue their members with powers to be used for their Aryan claims and the foundational thinking behind their belief in the use of eugenics. 34. The fire of Adolf Hitler's dream of an Aryan super race was fuel. The underlying occult theology of the Thule Society, adhering to the belief that they were somehow infused with esoteric powers passed on to them by the spirits of the lost civilization of Atlantis. Members of the society regarded themselves as metaphysically imbued with the godlike wisdom of these advanced ancients, fueling them to create a new race of Aryan supermen. They followed a more or less Darwinian philosophy that moved them by some esoteric eminent domain to claim superiority and eliminate the inferior races. 35. Gertlands von Liebenfels, the spiritual inspiration behind the founding of the Thule Society, was a Cistercian monk who claimed to have been given revelation and enlightenment upon discovering the rune-filled tombstone of a Templar died. After interpreting what he believed were encoded messages on the tombstone, he began constructing his own philosophies of blue-eyed/blonde hair, God-ordained Aryan race and superiority over lower, inferior monasteries was infiltration based on the belief that the best way to crush the church was from within. There is no doubt in my mind that the Grail legend would have been the work of the Cistercians, founded by Benedict. Monks as Rothschild were the structural organization of the group design. Joseph Arimathea is alone associated with the Grail legend and the quest of the Grail legends, which for Collier's encyclopedia are dominated by the mystical symbolism of Cistercians. More than any heretical religion organizations, the Cistercians personified the finality of evil at its finest. The name Cistercian and their first monastery, Sidias, derived from Cistus, of the Cistacean rock rose family resembling the wild rose hen, cultivated in the Mediterranean. The herb with which Mary Magdalene anointed the body of Jesus also comes from the Cistus family, and they had chosen the Magdalene, designing her the symbol of the rose hen cross in memory of the brotherhood of the Son. Founded by a heathen who had taken as its symbol the rose hen cross, Louis. Cistercians were Rosicrucians, and this Rosicrucian order of monks would drive in its infiltration of the church. 36. The secret doctrine, authored by Madame Blavatsky in 1893, became the quintessential source for 20th century metaphysical esotericism, and it was heavily influential on the construction of the Thule Society's foundational philosophies. The inner sanctum of the Thule Society was comprised of heavy-hitting cultists, some of whom were overtly Satanists, such as Dietrich Eckart, to whom Hitler, very tellingly, dedicated his book, Mein Kampf. As a member of the Thule, despite his membership, pretend being in name only, Hitler diligently worked to align himself to the philosophies contained in Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine, the thematic undercurrent of which was the Aryan root race theory, a Gnostic belief that humanity, in its current state of evolution, destined to be refined by something called the seventh root, a belief delineating the philosophy team. A race of God, or Homo erectus, the new man, would rise to preeminence over the rest of humanity, replacing them and cleaning the slate of lesser races of color and evolutionary inferiority. 37. It has been reported German scientists under the Third Reich, in the development of their war machine and genetic research, were aided by repeated contact with gray entities who came from from inside what is known as the Hollow Earth. A book considered to be one of the first science fiction novels, Brill, The Power of Becoming. Race, written by Lord Edward Bulwer Lytton and published in 1871 under the original title of Coming Race, despite being a fictional book with a Jules Verne style of 19th century sci-fi, W.A. Highly influential on the thinking of Hitler, the Thule Society, and the Third Reich. Though not Lord Lytton's intention whatsoever, some later theosophists the broader field of esotericism founded by Madame Blavatsky supported the notion that Lord Lytton's book was an actual fictionalized account of an existing superior subterranean master race who utilized the energy form called Brill. The Thule Society did not merely consider the book the stuff of mid-19th century science fiction, but, in fact, true story based on a real magical substance. Helena Blavatsky, the founder of Theosophy, endorsed this presupposition in her book in Unveiled, 1877, and again in The Secret Doctrine, 1888. So the question that lingers is this: although Enoch Hitler was clearly an occultist, easily influenced by the mystical and mentally covered by his innate drive to be one of the mythic royalty, the gods and demigods of ancient esoterica, was there anything beyond a simplistic interest in telling the influence of any sort of non-human involvement? And if so, was there any linkage to mythical beings that governed his actions? As you have seen, this all funnels backward into the ancient past, linking races, religions, cult practices, and the etymological blending of language, blended with the mythologies of ancient religion. And it all goes back to the Anunnaki and continued reference to them having reptilian roots of some sort. Perhaps it is time to go take a soothing bath. The great Neptune, with a fresh rinse and a snake wash to collect our loose ends and organize our perceptions. Here and now I have to admit to the fact that although conspiracy theories, where they are generally stuffs of overactive imagination spurred into overload upon the discovery of some obscure, ancient myth or legend that they find either substantiates the theory, at least in their own way of thinking, gives them animus to build a new theory, generally void of historical accuracy, twisting facts and figures, dates, and interpretations of names, events, locations, and arcane religious or occultist practices. Chapter 7. The New Age and the Serpent. Make no mistake about it, the mythologies of the serpent bloodline, though well established in the past, have never gone away. They merely morphed into new mythology. We have seen that the serpent is ever present in antiquity, slithering its way down through history, leaving meandering PR in the dust of nearly every ancient culture and religion, even touching the untouchable spirituality. Jesus Christ and religion founded by his immediate friends and disciples, proliferated through the known world of 2,000 years ago by the evangelist Saul of Tarsus, who after his conversion changed his name to Paul, an apostle who never laid eyes on his master, Jesus Christ, but by vision alone. The New Age movement, quite frankly, is nothing new at all, in that it is a revisionist philosophy that has adapted the old mythologies to newer thinking. The notion that we are all gods is merely looking replay of the teachings of the ancients, with the new twist that removes the brother god / sis. God is status from only the caste of royals to the common individual. Woven throughout the philosophies, when viewed as an amalgam of religious / spiritual / scientific / metaphysical thinking, is connectivity to the serpent that is the driving force. One has to consider only the prevalent new philosophy put forward by well-known teacher and translator Ignatius Farhan of the Kundalini, whose ring shape, that unconscious, instinctive, or liminal force or Shakti, that is said to boil at the base of the spine, the sleeping serpent, to see where the connection to the serpent old has morphed into new meaning, but still maintains its presence. David Icke. On a more sinister plane, the serpent takes up abode in the highly conspiratorial worldviews of David Icke, former British football and soccer for Yanks lightning, star and news / sportscaster, turned New Age philosopher, who exposes the dream world we believe to be real. So says the header on his website. 3. According to the description on his Amazon.com author profile, or the elusive, he says of himself. David Pontic, born April 29, 52, British writer and speaker, describes himself as the most controversial speaker in the world. He is the author of 19 books and has attracted a global following that cuts across the political spectrum. His 533-page book, Biggest Secret, 1999, has been called Rosetta Stone for conspiracy junkies. He was a well-known BBC television sports presenter and spokesman for the Green Party, when in 1990 a psychic told him he was a healer who had been placed on, and that the spirit world was going to pass messages to him so he could educate others. In 1991 he held a press conference to announce that he was a son of the Godhead, and phrase he said later the media had misunderstood. He told the BBC's Jerry White on, showed that the world would soon be devastated by tidal waves and earthquakes. In The Robot Rebellion, 1994, and The Truth Shall Set You Free, 1995, The Biggest Secret, 1999, and Children of the Matrix, 2001, exotic, moral / political worldview that combined New Age spiritualism with a passionate denunciation of totalitarian trends, in which many prominent figures are reptilian, including George W. Bush, Queen Elizabeth II, Chris Christopherson, and Boxcar Willie. Michael Parkin has described exposition as New Age conspiracism. Richard Kahn and Tyson Lewis argue that the reptilian hypothesis may simply be swift and satire, a way of giving ordinary people a narrative with which to question what they see around them. Whenever I encounter self-proclaimed gods and messiahs, despite their well-meaning messages of peace for all, unity among fellow man, and self-growth based on a philosophical foundation that we are all little gods within a universal collective, I tend to write them off rather quickly. Sim. For the self-latent good with bad philosophical beliefs notwithstanding, be it my past education in theology, or my years of thinking, writing, and mulling over history, religion, and spirituality, or simply my exposure to and study of history's cavalcade of messianic figures who accomplish little, other than leading their followers and themselves to their ends, it is at the moment of self-proclaimed messianic revelation that I lose interest and collect my thought. When I read that it compares himself to a god, substantiated by his many public appearances and a rare graphic interview, I know what he is getting at from a standpoint of a New Age way of thinking. Sure, the concept that we are all gods that we collectively comprise the greater good in heaven, within us the ability to rise to spiritual heights is not necessarily a thing to be reviled, no matter what your spirituality or religious or non-religious status may be. However, when those spiritual concepts, not uncommon to many religions, and spiritual trains of thought and practice are pitched to a mega of fringe conspiracy theories that focus on ancient alien reptilians from a star system, and are working behind the scenes to draw energy off the evil and corruption of humanity, while at the same time pulling the strings behind such mythical groups as the Illuminati, I tend to, the Messiah has stepped off the surface of the water and sunk into the sea of self-adulation and himself and his followers in the sea leap of self-deception. Explode down philosophies are not uncommon to the New Age thinking community. He blends staples of the metaphysical discussion about the nature of the universe and consciousness with over-the-top conspiracy theories about public figures ranging from world politicians, religious leaders, and Hollywood celebrities to members of Europe's royal families. But where he had decidedly sinister twist is when he openly accuses them of being satanic pedophiles, child killers, shapeshifters, mass murderers, serial killers, and worse. What seems like unconnected political and social events are in fact, according to it, attempts by a hidden reptilian race to subvert and con humanity. But in his book The Biggest Secret, he contends that human beings are the product of an extraterrestrial launched by a race of reptilians called the Anunnaki, W. Came to Earth from a solar system in the constellation of Draco. How he makes his connection to reptilians is as obscure as a few pieces of statuary and a heavy reliance on the works of Zechariah. CJ. In part, he embraces the ancient Sumerian account of Enki's creation of primeval man as a Slight race for the other gods. But he goes beyond merely hailing to ancient mythology as fact, expounding that reality is a holographic experience. The only true reality is the realm of the absolute, which he illustrates by making comparison to the Hollywood movie The Matrix. He teaches a philosophy of collective consciousness built on intentionality, reincarnation, and loose, adaptive understanding of string theory and other galactic worlds that exist alongside ours. Other planes of frequency. He contends that our life experiences alter our DNA by downloading new information and overriding the software of our conscious state, and that we are attracted experiences to ourselves by means of good and bad thoughts, all in all, a mixture of earth, metaphysical thought with alien conspiracy theory, and, frankly, very appealing on many levels too. Those who have been disillusioned by science and religion and are seeking something different too, assuage their loneliness or dissatisfaction with the status quo. It is very easy to understand how. Simply listening to it and reading his work can draw one in. His converts are, I am sure, people who have considered both aspects of his foundational thinking and simply not dug deeply enough to see the missteps and calculated misinterpretations. David is certainly not the first to have mentioned reptilian aliens, but he claims he has been the one to have pioneered the road to a better understanding of who reptilians really are, and don't do. They continue to interact and influence earthly humans, from secret governmental control to world domination, ancient religious roots to modern day new ages of reptilians, according to it, have been known for their secret agenda. And although we do not have a clear picture of what their true intentions may be, we are able to gather from history the signs and traces of their past actions and influence with ancient human civilizations. Accounts from the Aztecs, Greeks, and Chinese mythology. And history leads us closeness to an ancient race of aliens that perhaps helped innate the building of our civilizations past and present. 7. He has thrown the ancient alien theory on its head, attributing his particular brand of conspiracy to them. He purports that reptilians, today, are believed to have shape-shifting abilities that enable them to secretly work their agenda behind the scenes, hidden within the bodies of the ruling classes of Europe and the majority of U.S. presidents and political figures, not to mention prominent entertainment and pop cultural personages the world over. He reports that he has found evidence th. Our political structure and economic systems have already been influenced by these evil coming. Rabbi, a word used to define Nakash, the serpent character in the Garden of Eden, reptilians who have worked for thousands of years behind the scenes of human history. These alien intruders, for at least 6,000 to 8,000 years, have seduced, through their cloak counterfeit political leaders and royal personages, the hearts and minds of all humanity, who are blinded to their existence. All the while, these reptilian overlords are applying their secret agenda and have been slowly fostering chaos throughout human history, waiting for the right time for the ultimate conquest of our planet. During this aptly named turquoise period, in which it is white dressed only in the color turquoise due to his claim of some metaphysical effect that acts as a conduit for receiving positive energy, he writes that he had been channeling beings from another world and by automatic writing, and had received messages from extraterrestrials telling him that he was a son of the Godhead in other words, a Messiah. After the clamoring controversy and criticisms that ensued after the release of that statement, he later attempted to back up this statement, amending it and reinterpreting of the Godhead as an infinite mind. 8. After this experience, in 1990, he met Deborah Shaw, a British psychic living in Calgary, Alberta. He began a relationship with Shaw, and the couple had a daughter the next year. Shaw and her daughter moved in with him and his wife, and she changed her name to Mari Shaw soon. His wife changed her name to Michaela, which, she said, was an expression of the Archangel Michael. The eclectic trio was dubbed by the British press as the turquoise triangle. 9. You have to think that anyone who predicts the end of the world must be a true believer in this war. Her ability to prognosticate world events, or have some real said faith in his or her ability as channeler or psychic. He made himself part of the short list of doomsayers when he publicly prophesied that the world would end in 1997. That was, 15 years ago, in case you're counting. As of his writing, the end of the world as we knew it, according to it, would be preceded by a number of disasters, including a severe hurricane around the Gulf of Mexico and New Orleans now. There's a stretch, a hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico. Do I sound too skeptical here? Volcanic. Eruptions on the island of Cuba. Disruption in China. A hurricane in theory. And an earthquake on T. Isle of Earth. He also said in that interview that Los Angeles would become an island. New Zealand would disappear, and the cliffs of Kent would be underwater by Christmas of that year. He told reporters that the information contained in this world-ending prophecy had been passed on to him through channeling the voices in his head, which was physically transmitted through automatic writing. As of the writing of this book, he is still holding enormous stadium events today, filling sports arenas for his 10-hour conferences. To me, this merely reaffirms my contention, and aptly illustrates the fact that the world is hungry for something and people will look for the things that they are missing in any outlet available. When science and religion fail us, we will look to anything. Fill the void. Of course, the end of the world prophecy saw 1997 come and go without incident. He later wrote that he had felt out of control during that press conference where he uttered his prophecy, almost as if he wasn't the one saying the words. He said that he heard his own voice predict the end of the world, yet was completely appalled at what was spilling out of his own mouth. I was speaking the words, but all the time I could hear the voice of the prince in the background saying, David, W, the hell are you saying? And to iterate this way, his prophecies were splashed all over the front. Page news the next morning. In and of themselves, there would seem to be no real harm to its channeling driven, automatically written script and his alien reptilian overall worldview. If a guy wants to read the works of Zechariah Sitchin and add his own twist, insisting that the Sumerian pantheon of Anunnaki, gods were a race of reptile aliens with evil intent, still governing our human affairs from behind it. Heard of subterfuge, placing reptilians in seats of high political world power throughout the ages. Imposters in an exterior skin of cloned human flesh, infiltrating their way into all ruling the world. Who am I to tell him no? If the man has built the following that by his books, pays to ATT, his conferences, and he is a phenomenal, eloquent, moving public speaker, and promulgate his views, why should any of us care? If that is the niche David has found to fill his coffers and pay the electric bill, and if people have so little to believe in that they ascribe to his views, which, perhaps, have a hard time believing even if himself fully believes, then more power to them after all. Blended throughout his alien messages, a moral call for people to take action against the obvious and oppress signs of government, the seeking of world unity in contrast to the new world order, and the gaining of inner godlike awareness and tranquility. What's so wrong with that? Whatever the people of delivery of the message, the ends justify the means, and if the world becomes a better place, even if we have to voice upon the common mind the notion that if we don't pursue these things, the reptilians will get a stronger foothold and destroy our world and have us all for lunch. No matter if you are exploiting information and creating a revenue stream, while at the same time voicing the and unity is the answer, despite how disgusted one might be with his methods, he is ultimately pushing a good thing, right? But there is a much more insidious aspect to David's assertions. The reptilians that he claims exist and operate behind the scenes of humanity are ones he links to the bloodlines of Cain, the Merovingians, and the Luciferian lineage. He speaks a form of anti-Semitism, buried in a twisted view of world history, linking the Jews with the Illuminati and the New World Order. The Jews, he purports, are the reptilian populated, controlled, manipulated race-seeking world domination. Through their positions held in the wealthy, ruling, and royal families of Europe and the Western world, the chosen people of the Old Testament are plagued to humanity and the heinous underpinning of his teachings is that his foundations are laced with historical fact, yet merged in reptilian/Illuminati views. This is not to say that the man does not adhere to good philosophies that stand for the betterment of humanity, but that is the hope that draws an inordinate amount of followers to his philosophies. True. And fact mixed with bizarre theorizing make for the propagation of a message that is all at once appealing and stimulating to the curious, who are dying for answers to convert our world from what they view as a place of evil and oppression to one of peace and harmony. Throughout his career, David has professed to having long stood against many political and social systems that may be compromised by the reptilian alien agenda, and although reptilians continue to make their push against humanity, many believe that we have protectors from yet another constellation watching their every move and waiting their chance to move against the reptilian alien race surveillance and their agenda. Although many of the subjects related to reptilian aliens or intelligent life elsewhere is usually left to the science fiction authors and fanatics, David continues to push his own alien agenda toward what he believes to be the truth that has been hidden from the public for ages. 11. Conclusion. The continued presence of the serpent. As we have seen throughout this entire book, the presence of the serpent is a thing of both good and evil began as early as the recorded history of humanity and has coursed its meandering trail down through ages. If, indeed, the imagery and symbolism is a result of ancient humankind's faced with encounters with non-human entities in the form of reptilians, the case of history does not bear out. In fact, what we know for a certainty is that the symbolic form of the serpent was inextricably linked with the worship and veneration of the serpent since the dawn of civilization. Is the presence of the serpent linked to the illicit rite? Does the serpent crawl on its belly solely due to the spoken judgment of God in the book of Genesis? Or is that simply representative of one version of the serpent in human religion and religious mythology? The seemingly as yet unanswerable questions are codependent with our ability as humans to reach the unreachable and these the unpierceable. In the vastness of the universe, we are all leaping for our own bridges when we think we have the answers to the most elusively quantifiable of questions. To not know all the answers is the beginning of exploration. That is precisely what I believe we set out to do in all of our sciences, histories, archaeologies, and anthropologies, let alone the pomposity of our philosophies. For me, the pervasive presence of the serpent through our human existence on this planet, our spiritualities, religions, legends, and mythologies represent an enduring symbol of something or someone that had such great impact on early humanity and their civilizations that impressed a deeply encoded imprint in our collective psyche that has endured nearly all others, equal only by our innate need for being. Those equally dichotomous quantities have been present with us, family to us, and governing aspects of who and what we are, and surely will continue to be so, prompting further seeking, questing, and digging for the reasons why. Afterward, it's a river. As you have seen in the preceding pages, the amount of information that stems from one simple thought to the next is filled to overburning with tributaries branching off the main artery. Other tributaries stemming into hundreds of branches, little creeks, streams, coulees, and swampy have waters with inlets and outlets of their own. As I stated at the very start of this book, one man in his contemplation. It has nearly brought me to that point, not due to the content of age, mythologies, and varied philosophies, but based upon the overwhelming mountain range of information to sift through and weigh against fact, fiction, insanity, and spirituality, and those distinctions are, sometimes, very difficult to decipher. What is one person's religion is another's folly, leaving plenty of room for criticism, naysaying, and propagandizing. There were times in the writing of this little book that I saw myself as a literary version of Meriwether Lewis on his quest to discover the Northwest Passage to the Great Western Pacific Ocean. After weeks and months of forging through seemingly untraversable terrain, he came, finally, through the foothills and low mountains. It was at that point that Lewis scaled the nearby ridge, certain he would see the Pacific Ocean stretched across the horizon. When he reached the top of the ridge head, gazed at what lay beyond, though all he saw was mile upon mile, range upon range of the craggy, snow-crested bitterroot mountains. His spirit sank and he was overcome with the feeling that he never find his way. His thoughts of enduring the hardship of the quest for even a single mile more turned into the despair that accompanies the feeling of having come too far to go back, but not far enough to find completion. Despite his inner turmoil, he pressed on and eventually cleared the mountains and pine forests of the Northwest and stepped onto the sandy beach of accomplishment. The salty waves of the Pacific Ocean lapping at the soles of his boots. For me, seeking the reptilian factor and the connectivity of the serpent in human history and religious myth has been all-consuming, and just when I feel I have fulfilled the golden step to th. Bridge of conclusion, there, stretching out before me as far as the eye can see, is another range of snow-capped peaks, each varying in rocky climb. It's the looking for the way through that seems daunting while you are in it. Then, when you finally get there, you look back at the terrain you traversed and wonder about all the wondrous, undiscovered country and other regions extending off to the right or the left of the trail that brought to this place. Yet, despite all the unexplored territory, you are satisfied that you have at least a single path to the other side. Our ancient past is filled with amazing stories of beings who governed. Whether they were gods descended from the heavens, extraterrestrial beings making their presence known why, perhaps undergoing their own explorations, or whether they are simply comprised of deified human, royal bloodlines and the stuffs of overwrought imaginings and religious. Conclusively answering whether or not extraterrestrial serpentine beings interacted with humanity, and continue to make their presence felt from the stealthy shadows is as simplistically easy as mine. God sitting on his patio having a cup of Darjeeling. What is certain is that humanity has been writing about these things since they first developed the skill set to record their personal histories. The latter of cultists, religious apologists, scientists, true believers, skeptics, and experiencers accomplish only one thing, and that is the presentation of the facts as they understand them. That is, all we are left with, beyond establishing points of history, anthropology, and archaeology, the mere tools of the trade are the facts, which sometimes can track over the theories. The things that seem to really matter to the questioning mind most often never have solid answers. I am again brought to the words of the Richard Feynman, astrophysicist contemporary of Oppenheimer and Einstein. If you expected science could give all the answers to the wonderful questions about what we are or where we're going or what the meaning of the universe is, and so on, then I think you could easily become disillusioned and then look for some mystic answer to these problems. I can live with doubt and uncertainty and not knowing. I think it's much more interesting to live not knowing than to have answer which might be wrong. I have approximate answers and possible beliefs and different degrees of certainty about different things, but I'm not absolutely sure of anything, and there are many things I don't know anything about. But I don't have to know an answer. I don't feel frightened by not knowing things about being lost in a mysterious universe without having any purpose. I can't believe the special stories that have been made up about our special relationship to the universe, because they seem to be too simple, too connected, too local, too provincial. The earth. He came to the earth. One of the aspects of God came to the earth. Mind you, and look at what's out there. It isn't in proportion. Anyway, it's not. You start doing it. We should look to see what's true and what may not be true. Once you start doubting, which for me is a fundamental part of my soul, to doubt and ask, and to doubt and ask, it gets a little hard to believe. 1. Did a race of reptilians come to this planet long ago? Did extraterrestrials seek the human race born, genetically engineered primordial hominids, creating a slave race, or humans free from bondage, led by a traitor from the ranks of the alien oppressors? Is there an extraterrestrial race that has, in and out of humanity's affairs for all of recorded history, governing our destiny from the shadows? Or are we a race that simply evolves and grows, learning from the past and moving beyond our old superstitions and mythologies? Are we bound by religious thought and man-made myth, only to suffer at its invisible grasp until we move beyond the need for false messiahs and imagined gods, spirits, devils, and monsters that subjugate us to our own fears? Or is it truly that we are the creation of true God, and all the rest is simply the concocted, fabricated veil of lies and deceit, obfuscation, delusion that enslaves us to the dictates of the demonic evil that would stand in the way of our know, that God is more real, meaningful life? These are the questions that I sincerely hope you are left pondering when closing the cover of this book. It is obvious that God does not go out of his way to present his case in a fashion that is not old, cracked, and crumbling as the last surviving manuscripts telling this story. Accordingly, his opponents seem to work much harder gaining proselytes than he spends attempting to bring us to him. And so answering the call of religion even when told it is supposed to be a personal, loving God, charges a much more daunting challenge than simply believing things are what they are. So, toss the coin in the air or better, roll your 32-sided die. Are we simply creatures that behest of some greater power, or a race that lives, thrives, and grows off of and in spite of its misty history and scaly mythology? Has humanity experienced the visitations of non-human entities? Trust no one. Listen to no one. Adhere to no one. Grasp the gift of exploration and seek out the answers for yourself, for if you are comfortable simply living by the dictates of what someone else tells you is so, then you are doomed to live that life of constrained servitude. Think for yourself. Before you know it, the answers will make themselves as evident as the nose on your face. The realization that all that remains in the end is a kind of forbidden knowledge, arrangement and beyond. Reason against reason itself, as exhaust from the comforts of bondage. We are composers of the cognitive music that is not a spirituality or a religion, nor is it an eschewing of either, but it is a religion. Religion, a faith of no faith, a belief in no belief. And yet, there is that still, small voice. Extinguished theologians lie about the cradle of every science, as the strangle snakes beside that of Hercules. Aldous Huxley. Notes. Chapter 1. 1. Louis Nelson, Rivers in the Desert, the History of the Ninja, being an illustrated account of it. Discoveries in a frontier land of civilization, New York, Macmillan, Farrar, Strauss Giroux, 1959, p. 31. 2. Ramsey, William M. S.T. Paul the Traveler and the Roman Citizen, 1982, p. 3. Ramsey, William M. The bearing of recent discovery on the trustworthiness of the New Testament, 1915, p. 222. 4. Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, Hampton Plains, N.J., New Page. Books, 2012. 5. Muhammad, Maxine Robinson, translated by Ann Carter, 1971, pp. 38 M9. 6. Studies on Islam, edited by Merlin L. Swartz, in Pre-Islamic Men and Religion by Joseph Henninger, 1981, pp. 3 to 22. 7. Muhammad, The Holy Prophet, Pakistan, Hafiz Gilad War, pp. 18 to 19. A. Carlson, Jason, and Ron Carlson, Why the Secular Left Despise the Christian Right, Christian Ministries International website, www.christianministries.org/article/why secular left despise Christian right. PHP. 9. Heiser, Michael S., PhD, The Nakash and the Seed, Self-Explanatory Notes on why the serpent in Genesis 3 was in the serpent, Department of Hebrew and Semitic Studies, UW Madison, www.edifycouncil.com/notes.pdf, 10 Daily, Stephanie, Myths from Mesopotamia, Creation, The Flood, Gilgamesh, and Others, New York, Oxford University Press, 1989, 2008, pp. 1315, 11. Sitchin, Zechariah, The 12th Planet, Harvard, 2007, Chapter 5, The Nephilim, People of the Fiery Rockets, 12. Heiser, The Nakash and the Seed, 13. Sitchin, The 12th Planet, Chapter 5, The Nephilim, People of the Fiery Rockets, 14. Heiser, The Nakash and the Seed, 15. James, Peter, I.J. Thorpe, Nikos Kokinos, Robert Morto, and John Bromfish, Centuries of Darkness, A Challenge to the Conventional Chronology of Old World Archaeology, London. Jonathan Cave, 1991. 16. Thompson, William Berman, Coming into Being, Artifacts and Texts in the Evolution of Consciousness, Calvary Macmillan, 1998, pp. 75 to 76. 17. Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim, Psalm 82 and Elohim, 18. Heiser, Michael S., The Plural Elohim of Psalm 82, Gods for Men, Michael S. Heiser's website, michaelsheiser.com/unikatbible/ll/L/Psalm-plural-82-gods-for-men, 2010, 19. Daily, Myths from Mesopotamia, pp. 18 to 1920 by Michael and Kirsten Daly, Lost Civilizations and Secrets of the Past, Hampton Plains. N.J., New Page Books, 2011, Cana the First City. 21 Green, Harvard W.R.U. in Sumerian Literature, PhD dissertation, University of Chicago. 1975, p. 156, Abzu is often applied to a cosmological region whereas there are more precisely designates a geographical site. 22. Leonard, W.G., Processions to Future House, Review Assyriology, Rye 44, University of Michigan Library, 1997, pp. 75 to 77. 23. Lawton, Ian, Guide to Mesopotamian Gods and Pantheons, in Tammuz, Ian Lawton's website, www.ianlawton.com, 2024 to 25. Peter, H.D., Durgani/Inki and Durgani singularly wrote, Eva Stensoff Humda, or Handing the Materials, PhD Dis, Carl Franz at Universitat Graz, 1983. 26. Halloran, John, The Sumerian Lexicon, version 3.0, Los Angeles, California, Logogram Publishing, 2006, p. 54. Chapter 2. 1. Roberts, Scott Allen, The Rise and Fall of the Nephilim. 2. Feynman, Richard, The Pleasure of Finding Things Out, Basic Books, 2000. Chapter 3. 1. Kramer, Samuel Hope, Sumerian Mythology, A Study of Spiritual and Literary Achievement in the Third Millennium BC, Charleston, S.C., Forgotten Books, 1997. 2. Monkowski, Edward F., R.H. Waller Lucas, The Spiritual Technology of Ancient Egypt. Sacred Science and the Mystery of Consciousness, Inner Tradition/Mirko, 2007, p. 223. 3. Her Holiness Sri Manji Nirmala Devi Sri Mustafa, Meta Era, Vishwan Nirmala, Dharma, First Edition, 1995, pp. 233 to 248. For Martin, Stephen C., and David Wilkinson, Reading Genesis After Darwin, Midrash, Rabbi, Genesis, New York, Oxford University Press, 2009, p. 93. 5. Lau, Gordon, Megiddo 2, Plates 240:1, or the serpents came from Stratum X, dated 1650. 1550 BC, and Stratum BIIB, dated 1150 to 1250 BC, and cannot definitely be associated with Vic. Called 6. McAllister, RANS, user 2, P399, Vic. 488. The serpent came from the high place area head. Apparently is to be dated in the late Bronze Age. 7. Young ETAL, Acer 34, plates, 339, 526. The serpents are from straight line, late bronze. H2. Young informs of their prominence in a personal correspondence. 8 Wrinkle, William M. Tomasz written Ingrid, and George J. Day, A Return of Quetzalcoatl. In Ancient Mesoamerica, Cambridge University Press, 1998, pp. 183 to 232 9. Smith, Michael E., PS Text, 2nd edition, Malden, Massachusetts, Blackwell Publishing, 2001, p. 213 10 Hancock, Graham, Fingerprints of the Gods, The Evidence of Earth's Lost Civilization, 1st edition, Crown, 1995. 11 Pliny the Elder, eds. John Bostock and H.G. Riley, translators, The Natural History, 1855. p. 33. 12 This list comes from win.com. 13 People, Suzanne, Apophyse and Iconography of Deities and Demons in the Ancient Near East. Electronic Republication Revision, November 20th, 2007. Access at www.religionswisc.idd/republication/e_idd_apophyse.pdf. 14 Mascati, Sabatino, The Face of the Ancient Orient, Garden City, NY, Doubleday Anchor. Books, 1962, pp. 125 to 127. 15 Frankfurt, Henry, Ancient and the Gods, Chicago, Hill, The University of Chicago Press, 1962. pp. 145 to 146 16. Lerner, Manfred. Gods and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, London, Thames and Hudson, 1984, pp. 26, 10, 17. Frankfurt, Ancient and the Gods, p. 108. 18 Lerner, Gods and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, 108. 19. Mascati, Sabatino, The Face of the Ancient Orient, pp. 125 to 26, and Lerner, Gods and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, p. 93. 20 Lerner, Manfred, Snakes, in the Encyclopedia of Religion, New York, Macmillan, 1987. 13:373. 21 Joys, Karen R. Serpent Symbolism in the Old Testament, a linguistic, archaeological, and literary study, at Beale, N.J., at Beale House, 1974, p. 19. 22. Lerner, Gods and Symbols of Ancient Egypt, p. 108. 23 Frankfurt, Henry, Ancient and the Gods, p. 119. 24. Franklin, Benjamin, Pennsylvania Journal, December 27, 1775. Chapter 4. 1 Milram, Alan P. Edler Period. Available at www.arthurandevons.com/portal/index.php/edlerian-theory/69-edlerian-period. 2 Aristotle, Physics 194 b 17 to 20. See also, Posterior Analytics 71 b 911, 94 20. 3. Horney, Karen, Self-Analysis, New York, Norton Company Incorporated, 1942. 4 Reptilians, Wikipedia, en.wikipedia.org/wiki/reptilians. 5. Reptilians, Crystalline's Metaphysics and Science website, www.crystallinks.com/reptilians, HTML. 6 Reptilians, who are they really? Dreams of the Great Earth Changes website, www.greatdreams.com/reptilians/htm. 7. Alien Nation, The Watcher Files website, www.thewatcherfiles.com/exposing_reptilians.htm. 8 Rhodes, John, The Reptilian Human Connection, Reportoids.com, www.reportoids.com/fall/article classic/1994.hu.htm. 9. The Reptilians, The Negro Council website, www.negroCouncil.com/html/reptilians.html. 10 Reptilian Agenda, David Hicks website, www.davidhicks.com/article/reptilian-agenda. Main menu 43. 11. The Occult Reptilian Sage, Bibliotech Liax website, www.bibliotechbliax.net/0_on-web.p/reptiles/reptiles.htm. 12 Reptilians, Whale website, www.whale.to/v/reptilian_h.html. 13. Rhodes, John, The Reptilian Human Connection. 14 Russell, D.A. Speculations on the Evolution of Intelligence in Multicellular Organisms. CP. 2156, Life in the Universe Conference. 15 Alex Collier, on Reptilians, the Draconians and the Patal, Bibliotech Liax website, www.bibliotechbliax.net/0_on-web.p/reptiles/reptiles33.htm. Hashtag the %23 Draconians %2t. 16 Head, Jeff, Cosmos Magazine 315, June 2007. This article highlights the hypothesis of Dale. Russell's Dinosauroid. 17 Russell, Dale, and Wallace Tucker, Superdopy and the Extinction of the Dinosaurs, Nature. 229, February 1971, 553 to 554. Chapter 5. 1. Gibson, David J. The Land of Evil Located, unpublished manuscript, available at Novatia, net/e, HTML. 2. Taylor, Bernard A. Analytical Lexicon to the Septuagint, Peabody, Massachusetts, Hendrickson. Publishers, Expanded Edition, 2009. 3 Silva, Moises, and Karen H. Jones, Invitation to the Septuagint, Grand Rapids, Michigan, Baker. Academic, 2005. Chapter 6. 1 Yuri, Patrick J. Before France and Germany, The Creation and Transformation of the Merovingian World, New York, Oxford University Press, 1988. 2 Knight, Charles, T. English Cyclopedia, Volume 4, London, W. Press, 2010, p. 733. 3 Rentina, Claudio, and Paul Custer, The Popes, Histories and Secrets, New York, 7. Locks Press, 2002, p. 145. 4. David, Michael, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln, The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, The Secret History of Jesus and the Shining Legacy of the Grail, New York, Delacorte Press, 1982. 5 Burgess, Anthony, The Duplan's for Gentleman Homage to Courtney and other. Writings, New York, Royal, 1986, pp. 33 to 35. 6 Gardner, Lawrence, Bloodline of the Holy Grail, The Hidden Lineage of Jesus Revealed, Lions. Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2002. 7 Gardner, Lawrence, Genesis of the Grail Kings, The Explosive Story of Genetic Cloning Head, The Ancient Bloodline of Jesus, Lions Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2002. 8. Hopkins, Maryland, Graham Simmons, and Tim Wallace Harvey, Rex News, The True History of Brendel Chateau, Shaftesbury, Dorset, UK, Element Books, 2000. 9 Haskins, Susan, Mary Magdalene, The Essential History, London, Pimlico, 2003, p. 96. 10 Evans, Great Day, Fabricating Jesus, How Modern Scholars Distort the Gospels. Monument to Germany Historica, Script Wars Iran, Merovingian Rome, Thomas 2, Hanover Press, 1888. 12 Ellis, Peter Garrett Ward, The Mammoth Book of Celtic Myths and Legends, London, Constable. Robinson, 2002, p28. 13th Dictionary of the Irish Language, Compact Edition, Dublin, Ireland, Royal Irish Academy. 1990, p612. 14 McCullough, James, Dictionary of Celtic Mythology, New York, Oxford University Press, p. 366. 15 Leprechaun Aaron, Book of the Taking of Ireland, Part 1 to 5. Edited and translated by R.A.S. McAllister. Dublin, Ireland, Irish Text Society, 1941. 16 of 17 Gardner, Sir Lawrence, Realm of Marine Lords, The Myth and Magic of the Grail Quest. Lions Bay, British Columbia, Canada, Fairwinds Press, 2003. 18 Aho, Harbor, The Merovingian Dynasty, watch out the great website. Watch.here.com/Merovingian.html. 19 Van Buren, Elizabeth, The Sign of the Dove, Suffolk, UK, Neville Spearman, Limited, 1983, pp. 141 to 142.20. Cuban 21 Braca, Sylvia, Tree of Life and the Holy Grail, Ancient and Modern Spiritual Paths Ended. Mystery of Renelli Chateau, C. Sussex, UK, Temple Lodge Publishing, 2007, p. 127. 22 Padai, Raphael, The Hebrew Goddess, New York, Dab Publishing House, 1967. 23 Blunt, John Henry, Dictionary of Sex, Heresies, Ecclesiastical Parties, and Schools of Religious Thought, Remingtons, 1874, p. 95. 24 Mead, GRS, Fragments of a Pig Forgotten, Whitefish, Mod, Kessinger Publishing LLC, 1992, p.225. 25. Blunt, John Henry, Dictionary of Sex, Heresies, Ecclesiastical Parties, and Schools of Religious Thought, Remingtons, 1874, p. 95. 26 Biblia Sacra Vulgata, Exodus 34:29-35. 27 Phelps, Reginald H., Before Hitler Came, Holy Society and Germain Norden, Journal of Modern History, University of Chicago Press, 1963, pp. 245 to 261. 28 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, The Arius Office of Austria Head, Germany 1890 to 1935, Wellingborough, England, The Aquarian Press, 1985, republished 1992. 29. Died, Wilfried, Der Man, Der Hitler died India, The Man, Who Gave Hitler the Ideas, 1958. 30 Kershaw, Ian, Hitler, 1889 to 1936, Hubris, New York, W.W. Norton Company, 2000, pp. 138 to 139. 31 Romer, Dietrich, Weber Hitler Camp, The Historic Study, Mark Publishing, All Editions, 1933, 1972, p. 42. 32 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, The Arius Office of Austria Head, Germany 1890 to 1935, Wellingborough, England, The Aquarian Press, 1985, republished 1992, pp. 127 to 128. 33 Stroh, Harold, Diagnosis U and International Socialism, Gnosis and National Socialism, Berlin, Germany, Surkamp, 1973. 34 Abrams, Kevin, and Scott Lively, The Pink Swastiks, Homosexuality in the Nazi Party, Founders Publishing Corp., 1995. 35 Goodrich Clark, Nicholas, The Occult Roots of Nazism, pp. 131, 142. 36 of Merovingian Infiltration of the Christian World through Monasticism, www.angelfire.com/journal2/infiltration.html. 37 Blavatsky, H.B., The Secret Doctrine, of Rich Annotated Edition, New York, Charger, Penguin, 2009. Chapter 7. 1 Anasaran, Eknath, The Glossary of Sanskrit from the Spiritual Tradition of India, Berkeley, California, Blue Mountain Center of Meditation, 1970, p5. 2 Header of David's website, www.davidic.com. Read. Or in its own words at www.amazon.com/wiki/david_and/rep_bio_bio_wiki. 5 David, list of famous Satanists, pedophiles, and mind controllers. The Forbidden Knowledge website, www.theforbiddenknowledge.com/heartroots/list_satanist.htm. 6 David, Children of the Matrix, E29IFF, and David, The Biggest Secret, TP. 30M0. 7 Reptilians, Reptilian Aliens. Arctuary.com, arctuary.com/reptilianarchives.html. 8 David, In the Light of Experience, Time Warner Paperbacks, 1993, pp. 190, 200, and 8. 9. David, P193. 10 David, Children of the Matrix, pp. 30 to the power of 40. 11 David's website, www.davidic.com/article/reptilian-agenda-name-menu-43. Afterwards. 1 Feynman, Richard, The Pleasure of Finding Things Out. Index. Abel, 73, 77. Abrams, Kevin, 184 to 185. Absolutism, 43. Absolutism, the new, 128. F2, Mythical Region, 61, 64, 73, 93. F2, Concept, 61 to 62. Acts of the Apostles, 37. Adam and Eve, Story of 26, 46 to 47, 64. Edward, Alfred, 122, 123 to 125. Adlerian Philosophy, 125. Akkad, 63. Akkadian. Culture, 51. Cylinder Seals, 94, 95. Religion, 57. Alien. Mythos, History of Good, 141. Race, First Contact with, 29. Aliens, Psychology of Need for, 122 to 126. Allah, Meaning of, 41. Origin of the Name of, 42. Avinare, 114. Ancient Texts, Considerations when Reading, 51. Angels, 47, 48. Annuity, 33 to 64, 161. Anthro-archaeomythological record, 49. Anti-Semitism of medieval Europe, 178. Apophyse, 116. Similarity to Satan, 117. Archaeological evidence for biblical accounts, 35. Archaeology and myth, 34, 44 to 46. Union of, 45. R.A., 177. Aristotle, 125. Arthurian legends, 174. Aryan root race theory, 186 to 187. Arianism, Nazi, occultist origins of, 184 to 187. Ashraf, Messenger Jack, 41. Asmodeus, 176 to 177. Atlantean, civilization, 75. Diaspora, 174. Atlantis, 168. Atrahasis, 49, 60. Aztec culture, religious beliefs of, 107 to 109. Mahalik of God, 84. Amitabha, 39. Basilica, etymology of, 111. Basic list, 110. Basic list today, 111. Behavior, Atlas view of, 120. 125. See also final causality. Freud's view of 124. 125. See also vision causality. Baby Model 52. 82. See also Sons of God. Bible. Historical accuracy of 35 to 36. Biblical accounts. Archaeological evidence for 35. Christine and Denise. 167 to 169. Lavetsky. Helena. 186 187. Bloodline. Of Jesus. 159 to 161. 165. Of Jesus Christ. 174. Of the Kinsman Redeemer. 146. Of the Serpent. 26. 149. Fury. Lucid Ryan. 177. Bloodline. Jesus. 159 to 161. 165. Pure Human. 26. 146. Bloodlines. Of Humanity. 139. Of European Royal Houses. 174. Book of Exodus. 39. Book of Genesis. 25. 34. 46. Book of Munster. 173. Book of Revelation. 153 to 154. Brown. Dan. 160. Enthusiast. 28. 89. King. 60. Descendants of 177. Two alternate versions of the story of 175 to 176. As progeny of Eve and the Serpent. 73. 77. As the first of the Nephilim. 8. Canaanites. 179 to 108. Canaan. 41. See also Canaanite region. Canaanite region. 63. Catholicism and Protestantism. Conflict between. 29. Coptic symbolism. 113. Coptic 110 to 111. Confucius. 105. Conspiracy theory. 24. Constantine. Emperor. 42. Context psychology. See surface psychology. Creation account. Hebrew. 71 to 72. Encoded messaging. 73. Creation accounts. African. 70. Lakota. 71. Multiplicity of 46. Native American. 70. And cultural commonalities of 46. 71. Creation story. Old Testament. 45 to 46. Crisis of faith. Authors. 24. Cultural religious mythologies. 26. Cuneiform tablets. 52. Magical incantations in 93. Cunningham. Graham. 92. Cylinder seals. Acadion. 94. 95. Jehovah. 28. Time. Lopi. 185. David. King of Israel. 36. Deities. Changing names of 62. Pip psychology. 123. Devil. Good. 47. Dinosauroid God experiment. 133 to 134. Dinosauroids. 133. Dogmatic faiths. 43. Draco. 134. Draconian stories. Authors amalgam of 135 to 137. Draconians. 133. Yea. C&D/EA. Yea Den. 60. 64. 73. 83. 96. See also Garden of Eden. Eden State. 83. Efficient causality. 125. Egyptian Book of the Dead. 115. Eliam. 41. Hillel. 40. 41. 59. Elohim. As a plurality. 39. As a plurality and a singularity. 58. 59. Of the Old Testament. 39. Elohim. Etymology of the word. 177. Definition. 58. First occurrence of the word. 58. Plurality and singularity of the word. 59. Second use of the word. 59. El Shaddai. 41. Embedded messages. 27. Inky. Translation of the Sumerian name. 64. Inky/EA. As bringer of forbidden knowledge. 73. As linguistic precursor to YWHW. 92. As prototype for the Hebrew Jehovah. 92. Inky/EA. 41. 51. 57. 60. Common translation of 58. Earliest form of the god. 62. Evolution of the name of 63. Emperor and the Lord of Urtah. 93. Enoch. Cain's son. 146. Enoch. City. 146 to 147. See also Europe. Arabic. 60 to 61. 95. 96. Evangelical Christians. 43. 58. Eve's temptation. Different interpretation of 77. Extraterrestrial. Encounters. 30. Live. Human contact with 140. Faith. Apostle Paul's definition of 85. Author's crisis of 24. Science's need for 89. Faiths. Dogmatic. 43. Fall of humanity. 146. Fertile Crescent. 41. Climate. Richard. 85 to 86. 203. Final causality. 125. Flood of Noah. 109. 168. Flood mythology. Native American. 109. Frankfurt. Henry. 114. Franklin. Benjamin. 118. Freud. Sigmund. 122 to 123. 124. 125. 126. Fromm. Eric. 138. Gadsden. Christopher. 118. Gadsden Black. 117 to 118. Gardner. Sir Lawrence. 160. 161. 167. 173. Garden of Eden. 25. 28. Garden of Eden. Story of 64. Encoded message within. 73. Translation of 74 to 76. Gap. 115. Genealogies. Purpose of 78 to 80. 146. Gilgamesh. 30. Floyd. Nelson. 36. Gnostic Canaanites. 179 to 108. Gnosticism. 121. God in the Old Testament. Many names for 62. God. Names for 41. Identity of 24. Psychology of the need for 122 to 126. God names. Etymology of ancient. 41. Historical antecedents of 42. Gods of mythology. 40. Gods. Pagan. 42. Gospel of Judas. 108. Gospel of Luke. Historical accuracy of 37. Gospel of Philip. 164 to 165. Gospel of St. Thomas. 166. Rail. Mythos. 176. Quest. 174. Saga. 176. Race. 141. 142. Hancock. Graham. 108. Hanks. Micah. 43 to 44. Hebrew. Bible. 44. 62. View of the Serpent. 98 to 103. Heiser. Michael S. 47. Hieronymus. 37. Historical reliability BS. Universal truth. 38. Hitler. Adolf. 181 to 188. Hittites. 36. Hobbes. 123. Holy Grail, 174 to 181. Location of 176 to 177. 40. Karen, 125 to 126. OTI, 30. Human nature. Freud's view of 123. English view of 123 to 124. Huxley, Aldous, 205. Hick, David, 126, 133, 190 to 197. Ichabod the Trickster, 71. Illuminati, 192, 197. Indiana Jones, character, 23. Ingersoll, Robert Greene, 87. Islam, creation of, 42. James, Peter, 54. Jehovah, 63. See also Noah and Noah. Correlation between P/EAN, 95. Etymological link between Lucifer and, 64. The paradoxical, 91. Cormac Gallagher, 28. Jesus. Bloodline of 159 to 161, 165. Bloodline period of 165 to 166. First recorded public miracle of 161 to 162. Lucifer and similarity of names for 106. Mythology surrounding ancestry and lineage of 159. Wedding of 163. Judeo-Christianity 44. Jung, Carl 125. Kappa 42. Gunites 147. Kinsman Redeemer concept of 80 to 82 146. Neff 84. Knights Templar 166. Source of name of 176. Compuse. See Confucius. Kripal, Jeffrey J. 74. Krishna 83. Kundalini 98 190. Lakota oral tradition 71. Language as a gauge of authenticity 57. Language importance of 56. Lilith 175. Lively Scott 185. Lucifer is father of Cain 175. Lucifer 47, 48, 59, 74, 84, 153. And Elohim, etymological connection between 177. And Jehovah, etymological link between 64. And Jesus, similarities between names for 106. Luke, same, 37, 38. Lincoln, Lord Edward Bulwer, 187. Vela, definition, 47. Martin, Riley, 132. Mary Magdalene, 160, 163 to 166. Mary of Montpellier, see Mary Magdalene. Me, definition, 54. Mehed, 116. Merobu/Arabic, 158. Legend surrounding, 167 to 169. Meaning of name of 168. Merovingian. Connection to serpent and Elohim, 157 to 188. Dynasty, 167. Empire, capital of 181. Kings, 159. Race, true origins of 169. Merovingians, 157 to 159. See also Salient Franks. Bloodlines of 169. Christianization of 159. Link of the Jesus bloodline to 160. On Hitler, influence of 181 to 188. Mesopotamia, Sargonic period in 92 to 93. Mesopotamia, civilization 55. People 63. Messianic prophecies, sole purpose of 82. Messianic prophecy, first 78. Midrash 39. Lysogen 109. Mixed blood lineage, R 26. Monotheistic society, Egyptian 114. See also in the right. Monotheist, Christian 42. Moses, medieval Western depiction of 178 to 179. The historical 41. New definition 54. Muhammad 41 to 42. Myth definition 45. Mythology, ancient Egyptian 113. Current day 132. Hindu 111 to 113. Irish 169. Nakash and Jehovah, etymological link between 64. As trickster 47, 71. As bringer of knowledge 59. As bringer of forbidden knowledge 64, 73. As illuminator 64. Nakash 47, 48. Definition 47, 58, 74. Basis for the serpent character of 64. Naga 28, 111. Nagas 84, 111. Nakanchami 113. Nakashtan 84. Nazi-Arianism, occultist origins of 184, 187. Negotiate 9. Nehushtan 100. Nephilim 29, 35, 38, 49, 77. Septuagint translation of 52, 54. Neptune 40. New Age movement 189. Philosophy prevalent 189 to 190. New World Order 196 to 197. Ningit Saida not 146. Etymology of 147. Not human beings 26. Entities 28, 142. Norm questioning the 67. Objective point of view 35. Owens 29. Old Testament 36. See also Masoretic texts. As religious myth 44. Ouroboros 28. Pentateuch 41. 9. Perception and reality 25 to 26. Pink swastika to 185. Pliny the Elder 110. Polytheism 42. Pontius Pilate 36. Priory of Zion 166. Proto-religion 44. Ptolemy 37. Pure human bloodline 26. Pyramid texts 117. Page 29. Courage 42. Quetzalcoatl 28, 84, 105 to 109. RAL 14. Similarity to God 117. Ramsey, Serbilium 37 to 38. Religion, skepticism, and science as a new 128. Religion as identical to reptilian/alien subculture 122. As a human construct 88, 122. As a mode of control 88. BS. Spirituality 122. Reptilian. Agenda 137. Beings 44. Race, paucity of Ruko 129. Theory 127. Proponents of 134. Founders of contemporary thinking of 139. Reptilian humanoids 121 to 142. Paucity of proof for existence of 133. Reptilian/alien. Mythos 121. Subculture 122. Reptilians. Author's dichotomous approach regarding 141. Depictions in Hollywood of 134. Descriptions of 133. Explanation for our belief in 126, 130 to 132. Modern European royal families and 161. Multiplicity of stories and theories regarding 138 to 139. Personal contact with 129. Shape-shifting abilities of 193. Renelli Chateau 176. Reportoids 133. Rewriting history 28. Rex Davis, Bloodline 161. Rhodes, John 132 to 133. Rise and fall of the Nephilim, 24, 26, 34, 35, 58, 75, 157. Rousseau, Jean-Jacques 124. Russell, Dale 133. Salient Franks 157 to 158. Salients. See Salient Franks. Samuel. See Lucifer. Satan 47, 64, 154. Zodiacs 133. Science. Fates Need 4, 89. Belief verses 34. Scriptural narratives. As historically accurate 36. V.S. Secular historical accounts 37. Secular view 43. Septuagint 152. Serpent. As a bestower of knowledge 84. As a mythological influence Earth. As a political force Earth. As a symbol of fertility and sexuality 96 to 98. As agent of both harm and healing 91. As deliverer of esoteric knowledge 91. As emblem of Chinese culture 105. As mythological symbol 28. As religious symbol 30. As representative of sexual desire 97. As symbol of survival after death and resurrection 115. Figure. God as the divine force behind 92. Figures. 2 symbolic roles of 89. Goddess. Pre-dynastic Egyptian 115. See also. Wajet. In Hindu culture and religion. Symbolism of 112 to 113. In the ancient world. Symbolism and presence of the 89. Pervasive presence of 44. Reptile in our historical folklore 132. Worship in Jerusalem 100 to 101. Worship. Palestinian 101. Serpent. Ancient Chinese view of the 104 to 105. Association of strength and influence with 118. Association of water with 97. Civilizations that revere and worship 96 118. Divine of 89. Dualism of 89. Duality in nature and perception of 118. Egyptian fear and worship of 113. Hindu worship of 111. Mesoamerican view of 105. Native American reverence for 109. Sleeping 190. See also Kundalini. The Crooked 102 to 103. The Multicultural 87. Serpent 25, 28, 47, 48. See also Nakash. In sexual encounter with 73, 77. Identity of 150 to 155. In the garden, biblical story of 68 to 69, 155. Jews as descendants of 155. Moses Brazen 84, 90, 93. New Age movement and 189 to 197. Similarity between AP/EA and 58. Serpent God of Darkness 116. See also Apophyse. Serpent Bound 109. Serpent Seed Doctrine 148 to 155. Serpent Gods Egyptian 114. Serpent Headed Goddess Egyptian 114 to 115. See also Thermophiles. Serpents from Hindu mythology list of 112. Seth 80, 161. Shakespeare William 87. Shamu definition 54. Shermer Michael 127. Sijin Zechariah 52 to 57, 96, 126. Skepticism 2 kinds of 127 to 128. Sons of God 29, 47, 52, 82. See also Elohim. V.S. Angels 48. Snake Game Egyptian 117. Snake Marsh 60, 73, 92 to 96. See also Yedet. Stina 180 to 181. Sumer 50, 63. Sumerians 61. Sumerian. Ari 177 to 178. Civilization 41. Cuneiforms 73. Hymns 95. Language 54. Mythology 57. Pantheon 41. Tablets 59, 92, 96. Texts 51, 60, 161. Surface psychology 123. Symbolism 5, 113. Theology as projections of humanity 121. Thermophiles 114 to 115. Thompson, William Irwin 55 to 56. Holy Society 181 to 186. Underlying occult theology of 185. Underlying philosophy of 183. Tigris and Euphrates rivers 41. See also Fertile Crescent. Tower of Babel, Genesis account of 93 to 95. Tree of knowledge of good and evil 71, 75. Symbolism of 83. Tree of life 71. Trickster beings 25. Character 47. Trish FJ 33. 169 to 173. UFO visitations Earth. Urok 60, 93. Meaning of 147. Wajet 115. Watchers 29, 52, 82. Wilson RD 36 to 37. Women in Scriptures roll up 163 to 164. Yahweh 47. YWHW 41. See also Yahweh and Jehovah. Early form of the name 64. Original meaning of 63. Zeus 40. Scott Dynasty 103, 104 to 105. About the author. Scott Allen Roberts is the founder and publisher of Intrepid Magazine, www.intrepidmag.com. A publication that boasts an eclectic focus on science, politics, culture, ancient civilizations, conspiracies, ancient aliens, and unexplained phenomena. Roberts is an accomplished illustrator and writer of fiction and nonfiction. He can be more or less defined by his roles as dad and husband, and is a parent to 5 exuberant children, 3 of whom are still young enough to live at home. These ingredients combined have made Roberts' life a paradoxical roller coaster of hellacious joy and insightful refinement, and were it not for his ass. Acclaimed buoyant, easygoing nature, he insists he would most assuredly have lost his sanity a long time ago. Having spent the bulk of the last 25 years in advertising as a creative director, designer, and illustrator, Roberts' background is laced with varied and diverse skills and experience in publishing and marketing. He possesses an astute flair for the visually dramatic, demonstrated in his various Ventures from theater to comic book art and publishing, as well as advertising campaigns and public speaking. After 2 years in a Christian Bible college, he entered seminary, pursuing his master's in divinity, and worked as a youth director alongside his advertising career. His religious studies intensified his natural interest in spirituality, and his research of the paranormal expanded through the following years, much to the chagrin of many of his former Bible school fellows. Shortly after his seminary years, Roberts began a small comic book publishing effort, writing and illustrating stories, which were also pitched as animated television series. He developed and published the Bloodmore Chronicles, as well as the highly successful Ancient Heroes trading card series, and began developing a series of chapter books. He authored and illustrated his first historical teen novel, The Rollicking Adventures of Camomere, www.camomere.com, which garnered success in the teen and college markets in 2008 and 2009. Roberts began his delve into paranormal investigation in 1999 by co-hosting and producing Great Horizons Paranormal Radio area in Oklahoma City and several affiliates. He simultaneously launched a fledgling paranormal investigative blog before the pop culture of paranormal investigation was all the rage. Roberts' current projects include Camomere and the Banshee of Mount Glenmara, the second in a series of Camomere historical novels, and a more scholarly effort on the historical Moses, tentatively entitled The Grimoire of Moses, and historical exploration of the magic egg. Mysticism behind the Great Exodus and its enigmatic leader, co-authored with archaeologist/anthropologist Dr. John Moore. He is also working on a joint authoring effort with Intrepid magazine partner Micah Hanks, At Odds, the pervasive, perpetual conflict between science and religion. Roberts is a stand-up philosopher and frequent guest speaker at many conferences and events around the country and abroad. He is the former editor-in-chief of Taxbar magazine, the official publication of Sci-Fi Ghost Hunters. Roberts currently lives with his family not far from the Minneapolis/St. Paul metro area, where he grew up and lived most of his life. You can see more visiting his website, www.scottallenroberts.com.
They were insanely expensive. So, sometimes install a solar system. So now, that's where you guys. That means the solar system. So, sometimes they're putting this sort of chew. If you're a business someone's going to save you money and plenty of it. And that's from the moment a solar system from Sunlips is installed. Energy costs may keep rising, your energy costs stay the same, either low or not. And until April 30th, if you just lease the Sunlips solar system, Sunlips will be the next 3 months of electricity bill of $1,000. So, schedule a free consultation with sunlips.com, sunlips.com.
Sunny skies, warm temperatures for the next couple of days, highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places we've got a connection in South LA on the 110.
Yeah, it's going to be the south outside of the 110 right there at Florence. Motorcycle down the way, unfortunately. And there are some big worries on South LA Drive getting away from the 10. We're now south 15. Before 2nd Street passed by on that flash block right now. It was slow for before. Outside, also good problems for the eastbound 60 before the woman. Four vehicles involved in a wreck there. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports no close for Arcade FIA Street.
Now you save on Coxsackie like you were at Coxsackie. So whether you're planning to take a home or returning a month, you save on Coxsackie or at Coxsackie at Cox.com/family. Other restrictions apply. Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with a Compass. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future. Reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One great little jump or one leader. Right now, get free access to Lockdown Math and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit LockdownPhonics.com today and unleash your child's full potential.
Skip into school this year with open styles from Shoe Show and Shoe Department. Prepare for the marathon you've been dreaming of with top-branded athletic shoes like New Balance, Adidas, and more. Look your best with outstanding looks. We have a large selection of dress and casual shoes that are under $30 and perfect for any occasion. Find your favorite brands this spring at Shoe Show and Shoe Department. We've got shoes for everyone and for every fresh beginning. Select styles and $30 off to another great location. Hey, Race, an independent sunglasses company offering premium colored shades for every event. Plus, your shades will eliminate or take your height, don't sweat it. Hey, Race has moisture broken protection so your color can get work. Exclusively for our listeners, go to ShadeRace.com and use code NOW50 for 50% off 2 pairs of sunglasses. It's INFOW50 to get 50% off 2 pairs of sunglasses. Buy for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. That's not true. That's
severe life-threatening side effects of low and self-inflicted major infections, diarrhea, allergic reactions, do not take therapy if you are allergic to them. Other serious side effects include nausea and other allergic reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection or pain. If you are or other primary rescue are unapproved products, tell your doctor about all medicines and supplements you take for all precautions. There are no side effects of treatment. Ask your doctor about treatment and visit your healthy doctor. The new $2 draw special from the Hoosier Lottery is here, and it's colorful. Play for chances to win up to $10,000 instantly. Draw for Tommy Rowe and Harris City Swimmers and Receivers Pittsburgh. Would you like electric vehicles with much lower mileage? At Discount Tire, we love to help match you with a good tire for your electric vehicle because we help you. Buy and book online at discounttire.com. Here comes the Almost Losing program team. Providing much needed resources. Yes, it's been providing them for about 10 years now. Our team's got a therapeutic transport team. Maybe they have some general focus on jail. Keep doing that every day. Never find somewhere else. 5 to 4 p.m. on GFI and anytime on the hour video. Next time you're at the checkout. This is a Wednesday morning, April 10th. Look at what's going on around the world. Revelation. Multiple corrections were made to the Golden statute outside of the window. Misspelling words, misspelling numbers, putting in the wrong dates. We can tell them how filthy is that. C-O-E-Y. It's K-O-E-E. Sort of this didn't have. It was statute. Always wrong. Dates, spellings, numbers, just perfect. Okay, I want to talk about, first of all, a little bit of history. Back in the 1880s, and early 1900s, major food companies like Hormel, Swift, these were meat companies, completely controlled. And they produced butter crap. And I mean, real crap. It was just crazy. Consumer had absolutely no say in nothing. And that class basically did antitrust and he passed things like showing markets, showing antitrust because there were so many companies, there were so many industries controlled by just a few companies. So we were fine with that. So now let's fast forward to the regulators, where all of the antitrust legislation is still in place. The government just left it alone. And today, it's as bad as it was at the turn of the last century. Wow. Well, Neil, let's talk about who can get afford more major supermarket chains. Kroger sells food under 12 different supermarket names. Okay, and if they were to have merged with Albertsons, they have at least a dozen more or so. And what ends up happening is, although this is not outward, you get 4 groups that have control of more than 40%. Yeah, that's pretty close. But then you end up getting something that is very close and from slow to squeeze to move. And that's precisely disgusting what happened. This is the time of the Reagan years, with 40% controlled by 4 companies. We want to be really saying they can do that. What do we want to buy another 2? No! We can't. That's stifles competition. And this is another byproduct, though, unintended consequence of the pandemic. Yes. Yes. That ended up seeing a big rate of boom during the pandemic, where a lot of smaller places were kind of shut out or had to shutter altogether. And they couldn't compete. I mean, you know what? As long as so very limited supply, because of the chain that was the big place got switched, but yeah, that's the market system. Welcome to capitalism. And the problem is that they have been able to raise prices. Now there's no supply chain problem. is a very really anyone back of Airbus. That's it. That's the world market. Airbus and Boeing. 30 years ago, the U.S. had more than 50 prime defense contractors. Today, it's 10. Today, it has 5 prime defense contractors. The nation's countermeasures have disappeared. 90% of this is major companies outlined. 90% of the dairy farmers, since Reagan, are no longer in business. And you have major companies that are controlling, for example, 90% of the egg-laying hen population. 90% is controlled by women. And this is, and we are suffering from that. The companies when they buy corporate intelligence and says, we're going to make it more efficient. We're going to eliminate a lot of levels of executives, and we're going to be able to streamline and control one happy organization. Therefore, you're going to save money. Neil, we bought the supermarket recently. Let's have how much money we're saving now. Well, prices, although they've been down, because food prices, if you remember, at the end of last year, chicken was more expensive than steak for a while. So we've had these weird bounces up and down, but it is still very expensive to get food in any form right now, let alone in a grocery store, let alone to a place like fast food or quick service, which the prices in California have now gone up again. I stopped off at College Junior 2 days ago. I ordered some College Junior. So I went in there. I want to take one of the Happy Meals. Burgers on ice cream. That's $16.90. We're allowed to take it. Only want one, not 2 meals. $16.90. Not so happy. Not so happy. It's just, it is truly crazy. Well, at least in fast food, you've got Carl's, you've got McDonald's, you've got Burger King, and that's legitimate competition. But when it comes to supermarkets, when it comes to hot farmers, when it comes to these big companies that control not only supermarket but supplies, there's some real issue. And the Biden administration has done a jack of that. Now, the feds have stopped certain acquisitions because they can come in and say, no, this is it's going to be a monopoly or too much power. By the way, that's not what he's going to court. You can't just arbitrarily say that. You're welcome to our system. All right, movie theaters. It's what's happening in movie theaters. It's kind of weird in movie theaters. In many ways, it's kind of neat. In other ways, it's sort of in many ways, they're selling leftovers. So we'll come back to that. And then 8 o'clock, there's an abortion day. 8:20, both Neil and Amy champion. Disneyland is going on that. Cheers, Disneyland, and then Dr. King. So we have a today for sure. Amy King,
The LA School District is looking into alleged inappropriate AI images at Fairfax High School. A notice was sent out to parents yesterday afternoon that those school districts in SoCal and looks like the images were created and shared on a third-party messaging app. Officials say the images will result in appropriate disciplinary action if warranted. Last week, administrators at the Laguna Beach High School said they were investigating inappropriate AI images. In January, 5 8th graders in Beverly Hills were expelled for creating and sharing fake nude photos of classmates. News brought to you by Pacific Coast Attorney. A federal grand jury in LA has indicted a man from Mexico, his sister, and his son in an alleged kidnapping scheme. Kidnapped for ransom happened in 2022. Prosecutors say the indicted father posed as an intermediary between the hostages family in LA and the hostage takers in Rosarito, while the son and sister crossed the border into the U.S. to collect the ransom money. The kidnapped person was found tied up in a trench. Thieves have been stealing pieces of history in Pasadena.
Stole 11 bucks lightposts dating back to the 1920s. Now, Steve Solicitor Marion says all the books stolen since late last month were along Orange Road.
This is Mariontown where we really find ourselves on the historic waypoints that we have.
Investigators said the group has ran columns into the poles. The thieves are also using writing machines around the poles to rip them out of the ground. Each pole had to be replaced with a replica. Investigating Glenn Shirley and KFI News.
Homeless man in San Juan has been arrested for allegedly attacking a lifeguard in Colorado. Police say the guy jumped from the roof of lifeguard Tower 12 on Monday and swung around several times. They said the lifeguard was able to dodge the attack and was hurt. The homeless man was found a short time later but refused to give up. He was arrested more than an hour later with the help of a police dog. The EPA is set to announce a new rule affecting drinking water. ABC's Perry Russell says they're setting a national standard for the presence of PFAs, also known as forever chemicals in water.
It's the first ever national standard to limit PFAS in drinking water. The EPA says these forever chemicals are found in industrial and personal products, including fire extinguishing foam and dental floss. They get into drinking water and can be spilled into lakes or rivers.
The chemicals are known to cancer and liver damage. The judge overseeing the federal classified documents case against former President Trump has agreed to redact witness names. Prosecutors made the request to protect the identities of potential government witnesses. The judge yesterday refused to block witness statements from being disclosed, saying that there was no basis for such a sweeping and blanket restriction. We'll check the 10 with the KFI Sky next.
All this rain recently has had going on for potential issues for termites. I'm kind of termites. They're no fun. Termites can have rain and start doing their damage virtually immediately. And in places you can't even see most of the time. So politics stickers termite for a free home businesses fashion certain restrictions apply. And even if you don't think you want termites, it's worth the gun. It's free. Now, do like termites no treat your home without tent. I've taken before around the double bagging food, we got Pepsi, hotels, now we're going to go. And the last time I had termites, of course, it was simply because I took care of it. I was even home and I did the work, trying to get that with the tech of the house. Call 800-Pacific, 800-Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com, PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite! Just termites!
It's a friendly way.
Sunline weather from KFI. You're going to like it. Sunny skies and warm temperatures for the next couple of days. Highs will be in the 70s at the beaches and high desert. 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA and in Orange County. Low to mid 80s for the valleys and inland Empire. We'll cool down about 10-15 degrees on Friday. Then we'll see lots of clouds for the weekend with a slight chance of rain. We'll see rain Sunday. It's 58 in La Habra, 54 in Anaheim. Got pressure in Slovenia on 10.
Francis Beal crashed there. Kids a bit slow as you area started to the places that happen. Meanwhile, it's a guy we got to do it. Just we're going to check this one out. He's back. And the brand vehicles involved in that. People like me know that it is definitely slow as you had that respond before it's got down. Right the way out. People watch it. See if they're really sort of slowing starts there. Sometimes on the 605 right there. The 22-405 interchange actually right shoulder possibly some slow down blockage on that stretch. Again, it's only eastbound 60 right around the road. 4 vehicles were involved in the wreck. Then all good. Still some slow down on both sides of the freeway through that stretch though. And the westbound side of the turnpike, Crenshaw, small break, slow traffic in the background. We have some this open air goes out.
With a lot of room for the United Federal Credit Union, you can stop waiting for that new car and just drive. Whether you're taking a whole family on a road trip or just want to cruise around the block in style, we've got cool deals for your new needs. Hurry, these limited time offers won't stay parked for long, so take a United Auto for a spin. Visit United.com/just drive today. United Federal Credit Union. We get you. Insured by SUA. Equal opportunity lender.
In this week's Markets Report, David Nussbaum, Executive Vice President of Marketing and Regional
Everything that we are doing is incredibly data-driven. We are getting signals from every single day. This is already performance So although we're marketing with a scale, and that doesn't include specific local markets, that's really the beauty of Hybrids Network. You're not serving the same message to a consumer in national necessarily that you may be in Europe. The ability to be very specific and very personalized, but at a tremendous scale.
As the number one audio company, Power Media is marketers. Access to all, from national to local, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. Media is your access company. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. All the good stuff, yeah. James keeps you on top of pop culture. Big deal with Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Roy Orbison, Tupac, Maybe Napa, but now looks like Freddie Mercury may be next. Before say that Mercury Songs Limited, Jones the Pink Frontman SolarWorks, including trademark immersive 3D, virtual, augmented, and mixed reality experiences for virtual environments related to Freddie Mercury, which will go away for a Freddie Mercury hologram show. In order whether any hologram experience can be with or without his bandmates, providing a hands-on capacity attempted to improve virtual Freddie as part of performances. And now, that idea may become reality. That's what's poppin'. Dance on radio. Shows with stars, the milestones, and awards. Here's a big seal. Hollywood history. April 9th, 1976. Based on the 1974 novel The Same Name, All the President's Men is released, starring Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman as reporters Bob Woodward and Paul Bernstein, and chronicles their efforts to expose the president's wrongdoing during the Watergate scandal. It would go on to earn 4 Academy Awards. April 10th, 1953. The film House of Wax, starring Vincent Price, has its premiere in New York City, becoming the first 3D color feature released by a major studio. It was a remake of Warner Brothers' film The History of the Wax Museum from 1933. April 12th, 1926. Legendary director Alfred Hitchcock's first film, the silent drama The Pleasure Park, is released in his native United Kingdom. April 13th, 1964. Sidney Poitier wins the Oscar for Best Actor for his role in Lilies of the Field, becoming the first black actor to bring home the award and second overall after Claire McDaniel's Best Supporting Actress win for 1939's Caught with a Gun. April 14th, 1980. Actress Meryl Streep wins her first Academy Award for Best Supporting Actress in Kramer vs. Kramer. The film won 4 Oscars, including Best Actor for Dustin Hoffman, and Streep is set to star the film of nearly 2 dozen nominations. That's the week in Hollywood history. RWL. April 2. Underdog today because he probably knows his national underdog day. Sisters National Service Day is encouraging a later day. Plus, it's World Homeopathic Day for alternative remedies like August. Happy birthday, Stranger Things, Sugar Factor, Big Heart, NFL commentator John Madden, and Steven Scott. Imagine the calendar is on KFI AM 640. Wednesday, April 10th, the Justice Department's COVID-19 Enforcement Task Force has charged more than 35 individuals with federal crimes. It's a lot. They have recovered more than $1.4 billion. And this was a lose-lose for the Biden administration, no matter which way it went. Either money has not pouring out of every kind of people who are dire straits, or we have a bureaucracy set up to eliminate fraud and try to deal with applications. Yet they're wondering about it, and they were running people. And now they're like this week, they were 17 millions. Does that make sense? There were people in prison getting thousands and thousands of dollars of COVID. Now, had businesses that were getting so much money. Okay, look at the story of West Virginia. It's my last guy. U.S. movie theaters were really going to have services closing down just a few years ago. And look at the building themselves, the geography of these buildings. They're built with sloped concrete floors, which they can see large windowless buildings, and often were kind of beautiful shopping centers, struggling malls next to them. We which means it's really challenging for landlords. Some of the leads can bid back from you or what other stores are going to come in. It's basically the same square footage and you put another store in there. What happens when a movie theater goes up? What the hell do you do with that look? That is the problem. And to try to repurpose the theater is very hard, very expensive. This is the president of A&G Real Estate Partners. This is a group that does exactly this. And so what are they doing? Well, really big negatives, but the small numbers are the ones that are building are trying to make their spaces more appealing. A number of them are investing in the theater themselves. More exciting. Giant screens. I mean, giant screens. Unbelievable screens. Playgrounds for kids. Cocktail lounges for adults. Where almost the movie theater itself is ancillary to going out and just having a good time. And theaters are one of the few areas of real estate that, frankly, the landlords don't have the upper hand on. You don't have anything about this. You think businesses failing, you think of stores being empty, shuttered. The retail sector has recovered strongly from the pandemic. Those retail empty centers are quickly snapped up. Your Bed Bath & Beyond store that's empty, it's up on the empty market. Retail availability is falling to record lows, and they're up. It's easy to replace those businesses. Movie theaters, rents have come down. So, what's going on with movie theaters? Well, look at what you said. Right? Long closure during the pandemic. The Hollywood labor strikes, which means fewer films, no films are being put out, and at-home streaming services. And I have a prime example. I swear 2 movies a week. I mean, I was one of those people considered a prime movie villain. I love those. Now, I wouldn't pay for the coat, because those are so expensive. There's a little bit of device. You can actually put a catheter into one of those bags and fill it up with coke and put it down your pants, and then the tube coming right out through your clothes, and you can suck on the giant straw and save yourself just levels of money. Not secret work, but that's not legal. Because I'm not going to the movies. AMC Entertainment, largest theater operator, closed 169 theaters since the end of 2019. And you've got declining box office revenues across the board by pandemic. In streaming, I mean, quality the technology. I mean, in my new house, I have a bedroom table for the end. And it's not a big room. I've got a TV that wall to wall in front of me. And it's basically as big as a movie screen relative to how far my chair is from the wall. And the sound is insanely good. And I can pee with complete impunity and just put everything on pause. So I drink a lot of alcohol. I have very big capital bags, very big. Because I drink a lot. So what are they doing? Let me tell you about a couple of things. Big news. There's one in Meadow, Texas. There's a 100-year-old chain of movies. And they just opened up a new movie complex. One of the theaters in the complex has a screen that's 7 stories wide, 4 stories tall. Have you ever been to the IMAX theater? IMAX. It's 3 times the size. It's like sitting in the front row of an IMAX. Thank you very much. You've got the same theater chain. One screen wraps around 270-degree viewing. And then you have certain theaters, I think we've seen it, you go and you have recliner seats and you order up food. And I love the waiters, the female and male waiters that are dancing around and serving their food and they're crouching because they have to under the projection. And backpacks are better last for a while. And they are crouching and they're moving into the food. I mean, those are kind of fun. But then again, you can't just put weight because you're going to lose that time. So I subtraction. Netflix, Hulu, Disney Plus, Peacock, Acorn, British TV, and a few others. The amount of money I spend going to 2 movies a week, what would that cost you again? And there's only so many places you can find it with your platform when you sneak it in. Okay, coming in. Gambling addiction hotline. Give me some respect to this. And talk about it. We problems. And the answer is real easy. Here's the weapon. Rather than that, right? The hour, and then the answer. That's pretty close. Let's take it with Amy and I.
LAPD says a woman stabbed her boyfriend in Woodland Hills and possibly threw her 2 children out of a moving SUV, killing one of them. She crashed into a tree on West Spring. The 9-year-old drove from the SUV was the only one who survived. President Biden is hosting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House. The world leaders are expected to announce new agreements today on chipmaking, strengthening supply chains, and other things during the official state visit. A state dinner featuring music by Paul Simon is this evening. There's a push to kick Lunchables off school menus. Consumer Reports issued a warning yesterday saying the school cafeteria version of the popular lunch snack released last year contains too much sodium. Consumer Reports says the turkey and cheddar school lunch versions contain nearly 200 more milligrams of sodium than the store lunchables. We'll check some trickle on the 10 with me, Kay Hines, Sky next.
For well over 10 years, I've recommended the best source storehouse water filtration system. I've had it in my house for 10 years. I built my house. New house. They're putting it in now. Actually, they're putting it in Friday. I'm drinking the water now. And this is highly filtered, absolutely delicious water from every single tap in the house. It's as good as water run. Imagine doing your clothes, your dishes, your clothes, drinking with water as good as bottled water. That's the best source water system. Call 800-WATER-99, 800-WATER-99. Visit LetSourceWater.com. LetSourceWater.com. You can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny and warm, highs in the 70s to mid-80s. This report brought to you by LocalRoofs.com. Let's check the crash in downtown LA on the 10th.
Looks like it was here for Ridge moved on. It was Kenny's driver out of Alameda. Crash reported, but the westbound side is very slow. Please don't interchange over to them. And a little right before the 110 freeway. But another resident something about western making away into the city area. He's back in the green. Crash there. 3 vehicles involved. So it was a rough night. The last check, tried to check up from before last night. So that 10 freeway from downtown to mid-city LA kind of rough. Otherwise, the southbound side of the 110 freeway. This one's going to be right on shoulders. Motorcycle having the road. Traffic stacked up. You can always have a hot base on the south Pasadena on the 110 freeway, so that's a rough as well. With Southern California's own airport traffic reports, with a coach KFRS. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all conversations, trusted influencers, the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. All the good stuff, yeah. James keeps you on top of pop culture. Lots of stuff to bring back day lunch. Occasionally, most of it doesn't work out. We project will describe as a natural man. We will focusing on new generation of high cars, so we will help you see the next. And he seems to leader against the game of hope. Reports say that so far, Poundstick has been ordered with lots of range what's described as a deep that show as big as the air. The original series ran from 1988 until 2001, with a 2003 movie movie that aired on Fox. Baywatch had its first season on NBC before becoming a syndicated juggernaut of the 1990s post-Fox series worldwide. That's what's poppin'. Dance Radio. The free iHeartRadio app is new for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In the 70s, as was happening, a lot of us might have thought, seems like they're low. But looking back at a decade of violence, it was just crazy. Wednesday morning, and something was going around yesterday. Parents of the teenager who killed 4 students in the Toronto school shooting. The parents were sentenced 10 to 15 years in prison. For a time, parents were held responsible for what their son or their child did in terms of shootings as an adult and commitment of manslaughter. They were people who was a mass, absolute mass. And what they did is they just let him game that you use trouble, should have known all kinds of red flags. And now people think this is precedent, but it's not. And this is and this is so crazy, so ridiculous that it really doesn't have any precedence. That maybe the parents could be charged, and prosecutors will look at manslaughter charges in these circumstances where they have been. There's serious gambling problems that are happening in the States. The uptick of gambling and people getting in trouble for gambling has caused them. You've got these sailors, gambling sports, for example, reporting that the uptick of addicted gamblers has dramatically increased. And it's easy, the connection is easy. Legalize sports betting. That's it. That's it. Where people, usually young men, now it's usually older men, are gambling on sports and they can't help themselves. When you're addicted, you are addicted. In 2018, the Supreme Court struck down a law that banned sports betting. 38 states legalized sports betting. We're talking about apps. We're talking about the ability to transfer money directly from your account. It is so easy to do this. You don't have to go to a casino. You don't have to call a bookie to bet on an Eagles game. You do it right there on your app. You just want to bet $25. Boom! It goes from your account or bank account directly into the gambling center, into the app. And this has you got the calls to the Council on Compulsive Gambling have doubled. Pennsylvania's Council on Compulsive Gambling saw call volume more than double from 2020 to 2023. I mean, all over the country. And now, here is the part that I find rather interesting, right? Please drink responsibly. Please gamble responsibly. See, that is right there. And we are helping people to gamble responsibly. Now, lots of things that they can do, and due to the technology is there. For example, if you see a bet on losing that, and then all of a sudden the unready bet increases dramatically to make up for losses, the technology is there to stop it. And some of these app gambling sites will shut you off. They also shut yourself off. That means that you can bring yourself back on. So the bottom line here is sports betting has exploded. It's actually more addictive than traditional gambling because this is sports betting, and you're better at sports betting than you are just going and playing cards or doing the slots. Why? Because you follow the stats in the game. You know who the players are. You look at previous games and who's winning the best, which teams are the strongest, and therefore you have a better bet. And you can gamble. And guess what? Well, yes, but it's all culture anyway. So the calls to these gambling outlets have more than doubled in the wait times. That in fact more than doubled. You call 1-800-GAMBLER, for example, and I'm reading this. You're going to get a recording that says, we're going to give you 2 or 1 points so we can answer this call within 5 minutes. That's not true. I actually just made that up. But addiction of any kind is terrible. Here's what happens when someone's truly addicted. I mean, they take the drugs. As a lawyer, cocaine was a big thing. In the 80s, it was practicing. And people lose their families. And they lose their fortunes. And they lose their homes. And when you are addicted, it's like a heroin addiction. There's a gambling addiction. And it is bad. You can now, because of sports betting, it's wide open. You can do that anywhere. You wake up in the morning, and there it is right there. Just go your app, go your phone, and do it. And as you can imagine, it has increased dramatically. And these sports betting apps, these companies are going, no, it's not our fault. No. Need connection? No, there may be a connection, but we're doing everything we can to ameliorate the situation, to reduce the compulsion. Reduce the ability of compulsion to gamble to this extent. All right, coming up, the Arizona abortion that happened yesterday, and just the news exploded. But I'm going to tell you it's not a Supreme Court in the state of Arizona coming out and saying we're pro-abortion, we're anti-abortion. In this case, we're anti-abortion. It is not that at all. It was a full legal situation here. And then Disneyland at 8:20. This is where Neil and Amy join me. Because they're these Disneyland fans. All right, let's check in. Well, this is KFIA 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio.
We try yesterday.
KST HD2.
St. Louis.
Danielle Johnson has the staff her boyfriend during an argument in her apartment in Woodland Hills. The LAPD says Johnson then took off her Porsche SUV after the killing. Johnson was accused of ejecting her two children out of the 405 freeway while her 9-year-old daughter held on Johnson's 8-month-old baby. The 9-year-old hospital, the baby was then hit by a car early Monday morning. Sometime later, Johnson crashed her SUV into a tree near Redondo Beach. Johnson's 9-year-old daughter survived the events, was taken to a hospital. Reporting live from the LAPD headquarters, Mike Troy, KFIS.
News brought to you by Pacific Coast Attorney. The defense has started its case in the trial of a former school cop in Long Beach who fired into a moving car, killing an 18-year-old boy. Mona Rodriguez died of gunshot to the back of the head in 2021. She was leaving a fight with a girl at the high school when she was shot. The defense claims the former officer had less than 2 seconds to figure out if he was about to be run over or how to get out of the way and stop the threat. Jurors are expected to get the case later this week. The parents of the school shooter in Michigan who killed 4 students have been sentenced to at least 10 years in prison. Brady Gun Control Group President Chris Brown says the outcome is to makes sense.
There are really egregious factors in this case. There are not just the crime of which right now is illegal. So I think took that into account.
James and Jennifer Crowley are the first parents in the U.S. to be convicted of a school shooting committed by their child. The parents expressed remorse at the sentencing, but maintained they have no idea what their son was planning to do that day in 2021. Official Hamas media is reporting the 3 sons of the Islamic militant group's supreme leader have been killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza Strip. The report says they were killed with family members near a refugee camp in Gaza City. The supreme leader now lives in exile in Utah. That's confirmed by Hamas's Al-Aqsa TV station. The Arizona Supreme Court has ruled an anti-abortion law from the 1800s that bans almost all abortions can be enforced. Arizona Democratic Governor Katie Hobbs says it must be repealed immediately.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rates in our state, who are worried about their bodily autonomy, we don't want to see the freedom of our wives, sisters, and daughters restricted. You can make your concerns known at the ballot box, and I encourage you to do so.
The law that predates Arizona becoming a state offers no exceptions for rape or incest and only allows an abortion if the mother's life is in danger. That means doctors can be prosecuted for performing abortion. Boeing has responded to claims made by a whistleblower about the structural integrity of the 787 Dreamliner.
Saying the issues raised have been subject to rigorous engineering examination under FAA oversight. This analysis was found that these issues do not present any any safety concerns in the aircraft will maintain its service life over several decades.
ABC's Andrew Dickert says the quality engineer at Boeing claims parts of the 787's fuselage are fastened together improperly. The whistleblower also said yesterday shortcuts were taken by Boeing during the assembly of the plane. The FAA is investigating those allegations. Track and field in the Olympics is about to become a paid sport. ABC's Tom Rivers says World Athletics plans to pay $50,000 to gold medalists in Paris.
The Group 7 assigned $2.4 billion to pay for top medalists across the 48 events in the track and field program this year's games.
Relay teams will split the $50,000 between members. Payments for silver and bronze medalists are planned to start during the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles. We'll check the 134 with the KFIN's Ellie next.
If you're a business and don't have an EV charging station for employees and or customers, you want to Rothschild Wholesale Electric is a Southern California leader in commercial, industrial, and retail charging stations. Now, when I drive by EV, I'm always checking out where the charging stations are. Why? Because EV owners like me get ratings on them. How much juice do we have left? Where's the charging station when I drive to a hotel? And I'm saying, the first thing I ask is, where's the charging station? Yes, sir, lunch. And don't have one, you're on your way. Now, every charging station project is different. Rothschild Wholesale Electric, both small and large EV charging stations, they're different because in different cities, you have different ordinances, permitting is different, electrical plumbing issues have to be addressed. Now, it takes real expert kind of experience to do this, and that is Rothschild Wholesale Electric. Dial pound 250 and say EV charging. Pound 250, say EV charging, or visit WelchersWholesale.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny skies, highs in the 70s at the beaches in Antelope Valley, upper 70s to mid 80s for Metro Valley and Orange County, low mid 80s in valleys in the Inland Empire. Clear skies to lows in 50s, sunny tomorrow, highs in the 70s and 80s again. And on Friday, for some clouds in the morning, sunny in the afternoon, but not cooler, highs just in the 60s to low 70s. Will be mostly cloudy for the weekend with a slight chance of rain. It's 56 in Los Alamitos, 49 in Santa Clarita, 55 in Seal Beach, 54 in Gardena. The KFI report brought to you by Quantum ePay. The Dow is trading down 425 points. The Nasdaq is at 174. S&P 500 down 52.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who made the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just add pound 250 on your salad. Say keyword Quantum.
Well, I think I hear you. You're listening about the studios on 138.
We're live. Yeah, this is going to be the work of the flip. You know what? I'm noticing a disturbance with the weather temperatures. We're seeing a lot going on these bad years like the Reds and Egypt. We got here westbound side 134, Greenville, Carolina, Crash. We've all had a motorcycle. Vehicles gave me a call as well. Other vehicles traffic backed up for 345. In fact, the traffic is backed up. We got from the 2 highway on the westbound side of 134. What we have here is a couple of 2 black lanes as they work on that way. Eastbound side of the 94, right before County Road, they were having a couple there as well. It's a good story. Eastbound 91 is expected. So on the westbound side, as you approach the 710 there, some problems as well in both of the development. We've got 75 Bangers Boulevard crash in the right lane, causing you lots of delays there on both sides of the freeway. It's also very slow in south of 90 because of another motorcycle crash. This is double 110 freeway 110. Southbound right by Florence, 92 by 5 o'clock. And still a problem clearing in City on the 10 freeway. 10 freeway, it's going to be the eastbound side right where Crenshaw. We had the lanes blocked, and it's certainly slow for the East Robinson as you head eastbound and westbound stuff starts around western. With Southern California supporting airborne traffic reports with Coach Driver KFI Discount.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABC's to competent readers in just 30 days with the Gun Box. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important high skill for their future, reading. We transform course more regular starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and papers for results. One great level check or another hack. Right now, get free access to our math and spelling guides, plus your first month for just $1.
explained that the doctor needed deep dive into her breast cancer risk factors, needed to check 37% lifetime risk, and after running high ultrasound biopsy testing, discovered cancer in both breasts. She says that through surgeries and is now cancer-free. Working expressed gratitude to her doctor for thoroughly investigating cancer risk, and to the already growing cancer early enough to effectively fight it. She also explained that she posted her story about all these similar situations, asking for inspiration and support on her own journey. Advance Radio. Listen on the free Radio app for all your music, sports, talk, and podcasts. Free wherever KM 640. You are listening to The Bill Halo Show. Jim Keeney for minutes. A couple stories breaking up. Was it yesterday I heard the story about residency? And that is resident programs getting virtually no money and working 80 hours a week. Thank you. So they're moving because they're packaging his residency program and a few other issues. Now, yesterday, vast news broke in the world of abortion. And that has to do with Arizona's high school upholding an 1864 law. 1864. Last year in Civil War. That bans nearly all abortions. I mean, it's kind of crazy in this modern day and age, even those people that are against abortions are going, this may be a little bit tough. And here's what it says. All abortions are banned, except to save the life of the mother. By the way, we don't know what that is. Unless you have any deaths for. How about contracting a syndrome, contracting an illness that could kill you? And the doctor says we have to abort the baby. Is it going to kill her? We really don't know. But there's a good chance. Not enough. We don't know. Hasn't been litigated. Now, this was 1864. Arizona became a state in 1912. And outlawed abortion from the moment of conception. There we go again. They didn't even know when it's conception. No one has any idea. Certainly not 1864. No exceptions for rape or incest. Now, until now, the abortion has been legal in Arizona for 15 weeks of pregnancy. And since overturning Roe, supporters and opponents the rights of Arizona fighting the court whether that 1864 law, which sat dormant for decades, could be enforced, or whether it effectively neutralized every other that abortion. 2020, the law was passed. However, it's predicated on Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade is gone. So what the court says, that only leaves one law on the books. Granted, it's 1864. Granted, it's pretty punitive, but that's the law. And that is, well, it controls Arizona. Go, wait a minute. I mean, how can that be? Because there's no other law. This is one of those things where the law had not been removed from the books. Now, the reality is, the federal court said we're going to allow for 14 days to remove it down to the lower court time. That then decided the constitutionality of the law itself. That hasn't been determined. And it's going to be weeks before it goes into effect. And abortion providers, we're going to go 3 days for providing abortions after that. It's a mandatory 2 to 5 year sentence for others. Yeah. If it's going to be enforced. Now, the Attorney General is a Democrat, but the governor is a Democrat. And said, well, governor said this is ridiculous. This is an affront to women's reproductive rights anytime. And the Attorney General, Democrat also said, no way, this is not going to be enforced. So that makes it easy, doesn't it? Hence, what the Republican conservative Governor Rothschild this is in place, that's going to be interesting. Now, the majority of the justices did say that a policy matter this critical has to be resolved by substitute for the legislature or the judiciary. So is this going to hold up? It will be enforced by the Attorney General. The legislature is going to pass a more reasonable, if you will, anti-abortion law as amendment. Because so far, every state in which people voted on reproductive rights at the road, they upheld reproductive rights, moved towards reproductive rights. And this thing, and here's where the anti-abortion goes to this thing. They thought after Roe v. Wade, they won the battle. Well, they won that war. It's not really started. The majority of people in this country believe in abortion. Women believe in abortion in a big way. They like to determine what they will do with their own bodies. Now, we have evangelical Christians who are women who fall in line, not negatively, I'm just saying they fall in line with the concept that it's a killing of a human being, therefore you should have no right to determine whether you kill a person. So that's a legitimate statement. I mean, I disagree with it, but that's a legitimate statement. However, the backlash has been extraordinary. It's been unexpected. The anti-abortion folks are not expecting. We're not expecting this, and that is going to be a big issue with presidential in November. Joe Biden consistently in favor of reproductive rights. Consistently. It's never been on. Donald Trump, around 40 days, he was in favor of abortion. Then, when he grabbed the evangelical vote, he was against abortion. A few weeks ago, he said, I will look at and in favor of a federal ban. Then he turned around a few days ago and said, I'm not in favor of a federal ban. Every state should decide. That's exactly what Roe says. Is there a movement for a federal ban? No. At least not with the new politics today. So we're going to see what happens. It's a big deal. So keep in mind, it's the Supreme Court. So Arizona saying abortion good. Or, abortion bad. It's saying that since the only law that is now on the books, this is what has to be enforced until there's a change. And there will be a change. Coming up, Disneyland. Going to Disneyland and a lifetime ban for disability checks. And a personal story, even though Disneyland never has a disabled person. Maybe what's going on in life?
Two women have been attacked and knocked unconscious in Venice. Police say both were attacked on Saturday. The first was hit with some sort of object near Venice Canals. Police say it appears the same person attacked another woman about an hour later as she walked near the Sherman Canal. Gas prices continue rising in LA County. The average price for a gallon of regular unleaded is up for a 23rd straight day at $5.35. That's 41 cents higher than a month ago and 41 cents higher than a year ago. Orange County gas is also up to $5.39. Tiger Woods is getting ready to tee off at the Masters in West Georgia. Speaking of Georgia's he said he thinks he can still win the green jacket again if everything comes together. He's been building back since that far away rain on the States in 2021. Tiger has won Masters 5 times. Jack Nicklaus holds the record. He's won 6 times. We'll check some problems on the 5 with Big Sky next.
Moving out of your house is always a very big decision. It's one of those most important decisions that you can make financially. So what do you do? You move downsizing one, and you get out of Dodge. Here, well, typically, you retire real estate stuff. Then you get commission, and then you're told you're getting clean, repair, clean the place out as it's spotless. Buyers are going to come through, but you can't be there. And then it's here and zero in contingencies and long estimates. So consider whether you get directbuyers.com. Here's an easy way to sell your house. Directbuyers.com. There's only $1 million. They're going to give you a fair price for your house. Even offering with $15,000 cash advance before it's closing. I'll never know one. Visit directbuyers.com. Directbuyers.com. Call
and warm for the next couple of days, highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Allstate from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places for a crash in Mission VA out on the clock.
Experience power fiber for Cox. It's getting better tomorrow today. Cox always really better. Download sweets at 1% Cox and has connected devices, products and elections with fairly quality. Cox terms and restrictions may apply.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to competent readers in just 30 days with the Bonbons. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock those important life skills for their future. Reading. We transform kids no matter what their starting point. Fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One great publisher or free reader. Right now, get free access to our fun math and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit BuiltOnPhonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
As the number one beer company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all other events, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. At Ball State University, we're always reaching out. We're home to one of the top first-year experiences in the country, calling one of the best in the Midwest, and regularly recognized for the talent and dedication of our amazing professors. We know that invest in students the way we do. 7 academic colleges, more than 115 graduate majors, countless opportunities for life-changing career-making experiences. When you fly, we fly. PSU got what we do. There's nothing like escaping the city of Surrender with the unfriendly landscapes of West Virginia. Explore the West Virginia State Park, where adventure comes complete with a cozy gardens there. Visit wvstateparks.com. iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio is always free to listen to your favorite stations, podcasts, house radio, playlists, and more? Yeah, free to download and free to use. But there's a next level iHeartRadio experience as well. iHeartRadio All Access, where you can search and play any song, enjoy unlimited skips, download all your music to your phone to listen offline with no connection, unlimited playlist creation, and so much more. You can try it free for 30 days and see what the iHeartRadio All Access experience is like. Open the iHeartRadio app and settings to start your free 30-day trial. Everything you love about free iHeartRadio plus so much more with iHeartRadio All Access. iHeartRadio, number one for music, radio, and podcasting all in one. Secure environment who's going to jump through all this experience and who work with them both new areas. Help me, it's fun again. Okay, and if you are working in someone's company, someone interrupted you, I think you're going to make something that you need to concentrate. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI. And anytime on iHeartRadio. And this is in Lexington. It is a Wednesday morning, April the 10th. Okay. Let me go into a story like this. and something called disability
access.
Yes, thank you. You know, and recently going to maybe this shoe magazine and will pass that she right now does the name of. So, lying about having this disability access pass. What this is saying, people with ADHD say they have ADHD, and get a pass. We don't know if that was, I don't know how you prove it, except the obvious. And really standing in line very long anymore because they actually believe other disorders.
It's also for things like autism and other neurotransmitter diseases. It's also if you are in a wheelchair.
Well, curious about it. I think it's a personal story. And they're really clamping down on this. I have a little side business where I have a kiosk. And I sell those foldable cans that are the kind that you can fold up.
Like a hurricane?
Yeah, no, like a hurricane. Those little cans. I have to wear when I walk around with a can. You can buy some for about $12. And when you listen to them, you can look first and you can undo it. And then you go, okay, you walk in and it works well. And this is right outside of Disneyland, and it looks like I'm not going to be able to do that. Because they have video cameras all over the place, and it's unfortunate, but the easy way, is what I'm going to do. Someone walks in, they rent a wheelchair. Now, what are you going to do? Or you walk in with a cane, someone's just not for me, outside of the park. It's fine. However, this one is even more popular. So, Amy, I'm real happy about the fact that these disability lanes are getting longer and longer, and people are able to go in front of you.
I love that people are cheating the system.
Okay,
Yes, they can put it in place to help people who maybe, like if you have an autistic kid and they can't sit and wait in the line, it's too much stimulation for them to wait in the line for 45 minutes or an hour. So this basically gives them the ability to cut in the line like the fast pass people or the Genie Plus people do, which is a benefit that you pay for. You don't have to do the lines, but you pay an extra 25, 30 minutes.
So let's stop you from telling your kid, look down and around, don't answer me, be a little bit nervous, and that's how we're going to go this way.
That's the problem that people are doing.
Okay, with that in mind, how are they going to undo that? And let's say, if you cheat, by the way, catch cheating, you're done. Lifetime ban, and at the Disney park, any kind of ticket is unrefundable. You have to pass, or can't say that, and not give you any money back. Okay, so they can do that. Fair enough. They don't want to do that because they don't listen to the ticket. You can't cheat. Now, how do you deal with someone who a kid has ADHD? What is that? No, that's it. They have gone on staff. They have psychologists on staff.
So, but they have a series of questions that they're going to be asking you. You're not going to need, you're not going to have to provide proof that you have exposure. You can come and play with this because other parts do require that. You have to have something from a doctor saying, yes, I've been diagnosed with this, or yes, I have a broken leg, or something like that. Disney doesn't require it because they did a really nice thing by making all of their services available to everybody, or at least trying to help these people taking advantage.
Of course they are.
It sucks.
Of course they are. I stopped going to Disneyland years ago when you went to the Indiana Jones Temple of Doom little ride, great ride, and you went an hour and a half, 3-minute ride. I just don't get it. I really don't. And then you have Tokyo. I know. I've never been on that because that line is completely crazy. And I would go on and talk about my kids if you haven't pretended you're autistic. And you can cut the line. And only if they can catch it. And they don't sit by video cameras. They're not asking for medical proof. Although that gets kind of interesting. Who is going to provide medical proof? And that is, to say, you don't there's a lawsuit there too. I think.
Well, and you're fraudulently filling out and testifying, which is like saying that you have something because you're filling out a form of some sort.
Yeah,
You can get the access.
Yeah, but it's not in the first so you're not going to get trouble. It's But I just don't get it. Now, it has become this early access service pass the most widely requested service at Disneyland World. The volume tripled in the last 5 years. And they're taking steps to preserve this program only because they understand that it's valuable for a lot of people. And they're dealing, like you said, various different ways. Videos where every single inch of the park is covered. There's no place you can go, maybe a toilet stall, where you only need video. I don't know how that translates into you. So it's a miracle policy. So you can about 5 minutes. Okay? That proves it, doesn't it?
I think it's more for like somebody who's got wheelchair crutches and they ditch them and start running around and not waiting in line.
So, I can see, but I did think of this thing when I bought Franklin's wheelchair. This was years ago. And I had no problem. I went to the Franklin's line, and I went right up there and got into the ride, listened out, and found out there was a wheelchair waiting. And I had to get back to work and look at the kids that I saw people.
And this is why we recommend
That's good.
no Disney go.
That's good.
No. Well, it's great that they provide this for you.
How much is your annual pass? I asked them to tell me what the story was.
More than 1,000.
Wow. You know, is that prove a disability right there?
And my mental disability for spending that money.
Okay. Fair enough.
It's worth it.
Actually, okay. I think the Neil was out there. I used to 3 times a week go out there, stand Neil, walk around, and sit on a bench. And Neil did have to do a good story years ago when I spoke and like whatever it is. March, February, March, midweek, 5,000 people in the park. You did not wait for a while. It's changed. Yeah. As a matter of fact, you can stay on and eventually you get off and go around and you get back on. Yeah, that's changed. Okay. So we're now guys, somebody at Jim Keeney. Somebody who knows me share with you. I'm next year. So what I do yesterday about residency with doctors. That's Matt Watson's big for you. I'll tell you what. This is KFI News Media, live from KFI 24 News.
Former Dodgers pitcher Julio Urias has been charged in LA with 5 misdemeanor domestic violence crimes. The charges were filed yesterday, 3 months after the LA County DA's office decided not to file a felony case against Urias and reported to the city attorney's office. Urias was arrested in September for allegedly showing a woman pulling her hair after a soccer match inside the Amber Arena in Exposition Park. Police say 2 women knocked unconscious and Venice may have been attacking the same person. They say the women were hit with unknown types of hard objects on Saturday. The first attack happened around 10:30 in the morning near the Venice canals. The second happened about an hour later. Police are looking for items between 5'10" and 6 feet tall, 180 to 200 pounds with short between the hair. LA has had the most vehicle thefts of any city in America.
The National Insurance Bureau says last year, 7,460 vehicles were stolen in the LA Long Beach area, 10% increase in 2022. The Bureau says San Francisco and Oakland Berkeley areas came in second with 41,000. Overall, California had 9,000 vehicle thefts last year, also the highest in the nation. Texas and Florida came in second and third. Officials say criminals are using more sophisticated methods to steal vehicles, including advanced technology to bypass security systems. Steve Gordon, we can't find evidence.
Police are trying to find a man in Oakland accused of stealing nearly $1,500 worth of stuff from a trendy grocery store in Calabasas. The Malibu Lost Hills Sheriff Station says the man entered a Aramon market on Thursday afternoon and filled up 2 large tote bags with food and health and beauty items that were left without payment. LA has decided to stop issuing permits for dog breeding.
Numerous shelters in the city have to be turned to drugs. Years ago, city council members said they put the moratorium on breeding, encourages folks to adopt shelters instead. Councilwoman Mrs. Hernandez says that even this time alone, it's not permitting. This is just to get us to a place where our shelters are manageable. The goal is to bring the shelter population back to 75% capacity. and you come to a doctor, it's also insane. It costs money to house these animals, and it costs us even more to put them down. Shelters are calling you at convenient options. Number one, KFI News.
Breeze Airways is offering 40% off flights. Budget-friendly airline starting service in 2021 says the deal is to celebrate its first full month of operating profit. Customers can snag discounted flights for travel between April 28th and June 13th by using the promo code UNIQUE and check out Travelers Now. Cost until $11.59 tonight to book. We've got motorcycle now. 134 to check in with the Campaign Sky next.
Introducing Zelman's mid-teen now. Some tiny capsule that you share with kids on the outside. They plus the seal on the inside. It's clinically tested against the toughest offenders in garbage and onions in years out of age. But you're creating on it, and you supplemented cover. It's pretty strong. That gets very well. And then you swallow the capsule, adding them to also works. And they go down in your gut and really get to work because so much of that breath is caused by the foods that you eat. This is where the magic happens. Free shipping and delivery 3 packs a year. No new one working hard. A money back guarantee, which I know I use. So go to Zelman's.com. That's ZELMINS.com. 15% off when you use the code KFI. 15% off KFI. Big star code Zelman's ZELMINS. Zelman's.com.
Southland weather for KFI. Sunny skies, warm temperatures for the next couple of days. Highs will be in the 70s at the beaches and high desert. 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland Orange County. Low to mid-80s in the valleys and Inland Empire. We're going to cool down about 10-15 degrees for Friday and for the weekend, lots of sun before the sun chance of rain will Saturday and Sunday. It's 58 in Garden Grove, 60 in Huntington Beach. We've got trouble on 130 for rain.
Fortunately, it's crash. But the motorcycle was by 134 an hour. We were just over it. They opened the window for you. So it's just totally lights and windows. This may be clear pretty quickly. It looked like just seeing a few cars left there. So traffic was slow over back to West Capitol, like 34. They're roughly through that stretch. If you are trying to head through Mid-City, LA, Mid-City, LA, the 10 freeway, it's going to be eastbound side right now. Three vehicles there and left when they clear the street really slow on the eastbound side, getting away from the 405. Actually, back up now, it's back up all the way to San Francisco on the eastbound side of 10. So that looks like an afternoon commute in northbound 20th Street in San Francisco. With Southern California is airport traffic. What's airport traffic? KFI is listening to others. We need to make it with us with the radio. That is a riff. Yeah, we're going to get still far.
Such a broad broadcast reach that is notable, and for us to be able to touch customers at a local field at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
It's the number one audio company. Our radio gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a winner, go to iHeartResults.com.
Your free iHeartRadio app is now applied for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from where you can learn in hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's iHeartRadio Podcast Radio.
Investors will listen to what we do every year. Just keep it but there's a dark side. So, what is this?
Great. I just want people to see what I see.
What do you see?
I see cover-ups. I see the possibility of hurt. That a lot of people who get hurt and get really deeply hurt.
I'm able to this conversation.
Companies and Nancy Wilson Company have added 30 dates to their current tour. For their flush tour, they follow up the Rothschild famous cheap trick that is set to end on September 20th. The new stops will host 3 months starting September 26th in San Francisco to December 15th in Las Vegas. Jason Barnes, Led Zeppelin Evening will live on True Golden Drive, so is opening acts on select dates. On top of the tour, Mark Def Leppard is journey is teaming up for an intro speed including summer and recommend stops in Cleveland, Toronto, and Boston. The full list of dates and ticket info for our Cheap Trick's 2024 tour with all of our shows is at our-music.com. It's poppin'. Events on radio. Taking your kids to the first baseball game. To the movies for Guinness starts with getting food. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. They want style Washington swamp, so you don't have to control watching your reaction. Leave these alone. Beautiful. Wednesday morning, April 10th. It's Wednesday, which means it's Monday. Last Thursday, there was a nice parade of 1864 law in Amesbury, Auburn, Oceans. That's not to say that the Arizona Supreme Court is ruling that you can't go to abortions. It has to do with, since there are no laws, or laws are going to tap anything that is on the books and that can be enforced. It's this 1864 law. It's really weird, but it's whether just engage all of the pro-choice really different. Also, parents of that teen who killed 4 students in the 2020 school shooting yesterday sentenced to 15 years in prison, and that's convicted manslaughter. That's never happened before. It's what they didn't do, and they didn't stop it because all right, yesterday, and JT, so we are extraordinary specialists in religion. Thanks for taking the time. So here's why I did the story yesterday. And that is, and I'm looking at the Kaiser doctors, up here, the Kaiser community, Northern California, are voting to unionize and argue one of their primary considerations, one of their primary points of unionizing is the residency program. You go to medical school, for residency, it's a couple years, 5 years, depending on specialty, and they're saying we work way too hard, we work way too many hours, we make way too little money. First of all, your views and a little bit of history, your history of residency.
Yeah, I mean, we all went through it. It was part of a way of bitching away, and I think it's something we all accepted and we have medical career. So it's something that is a surprise when you arrive at that level and you're expected to work 100-hour work weeks and get paid essentially minimum wage when you look at the numbers per hour. So yeah, all my friends graduated from college, they were getting jobs, close to 6 figures just on graduation, especially if they graduated from good school, and was making less than half that working, sometimes triple that.
That's good.
It's a bit crazy, and they're actually corrected since then. So the first correction was, we would do 36 hours and 8 hours off every day for 6 weeks on certain rotations. When I was at the over 100 hours a week, but they've now limited what we have to use for that famous living on a case who's started with the New York Senator and she got out of the residence state with 36 or 48 hours. And so they choose and everybody work 80 hours a week, which I feel like lays down to some people in the line. But to the 80 hours is pretty beautiful if they're used to 100.
Well, yeah, so you're looking at anybody else working 80 hours a week in the real world, and not that it's not going to work, but in non-medical world, they say, are you going to line? And what
you have surgical residents, okay? When you're doing 100 hours or 80 hours, and residents do a lot of surgery, a lot. Who's going to grab someone with a 70-minute hour and allow them to operate on you?
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, right? So, the crazier thing is that your motor skills don't deteriorate when you're tired anyway. To any extent that you would think. It's more judgment and looking at a large number of stuff. I mean, driving a car home is probably the most dangerous thing you do after working that many hours for anyone. Like, not just for yourself, but the car, if they got to do that road. That's probably the dangerous that you operate in that point. But no, it is hard because space-age vehicles, you kind of see the difference in experience when you're getting a third life experience now when you finish residency compared to when you can work there 100 hours a week. Especially a surgical residency, we're going to experience doing procedures and getting enough procedures under your belt by the time you graduate. It makes it a lot harder. And so you either have to extend residency programs to some insane length of time, or you have to extend them to the programs until you're not fully ready to do every procedure in the
I think that's the other side. You're board certified ER doctor. How long did the residency ER take? Is that right?
Yeah, at the time, it was 3 years. There were some that were 4 years, and up in the 4 years.
And there's also fellows after that, and sort of you start looking at your 46, and then you realize that when you call a plumber to fix your toilet, that guy makes more money than you do, as a cardiologist surgeon. You go, what am I doing? How do you feel about utilization?
Well, it's hard to research into that really good opinion, but I feel like nobody was surprised by this past point up, right? This is doctor, so it's not like you can thinking for the doctor needs to eat for your shoulder, you need teaching, and so it is a teaching facility that requires you now you're putting basically 2 doctors to do the job of one doctor. We're not operating room because you can't. Your first surgeries, you're not really in this level of experience.
So how many times do we have these things should be done?
Yeah, that's
Right. Coming back and talking about what SILT and this is if we have time, aging cancer and manpower, and that just came out. So we'll be back on key finish today, Wednesday. Let's check in daily life, KFI 24-hour news.
A burned body was found beside the road in Inlet Hills in Everest. Got reports of the body of Roxanne and Candy Room yesterday morning. Investigators have not determined how the person died. The LA County Board of Supervisors have approved a $25 million settlement for a man who's paralyzed after being shot by a deputy at his home in Connecticut. Parents of the man who has autism have called 911 for help in 2021. Deputies found a shot the guy when they stayed home. They thought he went for one of the guns. Jay Leno has been granted a conservatorship over the estate of a 77-year-old wife who has advanced Alzheimer's disease. Leno filed for the conservatorship in January. The judge says Mavis Leno is in good care and Leno was doing the right thing. Jay and Mavis Leno have been married since 1980. We'll check some problems on the 10 with the KFX Diamonds.
I do a lot of filter. Life source water filter came in the U.S. Hey, I tested it. Yeah, absolutely delicious, terrific, tasty water right through every faucet, every tap, and then the kitchen sink. And for 10 years, I had all of these my old house. I had one in the car, looking at a new house. And what I do is I think it's best to try the best I've ever seen. I tried tons of these life sources converters, very highly structured, we say delicious water from every type of house. Now imagine what's as good as bottled water. And imagine cooking, cleaning, doing dishes. It was effectively bottled water for a stranger. No salt, no maintenance, no easy limitations to apply. So all folks are now sourcing 800 water million. 800 water million. If you visit lightsourcewater.com, lightsourcewater.com, you can taste and feel the difference.
Sunny and warm will visit the 70s and 80s today and tomorrow. This report brought to you by Allstate from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We're going to mid-city with no crash on the 10.
And if you're really messing up your drive, headed eastbound this time, eastbound south of 10, where train shoppers do nothing. Last minute with a recognized customer. Big delays all the way up south. If you start from 20th Street on down eastbound 10, if you have a chance, if you're still at home, make ready for a drive towards start 10 minutes and you're in Santa Monica, you might want to think about doing that there is a train that actually goes, the expo goes into downtown Union Station, so that would be really go a lot faster than that 10 through of Santa Monica for sure. If you're going about the 15, this is a big one up high right before Tabasco Canyon. They're actually there causing delays that are looking for a while. So right away there on the 9 for that one. On the 210 in Azusa, as you know, you start right there at Azusa Avenue. Looks like injury cautions traffic backed up from the 57 eastbound side, or the westbound side, I should say, west side first. So area because of that road. With some customers up here, our traffic reports really focus around lanes. As the number one radio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all everyone's live conversations, trusted influencers, and insights and data you need to grow. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. You like your community to be recognized as a beautiful and clean place to live? Help the place you love become a designated Clean California community. Take the place today at cleanca.com. Zero litter is the goal. Have you discovered cloud drainage is top product? It's time to call it professional service champions. Cleveland Smith Group. Did you know we carry cloud drains for just $88? And you guarantee the drain will stay clear for 88 days. Forget about liquid drain cleaners and the hardware store space. They're gross, they're harmful to the environment, and they just don't work for you. Service champions $88 professional grade drain cleaner will fix your drain pipes and it will stay clear for 88 days. Or we're clear to get it for free. That's our 88 drain cleaner special. For a great price and a great guarantee. Call our phone line to schedule right now. Our number is 833-777-7777. Find us online at servicechampions.com. Again, that's 833-777-7777 or online at servicechampions.com. Is there anything eating and see and go easy? It's not like you're thinking about selling your home. Stop. It's not a good one. Hey, you might lose 20 to 50% of your home's value. Before you sell, call my friends at Rabbi Real Estate to see if you qualify for the most innovative selling solution I've ever seen. Here's what Rabbi Real Estate purchases your home just like any other buyer. Simple. Why? Here comes the game changer. Rabbi renovates your home, sells it, and then pays you again for the additional profit from the renovation. You heard it right. You get a second check. Rabbi Real Estate has many different programs for every homeowner, and right now, the average homeowner who works with Rabbi receives an additional $188,000 in what otherwise might be the case. That's the fact. Rabbi Real Estate can help every homeowner figure out how to maximize their home's value. Now, of course, every homeowner is different, and not every home qualifies. So, to find out if your home is accepted, go to payflyrebuy.com or dial pound 250 and say Rebuy. That's payflyrebuy.com or dial pound 250 and say Rebuy. Hey guys, did you know there's a generic formula apple that works just the same, but it's 95% cheaper, and you can get it online at games.com/radio. If you look into it, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the easy medication that's best for you. The screen show that you prescribe a 100% online process and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal and enhanced, so it's true. Just go to games.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you can go to this exclusive address, games.com/radio. That's skins.com/radio for the full or visit HIMS.com/RADIO.
The free ER radio has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free ER radio app on the iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Today, the women's restroom. We don't know what's going on, but it is locked. We will put that life hard to do if you guys really just I am not absolutely not a companion very shit. Something live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. Put in and anytime for your And this is KFI. It is a Wednesday morning, April 10th. Last segment of the show. The news yesterday was on its highest score, 1864 anti-abortion, which mandates two writers for non-conforming abortion and no exception, except for saving the life of a mother. We don't know what that is. That mother wants to die, getting a syndrome that might kill her. It's not going to go. It's going to go away. So crazy. All right, back we go. Dr. Jim Keeney, who is an ER doctor, just told us about his crazy residency week or next time. And that was a story yesterday about unionization of doctors' residency as in California. All right, Jim, from all those stories, and this is we touched to aging and cancer and young people. And is this something that is happening more or we're simply discovering a connection that's always been there?
But a little bit of both. But, there's always been a connection with aging and cancer. And people started to look into it. But we're recognizing also that people age, but they think that certain young people don't know exactly what the key of this article is that they're able to have more cancer. Versus they mentioned with your teaser, right? That cancer is associated with aging in young people. Like with that people if you're aging, but physical age, if you like everything, they will want care that you will just like the extra. But other aging measures are worse, especially related to your DNA function. There's things like telomeres will make the kind of your shoelace that telomeres are what of your DNA. So they put your DNA right through like the and those get very important to make sure that our DNA should be able to heal from that. For example, biological aging, we know that DNA metabolism is really the chemical chemicals that make it we should measure that. So there's an objective way to measure biological age. And when we look at those, we see that people with a technology age are much higher risk for cancer.
Okay, so lifestyle versus or connected to genetics in terms of aging.
Yeah, and both play a factor. You can't really separate them out. People with good genes, do have to get away with certain things that maybe other people can't. But still, it's both together. If you want to avoid unnecessary cancer, if you really want to live a good lifestyle, avoiding those things, cancer, eating well, and getting enough exercise, being free. People want to avoiding
Sometimes I go to dinner and we're going to steak and I really like a rabbit dog. I have my steak on the floor. I was thinking, it's true that and I mentioned that Jim attention next Wednesday. Take your class. Take your attention. And maybe spirits. All right, guys.
says officers investigating the crash noticed bullet holes in the car.
Brought to you by Crop. The passenger side. And when they examined the victim, they noticed a bullet hole. It was up a possible gunshot wound, which was up torso.
It's not clear what led up to the shooting or if the shooter was in another car. The deaths of a man in Woodland Hills, a baby on the 405, and a woman in Redondo Beach are being investigated as a murder-suicide.
Danielle Johnson allegedly stabbed her boyfriend during an argument at their apartment in Woodland Hills. LAPD officer Kevin Terrace says Johnson took off her Porsche SUV after the killing.
Around 4:30 a.m., the dark colored SUV was observed driving on the 405 freeway, and the two children were expelled from the vehicle while it was moving.
The 9-year-old girl lost grip of her baby sister, who was then fatally struck by a car. Johnson was then killed Monday when she crashed her car into a tree in Redondo Beach. The LAPD headquarters Glenn Trolley, KFI News.
Some LA City Council members say they want damaged RVs moved off streets more quickly.
The City Council's Public Works Committee voted to tell the Sanitation Department 2 weeks is too long to respond to the growing number of burnt-out vehicles in neighborhoods. The city has a contract with Recycling Corp that shows the RVs away. The city has to limit access to refurbished RVs and homeless and homeless camps across the city. The Daily Social yesterday said Ellen seen a growing number of residents complaints about the vehicles catching on fire in the public right-of-way, and they're just sitting there. Sanitation Department is instructed to come up with a more efficient plan. Michael Boss, KFI News.
Disneyland says visitors who lie to take advantage of the park's disability access program will be permanently banned from the resort in Anaheim and Orlando, Florida. Tickets and annual passes will be forfeited under the new policy without getting a refund. Officials say changes to the disability program rules aim to curb misuse that has led to longer lines and backed up Genie-Plus lanes. Changes will go into effect June 18th at Disneyland, May 20th at Walt Disney World. Israel's foreign minister threatened his country's forces would strike Iran directly if the Islamic Republic attacked. His comments come after Iran blamed Israel for killing some Iranian generals and allies at the Iranian consulate in Syria earlier this month. Iran's supreme leader has also reiterated a promise to retaliate against Israel for that attack. Israel has not acknowledged its involvement in the strike. Inflation in the U.S. has remained high over the last month. The government says prices rose 0.4% from February to March, boosted by gas, rent, and car insurance. ABC's Elizabeth Schulze says there's some good news in the report, too.
When we look at prices, both used and new cars, both prices were down over the past monthly basis. Airfare was also down.
Schulze says the Fed's target is to get back to 2% inflation, measured from a year earlier, before prices were up 3.8%, unchanged from year-over-year rises in February. Mattel has introduced a new double-sided Scrabble board. Features the original word-building game and then a newer version on the other side. ABC's Jim Wright says the change comes as Mattel realized some people are intimidated by Scrabble.
So we introduced a version called Scrabble Together, which encourages team play and allows them to challenge cards and stuff. Told us we pick a winner.
Wright says so far it's only available in Europe. Until said yesterday, the update marks the first significant change to Scrabble's board in more than 75 years. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warm for the next couple of days. Highs in the 70s in the beaches in Antelope Valley. Upper 70s to mid 80s for Metro LA, Inland OC, the mountains and inland out there. Clear tonight. And then tomorrow, as I mentioned, sunny. Highs will be about the same, 70s and 80s. It's going to cool down on Friday. Highs will be down in the 60s to low 70s. And then we've got a mostly cloudy weekend on the way with a slight chance of rain on Saturday and Sunday. It's 63 in Orange, 63 at Manhattan Beach, 64 in Cerritos, 57 in Canyon Country. KFI report brought to you by Quantum ePay. Not a great day for the Dow. It's down 512 points. The Nasdaq off 186, and the S&P 500 is trading down 60.
Brought to you by Quantum ePay. Merchants who make the switch to Quantum ePay save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just £1.50 on your salad. Say keyword Quantum.
Let's check in with the KFI in the sky. We'll set a problem for us in Azusa.
For the 2 days back, Azusa Avenue, we've got a crash. We have a couple of 2 lanes. And looks like actually the north CHP is going to break up the car lanes. Is that what we're going to do here? So the eastbound side is stopped completely just for now. 7. Bad traffic in LA as well. The crash there on the 10 freeway where French everything. They're still trying to do it with San Francisco. 20th Street, westbound side of the 10. These are all if you're moving out on 15, just past West Virginia, crash there. There's some slowing as well. With Southern California's only airport side, which will post KFI was waiting on a tax return. Hopefully, it ends up in your hands. Rothschild tax returns to Atlantic have increased by 30% with your abundant taxes. Like Rothschild, our U.S.-based restoration specialists and experts dedicated to helping software identity officials and well-right plans to identify million-dollar protection plans. So when reimbursing of the limits of your plan for this undue identity theft, all protection information is tax season with them. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code BEAST at LifeLocker.com. Today is June. Today, rappers have been feel disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something to do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, if as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get you expected treatment, which means the amount of viruses is so low it can't be multiplied. If you live with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Savings at GCPenney's Home Paydays. Starting Wednesday, run up huge deals like home expressions, Victoria vegetables, and new fruit peppers. Stock up on fresh lemons and teas and taste. Women's styles start at $9, and kids' thereabouts teas start at $7. Plus, great match great. Yes, please, more creative gemstones, only $13 while they last. GCPenney, make every count. Sometimes we're too hard to bring this to the house, which is prices are just like 15 cents. With Lucky Land slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere. Sorry, we're here. We're getting lucky and we're Thank you, bonuses are waiting. Wednesday, April 10th, 2024. CNN had a big article this morning about what to do with your solar eclipse glasses. And it went on and on that says, you know what? There's going to be a current new years. It's going to be seen in Greenland. And the next 1 year is in 20 years. And I think that this is going to get glasses out. Don't be a hoarder or something. You're not going to keep them for 20 years. They may not even be good in 20 years. They might worry a little. But something. Did you learn a lesson from reading about this place? Like a personal lesson of maybe discussion?
Yes, very much so. That's funny because the day after I got my most recent trip, we figured out how to roll 10 over tons of stuff. Closet, and it just was like, I don't wear some of these clothes in years.
Yeah. So look at the veterans. How they get free
Gosh, overalls.
how you this there.
Well, I had to.
What's next for those? 6?
Sure, I know, like you're a 6-year-old, because that's how you should be in the garage. President Biden, Muslim Prime Minister Fumio Kishida from Japan, first day visits DC today. Also in DC, we're going to see the National Transportation Safety Board Chair Jennifer Homendy facing questions on Capitol Hill about the ship not under the Francis Scott Flint Bridge. One of Trump Organization's longtime chief financial officer, Andrew Weisselberg, has been sentenced again. I don't think he gets his own room at Rikers, but he's going to go back to Rikers probably for. It's a 5-month sentence. They say they'll probably want to serve about 3 months for the behaviors. Well, this came down yesterday, and the Democrats started getting the vapors. They were probably so excited about it because it would be good for them going into the election, right? The Arizona Supreme Court delivering a landmark decision giving the go-ahead to enforce this long-dormant law that bans nearly all abortions, predating Arizona statehood now. It was 1864 law, and the High Court judges suggested doctors could be prosecuted under this. Now, the root of the matter here is that this law was put into effect in 1864 in Arizona, then came Roe v. Wade, which basically deleted it. Now that Roe v. Wade was overturned, this thing goes back into action. However, it's going to die very quickly. The key word in the ruling is it's enforceable. But the decision also said that they're putting it off for at least 2 weeks to go back to the lower courts to get some of these other arguments figured out. This has become a massive issue for Democrats as a fundraising issue. To be cynical, this is a fundraising issue because I know either. Okay, here's the governor of Arizona, Katie Hobbs.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rates in our state, who are worried about their bodily autonomy, we don't want to see the freedom of their wives, sisters, and daughters restricted. You can make your concerns known at the ballot box, and I encourage you to do so.
That is an important point because in other states, more purple states or sort of those battleground states that have had to deal with this, a lot of them, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, a lot of them did put in protections for abortion to a certain degree, depending on what state you're in. And that's exactly what it sounds like Arizona's legislature, even though it's Republican controlled, is willing to do. That this is not something that goes into effect or went into effect yesterday. As soon as the Democrats were taking a victory lap and trying to corral the campaign cash, Republicans, specifically in Arizona, jumped to 2 and said this cannot stand. They know it's bad for them, and they know that they need to get rid of it immediately. John McRae, Republican state representative, he said, I categorically reject rolling back the clock to a time when slavery was still legal and we could all get rid of doctors because of abortion. T.J. Sherwood, a Republican state senator, today's Arizona Supreme Court decision reinstating Arizona territorial ban on all abortions from more than 50 years ago is disappointing to say the least. And Carrie Lake, a huge Trump supporter, she tried to get back into politics after she lost a couple of different races. After her career as a TV anchor, said, I oppose today's ruling. She calls on the state legislature to come up with an immediate common sense solution that Arizonans can support. Here's the issue. Arizona has a temporary state legislature for a time, I think they call it, and they only meet during springtime. They're ready right now. They've only got about 10 days left in their session to come up with a plan if they're going to do it legislatively. That's just what the law is. There are plenty of legal challenges that could come because of the different groups that are going to be involved with this going forward. And like I said, there's already a plan for a proposition in their ballot. I think the propositions on the Arizona state ballot coming up in November to instate and instill in the state's constitution there in Arizona certain protections for abortion providers and abortion rights, whatever term you want to use. It's a awful headline, right? Because it makes you think that we're going back to some barbarian days, but it is only ruled as enforceable. It's not in place right now. The state Supreme Court just said because of the technicality
that it was never actually wiped off the books in the 1970s, and it is technically enforceable. I don't think it ever gets enforced in the state of Arizona.
Absolutely. All right, coming up next, you know what? If you go to the grocery store, it has not crossed my mind once in the past 3 years or so, 3 or 4 years, that grocery prices are ridiculous. You don't go to the grocery store, you get food delivered, ridiculous. You go anywhere to pay for anything, prices are through the roof. And this, I think, is going to become a major issue. New evidence that inflation grew yet again last month. We'll get into it when we come back.
Donation will continue. Amy Kate is live from the Anaheim 24-hour newsroom.
The LA City Council has unanimously approved a temporary Congress is advancing the California legislature. The bill that would make it a crime to enter the vicinity of a home with intent to steal sugar packages was passed in May. Stealing packages is already a crime, but there's currently nothing in the law that prevents people from entering the area with an intent to steal. The Lakers have fixed the spelling errors on Kobe Bryant's statue in Sacred Building Arena. The 19-foot tall bronze statue unveiled back in February had misspelled words and names on its base. It could also fix its replica signature that read Kobe 24. The 24 was removed because of the statue. He was wearing his number 8 jersey. We'll check the 10 with the KLIN's coming next.
American Vision Windows is a company that I trust wholeheartedly. I'm a repeat customer. When building Kathleen built American Vision Windows, they focus on the people of the employees. They want people that take great pride in what they do. They take pride in the quality of the product, the design, and in saving you money. If you have those old windows like that, you can build aluminum, wood, or vinyl windows. The dual-pane energy efficient windows make such a difference. They can save you so much money because these windows keep the heat in during the winter. They keep the heat out during the summer. American Vision windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Right now, the deal on the table is this: American Vision windows will pay the tax and you get free expert installation. Energy costs only go up, so if you like the idea of saving money, American Vision windows can help you with that. Call or see the website for details on approved credit. Offer expires for 1524. CSLB number 778-326.
Sunny and warm with highs in 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by the Global Termite and Pest Control. We'll get crashed in Mid-City on the 10.
Clear. Looks like things are clear now. Damages got these spots out of the 10. We're on Fletcher. The cars will keep that there for a while. Slow on the sample windows from 54 20th Street. Eastbound drive the westbound side. And it's slowing there from March over to the 405. A little bit past the 405. Again, extremely busy today. Also busy, we just left this one eastbound side of the Tuesday. If you're looking at it, Tuesday Avenue, cars rolling through vehicles there. Everything's up from the right shoulder now. Traffic jam from the 605 on the eastbound side and the westbound side. Only with the spectator zone back to the 57. With Southern California's only airport traffic reports being pushed. KFI's.
This was the recovery of the breast cancer. Not like my words stop. The name is like this.
Read it again, Mom.
Okay, ready? Keep going. This is where I changed Trodelvy. Trodelvy sausages American TPMHCM is prescription medicine for those with treatment breast cancer and spread metastatic. And will receive 2 more prior treatments and is waiting for metastatic disease. In a clinical trial, healthy patients receiving Trodelvy along with 12 weeks compared with 7 months for conditioning. Trodelvy can cause severe life-threatening side effects, including low-level self-harm-which can lead to infections, following after allergic reactions. Do not take Trodelvy if you are allergic. Other serious side effects include nausea, vomiting, and infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience any signs of infection, including if you are or have been having a history of HIV. Tell your doctor about all medicines and supplements you take for regular conditions. There are other side effects of Trodelvy. Ask your doctor about Trodelvy and visit Trodelvy.com.
In this week's Doctor's Report, Angela Cepeda, CMO of Green Motor Repair, discusses making with filter.
The measurement capability with audio, I think, surprised all of us. We've seen a huge return on our investment.
game in franchise history. President John F. Kennedy in attendance. And we were split between the Chicago White Sox. Baseball didn't stay long in D.C., but returned in 2005, and in 2019, they won their first World Series. Today in 1977, at the 31st Masters Tournament, Tom Watson wins the first of his two Green Jackets, 2 strokes ahead of runner-up Jack Nicklaus. And today in 1990, Dave Taylor, Thomas Sandstrom, and Tony Granado scored 3 goals apiece as the LA Kings pound the Calgary Flames 12-4, marking the first time in NHL playoff history that 3 hat-tricks are recorded in one game. Now, today in sports history on radio. She's waiting in line for my neck. It's the great lines now for an hour to die. Super long.
It's different love.
It's a 14. Different life. Different life. Nobody else looks like. I can't see it really different out of the felt things. I took it up my junior job.
Did you really tell me?
147 p.m. KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio. Gary Shannon, KFI AM 649. Right here on the iHeartRadio app. Good morning, Diane. 9:20. This Wednesday, April 10th. The 80-degree temperatures we're going to see today. It's arguably 50 degrees cooler in here than it is outside. The 80-degree temperatures we see outside today will go by the wayside pretty quickly. We do expect to see some rain on Friday, Saturday. Cooler temperatures are going to stay through probably Monday before they get back up into the 70s and 80s again next week.
There is a whistleblower that claims that Boeing Dreamliners, well, not a literal whistleblower, it's what they call somebody who blows a whistle about unfair or unsafe practice. There's a whistleblower that claims the Boeing Dreamliner is not a safe aircraft, and in fact, the fuselage, after so much wear and tear, will just fall from the sky. We'll get into that comment later.
And today's moron word goes to all of those Activision Pro users who are wearing these headsets so long that they're getting sore necks, pain in their lower head, and black eyes from wearing these headsets.
Darwinism. You just Apple Pro VR your way into the grave so that the stronger species can survive. Yeah. All right. So inflation remained elevated once again in March. And here's the problem with inflation. Once the prices went up, this is still pandemic hangover. Once the prices went up and shrinkflation began, we're not seeing any movement in the other direction. Prices remain elevated, products remain smaller, and why would they reduce prices, the companies? You have to get involved somehow, government, to reverse this course.
Well,
To me, I go to the market and I'm like, thankfully I've been blessed enough to where I can afford to grocery shop for the week, but I'm thinking to myself, who can afford this? This is insane.
there was also an article about a viral image going around of McDonald's. I think it was McDonald's, like a 40-piece McNugget meal with 2 orders of fries going for $25 at McDonald's. Now, 40 pieces, that's a lot. That's a famous, that's a big, but still, $25 in the menu at McDonald's. Now, granted, they're also dealing with the $20 minimum wage increase in Southern California. But all of that, when we just talked about abortion in Arizona and how people's heads went nuclear yesterday when that decision came out, the more common issue that people talk about is the everyday cost of life. Right? Gas prices are still near. I passed a gas station last weekend. It was $6.49 for a regular online gas.
That's just $6.49. Insanely expensive everywhere. I picked up a turkey sandwich. It was $16. What? When I first started to
It was insane. When I first started almost since, when I first started getting ripped off was with the 15% tip that they flip around and you got like 3 options and I was just going quickly and I broke that. So it was like a $3 tip on the $12 or $13 sandwich. It was ridiculous. But anyway, when I first started making sandwiches, they were $4. So if you're lucky, you get a quarter tip. You're right. But it's just that everything is cumulatively expensive. Right. It makes you not want to do anything, and then that adds to your loneliness and depression. That's all that's
The specifics of this new report that came out from Bureau of Labor Statistics reports that 12 months price growth accelerated from 3.2% in February to 3.5% in March. That did match the consensus forecast among some economists. And when you take out food and energy, the core 12-month reading was unchanged, still at 3.8%. Some of the items we saw the largest leap in terms of inflation. Auto insurance went up 22%. Domestic services, like home cleaning, for example, almost 11%. Baby food and formula. Who do you think is going to vote? I mean, baby food and formula, if you're in that market, that's a pretty specific market. You are hyper aware of how much that stuff costs. Now, if you ask me how much a jug of laundry detergent costs, I don't know, $20. I have no idea. But if I'm buying baby formula on the regular, trust me, I know how much that's going to cost and how much it goes on.
you can't do without it, right? Like home cleaning services or whatever. But even home cleaning services, if you're being priced out of that, then where does that put your home cleaner? Not a job or out of some sort of income. I don't know what happens. I don't know how you can force businesses and distributors to lower their costs back to tenable level.
And a lot of times it's not even the market that dictates. Well, it's the market. It's not the businesses within the market. The market itself will dictate. But it takes something to jar it loose to kind of break the cycle. And sometimes the unfortunate part about it is it's some sort of major economic crisis for that to happen to kind of reset itself before it comes back. We've seen the Dow, by the way, not happy. If the Dow is first, the Dow Jones Industrial Average, not happy with the news that it's down 488 and more than 500 at some points. We're 488 right now. S&P 500 has the NASDAQ also down about a percentage on this news today.
Well, there was an article about eclipse sickness claims. People said, I feel weird, I feel sick, my rhythms are off. And all the experts are saying that's not a thing. It's not a real thing.
Unless you're a gorilla at the Dallas Zoo and try to go back in the enclosure during total darkness. Then I can understand your sleep patterns or all that stuff.
Also, a teacher in New York promised his students an eclipse party in 1978. Finally delivered. And the idiots on the Delta flight, the eclipse flight that paid $1,000 for this, didn't see it. All of your eclipse detritus, things that are left over from the eclipse.
Scraps.
Yes.
They're ancient and will continue. Amy came on with the headline 25 years.
Investigators are looking for people who stole almost a dozen historic bronze lightposts in Pasadena. The city's Lisa Derderian says the thieves ran the posts with a car to lift them out of the ground or wrap chains around them and drive away.
They were pretty noise. That's what prompted the rescuers to call 911. And we want to come together.
11 lightposts dating back to the 1920s have been stolen since last month. Each post will have to be replaced with a replica. News brought to you by Service Champions. Prosecutors in Orange County say Rabbi who stabbed a Jewish man 28 times in Lake Forest did it because of extreme neo-Nazi beliefs.
So pray the defendant chosen was guilty.
OC Senior Deputy DA Jennifer Rothschild said Woodward admitted his hate in writings filled with gay slurs.
Some favors are being for every particular.
OC Assistant Public Defender Kenneth Morrison told jurors yesterday Woodward did kill Bernstein in 2018, but his great
autism spectrum disorder explains the depth of Sam's persistent search for acceptance and validation.
The trial is expected to take 3 months at OC Superior Court. Moving our city can't come in.
LA County supervisors are voting to develop a plan to help 99 cents only store employees who are losing their jobs. The discount chain employees are frontline workers, mainly comprised of people of color, including Latinos, women, African Americans, Asians, and they are in many ways the head of their households. 2 county departments have been instructed to report back within 60 days on a plan that may include connecting workers to benefits and job training. Inflation in the U.S. was up again in March, as you just heard Gary and Shannon talking about. Prices rose 4.4% from February to 3.5%. The Labor Department says, and boosted by gas, rent, and car insurance, it was the third straight month of inflation ratings above the Fed's 2% target, which could kill the prospect of multiple interest rate cuts this year. President Biden is welcoming Japan's Prime Minister to the White House for his first official state visit as Prime Minister. Biden says the bond was formed between the U.S. and Japan after World War II. Biden says the partnership is unbreakable. He also thanked the Prime Minister for his leadership on a number of issues, including support for Ukraine and its war against Russia. Southland weather for KFI, sunny skies, warm temperatures today, tomorrow, highs in the 70s at the beaches and high desert, 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and inland Orange County, low to mid-80s for the Highlands and inland Empire. We'll cool down about 10-15 degrees for Friday, and then for more clouds for the weekend and some chance of rain. It's 64 in Irvine, 66 Duncan Valley. You can still test in on the 55. Check in one more time with our KFI in the sky.
We make the star rating on every loan equal to lifetime payment, so your rate can only go down, never up. The loan exchange guarantees the security and the loan confidence. The first 5 years of the loan is interest only, which makes payments cheaper while you wait for the first rates to come back down. To consolidate back into one loan, call the loan exchange at 899-792-9944 or log on to theloanexchange.com today.
Lessons by California Department of Financial Protection and Innovation.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its great sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets and art sale now and the big sale by dialing 310 Kitchen. 310 Kitchen on the web. 310kitchen.com.
For official rules and for information with contests of this station, go to KLI640.com/rules. The news, what it means, why it matters.
The craftsman homes, and now people there are being attacked. Police continuing their search for a person who assaulted 2 women, enough to leave them unconscious in separate attacks near the Venice canals. They occurred on Saturday about 10 o'clock at night. The woman was approached from behind, struck with a blunt object. She was left unconscious. Suspects similarly attacked another woman about an hour later as she was walking towards Venice canals. And people are out there walking their dogs and everything all the time. They said the guy is 5'10", between 5'10" and 6 feet, 180 to 200 pounds, short hair. But they have no idea what he was wearing or anything like that.
President Biden used an interview with Univision to send a signal that he's planning to issue an executive order to try to limit the number of asylum seekers who can cross the southern border. The provision that Biden would be honoring would restrict the ability of immigrants to claim asylum that does not require congressional approval. He would use the authority in something called Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Do you know who else used that? Donald Trump. Donald Trump repeatedly lived on that section to try to curb people coming into the country. Federal government is requiring municipal water systems to remove 6 synthetic chemicals linked to cancer and other health problems present in tap water of hundreds of millions of people. The move from the EPA mandates that water providers produce perfluoroalkyl and perfluoroalkyl substances known as PFAS to near zero levels. They said they're found in everything from dental floss to firefighting foam to kids' toys, and these chemicals are so ubiquitous they can be found in the blood of you, me, and almost every person on the inside.
Some people have claimed that the eclipse had made them feel health-wise. It's now been called eclipse sickness. Somebody wrote on X, any of you also experiencing headache during the solar eclipse? And people responded, wow, honestly saying, I just realized it's so bad, painkillers won't even work. OMG. Somebody else chimed in, this is like being wiped out, feeling weird. Did anyone else get their period today? I'm 2 weeks early. I don't know. So, what? Yeah, they're claiming that the eclipse brought on the cycle. They say people are linking headaches, nausea, irregular periods, and a slew of other side effects to the eclipse. Doctors say you are off your ass. True illness from experiencing the eclipse is unlikely, according to an ER physician at The Ohio State University, Nicholas Kahn. Said it's possible that body might be affected by travel, anticipation, or adrenaline from the experience, but true illness is unrelated. There's no data or reason to think this is real.
Well, I get to see how it manifests itself plenty, but remember, we were pretty jazzed by seeing people in the building. Yeah, that was our excitement.
It was an adrenaline spike.
We were outside, and we didn't expect it to be that many people
the studio that you and I are in right now is we don't have the equipment in here to make it hot, so we're just left in the Arctic Circle.
Very minimal amounts of heat generated.
Good enough things.
Yes, the packages don't have the their Delta flight was basically launched from Austin to Dallas, and Detroit, to take eclipse seekers below retaliate on boarding vehicles. But the passengers on board these sellout flights got a worse view than everybody on the record. You know why? They put the sun on an air. So if the sun is, up there, it was middle of the day, so it's going to be up there, not through the side window.
So people are all trying to crane flights, laying down in weird angles. Patrick Moriarty began teaching earth science in 1978. He was 22 at the time, and he was teaching the students about the eclipse. And he said, look at this one. There's going to be one on April 8th, 2024. Circle that one. We're going to meet that day. He had just given the students a worksheet about eclipses and kind of 22. And he invited all of the earth science classes he taught for the next 16 years, telling the students to circle their date. They could keep their eyes peeled for a message from him in the future, likely in the local paper, the Democrat or the Chronicle. He ended up making an event on Facebook a couple years ago to begin planning.
I love this. He was smart enough to say, keep an eye on the newspaper. Unless there's any other way in 2024 you can get a hold of people easier.
Wow. Listen. About 100 former students showed up this moment right in the driveway together as they walked the sky for a darker moon journey over the sun. Right? There's light on drinks and pizzas, set up chairs in the driveway, borrowing the numbers karaoke machine so you can use the microphone to provide educational commentary. I love this. Yeah.
Facebook said on Facebook, help to recognize the students that he says teachers do have a way of blocking in middle faces like it's their solutions.
He said that Facebook helped him recognize some students, yes, like we said, but that would be a trick to see a teacher that you had in 45 years ago.
I had weird interactions with teachers because my mom was a teacher. So she basically became a principal at the elementary school I went to. So she knew all of my teachers for decades. And when I would go to college or after college, I would, every once in a while see at some, common event, I would see them. I mean, to me, when I was in first grade, Mrs. Yeager was old, and she was probably 32.
Yeah.
And then when I see her later and she's 62, it's...
I saw my principal from high school at a 49 Charger game last year. And I kept in touch with her daughter I worked with at the deli, but I was a great kid in high school. I was in her office a few times. I got in trouble a few times.
So that was Moriarty. She walked in your face.
She sees me with a legit job working the sideline at the football game. And when I went to the stands to say hi to her all these years later, she started crying. I'm like, what did you think was going to happen? Come on. Like, oh, look at her. She's got gainful employment. Tear. I really thought she was going to end up with a gutter.
Stressed that you were going to cause her emotional issues and you didn't want to.
Yeah, but she looked the same to me. It was very funny all these years later.
Speaking of school, yesterday we told you Jennifer and James Crumley, the parents of a school shooter in Michigan, were sentenced to at least 10 years. A former assistant principal at a school in Virginia appeared with a 6-year-old shot his teacher. Now the former assistant principal has been charged with charges. We'll talk about that.
Gary and Shannon will continue ailing communities in the Great Line 24 newsroom.
Wall Street has been tanking today because of a report showing inflation showing Financial Times today. President Biden hosting Japanese Prime Minister Fumio Kishida at the White House. The world leaders are expected to announce new agreements on shipmaking, strengthening supply chains, and other things during the official state visit. A state dinner featuring music by Paul Simon this evening. There's a push to kick Lunchables off school menus. Consumer Reports has issued a warning saying the school cafeteria version of the hot lunch snack released last year contains too much sodium. It says the turkey and cheddar school lunch versions have nearly 200 more milligrams of sodium than the store Lunchables. Sunny and warm highs in the 70s and 80s. This report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. From Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. We've got a crash in Mid-City and Montana. Seriously? Dealership should fix the transmission. We are to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. We have over 800 pieces. The transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AA, MCL, special financing. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply to you. Complete details. Find tropical favorites. Market. Save on citrus for $3.49 per pound with roasted citrus into a tangy cocktail for your spring soiree. Supplies last. Shop in store or online. At Yearling, I know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Yearling started in the family basement. And through hard work, is now one of America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have secure, so they keep your last items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in basement efforts or expanding across the country, Yearling will be there for the road to success. Visit Yearling.com. They're not a big companies, and they're the focus of creating a company about true technology podcast. Season 1's published major pandemics, tech startups, endorsement. If someone's like, oh, that's what I make a business, you probably should have some sort of secret. This is a creative podcast network. Local free sources.
Save life.
Very what? Driving down that's like a Rothschild Rothschild. Are you kidding me? I asked for recommendations and everyone was saying save fit. Save light repair, save light replace. I booked an appointment at SafeLight.com and they came to me for free. It was that easy.
Frank Mitchell, go to SafeLight.com now to schedule your free mobile service and let SafeLight come to you. Conditions may apply.
SafeLight repair, save light replace. Have it free on our radio and have over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you right now. Lost 80s. Just search Lost 80s and listen now on your free and radio on radio. Free never sounded so good.
This company put 2,100 into your house and 402 into COVID things. And I'm very good at that, but I get 2,500 people. Where's this 21,000 people were running off the street? If you only put 2,500 people into internal permanent housing, Charlie said, well, what happened to the other 19,000?
Rabbi Arkansas.
You're actually okay. This will be live everywhere. It is what you watching Wednesday. We'll get into what you're watching. Let us know.
One of the other things we'll talk about a little later in the show is early in etiquette. We've done the stories before of people who ask the most dangerous 4 words in one, which is, do you want to switch? Like switch seats? And there's a whole hierarchical like chain of if you were sitting in the aisle seat, the middle seat, or the window seat, which ones, which are you most likely to give up, or would you ask? You were separated, everybody assigned seats now first. So, if that's ever happens, you either ask to switch seats with someone because you want to sit next to a family member, or been asked to switch seats so someone else can sit there, or it's your response.
Well, that's the thing. I have a friend too. Window seat, he likes the windows. A woman asked him to switch because she is nauseous unless she has a window seat. He said yes and then sat there berating himself in his head the entire time. Why did I say yes? I like the window seat. I was here first. That's why I got the window seat.
Was that Southwest?
I
Who do you think got there first?
Yeah, I was sitting at Southwest.
We were talking about the eclipse flight.
Yeah, because mine is for positive on the plane around what mine was the day of steps in the bathroom with one other person. Because if they would have been very exclusive group. I'm just sorry. Of totality, my group.
The former assistant principal of that Virginia elementary school where the 6-year-old shot his teacher last year has been indicted. Indictment came down yesterday. Her name is Ebony Parker. Her faces 8 counts related to the day of the shooting. Each count carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison, and a warrant has been issued for her arrest.
This is a crazy version of it because the teacher who was shot at his work, she filed was a $40 billion lawsuit. She said, hey, you're still going to be done. I think everybody knew in that situation the relevance of being lodged in her chest. The allegation is that the assistant principal here should have called police after multiple warnings that the kid had a gun. That student saw the boy take the gun out of his pocket on the playground and then told the teacher. When the teacher requested to search the kid, the assistant principal said, no. That, and other things, when it translates to what you said, the 8 counts related to the day of the shooting, each of which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years in prison.
The
The charges are representing a new frontier, shall we say, in school gun violence-related prosecutions. With the convictions and sentencing yesterday of the man and the woman, the son who was shot in school in Michigan, north of Detroit, and NBC News legal analyst Damien Savalas looks at this and says, yeah, we're back on new ground. That cases like this will send a very clear message. That school shootings are so horrible, we are willing to depart from the traditional rules and hold people responsible that really historically not been held responsible before.
We've seen, and I know this is new ground, but we've seen repeatedly in these instances where the simple red flags get ignored. And in a situation like this, if you worked in elementary school and there was a story going around the body on this backpack, why wouldn't we stop and search that? And if you were a parent, if you were body's parent, and it was a wrong story or a misunderstanding or something like that, I'm not going to complain that this is the principal went through my kid's backpack to look for a gun. I mean, it would be different if, like, Bobby had raised me or something.
Well, my question is this. This woman, Emily Parker, apparently was warned multiple times of this sexual makeup, and they say she should have called the police. Why did people take matters into their own hands? People that are going to the principal and saying, hey, there's a 6-year-old with a gun. Why does it even get so far as a principal's office? Why don't they go see the kid right away, or a teacher or anybody, and say, let me see your backpack right now? Why does it have to go up the chain of command?
I just assume it's because they're so afraid. And schools are afraid to infringe on a 6-year-old's civil rights.
Well, just take on the Twins in Minnesota this morning. First pitch in just about 10 minutes, 10:10. Listen to the action on AM 570 LA Sports Line, moving on which I broadcast with, and stream the game on HD on the iHeartRadio keyword AM 570 LA Sports.
We had a good story about seeing the principal.
Yeah.
We've got another story that we can back about something the weird place right into a teacher. Very cheap.
Officer Kevin Tarzan says it all started when Daniel Johnson failed to stay her boyfriend and left him with Hills.
Johnson then fled with her 2 children in a garden-colored Porsche SUV.
Johnson then pushed her 2 kids out of the 405 as her 9-year-old daughter was holding the 8-month-old baby. The 9-year-old lost grip of the baby and was then hit by a car. Johnson later crashed her SUV into a tree in Redondo Beach. News brought to you by American Digital Windows. A federal grand jury in LA has indicted man from Mexico, his sister, and his son in an alleged kidnapping scheme. Kidnapped for ransom happened in 2022. Prosecutors say the indicted couple posed as an intermediary between the hostages family in LA, the hostage takers in Missouri, while his son and sister crossed the border into the U.S. to collect their ransom money. The kidnapped person was found in a church. Friday is closing more stores in California. It's already closed about 200 nationwide since filing Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection last year. It says 53 more stores are going to be closed across the country, including at least 18 in state. That includes locations in 13 Buffalo, LA, Sacramento, Palmdale, and Venice. Pasadena has some history stolen.
These have stolen 11 drugs and coast dating back to the 1920s. Pasadena's solicitor Barry says all the books stolen since late last month were on Orange Road.
This is the area of town where we really pride ourselves on historic locals in the area.
Pasadena City Group has rammed cars into the poles. The thieves are also accused of wrapping chains around the poles to rip them out of the ground. Each pole
bound together in property. He is expected to testify next week. Boeing says the claims are inaccurate. 3 critically endangered Mexican gray wolves were transferred from California to the Brookfield Zoo in Chicago. Henry Wilson said. We will check some problems on Lot 1 next. Well, forever working in that snip, I know we will call Sweet James.
That's right. We already know the team will be on our side, and so should you, because the attorneys at Sweet James don't just win, they win most.
For example, one of our listeners was injured after being rear-ended at a red light. The insurance company offered him $60,000 in a red light. Sound like a lot of money, but with Sweet James protecting them, they were worth $745,000 instead.
They can't guarantee the outcome of the case, but listen, it could be a car crash, motorcycle accident, trucking accident, whatever. The attorneys at Sweet James are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and we pay anything until they win.
So if you or a loved one is hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION for a free consultation.
Easy number to remember, but could be an uneasy time. And don't wait, because waiting could be the result of you waiting.
You know what? I understand that. Don't wait, because waiting for your case. Call Sweet James. The firm that wins the most.
809 million. 809 million. That's 809-000-0000 or go to sweetjames.com.
Southbound there from KFI, sunny again. Oregon, highs in the 70s in the beaches and in Old Valley. Upper 70s to mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland OC. Lower 80s for the Valleys and it's going to be sunny again tomorrow. Highs in the 70s and 80s again. And then we're cool down on Friday with some nice morning sun in the afternoon. Highs just in the 60s to low 70s. It's going to be mostly cloudy with highs in the 60s for the weekend and even college chance of rain. It's 68 in Denver Park, 67 in Newport Beach, 62 in Palmdale, 69 in Florence. We're brought to you by Quantum Weekend with Dow Exam trading down 123 points. The NASDAQ is down 185, S&P 500 down 65.
Brought to you by Quantum eBay. Just made the switch to Quantum eBay, save an average of 53% on payment processing. Call today to see how much you can save. Just pounds and $50 save.
We've been slowing in with the bills on
Save 4 cents. For downtown. You know, there's something so you didn't find speak from inside. Where is there? I really want to find some area where some of us can include from those that go outside. As you make a tour right to the first area, and that little thing from just to see if there's enough for you to find northbound. Actually, I think we have to say that is northbound. It was free there. And then the lot where I said the barn were at least thinking, and they were 6% of the world. That means case mass 15 and they said we run it back to Torah, which is the best thing to do.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with a gun fund. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future. Reading. We transform kids who know what they're studying. Learn lessons, key songs, and parents' results. One great literature will come back. Right now, there's free access to our now unspelled out for just beginning. Visit What's on today and unleash your child. Potential. Stories we're developing for you today. Inflation numbers are bad. They are not good for the administration that continues to try to take a victory lap around the economy. It's just, it's not in the pudding when you go to the grocery store, is it? Wall Street taking today after that new report that shows inflation shows no signs of slowing anytime soon.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average now again below 500 points, down 557 points as of right now. One of the stories that we also saw was that a retired Trump organization was at Allen Weissenberg has received a 5-month jail sentence for illegal growth. In the lawsuit that was brought against Donald Trump by the Attorney General Rabbi, Weissenberg had previously been the chief financial officer of Guinness, but he pleaded guilty last month to perjury and sins. He led a bail offer would be his second time in Congress. He served 100 days in jail last year for dodging taxes on his own company perks. Trump's lawyers have accused the DA of employing strong-arm tactics against an innocent man. Weissenberg admitted and lied about how big the house was.
Before we get to the bad things going on school campuses,
The good things you're talking about, having a moment of recognition to yourself and a former principal.
that's very cool that your fourth grade teacher will remember your name.
Okay, so we've talked about this before. Parents, look at your kids' phones. Stop pretending that they have autonomy. Stop giving them all the room to make all the stupid mistakes. They are literally going to put themselves in trouble that they cannot get out of. In this case, the LA Unified School District is once again investigating allegations that inappropriate images were created and shared by students at high school, in this case, Fairfax High School.
They said that the inappropriate images were allegedly circulated on a third-party messaging app unaffiliated with the district.
Years. That part of it is why does it matter?
It does not matter where they were distributed. It was not revealed if the images were created using AI, like a rash of instances we've seen of that at local schools, including middle schools.
But at
Western Middle School where Louisville's 8 students were expelled this year. Again, we're not talking about little consequences here. This is not a slap on the wrist. And there are chances that your kid, depending on where they are, could literally be charged with distribution of child pornography. There is a bill in Sacramento that is trying to crack down on AI-generated child porn. They made it past an early hurdle in Sacramento yesterday. It's going to go for another committee next week. It's designed to close a loophole in California's correctional porn laws that ban making, distributing, or possessing child sexual abuse material as long as it is an actual child. Overlooking the fact that computer-generated images may look like a specific child. I don't think they wrote the original law on pornography now, so it just they didn't anticipate. Yeah. Supporters of the bill said that AI-generated material often uses the faces of actual children. That's the problem. Obviously, the risk that these images are then distributed. I am not kidding. I tell you that simple distribution of this stuff could land your kid in a lot of trouble. A 16-year-old Calabasas high school student has been charged with possession of child pornography after distributing naked photos of a classmate that she secretly took. This is like outdoor stuff to the nth degree. The girl, who was a former friend of the girl in question in the shower, took the photos of her friend while she was showering and aired her consent. Mom of the victim in this case, and the girls were charged, and all of that is happening. This is never going to go away from her because these images will be circulating forever. She said that Robert is relieved, said that feels like the student is finally being reprimanded, but the whole thing started 7 months ago. You know, one of the tips from the author of the book about rewiring childhood, or childhood has been rewired, who's hanging with me all the month. Thank you. He says, you know what?
Hello? Hello? God? Is that you? Yo, what's up? Not much, man. Dealing with that bullshit y'all seen from the race last night. Still, this morning. Did I lose you? No, I'm still here. Damn, y'all went on a spree this morning, didn't you? God, Showtime. Show looks like a fucking fucked up Michael Jackson. Oh, they didn't do it. It's okay. I never said that. Don't make shit up. You don't do it again. You don't fuck with that. We do. And that's, you don't think America would care. America's, we got so many fucking, why would you like, whose house is that? Is he at that girl's house still? You probably asked for another shower with his daughter. He showered with his daughter. Yeah, but she was really good. Yeah, that lady that leaked the thing, they just put her in 2 years in prison. Basically, for that Joe Biden's daughter's diary, the lady got put in prison. But the courts admitted that it was true that he did molest his daughter. So the President of the United States has been found that he did molest his children. Yeah. Oh, that's fucked. Yeah. Would you ever do Olympian? Are you interested? Like, no, she's not. Like, I couldn't do it. You didn't start it. I couldn't do it. What is he talking about? Like, I don't know if I could get hard. And it would be like the time part 2. What else? Look at this. Yeah. You ever tried recording? I was dating this girl. She was like, asked me to record. She asked to record. She wanted me to record. Oh, yeah, that's different. We just face like this. Yeah, I didn't do it. You should have. Yeah, but see, I was going to say, that is it further than you're out. So it's just fucking like, you'll bite. I mean, I would still do that too. I would do it, honestly. them showed up.
Oh, okay, I don't know what that is. Oh,
Yeah, they were dancing with that girl. Remember with fucking Michael Bolton's daughter?
she owns that house.
Yeah. But it's gonna. Never soaked to me.
You know, this is funny and shit, dude. Slightly homeless and shows like that Mondo. This is funny. Fucking slightly homeless just asked Mando how big his dick was, and then goes, hey, you know, you lost a lot of, if you lost weight, you'd have a really big dick. That's what he said to Mondo, dude. That's fucking hilarious.
Never did.
Oh, God. What's up?
Oh my God. On the changes. Basically, you know what street shit is? It's not for English. Isn't that right? Oh my God. I got you know what else? I want to go to the wall, and I want to find those that's a fun. You should go and ask, and you should go find that shop and ask for ID. That would be funny. I'm going to put it in Walgreens. No, fuck that place. I'm telling you, yeah, you can't do him under the bus. Like the Denver, we need to upgrade from the one. Yeah, I don't think it was legit. Yeah, no, I'm like, legit. No. Yeah, because that's slightly chomo. Yeah. Yeah, well, I think this one's more about it. Yeah, oh my God. Look at him, slightly homeless' chat, slightly chomo. It's like the air cappuccino. Right. Someone that just really worked me out like that. He's got AIDS. With a look at that on the No, that's not what I think. Why is that what I'm doing? That's not it. That's not what I'm thinking. You know what my thoughts were?
GM.
What's up? Sorry, Christina. Damn it, Christina! Do justice and Michael Portman will favor you! Nice to meet you. Oh, wait, you just broke that down. But if you want to chat, we broke the news to me, so now let's go. Like, oh, it didn't say if you got accident, just, I don't think there's something you should have or something like that. But if you not, like, you actually do this. Alright. How many have you done left? Apparently, none of those fucking bitches at the OnlyFans house. Yes. I don't want to tell the people. Okay. I see. No, as long as it's not public. Yeah. You want to make it. Yeah. Oh, right. Oh, yeah. No. My friend should have it. Like 10% here. Like 20% if it's like that, yeah. My friend showed me this guy. No, but I feel like he wants to be a hero. He wants to be a hero. She knows about to be an OnlyFans. You know it's crazy? These motherfuckers are just ruining themselves because now, when he goes back to Asia, they're like, what was that shit you were talking? True. Yeah, wait, wow. Honestly, it's been a whole new and I have to keep up with scat sex. I actually can't show. You also know a lot of gender logic. Oh my God. The fuck?
Those may sound like a good time when we're talking about sex. But I think that they are not good for you. I think you should go to your doctor. Don't go to people say these things.
Everybody makes all the money that you didn't put forward up. To advise them on sexual health issues. I mean, that's the thing.
The rabbi must be up and cleaning and changing his clothes.
Morning, Hellcat. How are you, baby?
I'm all right, buddy.
Excellent. Any early morning driving you're gonna do?
Oh man, I got so much to do. My daughter's got to go probably in the surgery today. Doctor lied to my wife last night, so.
Oh, that's pretty serious. I'm very sorry to hear about that.
And she got her door slammed last night in the thing and the door, her finger, and they said it wasn't broke or fractured. And now my wife found out this morning she got lied to.
Oh wow. How's your daughter doing?
Yeah, she's all right. She's here. She's all right. So I just had to cancel some things around today. I don't know yet. If I do it, it'll be through Discord though.
All right. But we'll keep an eye on it. Best wishes to your daughter.
Yeah.
Let me know if there's anything you need.
Oh, I'm good, man.
All right.
I'm good. Yeah. She went back to bed.
The LA City School District is looking to elect regional high school. I know this amount of parents yesterday afternoon. The district says so far it looks like the images are created and shared on messaging app. Officials say the images will result in a great disciplinary action if warranted. The Arizona Supreme Court has ruled on an anti-abortion law from the 1800s that bans almost all abortions and be enforced. Arizona House says it must be repealed immediately.
To the people across Arizona who are concerned about the future of abortion rates in our state, who are worried about their bodily autonomy, who don't want to see the freedom of their wives, sisters, and daughters restricted, you can make your concerns known at the box. I encourage you to do so.
Predating Arizona State Court offers no exceptions for rape, incest, and
John. What the hell for everybody? No.
It's the first ever natural state.
Yo, good afternoon, people. But OG Geezer took Manuel off a long time ago. Hey, Bob, you there? He went to go smoke.